Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand, presents 1942, Crux of War, by Jonathan Parshall. Narrated by Lee Gadel. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Notes on Unit Nomenclature. In the case of the Soviet Red Army, many units were substantially smaller than their Western equivalents, with a rifle division having a formal establishment of less than 10,000 men, and an actual establishment often closer to 7,000 to 8,000, in comparison to 13,000 to 16,000 for a Western division. The same is somewhat true at the corps level, with Red Army tank and mechanized corps being more functionally equivalent to a German Panzer or Panzer Grenadier Division, respectively, although a mechanized corps was roughly double the size of a Panzer Division, whereas the tank corps was about a third the size, which is rather confusing. Both Red Army rifle, infantry divisions, and corps were attached directly to the armies above them. In general, adopting a mental model of Soviet Front equals Western Army Group, Soviet Army equals Western Corps, Soviet Mechanized Corps equals Large Western Division, but Soviet Tank Corps equals Western Demi-Division, and Soviet Division equals Smallish Western Division gets one reasonably close to the mark. The Imperial Japanese Army's divisions were comparably sized to their Western equivalents, but the IJA did not utilize the corps level of organization, instead attaching divisions directly to armies, and armies to area armies. Japanese armies can be thought of as a large Western corps in this sense, and area armies as either Western armies or even army groups, depending on their size, which varied. The Italian Army's infantry divisions were somewhat undersized by the standards of the Germans, British, or Americans, for the simple reason that they were binary rather than triangular, i.e., composed of 2 infantry regiments rather than 3. The issue of brigade size versus regimental size can also be confusing in that American infantry divisions typically had 3 infantry regiments, whereas an equivalent British division would have 3 infantry brigades, with both divisions being roughly the same size. In general, during the Second World War at least, you can think of brigades and regiments as basically interchangeable, although the brigade was nominally the higher-level unit. Pre-war German, American, British, and Japanese infantry divisions were all built in a square configuration of 2 infantry brigades, each with 2 infantry regiments, for a total of 4 regiments. Most, but not all of these divisions, had been converted to triangular formations by the outbreak of the war, with their spare regiment being scraped off and assigned to a different unit, or used as the basis for a new division. Along the same lines, the Japanese ultimately fielded more than 100 of what they termed independent mixed brigades, which were often created from the scraps of their own pre-war square to triangular reorganization. These units were typically built around 4 or 5 infantry battalions and can be thought of as a small demi-division containing many of the same supporting arms and service units that we would normally associate with a proper division. Introduction. 2 unexpected happenings. The bomb itself was not particularly large, 250 kilograms, yet large enough to start a war. Gray as winter twilight, it was clutched under the plane of Lieutenant Sakamoto Akira, the carrier Zuikaku's dive bomber commander. At precisely 0745, 7th December 1941, Sakamoto led his flock of dark green sea eagles swooping down into their dives on Oahu Island's Wheeler Field. American pilots, mechanics, and administrative personnel stumbled out of their barracks and mess halls into a deafening hell of explosions, screaming aircraft, staccato strafing, and the cries of wounded and dying men. Plenty of U.S. servicemen had suspected war was coming with Japan. None of them expected to be where it started. 10 miles farther south, and less than 10 minutes later, swarms of Japanese aircraft began attacking the naval anchorage at Pearl Harbor from all points of the compass. American sailors, standing on the decks of the dreadnoughts moored at Battleship Row, had the uniquely horrifying experience of witnessing low-flying planes speeding toward them over the southeast lock. They could only watch helplessly as sleek torpedoes began slapping into the water, their wakes extending like accusing fingers. The attackers, wings emblazoned with the rising sun, pulled up and flashed overhead. Seconds later, oily geysers began heaving themselves thunderously skyward. The soaring water columns seemed to greet yet more bombs that came hurtling down from phalanxes of Japanese-level bombers looming high overhead. After the first attack wave was done, a second came rolling in. Over the course of 2 hours, Japan's airmen mauled the unprepared Americans in a lopsided contest. The U.S. Navy lost 5 battleships. Arizona was demolished by a bomb that detonated her forward magazines, killing 2/3 of her crew in an instant. Oklahoma capsized after multiple torpedo hits, with hundreds drowning in her inverted, pitch-black innards. West Virginia and California were both ripped by torpedoes, but settled upright on the harbor's shallow bottom instead of rolling over. Nevada was intentionally beached to prevent her from sinking in the main channel. 3 more battle wagons were damaged. Even as they savaged the anchorage, the Japanese simultaneously struck all the main airfields on Oahu. American air power was nearly exterminated, with 350 aircraft destroyed or damaged, and their air bases smashed. Vast smoke columns were soon rising across the island. Burning ships, blazing aircraft, and wrecked hangars all contributed to the pall of destruction cast over the hub of American sea power in the Pacific. More than 2,400 Americans were dead or dying. Congress still had to file the paperwork, but the United States was now at war. As it happened, merely 2 days before Pearl Harbor, a second, equally unlikely military event had occurred. The Soviet Red Army, having spent the previous 5 months staggering through what had been the most massive military disaster in human history, with millions of Soviet soldiers dead or captured, and more than 1/3 of its citizens now behind enemy lines, stopped the German army at the gates of Moscow. Whereas America's entrance into the war had been set in a tropical paradise, Germany's defeat before Moscow happened under conditions more befitting a Nordic version of hell. 2 German armored pincers converging on the Soviet capital had reached the limits of human and mechanical endurance. With temperatures plunging dozens of degrees below freezing and snow deep on the ground, German tanks, artillery, and small arms literally froze solid. The men were exhausted. The Wehrmacht simply could go no further. Then the Soviets counterattacked. At 0300 on the bitterly cold night of 5 December, the Red Army sent forward dozens of carefully hoarded fresh divisions. The Germans were taken completely by surprise. Over the next several days, fighting began erupting across the line in front of Moscow. In terms of immediate military impact on a war that now spanned the globe, the USSR holding on to its capital city was more important than the entrance of the U.S. into the conflict. America was woefully underarmed and far from its likely battlefields, so its contribution to the war couldn't help but be delayed. But if Moscow fell and the Soviets went down, eventual victory over the Axis was going to be terribly difficult for the Western Allies, and maybe impossible. At the beginning of the summer, most informed observers had already written the Soviets off. The Wehrmacht had already crushed Poland, humiliated France, run the British off the continent 3 times, and captured most of Europe in the process. When the Soviets' turn had come in June, Germany's panzer formations had handed the Red Army a series of almost unimaginable catastrophes. No nation had survived such a fearful beating. 4 million soldiers killed or captured in 5 months. Yet now, in early December, there was renewed hope. The Soviets had been brought to their knees, but had managed to parry the final sword stroke of their enemy. Russia would live to see the spring. Would that actually matter? The title of this book is meant to convey that 1942 was the critical year of World War II and its tipping point. With the entrance of the Japanese and the United States into the war, all the major players were now fully in the game. It was do or die time. For the Axis, 1942 afforded their first opportunity to act as a genuine military alliance and to demonstrate whether their vaunted martial prowess could secure the globe-spanning empires they aspired to. For the Allies, conversely, this year was to be the ultimate test of their military and organizational competence, their resilience, and their ability to transform themselves under the pressures of total war. The beginning of the year witnessed Germany, Italy, and Japan inflict a series of humiliating defeats on the Allies, pushing them to the brink of defeat. In North Africa, German and Italian forces advanced east for much of the year, threatening the vital Suez Canal and the equally critical British oil fields beyond it. In the Atlantic, the U-boat menace assumed terrifying proportions, sinking millions of tons of shipping, imperiling the Allied war effort, and threatening to starve Great Britain into submission. In 4 short months in the Pacific, Imperial Japan ripped the Allied strategic position to shreds, crushing the British, Dutch, and American forces in its way, isolating China, and carving out one of history's largest empires. The picture was one of Allied weakness, ineptitude, and unpreparedness. The U.S. Army, facing a global war in which the Germans and Soviets were deploying more than 200 divisions apiece, had only one fully trained division to its name at the beginning of the year. The American economy was better suited to cranking out refrigerators than weapons, while the Soviet economy was on the brink of disintegration. All in all, the picture by mid-year was one of utter calamity. Though the Battle of Midway, which saw 4 Japanese aircraft carriers destroyed, bought some breathing room for the Allies in June, the war's outcome teetered on a knife's edge throughout the summer months. While the Soviet counterattack during the winter of 1941 through 42 had saved Moscow, it hadn't destroyed the Wehrmacht. In late spring, the Germans handed the Red Army fresh defeats in the Crimea and at Kharkov, then launched a second massive summer offensive in June. In a month's time, they captured a huge chunk of southern Russia and were driving on the Caucasus and its vital oil fields. By July, with his army apparently falling apart, Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin issued Order No. 227, calling for the immediate execution of any soldier abandoning his post without permission. The Soviet home front was nearing collapse. That same month, the Germans cut the USSR's northern Lend-Lease supply line by nearly annihilating convoy PQ-17 as it was bringing desperately needed cargo to Archangel. On the island of Malta, critical to the Allied Mediterranean position, the British garrison was reduced to a couple weeks' worth of cooking kerosene, diesel, and other fuels. Only the timely arrival of a decimated convoy comprising a handful of merchantmen and a nearly foundering American tanker, pushed through at terrible cost, prevented the island from surrendering, and thereby ceding the central Mediterranean to the Axis. The British Army in Africa, meanwhile, had been routed again in June by Rommel's Panzer Army Africa, shoved back past the Egyptian frontier, and was in danger of being driven from the field. In September, on Guadalcanal, a Japanese attack came within a few hundred yards of overrunning the American 1st Marine Division's headquarters, which might have ended that crucial campaign then and there. In November, with a powerful Japanese naval force bearing down on that same island, the Americans could scrape up just 6 ships to face them, including their last 2 modern battleships in the South Pacific. Back in Russia, Stalingrad's few remaining defenders had been chopped apart and shoved back to a handful of tiny enclaves. None of the Soviet soldiers left alive in the city's ruins, and there weren't many, were more than a stone's throw from the Volga. They literally had their backs against the wall. Throughout these ordeals, though, the Allies displayed remarkable grit and adaptability. By the end of the year, the tide had turned in their favor. By late November, it was the Axis that was handed defeats at El Alamein, Guadalcanal, New Guinea, and Stalingrad. They had been forced to permanently relinquish the strategic initiative in North Africa, the Pacific, and the Eastern Front. They were now on the defensive and desperately mobilizing their economies for a protracted struggle, one for which they hadn't planned. How did this surprising turnaround happen so comparatively quickly? These are the fundamental issues addressed in this book. There was no single turning point. Students of military history are obsessed with the notion of turning points and decisive battles, wherein the outcome of a certain event portends an inevitable outcome for a larger conflict. As co-author of a book on the Battle of Midway, I've been living with that battle's decisiveness, real or imagined, for decades now, and have spent a great deal of time pondering what those terms actually mean. During that same span of time, it has also become increasingly fashionable in World War II scholarship to point to the failure of Germany's Operation Barbarossa, variously fixed in either the summer or fall of 1941, depending on the scholar, as the point past which Hitler could no longer win the war, and Axis defeat was assured, making it perhaps the biggest turning point of all. On the face of it, this ascendance of what might be called Eastern Front determinism makes a certain amount of sense. After all, the Eastern Front was unquestionably the biggest theater of the war, involving the greatest number of troops and the largest military and civilian casualties. It is likewise inarguable that the Soviet Union's defeat would have made victory for the Western Allies more difficult and maybe impossible. It stands to reason, then, that the failure of Nazi Germany, the Axis coalition's most powerful member, to knock out the USSR with its opening campaign in 1941, guaranteed the long-term victory of the Allies as a whole. This argument mirrors deterministic arguments that became popular in the late 1980s regarding the economic disparities between the two alliance blocs. Paul Kennedy's The Rise and Fall of the Great Powers argues that once the Soviet Union brought the Germans to a halt outside Moscow, and the Americans had joined the fray, whatever tactical wizardry the Axis militaries managed to conjure up on the battlefield could not obviate the fact that the Allies possessed twice the manufacturing strength, 3 times the war potential, and 3 times the national income of the Axis powers. And while these figures saying nothing about the relative lethality of the weapons being produced or the skill of the opponents, it was obvious, wrote Kennedy, that in the Battle of the Swordsmiths, the Allies were very clearly winning. This led Kennedy to conclude that in a protracted and full-scale coalition war, the countries with the deepest purse had prevailed in the end. Kennedy's thinking emphasized economics and industrial production. However, Richard Overy's Why the Allies Won widened the perspective by both acknowledging the critical importance of the Allies' economic advantages in the conflict and pushing back on the notion of economic determinism, while exploring the wider moral, political, organizational, and technological issues at play in the conflict. The Allies couldn't win the war by virtue of their larger wallets alone. They had to fight, and fight well, when things looked really bleak. As Overy wrote, "The explanation of Allied victory requires a broad canvas and a wide brush." I agree. War is not just an economics exercise, nor is it strictly a military exercise. With respect to the largest struggle within the Second World War, Germany versus the USSR, it is well to remember that only 25 years earlier, during the First World War, the Central Powers had forced Russia to sue for peace, despite the Kaiser's army being fully engaged on 3 fronts. In 1942, The vast bulk of the German army was still concentrated on just one front, and economic and demographic factors were much more in its favor than in 1916. Why, then, did Germany not prevail in 1942? The simple answer is that world wars aren't simple. They are sprawling, complex beasts that defy easy explanations. Numbers don't tell the whole story. Even as it follows the trajectory of a single year, this book seeks to capture that larger story. With all due respect to the recent scholarship on the Eastern Front, I remain unpersuaded by reductionist analyses regarding the primacy of Barbarossa to the outcome of the war as a whole. The interpretational pendulum has swung too far in that direction, in the process both obscuring the scope of combat and human suffering in, for example, China since 1937, and often ignoring the interconnections between the war's various theaters. Accepting Eastern Front determinism also means accepting that the general outcome of the Second World War was in essence decided before Japan and America had even entered the broader global conflict. The Second World War was the most complex and destructive conflict in human history, involving more than 100 million soldiers and harnessing the efforts of billions of people. The war set in motion vast and evolving national systems of economic mobilization, finance, and science that, while human constructs, were in some ways outside human control. At a minimum, a Barbarossa-centered argument of inevitable Soviet and Allied victory means making a lot of bold assumptions regarding the Red Army's qualitative transformation, the durability of the Soviet domestic economy, the survival of Soviet morale, and the scope of Lend-Lease aid. None of these were by any means assured. If one believes in the notions of causality and contingency, then even if the Germans were doomed to defeat after the failure of Barbarossa, they were not doomed to lose in exactly the manner they did, nor on the same timetable. If there was a true turning point in the war as a whole, it happened not in 1941, but during the whole course of 1942. Rather than being tied to a single event, even one as massive as Barbarossa, the scales of the conflict were shifted by a number of smaller inflection points. Each can be summarized with a question, the answers to which, cumulatively, compose the answer to the most important matter of all. Who was going to win this war? For Germany, three primary issues loomed as 1942 dawned. Could the Wehrmacht survive and then recover from the Red Army's counterattack outside the gates of Moscow? Could Germany also seize the oil it needed, at the USSR's expense, to fight a protracted multi-front war? Finally, could the Wehrmacht revive the seeming invincibility it had displayed the summer of 1941 and force the Red Army to collapse? For Italy, Germany's continental ally, the questions the year 1942 posed were more mundane and yet more fundamental. Could the Italian economy, already straining, manage to continue its war effort? Could the Italian military, the smallest of the three major Axis powers, continue contributing to the larger war effort? For Japan, the final Axis power to take the world stage, and a critical player in the bloc's quest for world domination, there were also three primary questions at play in 1942. Could Japan's opening offensive seize the southern resource area, Malaya and the Dutch East Indies, and secure the strategic minerals and oil it needed to fight a protracted war? Could Japan's opening blows compel the United States to seek a negotiated settlement, rather than fighting the war to a finish? If a diplomatic settlement wasn't in the cards, could Japan erect a defensive barrier that would make the American counterattack so costly that it would settle for less than total victory? For the Allies, these same questions had to be answered in reverse, but others also loomed. For the United States, which was potentially the most powerful, and yet at the start of 1942 also the least militarized of the world's powers, there were four. Could the U.S. economy quickly move onto a wartime footing and begin contributing to the larger Allied cause? Could the American military create the administrative and logistical apparatus necessary to fight a global war? Could the U.S. and Britain hammer out a credible strategy for joint military action somewhere in 1942 and then demonstrate that they could work together on the battlefield? Could the U.S., along with the other allies, manage to field military forces of sufficient quality to fight the Japanese and Germans? For Great Britain, the questions it faced in 1942 were central to its continuing existence as an island nation and colonial power. Could the British hang on to their Pacific holdings in the face of Japan's onslaught? Could the Royal Navy contain the U-boat menace, which threatened to starve Britain into submission? Could the British stave off defeat in North Africa and the Middle East? Could the Royal Air Force's strategic bombing campaign begin making a decisive impact on the war? For the Soviet Union, Germany's most powerful antagonist in 1942, the question spoke to both military and economic needs. Could the Red Army, which had suffered a series of almost unimaginable calamities, transform itself into a force capable of not just fighting the Wehrmacht, but also taking the offensive against it in a battle of maneuver? Could the devastated Soviet economy supply sufficient weaponry to its armed forces? Could that same economy also manage to keep its domestic population fed and housed to avoid total collapse? And lastly, for China, the oft-forgotten fourth major Allied power, the questions of 1942 were twofold. After 4 years fighting almost entirely on its own, could China survive another year of war with Japan? If so, could China rise above its defensive stance and make a significant contribution to the larger Allied war effort? The cumulative answers to these questions, I believe, reveal how 1942 unfolded. The answers to some of them would be evident very shortly, and most would be clear by the year's end. Throughout the book, I will both echo them and consider their effects on the conflict. It sure wasn't obvious at the time. These 7 words should remain front and center when approaching any book about the Second World War's early years. Because if the Axis had already lost the war by the end of 1941, it certainly wasn't apparent to them. Nor was the outcome at all obvious to senior Allied leaders or to the average man or woman on the streets of New York, London, or Moscow. Indeed, as the new year began, to all outward appearances, the Axis was simply continuing an almost unbroken string of victories for the totalitarian states stretching back to the Italian invasion of Abyssinia in 1935. The mood for the Allies during much of 1942 was decidedly grim. As Dwight Eisenhower recalled later, none of us, not even the most sincere and analytical, can recapture in his own heart and mind the fears and worries of those days. General Alan Brooke, who had perhaps the sharpest mind and tongue of any of the British military chiefs, confided his misgivings to his diary throughout the conflict, remarking in March 1942, after a string of British disasters, "During the last fortnight, I have had for the first time since the war started a growing conviction that we are going to lose this war, unless we control it very differently and fight it with more determination. It is all desperately depressing." The mood in the USSR, which was shouldering the heaviest human burden of the war, was similarly grim as fears mounted through the fall about the contest being waged in southern Russia. "Without exception, we are all worried about Stalingrad," wrote one Soviet officer as late as October. Their reasons were real enough, though time and hindsight may have hidden them from view. The truth is that 1942 was the only year either side could have shaped a course to ultimate victory. It was, simply put, a nail-biter, evenly matched and full of unknowns, unlikely heroes, unanticipated victories, and unforeseen defeats that confounded all observers. It was a year of pure contingency. Had the Allies proven less resilient, less creative, less determined, less organized, had they failed to use every resource at their disposal, had they fought any less desperately at places like Guadalcanal Alamein, Stalingrad, and the icy waters of the North Atlantic, the Axis might have driven one or more of them from the war. Particularly in the case of the Soviet Union, this would have proven ruinous to the fortunes of the remaining three. Throughout the early part of 1942, the Axis held the initiative, and they were determined to capitalize on it. Hitler, Tojo, and Mussolini realized the all-or-nothing nature of the gamble they were making, and well understood the overriding imperative of reaching a favorable conclusion to the war as rapidly as possible, rather than submitting to the grim attritional math of a longer struggle. As Admiral Yamamoto famously noted, he would run wild in the first year of a war, but if it went on longer than that, I have no expectation of success. Yet to Hitler, the entrance of Japan into the war opened a window. The Führer noted both the danger and the opportunity of the moment when he remarked later that the Japanese alliance has been of exceptional value to us. With the Emperor's soldiers running amok in the Pacific, the heat would be off Germany for a while, giving it time to finish off the Soviets and then turn to face the West with renewed reserves of both petroleum and morale. If the Axis could pull that off, they would have a good chance of prevailing. If they fell short, they would be faced with a gathering landslide of Allied materiel. It is to the world's lasting benefit that the Axis ultimately did fail, not only through bad luck, as they might have claimed, but also through poor organization, faulty decision-making, and suboptimal resource utilization. Simultaneously, though, the Allies were far from waiting for victory to be dropped into their laps. They were fighting for it, and in the process, transforming into much more effective opponents. Bit by bit during this crucial year, with an ample supply of missteps along the way, the Allies began forging order out of chaos, marshaling their economies, reforming their militaries, and creating the strategies and tactics that would lead to victory. 1. Shape of War. Before diving into a month-by-month narrative, this book must first depict the structure and character of the Second World War as it had developed up to December 1941. With that in mind, this chapter first reprises the major actions in the main war theaters, and then introduces the major combatants, first the Axis powers and then the Allies, summarizing their political motivations and goals, the nature of their military forces, their economic capacity for waging war, and their respective strategies for doing so. No author ever wants to admit the possibility of their narrative being anything less than riveting, but I confess that the first 3 chapters of this book are pretty tough sledding, because so many pre-1942 topics have to be covered to make the rest of the year comprehensible. This is further complicated by the simultaneous initiation in December 1941 of the Red Army's expansive winter counteroffensive and Japan's Pacific onslaught, both of which require careful treatment. Those familiar with my Midway book may recall my counseling listeners at the start of its 3rd chapter to pour themselves a rather tall glass of spirits before wading in. For this book, I'd advise not waiting, but locating a comfy chair and deploying your refreshment of choice now. The year 1942 is a marathon, not a sprint, and to get it up and running, I have to put the previous year through its paces. Once we make it to March, things will get easier, I promise. The war thus far. The Eastern Front and the failure of Operation Barbarossa. On 22 June 1941, Germany initiated the largest ground war in history, invading the Soviet Union along 1,700 miles of front stretching from the Barents to the Black Seas. The Wehrmacht attacked with everything it had: over 3 million men, 3,500 tanks, 600,000 motorized vehicles, and 625,000 horses, 7,000 artillery pieces, and 3,000 aircraft. Along with them came substantial forces from Romania, and a short time later, those of Finland and Hungary. On paper, they were up against a colossus. The Red Army fielded more than 5 million men, 24,000 tanks, 91,000 artillery pieces, and 19,000 aircraft. But the initial stages of the German campaign unfolded in true blitzkrieg fashion: front-loaded, fast-moving, and maximally violent. Russia's frontier defenses collapsed, along with the Red Army's command and control apparatus. German armored forces herded Soviet formations into a series of gigantic Kesselschlachts, kettle battles, and annihilated them. Hundreds of thousands of Soviet troops disappeared into the maws of these catastrophes at Minsk, Smolensk, Uman, and Kiev, with more than 1 million killed, missing, and captured in the latter two alone. The Red Air Force, VVS, was decimated, with 1,200 aircraft destroyed on the first day of Barbarossa and 7,500 by September. Soviet armored forces were ravaged, with over 10,000 tanks destroyed or captured in the first month, and double that by the end of the year, a figure that represented more armored vehicles than existed on the rest of the planet. However, Barbarossa cannot be understood in strictly military terms. Adolf Hitler's overarching vision was threefold: securing German Lebensraum, living space, via neo-fascist colonialism, destroying Jewish Bolshevism in the East, and finding a solution to the Jewish question. Thus, intrinsically linked to this large-scale military effort came an effort to exterminate the Jews, Romani, Bolsheviks, Slavs, and other undesirables living in Germany's newly conquered territories to make way for German colonists. In Hitler's pseudoscience world, their mere existence was seen as a potential eugenic pollutant to the purity of the true Aryan peoples who would inhabit the expanded Nazi Empire. This view was actively endorsed and enabled by many within the German army here, with senior commanders encouraging and supporting the Einsatzgruppen and death squads that followed closely behind the Panzer spearheads. As historian David Stahel put it, while each and every member of the Ostheer cannot be condemned as a war criminal, at the same time, very few could claim to be entirely innocent. By the end of 1941, more than 500,000 Jewish civilians had been killed, as well as tens of thousands of partisans. Along with them, perished more than 2 million Soviet prisoners from maltreatment, summary execution, disease, and starvation. Hitler and his generals had assumed that once Soviet forces on the frontiers imploded, the Red Army would be unable to reestablish a continuous front, and organized resistance would dwindle toward cessation. The Red Army declined to conform to these expectations and continued counterattacking throughout the summer. The Germans sometimes did not recognize these efforts for what they actually were, since they were often poorly coordinated and overwhelmed by the rapidly evolving campaign. But, disjointed or not, Soviet counterblows cumulatively succeeded in blunting the Wehrmacht's momentum. German casualties catapulted far beyond expectations. By September, the Heer had lost more than 500,000 soldiers, including nearly 185,000 dead. The remaining troops were increasingly exhausted. Numerous infantry regiments had begun disbanding one of their battalions in order to prop up the remaining two. By October, the tank strength of Army Group Center's panzer divisions, on which everything depended, had fallen by 70%. Yet Hitler, Colonel General Franz Halder, head of the Army's High Command, or OKH, and other senior Army leaders continued urging their field commanders forward, even while some of the latter were muttering ominously in their diaries that the men couldn't take much more. German logistics, never the Wehrmacht's strong suit, fell apart. Designed for campaigns of 250 to 300 miles, German supply lines now stretched nearly 600 miles from their depots in Poland. Railroad and motor transport wasn't bringing up nearly enough gasoline, ammunition, and food to keep German forces moving. The conversion of Soviet railroads to German gauge hadn't proceeded according to schedule, and the rear areas were alive with partisans. Soviet roads were abysmal, and when pitted against an Axis truck park drawn largely from civilian stocks that in many cases had been plundered from France and the Low Countries, the results were decidedly in favor of Russian potholes. Just continuing the advance was progressively demotorizing the Heer. In late September 1941, with the onset of the Russian winter now fast approaching, the Germans mustered one final all-out effort, Operation Typhoon, aimed at taking Moscow. Army Group Center had been beefed up to 75 divisions, and 3 of Germany's 4 panzer groups, comprising 1.9 million men, 1,500 tanks, and 1,000 aircraft. Germany's final lunge forward began promisingly enough. The Heer's tank forces smashed through Soviet lines and raced deep into the interior, creating gigantic Kessel battles around Vyazma and Bryansk. Probably more than 1 million Soviet soldiers were eventually killed or captured in these twin calamities. On 3 October, Hitler declared to the roaring approval of thousands at the Berlin Sportpalast that the Soviet Union had finally been struck down and will never rise again. Yet, even as exhausted German forces began crushing the newly formed pockets, the first heavy fall rains began pelting down on Mother Russia's native soil. The Rasputitsa, the season of mud, had come. Movement instantly became molasses-like, as fields and roads were encased in axle-sucking muck. The Germans were down to 75,000 vehicles, an 88% drop from the start of the campaign. Horses dropped dead in herds, more than 1,000 a day. Fuel, ammunition, and food deliveries waned to a trickle. Daily Luftwaffe sorties fell 40% to just over 600 across the vast front, while the Luftwaffe's air groups had lost a third of their aircraft and another fifth were damaged. When the ground finally froze and Russia's General Winter temporarily released Germany's panzers from his icy grip in mid-November, it was only to play them cruelly. Once again, German armor pushed forward. But with the Wehrmacht nearly out of gas and supplies, there could be no more sweeping envelopments or fancy maneuvers, just frontal headbanging against coalescing Soviet reserves. This is not to say the Soviets weren't alarmed as German tanks ground closer to Moscow's suburbs. General Konstantin Rokossovsky faced some of the most harrowing moments of his storied wartime career, as his 16th Army was slowly pounded to bits by panzers. Yet, the man in overall charge of the capital's defense, General Georgy Zhukov, remained coolly confident, telling Stalin in mid-November, "We will, without fail, hold Moscow." By 24 November, German combat strength reached its end. German companies had 20 men, not 200. Battalions were being commanded by lieutenants instead of colonels. The decimated flocks of the Luftwaffe's warhawks mostly huddled shivering on the ground. At the same time that the German advance in front of Moscow was fossilizing, other reverses were occurring on the extremities of the front. In the north, it was clear that Leningrad, while besieged, was too staunchly defended to be captured outright and would not fall any time soon. Meanwhile, far to the south in the Crimea, General Erich von Manstein's 11th Army had been brought to a halt at the gates of Sevastopol. 350 miles to the east, General Ewald von Kleist's 1st Panzer Army had captured Rostov-on-Don, and with it, a crucial bridgehead across the river. However, on 22 November, the Red Army counterattacked, forcing Kleist out of the city and prompting a crisis. Army Group South's commander, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, ordered his overextended forces to fall back to more defensible lines along the River Meuse. Hitler sacked him for his temerity and placed 6th Army's Field Marshal Walter von Reichenau in charge, whereupon Reichenau promptly implemented the retreat Rundstedt had already set in motion. It was the first major German reverse of the war. With these setbacks, the German High Command now had to admit that Barbarossa had definitively failed. In actuality, in reference to its original conception, it had already failed by late summer, when it became clear that the swift destruction of the Red Army just wasn't happening. With Moscow no longer available, even as a consolation prize, Hitler and the Wehrmacht knew they would have to fundamentally recast their war aims and look for new opportunities in the spring. What they did not anticipate, however, was the surprise the Soviets were cooking up for them at the beginning of December. The War in the Mediterranean. Italy had gone to war on 10 June 1940 with a jackal's sense of occasion, as Paul Kennedy put it, just as the Germans had been in the final stages of dismembering France. Determined not to be left on the sidelines with no share of the spoils, Mussolini wanted war, but was equally determined not to fight under German orders. Instead, he would wage what he envisioned as a parallel conflict of hopefully short duration. "I assure you the war will be over in September," he had told the chief of the Italian General Staff, Marshal Pietro Badoglio, 2 weeks before ordering the assault on France. In so doing, Mussolini was relying on the outsized military shadow Hitler was casting over Europe to prevent the Allies from devoting too much power against Italy while pursuing his goals. These were threefold: releasing Italy from its self-proclaimed prison in the Mediterranean by first dominating local waters and then capturing either Gibraltar or Suez, enlarging Italy's North African holdings, and increasing its economic independence by lifting the economic embargo instituted by France and Britain in early 1941. Instead, Mussolini's dreams of a new Roman Empire had rapidly evaporated, as the pessimistic premonitions of many of his military leaders had come true. Italy's first offensive in North Africa began in September 1940 with an invasion of Egypt by an army of 150,000 men. Italian forces tentatively advanced some 60 miles across the border before their feeble logistical tether had obliged them to halt and await more supplies. In December 1940, although numbering only 35,000 soldiers, the British counterattacked. The result was a humiliating Italian rout at the hands of British General Richard O'Connor. O'Connor drove the Italians out of Egypt and back across Cyrenaica, before sending a mechanized flying column cross-country through the desert to block their retreat at Beit Afam, on the eastern edge of the Gulf of Sirte. By the end of the debacle, between 88,000 and 133,000 Italian prisoners had been shuffled off to POW camps. It might have behooved Mussolini to await the results of his Egyptian campaign before opening a second, but Rome's modern-day Caesar was not to be denied, kicking off an invasion of Greece in October 1940, aimed at cementing Italy's position in the eastern Mediterranean, and as a counter to perceived German ambitions in its sphere. Attacking out of Albania with a force of about 90,000 men, the Italian offensive folded like a rusty camp chair in the Albanian mountains. The outnumbered Greeks not only held, but instead counterattacked, and began pushing the Italians back into Albania. It was only Germany's invasion of Greece via Bulgaria and Yugoslavia in the spring of 1941 that had retrieved the situation, providing a semblance of recompense for the 90,000 combat casualties the Italians had expended there. At the same time, the British took pains to eliminate other Axis threats to their Mideast position. Though the Italians had attacked out of Abyssinia and captured British Somaliland on the Horn of Africa in August 1940, British forces gradually drew the noose around the Italian enclave. By November 1941, Britain captured all of Italian East Africa, thereby securing its sea communications into the Red Sea. An Iraqi revolt against British rule in April 1941 was quashed, despite limited support by Germany, Italy, and Vichy France. This resulted in a follow-on British campaign into Syria and Lebanon, eliminating them as potential Axis bases. At sea, the Italian Navy, Regia Marina, fought competently and held its own against the more experienced Royal Navy. But at the end of 1940, Britain's audacious carrier raid against Taranto sank or damaged half of Italy's 6 capital ships in a single blow. While this did nothing to stem the Italian fleet's will to battle, it temporarily altered the naval balance in favor of Britain. This was amplified by the disaster at the Battle of Cape Matapan in March 1941, where 3 Italian heavy cruisers were destroyed. Taken together, by the spring of 1941, it was clear that Mussolini's vision of a parallel war in the Mediterranean was a pipe dream. As early as December 1940, Marshal Emilio di Bono had stated, "We, as Italians, have lost the war. The Axis will have to win it." Italy would now stand or fall alongside its German partner. In the middle of 1941, though, saw a revival of Axis fortunes, as Hitler began committing substantial forces to the Mediterranean to stabilize his ally. In February, in an attempt at staving off the unfolding disaster O'Connor was then inflicting on the Italians in the desert, the Germans landed a small armored force in Libya under the command of one of Hitler's favorite tank commanders, Lieutenant General Erwin Rommel. Not content with steadying the Italians, Rommel attacked straight off the mark, and was unwittingly aided by Winston Churchill's decision around this same time to send some of O'Connor's better troops to defend Greece from impending German invasion. Finding the enemy, not to mention his own quartermasters, utterly unprepared for the Afrika Korps' onset, Rommel blew through O'Connor's defenses, then drove hellbent to the east. It was the first of the Desert Fox's epic advances, coming to a halt only after Rommel pushed the British back 500 miles from El Agheila to the frontiers of Egypt and invested the port of Tobruk. In the process, General O'Connor was captured, giving one of Britain's best generals a rather extended holiday from the war. Meanwhile, Churchill's commitment to the Greeks availed him nothing. Beginning in April 1941, the Wehrmacht swiftly crushed the last remaining Allied land presence in Europe, expelling the British Army from the continent yet again. Hitler immediately followed up with an aerial invasion of Crete in May, which, though costly to his paratroops, routed Commonwealth forces. Wherever the German army went, the Luftwaffe was certain to be its constant consort, and the Germans had sent the experienced Fliegerkorps X and its 400-some aircraft into the theater to support Rommel, and then the Greek invasion. As the Royal Navy began pulling British troops out of Crete, the seas around the island were transformed into a boiling cauldron by German dive bombers and torpedo planes. During a 10-day stretch, the British lost a carrier and 2 battleships damaged, and another 9 cruisers and 13 destroyers sunk or damaged, the better part of Britain's entire Mediterranean fleet. Though Italian forces played their part, it was the Germans who brought home the lion's share of the kills. To this point, the Royal Navy had been relatively safe from the Italian Air Force, which was neither trained nor equipped for naval operations. Now, suddenly, the skies over the Middle Sea held deadly peril. The morale of the Royal Navy nearly cracked. Only the ruthless will of Admiral Andrew Cunningham, the Royal Navy's Mediterranean C&C, held the fleet together. Under the seas was no safer. Though the Italian submarine fleet had proven an indifferent adversary, the German U-boats that began sneaking through the Straits of Gibraltar in September were an entirely different matter, as they accounted for the loss of a British battleship and carrier at the end of 1941. Though the Royal Navy had held its own throughout the year, the combination of a resurgent Italian surface fleet and German air power and submarines was tilting the balance of naval forces in favor of the Axis by the end of the year. The same was largely true on land, with Rommel now at the gates of Egypt, Tobruk besieged, and Commonwealth forces coming to realize that they were not the equal of German panzers when it came to mobile operations in the desert. Malta, a dagger at the throat of Axis logistics flowing south to Libya, was almost cut off from outside aid, and was out of range of air support after the Germans captured the air bases in Cyrenaica. By the end of 1941, the British were rightly concerned about the status of their most important theater in the war, whereas the Italians were now guardedly optimistic. The Battle of the Atlantic. The outbreak of war in Europe in September 1939 raised the curtain on what was to be the most sustained naval campaign of the entire war, the Battle of the Atlantic. Its opening had not been propitious for Great Britain. Germany's initial campaign against British shipping featured not only submarines, but also surface warships, merchant raiders, undersea mines, and Luftwaffe aircraft, all aimed at cutting Britain's lifeline to the home islands. Unsurprisingly, in the face of a multi-dimensional threat, and with Britain not as ready for war as it would have liked, the first year and a half of the struggle proved difficult indeed. Surface raiders, both German warships and converted merchant cruisers, had sunk less tonnage than other components of Grand Admiral Erich Raeder's offensive. But by virtue of their great range, and supported by German resupply vessels hidden in out-of-the-way places, they operated on all the world's oceans. The Kriegsmarine's trio of pocket battleships, really oversized heavy cruisers, were perfect for this sort of thing, with their long-range diesel plants and 11-inch guns capable of defeating any British counterpart. Two of them had been prepositioned in the Atlantic before the start of the war. By the beginning of 1940, too, the first of a dozen German merchant cruisers were refitted and began operating in the South Atlantic, Indian, and even Pacific Oceans, the Comet having made its way to the Pacific via the Arctic, courtesy of a pair of surreptitious Soviet icebreakers. This forced the Royal Navy to send cruisers to every corner of the globe, preventing it from concentrating its forces while also disrupting the world's shipping lanes. The fall of France in the middle of 1940 only made things worse, as it put the Luftwaffe, German mine layers, and short-range torpedo boats, E-boats, much closer to Britain's shores and its vulnerable coastal traffic. Germany's mining campaign in British waters began extracting a significant toll of shipping, while Luftwaffe aircraft waylaid British vessels as they made their way to port, and even in some cases when they were at anchor. It was the U-boat threat, though, that dominated attention. Britain was acutely aware of the submarine danger, having nearly been brought to ruin by German submarines in the First World War. However, in the intervening years, it seemed that a technical solution to the submarine problem had been found: ASDIC, or sonar in American parlance. By using high-frequency sound waves and echolocation, it was now possible to detect U-boats underwater. So great was the faith that the British placed in this new device that many in the Royal Navy felt that the submarine threat had essentially been solved. One British naval staff report from 1937 noted confidently that the submarine should never again be able to present us with the problem we were faced with in 1917. Bold words, and sadly, proven wrong by the events of late 1940. France's fall meant that German submarines could rebase to a quintet of ports along the Bay of Biscay, making transit to the open waters of the Atlantic far easier. Beginning in July, German boats began unleashing a reign of terror in the waters west of Ireland in what became known amongst German submariners as the Happy Time. British escorts were few and far between, ill-prepared for German tactics, and often not equipped with ASDIC. The same was true of the Royal Canadian Navy, RCN, which was increasingly involved in protecting North Atlantic convoys. ASDIC itself was not as effective as pre-war exercises had indicated. Anti-submarine warfare, ASW tactics, were rudimentary, and a number of warships were wasted in ineffective hunting groups far from the shipping lanes. As well, numerous merchant ships sailed independently of convoys. These accounted for the vast majority of losses. Even the convoys, though, were only haphazardly protected. The result was a destruction of 1.8 million tons of shipping between June and December 1940. When the British fell back on convoying, the U-boats shifted to group tactics, wolf packs as they came to be known, and attacked at night on the surface, where British ASDIC could not find them. Some convoys were torn to ribbons. Convoy SC-7 in October 1940 lost 20 ships out of 35 that had set sail, and another 6 damaged. With more new German submarines slated to come into the fray in the following year, the trend lines for Britain's survival were not looking good. The year 1941, though, saw a gradual improvement in British fortunes, despite a formidable butcher's bill. The threat of Germany's surface raiders had gradually been contained, culminating in the destruction of the battleship Bismarck in late May, during her first and only commerce destruction mission. And though U-boat sinkings had continued unabated, a number of factors began coming together to aid British fortunes. First, the British managed to keep their heads above water in terms of losses by constructing about 2 million new tons of shipping, impounding another 4 million tons of Axis and Allied neutral bottoms, and doing a commendable job of repairing about 1 million tons of damaged vessels that had been idled in British ports. Meanwhile, Royal Air Force, RAF Coastal Command aircraft increased patrols from the home islands, which had the effect of pushing U-boats back from Britain's shores. The British also started sending planes into the Bay of Biscay to hunt transiting U-boats. By the end of the year, air bases in the UK, Iceland, and Newfoundland had extended air coverage across much of the Atlantic, although a large gap south of Greenland still remained. When the United States took over the Icelandic occupation from the Canadians in July 1941, the U.S. Navy, USN, had begun escorting its own resupply convoys there, while offering to escort any other Commonwealth vessels that wanted to tag along. The American self-declared security zone was pushed ever farther east from its own coastline, until it stretched all the way from Iceland to the Azores. The net effect of America playing rather fast and loose with the definition of neutrality was to place substantial chunks of the Atlantic effectively off-limits to German submarines, allowing the British and Canadians to focus resources in other areas. Just as there were more aircraft in the skies overhead, there were also more and better escorts at sea, too. British and Canadian yards began laying down dozens of sloops and corvettes as soon as the war began, and these smaller warships, inexpensive, slow, and sometimes indifferently armed, were now coming off the building ways and into the fleet. Radar, along with better depth charges, tactics, and training, were all beginning to have an impact as well. Most important, British code breaking was providing the Admiralty with the ability to steer convoys clear of U-boats. As submarine contacts plummeted, so too did Wolfpack sinkings, much to the ire of the cunning leader of Germany's U-boat service, Vice Admiral Karl Donitz. By the end of the year, monthly U-boat tonnage had fallen 26.7%, despite Donitz having nearly triple the boats operating in the Atlantic that he had in 1940. By the end of 1941, the situation in the Atlantic was one of general stalemate, with the trends slightly favoring the Allies. The Royal Navy, with the Royal Canadian Navy and U.S. Navy, had managed to keep Britain's lifeline intact, albeit at great cost. Donitz's U-boats had proven terrifyingly effective, but not quite effective enough to bring Britain to her knees. With the end of the surface raider threat coming into sight, Germany's operations against Allied convoys were becoming increasingly one-dimensional, which is hardly ever good news for military operations against a resourceful enemy. On the other hand, many more U-boats were either on the building ways or shortly to be commissioned. Worse, the Anglo-American Canadian escort groups on the North Atlantic routes, particularly the Canadians, had been stretched to their limits and were falling behind on training, rest, and refits. Finally, the ultimate fate of France's powerful fleet of more than 170 surface ships and submarines remained in doubt. Though ostensibly neutral after the fall of France, it was commanded by Admiral François Darlan, a violent Anglophobe. Were it to fall into Nazi hands, the balance of world naval power could be upset once more. Thus, the jury remained very much out on the ultimate verdict in the war for the sea lanes. Britain's strategic bombing campaign. Prior to 1942, a single word summarizes RAF Bomber Command's quest to make strategic bombing a decisive implement in Britain's war effort: failure. An extremely expensive failure at that. If Germany's submarine campaign can be seen as an attempt to land a knockout blow against Britain through means other than direct invasion, Britain's own bombing campaign against Germany was a similar gambit, an attempt to win the war outright through the air, since Hitler's Reich was proving largely invulnerable to naval blockade and completely beyond Britain's ability to match on the ground. But if in 1941, Donitz's U-boats were coming within at least spitting distance of their goal at sea, Bomber Command's efforts overhead hadn't even come close to producing strategically meaningful results. In fact, the first 2 years of war had confirmed that not only was Britain's initial vision for its air campaign fundamentally flawed, but was also being carried out with inadequate weapons. The RAF began the war with just 1,460 aircraft, including 536 bombers. The latter were twin-engine aircraft, many of them fairly small, with a limited payload and range, and bearing no resemblance to the large four-engine models that would dominate the skies later in the war. Yet, such bombers were deemed perfectly capable of delivering powerful blows to the German war economy, and, if it came to it, to German civilian morale, and thus had Bomber Command gone to war. The pre-war air orthodoxy, heavily influenced by theorists like WWII, Hugh Trenchard, and Billy Mitchell, had predicted that modern wars would be won by air power alone. Ignoring the front lines on the ground, modern aircraft would be able to strike unimpeded at an adversary's rear areas, targeting the entirety of their economy and society in ways that conventional ground and naval forces could not. Given the phenomenal pace of aviation technology development, from the 12-horsepower Wright Flyer that could barely make it off the ground in 1903, to the 3,000-horsepower B-17 prototype that could fly 250 miles per hour at 25,000 feet 3 decades later, aviation, understandably, seemed to offer revolutionary possibilities. This, combined with a collective horror at trench warfare's costs, provide fertile ground for the aspirations of military airmen everywhere. Some went a bit too far, though, inventing lurid tales of entire cities being destroyed, blown up, knocked down, immolated, gassed, with their defenseless populations driven insane by bombs hurtling down from above. The impact of these calamities, combined with the destruction of basic services and a lack of food, would surely lead to a rapid collapse of civilian morale, followed by the overthrow of the adversary's government and the speedy termination of fighting. Such visions were obviously debatable. Even more questionable was the theory that mounting an effective defense against aerial attacks would be largely impossible. Despite Deputy Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin's 1932 famously gloomy prediction that the bomber will always get through, both the Germans and British ended up hedging their bets and paying a good deal of attention to air defense anyway. Both sides had also been skittish after the outbreak of hostilities about attacking the other cities. It is notable that whereas the Germans had no scruples about bombing civilians in Warsaw, they initially had considerably more when it came to bombing Londoners. The Poles couldn't bomb them back. The British most certainly could. The same had been true in reverse, with Chamberlain's government not wishing to ignite a retaliatory calamity at the hands of the Luftwaffe by hitting targets in Germany. British attitudes on the topic began changing with Churchill's ascension to Prime Minister in May 1940, which coincided with the impending collapse of France. In these desperate circumstances, he felt it imperative to demonstrate Britain's resolve to adversaries and potential allies alike by striking back against the Reich. The problem was that attacking Germany necessitated attacking at night, which in turn raised the likelihood of killing civilians. Night attacks were required because by this time in the war, the British had been disabused of the disastrous notion that the bomber will always get through. In fact, in many cases, it didn't. The most painful of these learning experiences occurred on 14 and 18 December 1939, in what came to be known as the Battle of the North Sea. These were a pair of raids aimed at Wilhelmshaven and shipping in the Heligoland Bight, with a dozen Vickers Wellingtons attacking on the 14th, and twice that number 4 days later. The Wellington was the best bomber the British had, and was believed capable of defending itself. But both raids suffered 50% losses, with German Messerschmitts ripping the Wellington formations apart in the latter case. 6 months later, during the Battle of France, attempts to influence events on the battlefield were treated to similarly dismal results. Between April and August, daylight attacks cost Bomber Command a ruinous 6% rate of attacking aircraft lost. Those at night cost a much more bearable 2.7%. The math was obvious. Daylight attacks would still be used on occasion for those targets absolutely demanding precision, but it was accepted that these raids would suffer heavier losses. For the men of Bomber Command, it was now a self-evident truth that nighttime attack was the only way to run a sustainable bombing campaign. This was problematic, though, because the accuracy of bombing in the dark was wildly variable, and the risks of collateral damage to civilians were obviously much greater. Even when hitting industrial targets in Germany was finally approved, the Air Ministry was still at pains to point out to Bomber Command's then Commander-in-Chief, Air Marshal Sir Charles Parshall, that civilians were not to be deliberately targeted. In no circumstances should night bombing be allowed to degenerate into mere indiscriminate action, which is contrary to the policy of His Majesty's government. However, it wouldn't take long before Parshall was, in fact, thinking in more indiscriminate terms, as the operational realities of carrying out his mission with the planes and technology at hand became more apparent. By September, he told the Air Ministry that since Krupp's enormous armaments works were located in the heart of Essen, the whole city can, for practical purposes, be regarded as a military objective. The line between civilian and soldier was fast being erased. It was no great stretch to extend that logic and begin transforming the byproduct of civilian destruction in the name of industrial destruction into the end product itself. When Parshall was promoted to Chief of the Air Staff in October 1940, he took these rapidly evolving views with him, although there was as yet no clear consensus on the matter. However, that same month also saw the first use of incendiaries against industrial cities by Bomber Command. As the German histories note, although reference was still made to militarily relevant targets in the towns, these were practically speaking only the peg on which to hang what was later known as area bombing. Britain's first indiscriminate area raid, ostensibly in reprisal for the burning of Coventry, was launched against Mannheim on the night of 16-17 December, with limited results. Though the British public was kept in the dark on this gradual transformation in bombing policy, the Rubicon had been crossed. That said, the British public probably wouldn't have cared all that much. They were on the receiving end of very heavy bombing themselves as the German Blitz unfolded. The year 1941 had seen Bomber Command, now in the hands of Air Marshal Sir Richard Pearse, soldier on with inadequate assets and an ill-defined purpose. Of the 536 bombers on hand when Pearse took over in October 1940, 302 were either obsolescent ferry battles or delicate Bristol Blenheims, meaning on any given night, Pearse had only around 150 usable aircraft. Even these usable types contained a fair number of mediocre two-engine models, Hamptons, Whitleys, and Manchesters. Only the Wellington was really a decent machine, and none of the two-engine types could carry the weight of bombs necessary to cause major destruction. Pearse's mix of planes did begin changing during 1941 as heavier aircraft, including the first four-engine Stirlings and Halifaxes, came into service. But the raw numbers weren't improving much, as newer aircraft were simply swapped for older models lost in battle, and then destroyed themselves in short order. Meanwhile, Bomber Command was sent every which way. First, tasked against Germany's Ruhr district, then oil targets, then yanked for 4 months onto fruitless attacks against Nazi submarine pens, building yards, and maritime targets, and then back toward railroad marshalling yards and industrial targets yet again. The results, from what anybody could tell, hadn't been war-winning. Simultaneously, German defenses coalesced, and British losses climbed from 3% in the first half of the year to an unhealthy 5% by the end. The trend lines were heading in the wrong direction. As Max Hastings notes, if one included those aircraft that had crashed in England, the entire front line of Bomber Command had been statistically wiped out in less than 4 months. By the end of 1941, the pre-war bomber crews were either dead, were POWs, or had been moved into non-operational billets. Fresh men had to take their places, and it was obvious that they too would be rapidly expended. It was against this backdrop of disarray and increasing attrition that Bomber Command would face 1942's challenges not only over Germany, but also in domestic public opinion, as many began wondering if strategic bombing was actually worth the cost in men, materiel, and money. The coming year necessarily had to be one of rebuilding strength, figuring out better attack methods, and then working towards some sort of strategically meaningful and attainable goal. There would be an added twist, too, with America's recent entry into the war. It had been clear from the get-go that the U.S. was eager to send its own air forces to Britain for waging aerial war against the Reich. But the Americans were disinclined to follow the bombing strategy of their hosts. They were firmly convinced that their bombers, featuring heavy defensive armament and the sophisticated Norden bomb sight, would be able to operate over Germany in daylight, even without fighter escort, and ruin the Reich's war industry through concentrated precision attacks. First, they had to set up shop in the UK, a process that would take months. America's airmen thus came into the war with two urgent questions. Could they establish themselves quickly enough to begin having an impact on the war this year? And once they began flying raids into Germany, would their daylight doctrine hold up? The war in China and Japan's decision to advance south. The reason Japan ultimately decided to go to war against the Netherlands, Great Britain, and the United States was because of its inability to win its ongoing war in China. That single sentence summarizes the depths of irrationality Japan's upper leadership had descended to by mid-1941. That somehow the ostensible solution to one unwinnable war was unleashing an even larger war against 3 new opponents, including both the world's largest colonial empire and the world's most powerful economy. Nevertheless, there were certain trends in world events that gave Japan hope that its audacity might be rewarded. As such, it's worth taking the time to examine the war Japan was already fighting. After winning the Russo-Japanese War of 1904-5, and then annexing Korea in 1910, Japan had capitalized on Germany's defeat in the First World War to appropriate the Kaiser's island holdings in the Central Pacific as well. In 1931, Japan occupied Manchuria and established the puppet state of Manchukuo, which was aimed at creating a trading and resource extraction yen bloc that would allow Japan to be economically independent. In other words, the same underlying pressures that had driven both Germany and Italy toward autarky during this period were pushing Japan as well. The Imperial Army, though, was ultimately not content with just Manchuria. Japan's ambitions collided with the emergence of Chiang Kai-shek's Chinese nationalist government, the Kuomintang, or KMT, the gradual coalescence of power around Nanjing, and the virtual banishment of the Chinese communists from the center of the country, all of which signaled that China might be emerging from decades of chaos. This posed a direct threat to Japanese power in the region, doubly so should China side with Stalin and/or become communist itself. In July 1937, border tensions erupted at the Marco Polo Bridge near Peking. The Japanese Kwantung Army, which was by now effectively a rogue state unto itself, escalated the fighting into an invasion of northern China. The euphemistically named China Incident quickly ballooned into a full-blown war, marking the beginning of the 8-year Asia-Pacific War and also, in a real sense, the beginning of the Second World War. The Imperial Army had assured Emperor Hirohito that the fighting would be over in a month. For the Chinese nationalists and Chiang, though, this was a do-or-die struggle. Back in 1931, when faced with Japan's seizure of Manchuria, the KMT had balked at war, because it was clear it did not have the strength. But it was more robust now, and Chiang believed he had no choice but to fight were the nationalists to prove their bona fides of saving China from dismemberment and continued humiliation. The result was an escalating series of battles with Japan. Shanghai was lost in November 1937 after 3 months of the most extensive urban combat the world would see until Stalingrad. The following month, the Japanese captured Nanjing, whereupon the Imperial Army engaged in an orgy of violence against its civilian population. Japan assumed that with the loss of Chiang's capital, the nationalists would see reason and capitulate. No Chinese government had resisted a Western-style aggression since the mid-1800s, and in Japan's eyes, its conquest of Shanghai simply proved that its modern military was reaping its expected benefits. Chiang's beaten army, though, retreated into the hinterland. His government refused to negotiate. Shanghai's protracted resistance had confirmed to the Chinese that the KMT had more grit than most expected, and cemented Chiang's political legitimacy. This presented Japan with a conundrum. With their superior firepower, training, and organization, Japanese forces consistently outperformed Chinese armies in the field. However, without a political settlement, the war could not be ended. The year 1938 witnessed a bloody Japanese campaign into the Wuhan cities, accompanied by the deliberate flooding of the Yellow River by the nationalists, causing between 500,000 and 800,000 civilian deaths. After heavy fighting, the Japanese were again ultimately victorious. Chiang still refused to negotiate. By mid-1941, Japan had conquered itself into a dead end. The Imperial Army by now had 850,000 troops engaged in a seemingly intractable struggle against its huge, crippled, yet unyielding foe. Japan lacked the manpower to force a conclusion. Indeed, by the end of 1938, the Imperial Army concluded that it was no longer possible to militarily defeat China, and a year later, some officers were proposing withdrawals, a prospect that the Kwantung Army fought with all its might. It was true that in the areas it had overrun, the Imperial Army controlled the major urban centers and railways. The countryside, though, was alive with bandits and guerrillas. Imperial coffers were being drained to the tune of $5 million a day. There was no obvious way forward. China was simply too immense to swallow, and the Japanese had repudiated the KMT, leaving them no one with whom to negotiate. Having now lost more than 600,000 casualties, including nearly 200,000 killed, Japan's militarists could not bear a retreat to antebellum lines with its attendant loss of face. Japan was increasingly forced to look to political and economic means of isolating China and bringing the war to a close, instead of relying on military conquest. From 1938 until 1944, the situation on the ground would change but little. However, the events of 1941 increased Japan's determination to act militarily along other avenues. France had been defeated. Britain was beleaguered, and clearly no longer the near-omnipotent empire of the past. Germany was the world's new military superpower. The Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in June, while a shock to the Japanese, brought about new temptations to use force. Soviet disasters portended the collapse of Stalin's regime. This might allow the Kwantung Army to pick the fight it had wanted for a decade, against a weakened USSR. Under the guise of conducting training exercises, the Japanese briefly moved 700,000 men to the Manchurian border in anticipation of taking the offensive against Stalin in August. However, other events intervened, yanking the army's attention away from Manchuria. The Imperial Navy had always believed that the solution to Japan's economic woes lay not in China, Manchuria, or Siberia, but in Southeast Asia, where the treasure troves of raw materials were to be found. France's collapse had exposed the vulnerability of its colony in French Indochina, which might advance Japanese influence further south. This had resulted in Japan's pressuring the Vichy regime to cede it control of northern Indochina, thereby cutting off supply routes into southern China. However, when the Japanese forced a defense treaty on the Vichy French government in July 1941 and occupied Saigon and the southern remainder of the colony, an obvious springboard for further Japanese moves toward Malaya, Sumatra, and Java, the Dutch and American governments reacted by freezing Japanese assets. In practical terms, this resulted in a total trade embargo, cutting off Japan's oil supplies. The fact that American oil not only was being used by the Japanese military to kill the Chinese, but also might now be used to help fuel a Japanese drive against the Soviets in Siberia or the British in the South, played heavily into these matters. This embargo was nonetheless stunning to the Japanese, who had convinced themselves that as long as their occupation took place peacefully, the world community wouldn't quibble. Instead, as a result of Japan's miscalculation in Indochina, Japan and America now found themselves in a vicious cycle. The Americans, for their part, did not want a war, and were probably willing to cut a deal if Japan retreated from Indochina in return. To Japan's militarists, this was unthinkable. Having alarmed its neighbors into rearming and reacting with economic warfare, Japan responded with predictably strident rhetoric, accusing the West of surrounding it and being intent on war, despite the fact that its enemies were wholly of its own making. As soon as the American oil embargo was enacted, senior members of the Imperial Navy began pushing to open hostilities as soon as possible. Their reasons were clear-cut. First, Japan's economy was almost totally reliant on Dutch and American oil imports. At best, Japan had enough petroleum reserves for about 2 years of war, with the Navy, in particular, utterly dependent. Japan's army might be able to march without trucks, but its Navy could not fight without fuel. Admiral Nagano Osami, the Navy's chief of staff, summarized the matter during the summer of 1941. The Navy is consuming 400 tons of oil an hour. The situation is urgent. We want it decided one way or the other quickly. The second reason for haste was Congress's bipartisan passage of the Two-Ocean Navy Act in July 1940, after France's fall. Japan's admirals could read the newspapers as well as anyone, and they understood that a single stroke of FDR's pen had demolished any long-term prospect of Japanese naval supremacy in the Pacific. The enormity of America's building plans, a jaw-dropping $8.55 billion for 200-some warships, including 8 aircraft carriers, 7 battleships, 27 cruisers, and 115 destroyers, eclipsed any possible Japanese response. By way of comparison, the previous year Japan's Diet had allocated what it felt was a shocking sum for naval construction, a total of $342 million. The Americans had upped that ante 25-fold. Essentially, FDR was announcing to the world that in about 4 years the U.S. Navy would be second to none, and there was nothing anybody could do about it. The Naval General Staff's Vice Admiral, Kondo Nobutake, noting that the Americans were laying down ships far more rapidly than the Japanese could, summarized things succinctly by stating, "If we go to war, today would be best." This aligned with another factor. The Allied powers in Asia were currently weak. Dutch forces in the Indies were laughably small, and even Britain seemed unlikely to be able to respond to an offensive. The Imperial Navy also had more warships than the Americans did in the Pacific. Matters wouldn't stay that way for long. All in all, the Navy argued, there was a window of opportunity that needed to be seized before it disappeared permanently under the weight of American shipbuilding. If Japan was going to go to war, it had to be soon, and the objective of such a war had to be what they termed the Southern Resource Area. Japan also felt confident that by launching a war as soon as possible, they would benefit from Germany's successes on the battlefield. As matters of war and peace were being debated in Tokyo, the Wehrmacht was tearing the Red Army to shreds on the steppes. By all appearances, the Germans would eliminate the Soviets as a world power. The British would logically be the next target. If Britain fell, as seemed likely enough if it became Germany's sole European opponent, would the United States, bereft of its main allies, really dare continue a war alone against all three Axis powers? All of these factors militated toward acting now. The Army couldn't argue with the Navy's logic. Indeed, the Allied oil embargo was remarkably clarifying in rapidly reorienting the Army's strategic outlook southward, at least for the time being. In addition to oil, the Army perceived another benefit to a wider war. If Burma could be occupied and the Burma Road cut off, Chiang's nationalist government would finally be isolated from outside help. This would force Chiang's hand and end the war in China. It would be wrong to characterize Japan's leadership as united for war at this point, particularly one involving the United States. Japan's internal politics were, however, marked by a lack of central authority and an absence of candid communication between the political and military elite. Though many senior officers had grave private misgivings regarding the advisability of going to war, in public, during critical council meetings, they affected a stridently nationalist tone for fear of looking weak. Likewise, there is evidence to support the notion that Hirohito was ambivalent about expanding Japan's war to include the Western powers and skeptical that the military could carry out the rapid plan of conquest it envisioned. He understood the potential of war, but also the danger, remarking to his Lord Privy Seal, "There is a saying, isn't there? You cannot get a tiger's cub unless you brave the tiger's den." Nonetheless, whatever his personal feelings, the emperor's conception of his own power left him more of a ratifier of his advisor's consensus-based decisions than a direct actor himself. This left the decision for war largely in other people's hands. During the summer's liaison conferences, one powerful personage after another passed the buck, hoping that someone else would fall on his sword to halt the impending conflict. No one did. The result of Japan's feckless non-leadership and a lack of moral courage on the part of senior military leaders who clearly understood the disastrous implications of inaction at this critical juncture in history was a self-fulfilling movement toward war. As summer waned, events began moving quickly. In mid-August, the Navy suspended normal training and began rapidly shifting to a wartime footing. It also requested a formal decision to begin hostilities at the end of October. The Army joined the request, with the Emperor's ratification following on 6 September. Diplomatic efforts with the Americans continued, but with an increasing sense of futility. On 26 November, in response to a Japanese demand that the Americans ratify a peace settlement in China that would cut off Western aid and essentially abandon Chiang and the KMT to its fate, the Americans instead toughened their stance by demanding that Japan return to a pre-Manchurian, i.e., late 1920s, status quo ante in exchange for the promise of trade talks. Matters were now effectively settled. A decade's worth of aggression had created a ring of enemies around the empire. Japan had trapped itself. In the unintentionally ironic words of Japan's official war history, a hastily called Government Liaison Council decided unanimously that Japan now had no choice but to start war for the sake of its own self-defense. Nagumo's carriers had already sortied for Hawaii. The major combatants. Germany. Nazi Germany was the most significant of the Axis antagonists, and the one with the most radical vision of what a new world order ought to look like. Germany had also created the military and political context whereby both Italy and Japan felt emboldened to launch their own wars. Without Hitler's defeat of France in 1940, Italy would never have dared assault its larger neighbor, not undertaken campaigns against first the British in North Africa and then the Greeks. Likewise, Japan, while certainly willing to act unilaterally, was unquestionably encouraged in 1941 by the imminence of Germany's victory over the Soviet Union. Thus, the tale of 1942's major combatants starts with Germany. That tale, in turn, revolves around the character of Germany's Führer, Adolf Hitler. He had turned 52 in April 1941 and was now the absolute master of all Europe, a truly meteoric rise for a man whose formative years had been marked by consistent mediocrity. His upbringing had been middle class, with Hitler briefly contemplating the clergy, then failing as an artist. He had then found purpose as a soldier in the trenches in the First World War, before being radicalized by Germany's defeat. The chaos and weakness of the post-war Weimar Republic proved fertile ground for the growth of populist politics, and Hitler began his unlikely rise as self-proclaimed savior of the German people. Appointed chancellor in 1933, he knew that the initiation of the Second World War was only a matter of time. Hitler's conception of Germany's place in the world was both grandiose and terrifying. It was the product of the Führer's wrenching experiences as a soldier, his keen appreciation of economic factors, and his embrace of Darwinian eugenics in support of Aryan supremacy. Hitler had witnessed firsthand the ruinous effects of the British naval blockade on Germany during the First World War. 20 years on, he was confronted not only by that same threat from the West, but also by the emergence of two new powers, the Soviet state on his eastern flank and the American economy across the Atlantic. The latter, in particular, Hitler was convinced, was positioned to become a colossus on the world stage. How, then, to forestall this most powerful bastion of Jewry? The Führer's answer to this problem, in his own words, was to establish an empire so constructed that at any time it can be completely independent from other countries and stand on its own feet. This called for the domination of not only Europe, but also vast stretches of Eastern Europe. The Reich needed the aforementioned Lebensraum to relieve the overcrowding of the German race. Land would be seized from Poland and the USSR, as far east as the Ural Mountains and as far south as the Black and Caspian Seas, to create an American-scale German land empire. As a senior German agricultural minister chillingly put it, "We will settle this space, according to the law that a superior people always has the right to conquer and to own the land of an inferior people." Under the auspices of General Plan Ost, the guiding plan for the Germanization of the region, the Untermenschen dwelling there, 30 to 45 million people, would be driven east from their homes, reduced to slavery, starved, or simply murdered. These new German colonies would feed the Greater Reich with the food, raw materials, and, crucially, petroleum that would allow it to fight wars of indefinite duration. No naval blockade would ever threaten Germany again. This new empire would then vie with the United States for global supremacy and win. Berlin would be transformed into the capital of the world. The Führer understood that tens of millions of innocents would be murdered along the way to fulfill his vision. He was utterly indifferent to their fates. Military. Despite the Wehrmacht's unfolding travails on the Eastern Front by the end of 1941, the fact remained that Germany's bid for world supremacy rested on a bedrock of military excellence, which by 1942 was feared and respected by its enemies. Germany's particular brand of warfare is still referred to as blitzkrieg, and the picture it conjures in people's minds is of fleets of tanks and aircraft being unleashed in rapid campaigns that simply overwhelmed opponents. There has been a tendency in post-war popular literature to treat blitzkrieg as something entirely new, a bit of German martial magic conjured up from whole cloth in the interwar years. As scholars like Robert Citino have shown, however, the term blitzkrieg itself was a misnomer, a catchphrase that only gained popular currency courtesy of a Time magazine piece published in the aftermath of the onslaught against Poland in September 1939. The German army itself didn't use the term, referring to their style of warfare instead by the same descriptive, but notably less catchy moniker they'd been using for hundreds of years, Bewegungskrieg, the war of movement. The First World War had seemingly put an end to this whole business of maneuver-based warfare, replacing it with static, attritional contests. Yet the Germans had taken away different lessons from the war than did the British and French, and were determined to move past the horror of the trenches and get back to their own way of doing things. That required restoring mobility to the battlefield. During the interwar period, the Wehrmacht took a pragmatic approach to the adoption of new technology with this very aim in mind. It paid dividends. The German army subjected armor, as Citino points out, to a rigorous series of war games, exercises, and maneuvers dwarfing anything done in any of the other nations, with the possible exception of Soviet Russia. They also explored combining motorization, radio communications, and airborne firepower. The result was a new type of mobile formation, the Panzer Division. By the time the Second World War broke out, of course, all the major armies had armored divisions on their rosters, but not all were created equal. The Germans alone seem to have stumbled on the secret sauce of what made a mobile division war-winning. All its supporting arms, anti-tank weapons, reconnaissance, engineering, communications, headquarters, even medical units, were fully motorized to be able to keep up with the tanks. They used all their arms together, too. The Germans habitually employed what they called a Kampfgruppe, a flexibly configured package of armor, infantry, field guns, anti-tank guns, engineers, and anything else that might be needed to accomplish a combat task, often tailored on the spot by a divisional or regimental commander. Crucially, all these elements were interconnected via radio, allowing effective command and control. The result was a division that could maneuver, assault, and most important, do what no army had been able to do effectively since the days of Napoleon: pursue the beaten foe and harry him to his destruction, all with equal dash and ability. The 1939 debut of this brew of tanks, infantry, aircraft, and artillery led to tactics that had never been seen on the world's battlefields. Yet at the operational level, i.e., the level between tactics and strategy, which comprises mostly how armies are moved around before and during battle, the German approach to war was much the same as it had been since the mid-1600s, namely, relying on rapid movement to overcome enemy numbers. This focus on maneuver was the natural outgrowth of a Prussian state that often found itself faced by larger, more powerful neighbors on either side, which likewise meant often being outnumbered on the battlefield as well. The solution to this was twofold. First, the Prussian army was well trained, fast-marching, and had a reputation for showing up in unexpected locations at inconvenient times, much to the unhappiness of its foes. Prussian practice was to hit one enemy's army on one side of the country, defeat it, then march all the way back to the other side of the theater and give the same treatment to a second foe. Not many armies were mobile enough to do that. Second, the Prussians relied on a go-for-broke brand of war, making that discounted, careful calculation of odds, and focused instead on taking the offense. The standard Prussian way of doing things was to search out the enemy's main force, make a beeline for it, and then attack it as rapidly and decisively as possible, preferably by surprise. Once battle was joined, the Prussian tactical modus operandi was based on maneuver, seeking out enemy flanks and launching attacks against them from unexpected directions. Ideally, enemies would be surrounded and annihilated via concentric attack. In other words, rather than getting involved in grinding attritional contests, the Germans sought to make their wars Crux und vives, short and lively. Freewheeling campaigns and battles fought out in the open were their bread and butter. Grinding attritional struggles, not so much. Some other things hadn't changed over the centuries either, notably the Heer's high standard of training and personal initiative. German small unit tactics were uniformly sound and informed by a proven doctrinal body. The Germans prided themselves on the quality of their military instruction and did an excellent job of ensuring that new recruits were broadly competent at their trade before being integrated into their units, and then trained still further in replacement battalions before being committed to battle. This kept casualties among recruits as low as possible during their initial fights, giving them better odds of maturing into experienced soldiers. The Heer also promoted a culture of bottom-up leadership. Its non-commissioned officers, NCOs, and junior officers expected to demonstrate initiative and tactical problem-solving in the field. Orders from above were deliberately kept short, describing the objective to be attained, but largely devoid of prescriptive detail. Solving the tactical problem at hand was the business of the officer on the spot. This weighting of tactical responsibility at the lower levels of command was quite different from other armies, notably the Red Army, which relied on top-down decisions being carried out unquestioningly by unit leaders. The German approach enabled their forces to react more fluidly to battlefield situations than almost anyone else. By obviating the need for field commanders to ask advice or permission before implementing a tactical solution, the decision-making cycle became much shorter, meaning the Wehrmacht could often get a couple of blows in before an opponent could react effectively. It also meant that German counterattacks were perilous. The Wehrmacht was often quicker in assessing the points of weakness of an enemy attack than the attacker, who often found themselves treated to a devastating counterthrust from an unanticipated direction before they even knew what was happening. The German approach to tactical leadership only made sense if you had a well-seasoned group of NCOs and junior officers who were up to the task. By 1942, given a centuries-long military culture, combined with 2 years of successful war-making, the Heer had that in spades. In terms of equipment, the German army had a lot going for it too. Its tanks were well designed. While the 1941 campaigning in the USSR had revealed shortcomings in the Panzerkampfwagen III and IV vis-à-vis the Soviet T-34 and KV-1, German tactical leadership, combined with a plethora of radios, had usually sufficed to overcome any disadvantages in armor and firepower. New versions of the PZ-3 and 4 were now in the pipeline, along with brand new vehicles like the PZ-6, known as the Tiger, which would enter combat later in the year. German field, anti-tank, and anti-aircraft artillery were all excellent, with weapons such as the 88mm Flak 36 having already attained near legendary status. German small arms as well were of high quality, particularly its machine guns. Taken together, in late 1941, it was fair to say that, man for man, the German army was the finest on the planet. The Heer moved fast, thought even faster, and hit like a ton of bricks. Up to this point in the war, none of Germany's opponents had figured out how to replicate its prowess, let alone consistently stop it on the battlefield. The same was largely true in the skies, where the Luftwaffe was commonly seen as the world leader in air power. Despite its defeat in the Battle of Britain, it had no equal in its ability to influence events on the battlefield. The Luftwaffe had been the first air force to perfect the art of close ground support, allowing German panzers to whistle up flying artillery to pound enemy formations and fortifications. Its air transport arm, likewise, was adept at keeping mechanized drives moving by supplying both armored columns and forward-deployed Luftwaffe units at newly captured bases. German aviators knew how to gain and hold air superiority over the battlefield. They were skilled at attacking enemy airfields, as well as interdicting roadways, bridges, and railways. German aircraft were innovative and high quality, with the Messerschmitt Bf 109 being among the world's best fighters, and the Junkers Ju-87 dive bomber and Ju-88 medium bomber being nearly synonymous with Blitzkrieg itself. And while the Germans did not field naval aviation forces per se, land-based Luftwaffe units had demonstrated repeatedly that they were potent ship killers, adept at both dive bombing and torpedo attacks. At sea, the German Navy was outmatched by both the Royal Navy and U.S. Navy's surface fleets, and nothing was going to change that equation. However, when it came to undersea warfare, there was no more proven engine of mass commerce destruction than the Kriegsmarine's U-Bootwaffe. As in the First World War, German submarines were lethal to both merchant vessels and warships alike. The Type 7 and larger Type 9 U-boats were sturdy, maneuverable, quick to submerge, and deep diving. Dönitz's boats had sunk enormous amounts of British tonnage during the first 2 years of the war, and even if the Royal Navy had started making progress against this threat during 1941, the final verdict in the Battle of the Atlantic was still far from determined. Economy. Hitler's vision of world supremacy was backed by an economy that had been preparing all out for war since the moment he took power. Germany was now the second largest economy in the world, still well behind the United States, but larger than either Great Britain's or the Soviet Union's. By 1938, Germany had been spending 52% of its government expenditures, 17% to 20% of its total gross domestic product, GDP, on armaments, around as much as Britain, France, and the U.S. combined. This had given it a substantial lead in the pre-war arms race. Now, 2 years into the war, the Reich could also call upon the output of France, Czechoslovakia, and the other territories it had conquered, whose combined economies were larger than Germany's. German factories had a reputation for craftsmanship and producing innovative, high-quality products. Its universities and technical institutions were first-rate, and its workforce was highly literate, motivated, and well-trained. However, even now, standing astride all of Europe and a large swath of the USSR, the Reich was still far from realizing Hitler's dream of autarky. Its economy, though powerful, suffered from a number of deficiencies. The most significant was a lack of petroleum, the lifeblood of modern warfare. Germany was rich in coal, but its oil production in 1941 amounted to 108,000 barrels per day, 3/4 of which was synthetically produced. Another 60,000 barrels were imported from Romania. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the United States was producing 160,000 barrels hourly, matching Germany's yearly output every 10 days. Unless that fundamental problem could be remedied, Hitler's dreams would remain a fantasy. The second major issue was that despite having been at war for more than 2 years, the Reich's economy still wasn't on a wartime footing, at least not in the sense that the British, Russians, Japanese, and shortly the Americans understood it. Scarce natural resources weren't being centrally allocated. Instead, they were fought over by what amounted to a collection of semi-autonomous industrial satrapies, some private, some state-held, as epitomized by the enormous and unprofitable Reichswerke Hermann Göring, overseen by 3 different national economic offices straddling 27 different national production offices, each claiming precedence over raw materials and production, and each looking to the Führer to give them the nod. Finally, thus far in the conflict, the Germans had demonstrated a marked inability to rationalize and prioritize the types of weapons under production. At one point in the war, Germany would manufacture no fewer than 425 different makes and models of aircraft, 150 types of trucks, and the same number of motorcycles. At the same time, the Wehrmacht was constantly pouring resources into developing what it hoped would be superweapons, such as the Me-262 jet fighter and V-2 rocket. Any Second World War buff knows of their alleged superiorities over comparable Allied models, but their effect on the course of the war was negligible. All in all, by 1942, despite high levels of defense spending, the Germans weren't getting the same bang for their buck as their opponents. It remained to be seen whether that situation could be put to rights. Strategy. December 1941 marked a watershed in German strategy. The failure of Barbarossa and the looming importance of the Western Allies now that America had declared war against Japan fundamentally changed the nature of the broader conflict. It was now unquestionable that the contest would be lengthy and multidimensional. Though Germany and the United States were not yet formally at war, neither the Führer nor Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, the Supreme Command of the German Armed Forces, or OKW, doubted it was coming. On 14 December, OKW's operations staff submitted an appraisal of the strategic situation that quite accurately described the three options available to the Allies. Germany's enemies could 1. Prioritize the European Atlantic War, 2. Prioritize the Pacific War, or 3. Stand on the strategic defensive in both theaters, build up strength, and wait for an opportunity to go over to the offensive. Of the three, OKW identified option 1 as the most threatening to Germany. However, OKW's planners felt that given the state of American armaments, the Western Allies would be able to take no more than preparatory steps during 1942. OKW identified French West Africa and Morocco as areas that could potentially be seized by the Allies to begin preparing follow-on operations in Europe itself during 1943. In keeping with this, the Allies could also be expected to focus on securing their seaways, as well as launching an air offensive against the Reich. In almost all these predictions, OKW was right on the money. This raised the prospect of Germany's being pulled in several directions at once. Even preparatory steps by the Anglo-American alliance, aimed at an eventual invasion of mainland Europe, raised the prospect of substantial resource commitments by the Reich to combat it. Likewise, despite Germany's desire to avoid a multi-front war, both the Battle of the Atlantic and Britain's strategic bombing campaign represented second fronts in their own right, at least in terms of German resource commitments. Finally, Hitler's commitment to assisting his Italian allies in the Mediterranean, while little more than a sideshow in his mind, also represented a not insubstantial commitment of German air power, as well as a complete armored corps, Erwin Rommel's Deutsches Afrika Korps, or DAK, that had to be supported across the Mediterranean and Libya. Nevertheless, Hitler remained primarily fixated on the Soviet Union, since it was by far the largest of Germany's military commitments. Despite the situation starting to unfold in front of Moscow, one whose dimensions were still not entirely clear, the Führer and OKW had not given up the notion of destroying the Soviet state. OKW's inclination was toward capturing the Caucasus and its oil, as well as cutting the USSR off from Lend-Lease aid coming in via Murmansk, Archangel, and Persia. This would be the crucial test of the coming year. German strategy for 1942 could thus be encapsulated in a single phrase: defeat the Soviet Union, then turn to face the West. Italy. Sadly for Mussolini's dreams of a new Roman hegemony in the Mediterranean, 1941 had already seen those dreams collide with both Italian military shortcomings and economic weaknesses. Part of the problem was also Mussolini himself, rightly described by one historian as a strategical liability of the first order. Vain, impetuous, omnidirectionally aggressive, congenitally dishonest, and possessing a wildly misplaced belief in his status as a great warlord, Il Duce's leadership was a paragon of ineffectiveness. Waging war, in whose crucible Mussolini had declared that the character of the Italians must be created, had been a central aim of his regime from day one. Yet, Il Duce failed in preparing either his military or country for the actual event. He never established an effective combined staff system between the major services, rational resource management or industrial controls, or the financial basis for a protracted war. Unsurprisingly, Italy by early 1942 was struggling badly in its second year of fighting. At the same time, though, it remained Germany's most important European ally, a key contributor to Axis fortunes in the Mediterranean as well as on the Eastern Front. Italy's story thus requires some degree of nuance. Military. By the beginning of 1942, the Italian military was overstretched. It had almost 1.2 million soldiers deployed abroad, the majority in occupation and anti-partisan duties in the Balkans and Sardinia. The Italians also had two armies committed to conflicts much further from home. The first, of course, was in North Africa, where the Italians had about 150,000 soldiers under the command of General Ettore Bastico. Though chronically underpraised by the Germans, they were a crucial component of Rommel's army. The second was its 60,000-man expeditionary force in Russia, CSIR. Although initially a corps-sized unit, the CSIR would be expanded in the summer of this year to 235,000 men, becoming the Armata Italiana in Russia, or Armir. Typically known operationally as 8th Army, it would be led by General Italo Garibaldi. By committing troops to the war in the USSR, Mussolini hoped to demonstrate his worth to the larger Axis alliance and put himself in a favorable position to demand some slice of the spoils should the Soviet Union fall. Despite what many post-war commentators had to say, the Italian army was not uniformly bad. Italian troops performed credibly in the right circumstances, such as defending static positions. However, aside from a handful of relatively elite formations, including the Trieste Motorized Division, some units of the Fascist Youth, the Bersaglieri, and the Alpine troops, Italian units were generally ill-suited to the offensive. They were hampered by inadequate training, mediocre equipment, and sclerotic leadership. The latter was unsurprising, in that the Italian officer corps was small, was older than most, tended not to attract top talent in the first place, and yet cheerfully retained men who had already failed in command. Nor was the Italian army particularly enamored with technologic innovation. The tank is a powerful tool, Bastico had opined in 1937, but let us not idolize it. Let us reserve our reverence for the infantryman and the mule. His views hadn't changed much in the intervening 5 years, much to the chagrin of his nominal subordinate in North Africa, Erwin Rommel. Meanwhile, on the Eastern Front, Bastico's predecessor in Libya, Garibaldi, who had been booted from North Africa because he didn't get along with Rommel, was less troubled by his army's lack of mechanization. After all, everybody was short of motorized transport there, even the Germans, and marching across the steppe was the norm. In North Africa, though, the Italians found themselves particularly ill-equipped for the up-tempo mobile warfare that became the norm as soon as Rommel had stepped off the boat. Even in 1942, Bastico persisted in building up his infantry forces in North Africa, rather than focusing on mechanized divisions, a misreading of the military imperatives in the theater, though one driven by Italy's overall lower levels of motorization and motor production. Given all this, it is perhaps not surprising that Italian tanks were nothing to write home about. Their most modern model, the Fiat Ansaldo M1340, at least carried a credible 47mm gun. But it was a light vehicle of only 13 tons, slow, underpowered, under-armored, and with poor radios that made effective tactics difficult. It hadn't been a terrible design back in 1940. By 1942, it was definitely showing its age, and Italian industry had been incapable of producing a credible replacement. Likewise, the majority of Italian artillery was short-ranged First World War vintage pieces. Their newer artillery designs were of good quality, but there was never enough of them. Italian trucks were well regarded. Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery would later use a captured Italian command vehicle throughout the war, but they too were always in short supply. Even when it came to the basics, ammunition, food, clothing, and shoes, the Italian army's stocks were skimpy and sometimes lower in quality than they had provided in the previous World War. A comparison to the Japanese army is useful in this respect. Like Italy, much of Japan's infantry equipment was run-of-the-mill. The Japanese compensated for that with extraordinarily good unit cohesion, which was the product of rigorous training, high morale, social homogeneity, brutal military discipline, and extensive campaigning in China. The Italians were saddled with all the same equipment problems, but lacked practically all of Japan's advantages. Italian formations were brittle. Their troops didn't lack for individual courage, but their units were prone to folding under pressure. Italy's Air Force, the Regia Aeronautica, had been an early pioneer of air power, and the Italians had employed it both in Abyssinia and Spain during the 1930s. The Air Force had also enjoyed patronage from Il Duce, who had nurtured it as a symbol of his forward-looking regime. However, as the tempo of aviation innovation picked up with the outbreak of a wider war, Italian aircraft designs couldn't keep up. Italy went into the war flying the Fiat CR-42 biplane as its primary fighter, when every other major combatant was already fielding faster, more powerful, single-wing aluminum monocoque designs. Yet, the CR-42 would end up being Italy's most produced aircraft during the entirety of the war, for the same reasons that Italy couldn't produce a decent new tank design either. Its industrial base wasn't up to the task. Nor were the Regia Aeronautica's problems limited to fighter aircraft. It was also deficient in developing medium tactical and dive bombers, more powerful engines, radios and radar, bomb sights, navigational aids, and self-sealing fuel tanks. It also largely refused to cooperate with the Regia Marina and lagged in developing effective ship-killing weaponry, i.e. dive bombers, torpedoes, and torpedo aircraft. All in all, the RAF's judgment that the Regia Aeronautica had probably reached its peak efficiency in 1936 and had been in decline ever since may not have been misplaced. At sea, the Regia Marina was clearly the most effective of the three Italian services, though it also had some glaring problems. Modern Italian warships, like the Littorio-class battleships and Zara-class heavy cruisers, were generally sound designs. However, most Italian ships lacked adequate armor protection and effective damage control, some of them ludicrously so, for speed, which turned out to be a poor trade-off. Italian naval guns were high performance, but their shells were low quality, leading to unhealthy dud rates. Italian submarines were almost uniformly ineffective, being ungainly, slow to dive, and lacking adequate fire control computers. Unsurprisingly, despite determined domestic efforts, the Italians also lagged in sonar and radar development. Lack of radar, in turn, contributed to one of the three crucial Italian naval weaknesses, an inability to fight at night. This had been graphically demonstrated during the Battle of Matapan in March 1941, where a trio of Italian heavy cruisers had been caught unawares in the dead of night by a trio of British battleships using radar and blown to pieces at point-blank range. The Italians had worked hard since then to remedy these failings, though one admiral was later to lament, "Our ships were never able in the war to meet the enemy in combat in night actions." The Royal Navy constantly took advantage of these weaknesses, raiding Italian convoys after dark whenever possible. The Regia Marina's second failing was its lack of aerial reconnaissance. This was not its fault. Rather, the Regia Aeronautica had not only arrogated all aircraft to itself, blocking the Navy's attempts to build its own aircraft carrier, but also completely eschewed its responsibility of supporting the Navy, which one historian called its main failure in the Second World War. Time after time, the Regia Marina found itself deprived of spotting reports that might have allowed it to inflict greater damage on the British. Even in daylight, Italian warships were often left blundering about, or waiting for promised air cover that frequently failed to materialize. The third problem was oil. Italy's armed forces had begun the war with stockpiles of nearly 1.7 million tons. By December 1940, after 6 months of heavy naval operations in support of what Mussolini imagined would be a short war, those reserves were down to 1.1 million tons. Then, 415,000 tons by April 1941, and finally, to 142,000 tons by the end of 1941. It took 58,000 tons of oil to fuel Italy's entire fleet for a single sortie. Her only source of oil was the same Romanian fields that Germany counted on, and not surprisingly, the Reich had hogged the majority of their output. The monthly shipments being sent Italy's way were utterly inadequate. Thus, by the beginning of 1942, the Regia Marina was having to curtail its activities. It could only sortie when either the situation was dire or the chances for victory almost certain. Adding to the Regia Marina's list of weaknesses was the attrition of Italy's merchant fleet. Much of this was self-inflicted. Unwilling to tip his hand that Italy was about to enter the war against France in June 1940, Mussolini delayed sending word to Italian-flagged merchantmen that they should return to their home ports until just 5 days before the outbreak. The result was that when the war started, 254 of Italy's 786 large cargo ships were either outside the Mediterranean or captured outright, a whopping 1.3 million tons. Some of this was simply unavoidable, as Italy depended on imports, and a certain percentage of her merchant fleet had to be abroad at any given time and therefore subject to capture. But even with the addition of the German ships that were already in the Mediterranean, the European Axis powers started the war with merely 2.1 million tons of shipping. To this, Italian shipyards would add only another 305,000 tons in the next 2 years. Thus, the Axis opened Italy's campaign on a fragile logistical basis. Every loss hurt, and the sinking of a handful of merchantmen could bring entire campaigns to a halt. Economy. If Italy's military was the weakest of the major Axis powers, its economy was weaker still. On 27 June 1940, a few days after France had capitulated, the Italians had run a small convoy from Taranto over to the Libyan city of Tobruk. Its purpose? To beef up the port's paltry anti-aircraft defenses with 162 men and 10 20mm Breda flak guns. Along with them came 120 tons of 20mm ammunition, 450,000 rounds, which represented 7% of Italy's entire stock of shells for that particular weapon. This one vignette tells you everything you need to know about Italy's unreadiness to carry on a major war. And by the start of 1942, at a time when most combatants were dramatically expanding their armaments production, the Italian economy was already showing signs of fatigue that cast doubts on its ability to endure, let alone increase weapons productions. The rise of fascism in Italy had preceded the Nazis by 11 years. Given Mussolini's militaristic bent, it is surprising that Italian defense spending didn't begin rising substantially in the 1920s. From 1930 onward, it climbed steadily. However, Italy had come late to the game as an organized political entity, and even at the end of the First World War was only semi-developed, with a lower per capita income than both Britain and the U.S. had achieved in the early 19th century. This meant that rearmament was much more difficult, as a high percentage of the Italian economy was involved in agriculture rather than manufacturing, and lacked the heavy industrial base necessary to support a modern military. The fundamental problem at work in the 1930s was that technological advancement in weapon systems was proceeding at a rapid pace, particularly in the air. Those powers that invested heavily in early-generation aircraft, as Italy had, found those investments rendered rapidly obsolescent in the face of newer advances. It took a robust, flexible economy to be able to absorb that rate of procurement and still be able to invest in the needed capital-intensive plant and equipment to wage a war. Italy didn't have that. Mussolini's involvement first in Abyssinia and then the Spanish Civil War had further reduced Italy's ability to procure newer equipment. By 1940, the Italian economy was actually shrinking from its peak of $151 billion in 1939. The Allied blockade had deprived it of fuels and raw materials that German imports could not compensate for. By 1941, it sat at $144 billion, 75% the size of Japan and a third of the size of Germany. Although in per capita terms it was still ahead of Japan, 3,244 versus 2,356. A 5% decrease in output over 2 years was disquieting enough in a peacetime economy, but was abnormal, to say the least, for a nation involved in a full-scale war, and it did not bode well for any sort of extended confrontation with the Allied powers. An examination of Italian spending reveals that the economy was having little success in diverting resources to heavy industry. In other words, in a contest between guns and butter, guns were losing. Some of this was driven by shortages of coal, oil, steel, copper, aluminum, and other raw materials. However, in the words of one economist, The most scarce resource was organization, both in the armed forces and in industry. As with most European economies, Italian manufacturing employed traditional craftsman-oriented techniques. Short production runs, too many models under production, extensive use of hand tools, and a profusion of smaller manufacturing firms were the order of the day. The Italian armaments industry was essentially artisanal, with too few highly skilled workers slowly and lovingly handcrafting obsolete weapons. To these handicaps were added a cozy corruption between the upper ranks of the military and Italian industrialists, the regime's inability to force rationalization on major concerns like fiat, the industrialists' jealous protection of monopolistic markets against domestic and foreign competition, and thus innovation, resistance to pooling resources to produce another firm's designs, lack of centralized industrial planning, and stubborn disinterest in the technical advances being made outside Italy. The result was that Italian weapons, at least according to one historian, were the least effective, least numerous, and most overpriced produced by a major combatant in the Second World War. Nor was Mussolini's alliance with Hitler of any real economic assistance to his war effort. Though painting a picture of fascist solidarity to the outside world, as the official German history notes, there was no real friendship between the two states. Germany was unwilling to send much in the way of armaments to Italy. It was having problems enough supplying its own forces in the field. Instead, the core economic cooperation between the two parties was Germany's willingness to send Italy coal and steel in return for Italian agricultural exports, seasonal farm laborers, and industrial workers. Put simply, Germany was a bully, and as the dominant partner in the alliance, it utilized its clout to ensure that the import-export balance of payments did not favor Italy. Then again, had Germany not been underwriting Italy's campaign in Africa with a degree of military competence that it never could have achieved for itself, Mussolini's forces almost certainly would have already been expelled from that continent altogether. As it was, Italy was totally dependent on its Axis partner, either to triumph with Hitler and receive what spoils the Führer deigned to drop from the bargaining table, or to go down to defeat with him. Strategy. Italian strategy at the beginning of 1942 was overwhelmingly focused on achieving victory in North Africa, because the Mediterranean was the one theater in which Italy exercised some degree of autonomy. Unlike the Anglo-American alliance, which coordinated its military strategy closely, there was no such mechanism in the Axis, meaning that both Italy and Germany were essentially fighting separate wars in their respective theaters. The Mediterranean War was nominally Italy's to manage, albeit with substantial German assistance. Rommel, for all his complexities as a subordinate, was nominally under the command of General Bastico, and Bastico and the Italians had a great deal of say in how ground operations in Libya and beyond were to be conducted. Italian army formations made up the bulk of Axis ground forces in Africa. Rommel's tiny armored corps couldn't hold the line without them. Furthermore, the Italians were responsible for the theater's logistics, including the shipment of German equipment to Rommel, which in turn helped shape the campaign being fought there. In other words, for all the press that Rommel received then, and still receives now, the campaign in North Africa was fundamentally driven by Italian needs and priorities. Yet at the same time, Italy's demonstrable inability to deliver on those needs without German assistance created a web of dependence on the Reich that would ultimately destroy Mussolini's regime. The goal of any Italo-German offensive in North Africa was first to secure the entirety of Libya, then drive into Egypt, and finally capture the trifecta of objectives there: Alexandria, Britain's main naval base in the eastern Mediterranean, Cairo, and the Suez Canal, which was the logistical linchpin of Britain's entire Mideast position and a vital connection to Britain's Asian holdings as well. If a further drive toward the Iraqi oil fields could be contrived, so much the better. Even the capture of Egypt and the Canal would be a devastating blow to British fortunes, and would simultaneously secure one of Mussolini's most cherished goals: freedom from the prison of the Mediterranean and access to the open seas. The destruction or capture of Malta also fit into this larger whole by eliminating a threat to Italy's own logistics in the Middle Sea. Given that by 1942 Axis forces were at the gates of Egypt, this didn't seem an impossible goal for the coming year. Japan. Unlike the British, Germans, Soviets, and Italians, whose military capabilities had all been displayed on the world stage, the Japanese military's prowess was largely unknown and underestimated. This was odd, given the fact that Japan had been fighting for years in China, admittedly against an Asian adversary that many Westerners likewise denigrated. This speaks to the racist overtones that ran unevenly through many Western nations and their militaries. Caricatures of the Japanese as physically and mentally inferior, and of Japan's economy as capable of exporting nothing but silk, industrial knockoffs, and cheap toys, were popularly widespread. Yet at the same time, there was an appreciation among more perceptive military leaders in the U.S., at least, that its own position in Asia was threatened by a capable, modern opponent. This outlook would shortly be shown to be correct. Military. At the outset of the Asia-Pacific conflict, Japan's military was much better prepared for war than its adversaries, and already hardened by 4 years of fighting in China. As the Allies were shortly to discover, Japan punched well above its weight compared to pre-war expectations. Indeed, in some technologies and martial disciplines, its forces were world leaders. On the ground, the Imperial Japanese Army, IJA, was well-trained, aggressive, insensitive to losses, and utterly without pity. As the Soviets had demonstrated, though, they were also largely without armor or mechanization. There was no helping this. Much like Italy, Japan did not have the heavy industrial base to mass-produce tanks or the fuel to power them, or, in many cases, a suitable theater in which to deploy them. This is not to say the Japanese did not use tanks. They did, and sometimes quite effectively. But tanks were not central to their operational doctrine in the same way they were in the West. The same was true of vehicles in general. Japan's army was sparsely motorized by Western standards. A Japanese infantry division might have as few as 100 vehicles. Its U.S. counterpart, nearly 2,000. Japan's soldiers fought largely on foot, with primarily horse-drawn transport bringing up the rear. The Japanese, recognizing they would face enemies with greater numbers and heavier equipment, had made a virtue out of necessity and honed their infantry tactics to a fine edge. Superbly conditioned Imperial troops marched quickly, scouted aggressively, and could be relied upon to find enemy flanks and turn them. Much like the Germans, their officers believed that the solution to pretty much any tactical problem was attacking via maneuver, destroying the enemy's logistics and command and control, and crushing their morale. The Japanese were masters of the art of night assault, approaching stealthily to contact, infiltrating, then attacking ferociously, and driving the charge home with the cold steel of their bayonets if needed. As for the defensive, when placed in that position, Japan's soldiers were absolutely unyielding. Indeed, the Imperial Army alone in the Second World War regarded fighting to the last man and the last bullet not as an oddity, but as the norm. Their troops possessed credible small arms, and were well supported by light artillery, small-caliber anti-tank guns, and mortars. All in all, at the tactical level at least, Japan fielded some of the finest light infantry on the planet. Against the sort of opposition facing them at the outset of hostilities, the stage was set for the strengths of the Imperial Army to shine. The Imperial Japanese Navy, IJN for its part, was the qualitative equal of any navy then afloat, particularly with respect to its carrier aviation force, which was the finest in the world. No other navy in 1941 could have pulled off an operation as sophisticated as Pearl Harbor, because no one else had the same number of large flight decks, quality aircraft, well-trained aviators, and a solid doctrine knitting them all together. Japan's surface forces were also potent. Unit for unit, their battleships were anyone's equal, with the recently launched Yamato the most powerful dreadnought afloat. Japan's cruisers and destroyers were fast and heavily armed. Equipped with the world's finest torpedo, the Type 93 Long Lance, Japanese warships were extraordinarily proficient in the art of night warfare. Both imperial militaries fielded powerful, modern air forces. The Army had about 1,500 frontline aircraft, of which nearly 700 would be committed to the upcoming southern operations. These would be joined by the Navy's entire complement of 1,800 aircraft, including 450 on the Navy's carriers. Both services could boast of planes that were fully equal to their Western counterparts in most respects, piloted by experienced aviators who in many cases had fought in China. The problems with Japan's military, though, were twofold. The first was that there simply wasn't enough of it to go around. Even granted that the upcoming conflict with the Americans and the British would initially leverage air and naval assets, some ground troops would still be required. And despite the wishes of the Imperial Army, one could anticipate those land commitments growing over time if the U.S. itself committed substantial ground forces to the theater. With the Imperial Army already overstretched in China, even if the Japanese could capture their objectives, which included the Philippines, Malaya, Burma, all of the Dutch East Indies, and numerous outposts in the Pacific Basin, it was difficult to see how they could defend them in the long term. By the same token, Japan's navy at the end of 1941 comprised roughly 232 major warships, making it the world's third largest. While impressive, this was still well below the U.S. Navy's 344 warships, not to mention the hundreds more that America already had building. The Royal Navy operated hundreds more as well. Notwithstanding the fact that the British were themselves overstretched and heavily committed in European waters, and thus could only spare a tithe of their strength, it was clear that the Japanese would eventually be badly outnumbered by the U.S. Navy alone, unless they could land some heavy blows during the opening phases of the war. The second deficiency was a lack of cooperation between the Army and the Navy, and an inability to reach agreement on most matters. Relations between Japan's services ranged from icy formality at best to outright hostility at worst. The Army and Navy hardly ever saw eye to eye regarding strategy, and throughout the war persisted in operating in orthogonal manners. Liaison conferences, the official mechanism for reaching strategic consensus, often ended with both services simply agreeing to disagree and continuing to do what they had already been doing. Emperor Hirohito, despite being well-informed and trained in military matters, did not possess the dynamic personality or the constitutional power to force compromise on his feuding services. This meant that wartime strategy, as one Japanese historian noted, tended to be erratic and subject to influences from the outside, meaning, in some cases, rogue elements within the imperial military itself. Economy. Japan's other major problem was simple economics, which augured badly for its long-term prospects in a war against a country as powerful as the United States. Despite the impressive expansion of Japan's economy during the 1920s and 30s, the fact remained that the industrial, scientific, and financial foundation upon which Japan's bid for world power was being launched was fragile in comparison with that of her adversaries. This had to do with not only the smaller absolute size of her economy, less than half that of Germany's, but also her relatively low per capita income. Per capita income is important because it serves as an indication of how much extra headroom an economy has that can be devoted to wartime mobilization. It also indicates the likelihood of a state possessing the sort of sophisticated industrial specialties, deep physical infrastructure, and financial, technical, and administrative organs necessary to translate resources into war materiel. Lower per capita income economies are predominantly agricultural. They tend to have more difficulty mobilizing large chunks of their population for warfare, for the simple reason that if you take too many people out of the fields, starvation ensues. Poorer economies find it difficult to direct capital toward armaments projects, and their mobilization efforts are often self-limiting and unsustainable. Richer economies, on the other hand, can put more people into uniform or into factories and have better developed infrastructures. Their extra wealth can be used as capital to fund extended war efforts because there's more money that can be extracted from the nation's citizens and institutions to pay for it. When poor per capita economies, even very large ones, go to war against richer economies and the war goes on too long, they tend to collapse. This is exactly what had happened during Japan's war in China. In absolute terms, China's economy in 1938 was nearly double the size of Japan's. $320 billion versus $169 billion in inflation-adjusted 1990 dollars. Yet China's per capita income, $778 versus $2,356 for Japan, meant that its war effort was inherently less effective. Chinese armies, though numerically large, were poorly equipped, lacked expensive heavy weapons, and suffered from chronic supply problems in the field. Under the weight of Japanese assault, both the Chinese military and economy came apart. As economic historian Mark Harrison puts it, China was saved from immediate destruction only because it was too large for Japan to swallow whole, while the part which Japan occupied was too poor and rebellious to exploit systematically. By late 1941, the tables were turned, and the question was whether Japan's own economy would be sufficiently strong to survive prolonged contact with their newly bought and very wealthy enemies. Japan's GDP had grown to $196 billion, which was a bit over half of the United Kingdom's $344 billion. But the economy of her primary opponent, the United States, was more than 5 times larger, $1,094 billion, and poised for a major expansion as it was coming out of the Depression. Japan's per capita income was barely a third of America's, $2,356 versus $6,134, while the U.S. population was nearly twice as large, 132 million versus 71 million. These figures, bad as they were, actually understated the real gap in economic power. One internal Japanese study estimated that America's industrial output was 74 times that of Japan's. Even the Imperial Army's more optimistic figures admitted to a 20-fold gap. Granted, America's economy would have to sustain a two-front war in Europe while also providing equipment to its allies. But even so, the raw economic indicators clearly pointed to a staggering gap in war-making potential. Not only that, pre-war Japan's economy was leagues away from the model of hyper-rationalized industrial planning we associate with its post-war period. Here again, the competition between the Japanese Army and Navy played a role by essentially establishing parallel war industries. There was a constant competition for scarce raw materials among factories. Though the Japanese wartime economy was much more controlled than that of, say, Italy, the Japanese never had a single industrial czar with the authority to establish truly national production strategies, arbitrate between the military services, and then make them obey. Finally, like Great Britain, Japan was an island nation, and her economy was completely dependent on imported raw materials like oil, iron ore, aluminum, rubber, and other strategic materials, not to mention rice, some 67 million tons in 1941. Her merchant marine was the non-negotiable backbone of these imports. Without cargo ships, Japan couldn't eat and couldn't fight. With 6.5 million tons of shipping under Japan's command, her cargo capacity was only marginally satisfactory to her peacetime needs at the outbreak. The military had already commandeered about 1.5 million tons of shipping in order to fight its war in China. But in anticipation of widening hostilities, the Army and Navy were planning on appropriating another 2.5 million tons, dropping the amount of tonnage devoted to civilian imports to under 2.5 million tons. Additionally, 40% of Japan's imports had been carried in foreign-flagged vessels, whose tonnage would be lost to Japan once the war began. And finally, Japan's shipyards were only slated to produce 600,000 tons of shipping per year, though the Imperial Navy had calculated that wartime losses might be as high as 1 million tons annually. Even now, her shipyards were stuffed with cargo ships awaiting repairs. Not surprisingly, Japan's Minister of Industry and Commerce had protested the military's proposed takeover of yet more tonnage, complaining that it would directly affect Japan's ability to replenish military stocks, let alone expand production. Given this, did Japan actually have the ability to fight a long-term war with two adversaries as powerful as the United States and Britain, particularly if they targeted her merchant marine? The key phrase here, of course, was long-term. Would the war be long, or would it be over in 1942? As for the Germans, this was the fundamental question. Put another way, would Japan's military excellence at the operational and tactical levels prove sufficient to overcome Japan's long-term strategic shortcomings? And would Japan's senior leadership correctly assess the shape of the ongoing conflict and weave together a strategy for victory? Herein lay the crux of the matter. Strategy. For Japan, everything depended on the fury of its initial assault and its effect on Allied morale. Japan's military was war-hardened and had the triple advantages of having a central position, being able to select the timing and location of their initial blows, and having an array of enemies who had no framework for coordinated defense. This opening offensive had to have maximum impact. If the Western powers could be routed, humiliated, and thoroughly demoralized in the opening rounds, they might decide that continuing fighting was not worth their while. The deliberations of Tojo Hideki's cabinet before the emperor in the months prior to Pearl Harbor note how much of the calculus for war was based not on an appraisal of relative economic factors, but on the presumed superiority of Japanese spirit and morale. In the view of its leadership, Japan was, from a spiritual point of view, certainly unsurpassed in all the world. Even were this so, it was one thing to wage a successful opening campaign, and quite another to bring the war to a conclusion. The truth was that the Japanese had no real strategy beyond simply securing the southern resource area, destroying the U.S. Navy in a decisive battle, and then hoping for a negotiated settlement. But how the Americans were to be coaxed to the bargaining table was never articulated. Admiral Nagano epitomized this lack of planning, telling the emperor that what would happen after a successful opening campaign would depend to a great extent on overall national power, including various elements, tangible and intangible, and on developments in the world situation. A mouthful of nothingness, if there ever was one. Similarly muddled thinking accompanied whether Japan envisioned fighting a short or long war. Preparations for both were made, with one official Japanese monograph noting that by firmly securing the southern vital resources areas and the main lines of communications, Japan will establish a structure that will make her self-sufficient for an extended period of time. Japan's official histories expand on this basic formula, but add the concept of degrading U.S. morale. The plan was to attack key areas in the South at the beginning of the war to create a long-term endurance posture, prepare to intercept the U.S. fleet, and when the U.S. fleet arrived, intercept and destroy it to demoralize the enemy. Yet, as noted previously, many in Japan also understood that the present gap in industrial power with the U.S. was so yawning as to be unbridgeable. Even Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, Commander-in-Chief of Japan's combined fleet, seemed to have contradictory views on the matter, having famously quipped that he would run wild for the first 6 to 12 months, but after that, had no expectation of success. Yet, in a letter immediately prior to the outbreak to Prince Fushimi Hiroyasu, a former Navy Chief of Staff. He explained that the upcoming Southern campaign is different from the China campaign, and that it will be a war of national destiny, and a very long war. Given that Japan had already been fighting in China for 4 long years, this was a stunning statement. That said, Yamamoto's actions throughout 1942 suggest that he was keenly aware that the clock was running. If the war wasn't over by the end of the year, Japan was in big trouble. Japan's hopes for diplomacy were probably largely delusional from the very start. In the words of historian Eri Hota, a war was to be declared because diplomacy could not deliver a satisfactory outcome for Japan at present, and yet, once the war began, diplomacy would have to be quickly reintroduced to end it, because Japan did not have sufficient resources for a drawn-out conflict. But what if the United States refused to succumb? What if Japan's military offensive made the United States more resolute, like Britain against Hitler? No reasonable attempt to debate or answer these uncomfortable questions is to be found. One of Karl Clausewitz's most famous maxims states that the highest act of any statesman or commander involves understanding what kind of war they are launching and not trying to turn it into something it cannot be. Japan's leadership botched this from the get-go. Imagining their forthcoming Pacific War would magically parallel that of its wars against China in 1894 through 95 and Russia in 1904 through 5, both of which were limited and largely regional in nature. The Imperial Army's more recent track record in China pointed to a marked propensity for stepping into quagmires, and it is difficult to understand how Japan's leadership believed that increasing both the number of its enemies and the size of its theater operations was going to prescribe the scope and duration of the coming conflict. Japan was betting heavily on passive help from Germany. At the time Japan's war plans were being drafted in the late summer of 1941, Germany's victory over the Soviet Union seemed assured. Once the USSR fell, Britain could not hold out for long. The collapse of both the USSR and Britain would force the United States to make difficult decisions regarding whom it wanted as its enemies and whether it had the strength to wage war on its own against the entire Axis. As the Imperial Army's Vice Chief of Staff pointed out to the Emperor, Japan's plan of moving south depends entirely upon the achievements of the Germans and success in their operations against Britain. By the time Nagumo's carrier force sailed east toward its Hawaiian rendezvous with destiny, conditions on the ground in front of Moscow were already changing. The Germans themselves barely understood the ramifications of these developments, the Japanese not at all. But Japan's die had been cast. Great Britain. It is difficult now to remember just what a permanent fixture the British Empire once seemed. It was still one of the great facts of the world in the 1930s, impossible to miss, older than anyone could remember, and apparently indestructible. So wrote historian Alan Allport, recalling the prestige and strengths with which Great Britain entered the war. Yet by the start of 1942, the limits of British imperial power had been laid bare. If America's entry into the war had provided a glimmer of hope, Great Britain had spent 1941 living in trepidation. For a year and a half, the population of the home islands had been beleaguered, perched precariously just across the English Channel from the overwhelming mass of Nazi-occupied Europe. Hitler's continental hegemony seemed to stretch away almost infinitely to the east, far past the horizon of what was possible for Britain to overcome by itself. Despite that, Britain was fighting in multiple theaters and carrying the war to Germany as aggressively as her tenuous circumstances allowed. Military. Britain's military was a mixed bag. On the world's oceans, the nearly effortless maritime supremacy it had enjoyed during the Age of Sail was long gone. The Royal Navy was stretched to its limits and fighting for its life against Dönitz's U-boats, Germany's heavy surface units, and the multi-dimensional German and Italian threat in the Mediterranean. In the Far East, the British were about to face the Imperial Japanese Navy, a former student and ally, now turned enemy, one whose power and competence was largely unknown. On the other hand, competence at naval warfare was practically baked into Britain's national DNA. Having a reputation for winning imbued its navy with confidence, aggression, and decisiveness. Likewise, as Paul Kennedy has written, the Royal Navy's desperate circumstances had fostered an ingenuity and a ruthlessness which more comfortable situations rarely bring forth. That combination of smarts and toughness had been sufficient, thus far, to survive against heavy odds. In terms of warships, British designs were solid, if uninspiring, leading to a roster of steady workhorses that hardly ever vied for top honors in any particular category. For instance, when it comes to Second World War battleships, the question of which was best typically centers on the relative merits of Japan's Yamato versus America's Iowa, while from the sidelines, Bismarck's benighted acolytes howl her rather dubious merits to the moon. Fanatical King George V fans, meanwhile, are in short supply. This continues right down the line, through carriers, cruisers, destroyers, and submarines. Name a British warship, and some other foreign power out there usually had a counterpart distinctly more glamorous. That said, it is easy to get fixated on things like tonnage, gun size, and armor thickness, while forgetting about sensors, fire control, and tactical doctrine, or soft factors like morale, training, and damage control. Here, the British were in very good shape. The Royal Navy was a pioneer in both sonar and radar, and had some of the world's best. Its fire control equipment, both for surface and anti-aircraft gunnery, was rock solid. British gunnery was good, as was their ability to generate a high rate of fire. The professionalism of British officers and seamen varied, as with all militaries, but that variation clustered around a high median. The British were experts at night fighting and hunting submarines. Taken together, despite desperate circumstances, the Royal Navy had demonstrated that it had the skill, professionalism, and strength, so far, to prevail. Fewer good things could be said about the Army, whose performance had been checkered. No one had expected the British to hold the field in France against the Wehrmacht in 1940, once the French army had collapsed. However, the retreat at Dunkirk, in close conjunction with Britain's expulsion from Norway, had left a good taste in no one's mouth. General O'Connor's triumph against the Italians in Egypt had quickly been nullified by Erwin Rommel's reconquest of Cyrenaica in April 1941. Concurrently, the British had suffered high-profile defeats in Greece and Crete. Unsurprisingly, by now, many observers were wondering whether the British had what it took to beat the Germans on the ground. Crucially, the British just weren't very good at armored warfare. On the face of it, this made little sense, since the UK had been a pioneer in the field. The British auto industry was well developed. British and Commonwealth troops were well educated and well trained. But it took more than credible martial raw material and an interest in armored theory to make a modern tank force. And as it turned out, a number of puzzle pieces were still missing. The first failing was doctrine, the debate on which had been dominated throughout the interwar period by tank power purists like J.F.C. Fuller and Basil Liddell Hart. While brilliant and forward-looking, they suffered from the same myopic overfocus of air power visionaries as WWII and Hugh Trenchard, believing that tanks alone could win on the battlefield. There was thus a great deal of lopsided thinking that focused on tanks, and more tanks, at the expense of infantry, artillery, and anti-tank guns. This view worried the establishment greatly, since it threatened the entrenched British infantry regimental system. Worse, there was no centralized doctrine for armored combat, leaving the individual armored division and brigade commanders to devise their own approaches to warfare. This was very different from the proven German practice of operating well-balanced groups of tanks, infantry, anti-tank guns, artillery, and engineers together. Yet the British were unreasonably conceited about their own approach and overly slow in dropping their pre-war theories and prejudices. Incredibly, they would still be debating not how best to do combined arms, but whether or not it even ought to be attempted until late 1944. This meant that throughout the Desert Campaign in 1942, Commonwealth tanks and infantry were brigaded separately, maneuvered separately, attacked separately, and were thereby defeated separately over and over again. The Army's second major failing was described aptly by Desert Tank Commander Robert Crisp, who noted that whoever was responsible for the design of British tanks between the wars ought to have a considerable weight on his conscience. This continued throughout the war, as the British turned out a stream of uninspired and sometimes downright wretched designs. Britain was not alone in having decided before the war to use two distinct types of tanks: light, speedy cruiser tanks for breakthrough and pursuit, and slow, heavily armored infantry tanks for infantry support. But by late 1941, the British were increasingly saddled with either fast underarmed machines, which were also insufficiently armored, or with slow underarmed machines, ill-disposed to mobile operations, both of which types were widely noted for their mechanical unreliability. Third, British commanders seemed to lack some essential, indefinable ingredient when it came to armored warfare. Any Second World War buff can rattle off the names of half a dozen noted tank generals. Usually, this will comprise a mixture of folks like Patton, Konev, Rebalko, and of course, Rommel, Manstein, Hoth, and any number of other Prussian-tinged monikers. When it comes to British tank generals, particularly in the early war, one struggles to think of anyone with much elan rather than Richard O'Connor. And by mid-1941, he was sitting in an Italian POW camp. British officers tended to excel at organization, training, logistics, and the managing of set-piece encounters. Pulling off dashing maneuvers that went for the enemy's throat really wasn't their thing. Much of this had to do with an interwar military culture where limited budgets, regimental chauvinism, and sluggish opportunities for promotion created an officer corps that prized good humor, conviviality, and getting along over aggression and drive, the latter being negatively associated with things that smacked of unseemly careerism. Then, too, there was the fact that many of Britain's most promising officers had perished on the fields of Flanders 20 years earlier, a fact that Britain's chiefs of staff were keenly aware of. In the Far East, the British Army was about to be tested against the Japanese. I will use the term British Army, though throughout the year in both the Mideast and Asia, purely British formations were often in the minority on the fields of battle in comparison with Indian, Australian, Canadian, and New Zealand contingents, all of whom used the same equipment. The Far East had been a backwater so far, with the war in Europe denuding the army of its best-trained units, as well as the funding and attention necessary for training and shoring up its far-flung imperial defenses. Many of the formations in Asia were colonial levies, typically composed of a mixture of white and Indian battalions. The mainline British Army tended to look down on the Indians and the white British officers that led them. Given the simmering tensions underlying the British colonial empire in Asia, and particularly in India, which was its largest source of military manpower outside the home islands, just how dedicated to the fight Indian soldiers were likely to be was questionable. Despite these potential weaknesses, though, the British on the whole believed that their Indian formations would be a match for any Japanese division they might come up against. Finally, there was the Royal Air Force. Its fighter forces had won renown by thumping the Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain, in which it had been a pioneer in incorporating radar into its air defense system. In general, it was well organized and professional. British aircraft were often also first-rate, with the Spitfire, Lancaster, and Mosquito being emblematic of an aircraft industry that was capable of fielding some of the finest designs in the world. That said, the character of British air power was warped by the fact that the RAF controlled not only those aircraft dedicated to air power-centric missions, but also those devoted to tactical ground support and naval missions, both of which were often slighted. In particular, the outsized influence of RAF Bomber Command and its fixation on proving strategic bombing a war-winning strategy in its own right had a deleterious effect on the conduct of Britain's wider air war by retarding its development of a more full-spectrum approach to air power. It lagged in the development of both ground support attack planes and particularly carrier aircraft. The RAF sucked resources away from the Army and Navy, which were often left glaring at their younger sister service for receiving an outsized share of appropriations, while also being a begrudging team player and doing its bit in supporting them at sea and on the ground. Economy. As the world's largest empire, comprising some 550 million souls, a quarter of the world's population, Britain could draw on a truly globe-spanning pool of manpower and resources. Economically, while the GDP of the UK proper was only 80% as large as Germany's, this represented only about 40% of the British Empire, when the dominions and other colonies were added in. Britain's possessions at Gibraltar, Malta, Singapore, Ceylon, South Africa, and the Falklands dominated the world's major shipping routes and choke points. Consequently, her navy, for hundreds of years the unchallenged ruler of the world's seas, operated from an extensive network of well-established bases. Britain's merchant marine, comprising 20 million tons of shipping, a third of the world's total, knit together the Crown's commerce. And, of course, she was uniquely protected from a continental invasion by the width of the English Channel, however narrow that moat might have seemed in early 1942. By the third year of war, though, many of these strengths had already begun eroding. Economically, much of the power of empire was illusory. Controlling great swaths of the world's surface was all well and good, but the reality was that much of the empire was capable of little more than resource extraction and subsistence farming. After all, that was the way one set things up in a colonial empire. The colonies were meant to be wholly dependent on the mother country. And while the UK itself remained a vibrant production center, it was outmatched in many respects by the continental behemoth across the English Channel. By the beginning of 1942, perhaps the most salient feature of the British economy was that it was working flat out. 52% of the nation's GDP was being hurled into the war effort. This was an equivalent ratio to Germany's and far higher than Italy's or Japan's. Fully 40% of the UK's workforce was either directly employed in the munitions industry or serving in the armed forces. This outsized spending on military production had been the case since 1937. Yet, as historian Paul Kennedy noted, that spending before the war hadn't actually afforded the UK any significant improvement in security, simply because of far higher arms spending of the maniacally driven, overheated German state. As hard as Britain had run, the much larger combined economy of the Axis powers meant that there was no credible chance of her closing the gap in armaments or manpower. As U.S. Secretary of War Henry Stimson had noted to FDR before the war's outbreak, the British and their allies cannot defeat Germany, and the resistance of the United Kingdom cannot continue indefinitely, no matter what industrial effort is put forth by us. In other words, direct American participation in the war was essential to Britain surviving, let alone emerging victoriously from the conflict. While Churchill had awaited this eventuality, Britain's own inability to produce the weapons it needed necessitated an increasing reliance on U.S. factories. This would eventually have a positive effect for both Western allies, in that it primed the pump of American rearmament and prepared its factories to crank out weapons for both nations later. However, in the short term, these expenditures were ruinous for British finances. Only FDR's canny creation of the Lend-Lease Act and its convenient fiction that American military equipment was merely being lent temporarily to the British in the interest of national defense had forestalled British bankruptcy. The price for American munificence and munitions was the opening of British overseas markets to American imports. and the restriction of British exports of goods that were in the same category of those she was receiving in U.S. aid. In essence, Britain was sacrificing her post-war future for the sake of immediate survival. Lend-Lease was to be her savior, but it also made her increasingly dependent on American goodwill. By the end of the war, the economist John Maynard Keynes was warning that if American aid were removed, the result would be a financial Dunkirk. Grim tidings indeed for the future fate of the empire. But for the time being, there was little choice in the matter. Britain must be kept fighting. And its aggregate production was not insubstantial. During 1941, through desperate efforts, Britain had actually outproduced Germany in tanks, 4,851 to 3,623, combat aircraft, 13,200 to 8,400, and guns and mortars, 54,700 to 26,200. In this, Britain had the advantages of a high per capita income, just behind that of the U.S., a well-educated workforce, a modern factory base, albeit one that wasn't currently upgrading or replacing worn-out equipment, and a well-developed internal infrastructure. It was also a technological pioneer, having made important scientific breakthroughs in cryptography and computing, radar, proximity fuse shells, and high-frequency direction finding, as well as more futuristic inventions like jet engines and atomic theory. All of these were the products of British scientists, and all would be critical to Allied fortunes. Thus, so long as the home islands could be kept safe from invasion and supplied with raw materials, Great Britain would remain a powerful contributor to the Allied war effort. Just as the empire's economy was in some ways questionable, so was whether it could supply enough military manpower. In fact, by the start of 1942, Britain was already facing a serious manpower shortage. On the face of it, with 550 million people to draw from, that seems incredible. However, the UK's population comprised only 47.5 million, slightly more than Italy and smaller than Japan and Germany, roughly 70 million each. The Dominions added another 30 million to that tally. The remaining 473 million were in the colonies, chiefly in India. Neither the Dominions nor the colonies had much in the way of heavy industry, meaning the mother country had to supply their arms as well. Many of the colonial populations were poor and poorly educated, and in some cases of indifferent loyalty to the crown. They could not supply nearly as many quality soldiers, sailors, and airmen. The result was that the British Army would never be able to field sufficient divisions to vie with the Wehrmacht on its own. As the war continued, this problem was likely to grow in severity relative to the increasing scale of combat, and there wasn't an easy fix. As a result, Britain had to carefully husband its remaining manpower. Strategy. Britain's strategic situation at the beginning of 1942 was as complex as her far-flung imperial commitments and contained a mixture of both offensive and defensive imperatives. But America's entrance into the war transformed everything. First, it was now much less likely that Britain would face a direct invasion, even should Germany triumph over the Soviet Union. Not only that, it was much more likely that Britain would also eventually be able to carry the war directly to the Reich alongside her powerful ally. But that day lay in the future, as far as Britain's leaders were concerned, and they hoped that such a direct approach would ultimately not be required. America could not rearm overnight, and it was an open question as to how long it would take before its military could start throwing its weight around on the world's battlefields. In the coming year, then, Britain had to continue carrying out the strategy she had been following for the previous 2 years. Nonetheless, the progress of the war thus far was forcing Churchill and his military leadership into facing unpleasant realizations regarding core tenets of British strategy, tenets that had been gospel for decades. The first and most important of these was the growing awareness that a naval blockade against the Reich simply wasn't going to work. More broadly speaking, British sea power was also unlikely to provide the same sort of leverage that it had in previous wars, particularly in the absence of a continental ally that it could coordinate with and lean on to prosecute a decisive land campaign. Blockade had proven highly effective against Germany in the First World War. But Hitler's new empire, by explicit design, was an entirely different animal from Wilhelminian Germany. Apart from oil, it was more economically self-sufficient than it had been a generation earlier, and by late 1941, having conquered all of Europe, it had a much larger resource base. If the war was to be won against Germany, other means would have to be found for winning it. Germany's undersea trade war against Britain's own supply lines posed a more immediate threat to the empire than the other way around. As such, Britain's first and foremost priority during this coming year was defending itself from the U-boat menace and ensuring the continued operation of the empire's core economic engine. If the home islands were starved into submission, the dominions and other colonies would be incapable of replacing the productivity of Britain's factories and shipyards. The larger empire depended on their survival. With the failure of blockade, and in the absence of a major continental ally, Britain found itself in uncharted waters. Some other means had to be found for taking the war to Germany. A solo ground campaign in Europe aimed at the conquest of the Reich was out of the question. Britain had neither the manpower nor the stomach for such an operation. Yet the war could not be won by defending. Attacking Germany, and particularly the economy that supported Hitler's war machine, was imperative. Britain turned then to the only tool that seemed to offer a solution: strategic bombing. The British had been at the forefront of aviation between the wars and had both the technical and economic basis to sustain a prolonged aerial war. Indeed, strategic bombing played well to Britain's particular situation in that while it was poor in manpower, it had a great deal of money, at least to start. In the words of historian Phillips Payson O'Brien, an air-centric policy served the basic need of preserving the British Empire by reducing human casualties and by switching the losses to machines. And the only machines capable of taking the war to the heart of the Reich were multi-engine bombers. This aligned perfectly with the RAF and Bomber Command's own articles of faith, which held that they were capable of bringing the Reich to its knees by themselves, if equipped with sufficient numbers of aircraft. The problem was that through the end of 1941, the results from strategic bombing had been negligible. Indeed, the entire vision of winning the war through the air was being called into serious question, as it became more clear how inaccurate bombing was and how paltry the damage against Germany's economy. Bomber Command was still reliant on twin-engine medium bombers that were too small, too slow, too vulnerable, and carried too small a payload to get the job done. The question of how, or whether, the bombing campaign could be fixed would occupy much of the coming year. To a certain extent, by hook or by crook, bombing simply had to be made to work. Particularly with the Soviet Union's dire situation and Stalin's insistent call for a second front, Britain had to be seen to be doing something to bring the war to Germany. Too weak to carry out a land war in Europe, Britain looked for a different theater on the perimeter where her ground forces could play an active role, and found it in the Middle East. The Suez Canal had been seen as the empire's lifeline for generations. The Middle East also contained a number of other important locales, acting as a sort of the connective tissue that held the empire together, with the British home islands on one side and India on the other. Gibraltar and the Suez Canal were the plugs that kept the Italian fleet locked inside the Mediterranean, while Malta was the thorn in Italy's communications network to Libya. Iraq contained important oil fields that needed holding. Italy's entrance into the war and the presence of a large Italian army in Libya meant that British forces would necessarily have to safeguard the canal in any case. Italy also seemed a far less formidable foe than the Germans, and one that the British matched up well against. All in all, the Middle East offered the possibility of doing outsized damage to the Axis and Churchill fervently hoped not just to hold it, but to triumph there. Finally, there was the Far East. The retention of Singapore and its approaches in Malaya loomed above all other immediate concerns. Because of the way it tied into the gigantic, interconnected Gordian knot that was the Allies' global strategic position at the beginning of this fateful year. Britain's Far East Fleet Base allowed the Royal Navy to make a significant contribution to the war in the Pacific. Keeping Dutch oil out of the hands of the Japanese was a powerful motivator, as was the retention of Burma and the Burma Road, which was China's last lifeline. Both Churchill and Roosevelt, the latter particularly, viewed keeping nationalist China in the war as imperative, not only for China's sake, but also for the Soviet Union's. With the Soviets currently on the ropes, the last thing Stalin needed was Japanese adventurism in Siberia, which might well be powered by oil from the Indies should the Dutch collapse. Continuing to tie down large numbers of imperial troops in China was therefore vital, and the only way for supplies to reach Chiang now was via Burma. Singapore was the linchpin for all of this. Singapore also barred the door to the crown jewel of Britain's empire, India. The massive subcontinent was bubbling with ferment from the Indian Congress Party's campaign for independence from the crown. Churchill was determined to hold it at all costs. The Japanese showing up in the neighborhood and stoking Indian nationalist fervor still further, or even invading, was to be avoided by any means. Japanese military potential was, as noted, largely unknown, if also undervalued at this point. Despite having deliberately shortchanged Malaya's defenses for years, London's perspective was that both Malaya and Singapore should be capable of withstanding a campaign of lengthy duration if the British could reinforce it adequately. While the Japanese might be bold enough to attack the British Empire by itself, Churchill bet that its potential alliance with the United States might cow them into reconsidering, thereby saving British and Dutch holdings by proxy. If that bet was wrong, though, it was unclear where the British would find reinforcements for the Far East. Nor was it clear whether the Japanese would give them sufficient time to improvise. The United States. America's entrance into the war in December 1941 meant that all the world's major powers were fully involved in the conflict. No one doubted that America had the potential to make a monumental contribution to the Allied effort. The question was, how long it would take that contribution to materialize and what its scope might be. Economy. America's position was a study in contrasts between her enormous latent power and her near-term military weaknesses. Economically, she was a colossus, by far the wealthiest nation on Earth, with both the world's largest economy and its highest per capita income. Her nearest Axis competitor, Nazi Germany, had an economy only 40% as big and a per capita income 20% smaller. The scale of U.S. output was almost unimaginable. In 1938, she was responsible for 29% of the planet's total economic activity. American mines, bolstered by the huge reserves in the Minnesota Iron Range, produced 40% of the world's iron ore. From this would be smelted 80 million tons of steel in 1942, more than Britain, Russia, and the entire Axis powers combined. In 1942, U.S. rigs would pump two-thirds of the world's oil, more than 12 times that of the entire Axis bloc, and her coal production was enormous as well. America consumed nearly a third of the world's total energy. In almost every type of raw material, barring a few key items like rubber, tin, and manganese, the U.S. was either a net exporter or self-sufficient. In manufactured goods, U.S. industries were world leaders in practically everything: aircraft, refrigerators, radios and electronics, textiles, machine tools and factory equipment, railroad engines, cars, and ships. Detroit's factories cranked out more than 4 million vehicles annually. Yet, the American economy was still recovering from the effects of the Great Depression. This meant that there remained large quantities of as-yet untapped industrial capacity, slack in the system, so to speak, in contrast to the other warring powers, most of whom were already running full tilt. This helps explain why the U.S. economy expanded by 55% between 1939 and 1944. American agricultural output, driven by the extensive mechanization on its farms, was gargantuan. The war had already disrupted European trade patterns, including food distribution, and Japan's Pacific onslaught was about to complicate that situation still further in Asia. Food was a major concern for the UK, Germany, and Europe more broadly, the Soviet Union, and China. Southeast Asia and India were shortly to be added to that list. Having an ally like the U.S., one that was capable of feeding not only itself, but also substantial portions of Britain and the USSR, was of inestimable value. American enterprise was supported by a deep substrate of technical, managerial, and organizational expertise. U.S. corporations had pioneered mass manufacturing and were the world's leading practitioners. Private research and development centers like Bell Labs were emblematic of the emphasis that Americans placed on innovation and invention. The private sector's expertise was fed by a network of colleges and universities that produced legions of trained managers, engineers, and scientists. These were in turn supported by a generally well-educated, literate population, many of whom were underutilized and eager for employment. The U.S. could also draw on financial strength. New York was one of the world's investment capitals, and American industry could rely on the backing of a network of banks and financial institutions. Despite the impact of the Great Depression, U.S. gold reserves in 1939 represented 70% of the world's total. The Federal Reserve, along with the U.S. Treasury, was in a position to finance the war with cash in quantities beyond any other combatant. And yet, because of America's enormous wealth, it could produce this with remarkably little strain. As Secretary of War Stimson remarked later, "At no time did I ever have to worry about funds. The appropriations from Congress were always prompt and generous. The pinch came in getting money turned into weapons." This had probably never happened before in human history. Faced with a conflict certain to be protracted and global, a government would exhaust the country's mines, factories, and productive capacity before it exhausted its coffers. Given the prodigal war-making effort America was going to fund, this financial strength was unprecedented. It explains why the American approach to war was centered on logistics and production. As British historian Michael Howard noted, without a hint of irony, American strategy consisted largely in the mobilization and concentrated application of their overwhelming industrial strength. Had America been forced to expend people rather than materiel to win the war, it certainly could have done so. Its 132 million citizens made America the world's fourth most populous nation. But given its wealth, the United States was never going to fight a war in the same way as China, Russia, or Japan, where labor and lives was cheap. In the words of economic historian Hugh Rockoff, a democratically elected government was not likely to survive for long if it was not minimizing casualties and magnifying the enemy's casualties with massive firepower. Cartoonist and journalist Bill Malden later recalled seeing that preference manifested on the battlefield when he wrote, "Germans respect our artillery, and I don't blame them. Our army seems less reluctant than the German army to expend shells instead of men." By the end of 1942, that preference for firepower would manifest itself everywhere the Americans fought. The same tendency toward expending money rather than people would inform every aspect of American war-making, from planning down to tactics. Of the major combatants, America alone had the ability to put a large number of people into uniform and still equip them lavishly. Of the $330 billion America would spend on defense during the war, $186 billion would go to munitions and equipment. By 1944, America would be spending more than $80 billion on armaments annually, more than the entire pre-war economies of Germany, Italy, and Japan combined. Thus, while 1942 would at times be marked by both desperation and improvisation, American planners were keeping their eyes fixed on their ultimate goal, creating the world's most powerful military and the industrial and technical infrastructure to support it indefinitely. The outcome of the year hinged on how quickly America's enormous civilian economy could be converted and begin contributing to the war effort. In the words of one U.S. Army planning document, the urgency of speed and the desirability of employment of our present great economic and industrial advantage over our potential enemies cannot be overemphasized. This was driven by the belief that if the USSR collapsed, the Western Allies would only have until mid-1943 to launch their own counteroffensive against Germany. Past that point, the Reich's recuperative powers would make Hitler's position on the European continent unassailable. The clock was ticking. Military. The realization of America's grand visions of global power lay somewhere in the future. But in late 1941, the reality on the ground was shockingly different from American aspirations. In Europe, the Germans were pitting about 200 divisions against roughly 400 Soviet divisions, a total of around 9 million soldiers. On 7 December 1941, the U.S. Army could count 1.6 million men in its ranks, which was itself a tenfold expansion from just 2 years prior, and had activated 36 divisions. However, as mentioned previously, only one of these was deemed combat-ready. Many were ill-equipped. Training with mock-ups and wooden rifles rather than real weapons was par for the course. Unlike the totalitarian powers, where universal military service had been the norm throughout the Great Depression, American soldiers would have to be trained from scratch. Nobody had much experience. The blind leading the blind, and officers generally elsewhere, was how one American general described the readiness of its newly minted divisions. Going toe-to-toe with the main force of the Wehrmacht was infeasible for the foreseeable future, much though the President and the U.S. Army's Chief of Staff, General George Marshall, wished otherwise. That said, the Army had already done a great deal of thinking about how it intended to fight. Unlike Britain, it already acknowledged the virtues of combined arms warfare. Armor, infantry, artillery, aircraft, and other supporting arms working in concert on the battlefield, although it had never actually done it on the battlefield. While the Army didn't have a lot of equipment on hand, much of what it did have had been designed with this sort of warfare in mind, and was generally first-rate. American armor, chiefly embodied by the M4 Sherman medium tank, has come in for its share of criticism for being underarmed and under-armored in comparison with later German models. But no one can question the Sherman's mechanical reliability, its general utility on the battlefield, or the large numbers the Americans would ultimately field. American artillery was top-notch in every respect, not only in the quality of the weapons, but also in its doctrine and signals technology, as well as the quantities of ammunition supporting it. In the M1 Garand, the Americans had arguably the finest infantry rifle of the war, although they would often find themselves much lighter on squad-level automatic weapons than was desirable. Finally, the U.S. Army would be highly mobile, with almost all of its formations fully motorized, courtesy of Detroit's automakers. In the air, the situation was largely the same. Low production totals, but new designs beginning to come online. Aircraft production in 1941 had accelerated rapidly, largely as a result of Lend-Lease obligations to Britain and the President's insistence that America's air forces be second to none. In 1939, the U.S. Army Air Forces had only 1,700 total aircraft and fewer than 20,000 personnel. It had ranked sixth then in world production, with 2,195 units. By 1941, it had moved firmly into first place, with 19,433 airplanes produced. The Army Air Forces now anticipated needing to field 84 aircraft groups, over 6,000 active aircraft, and 400,000 personnel. At the outbreak, 71 groups had been activated, but most were at cadre strength, meaning a bare minimum peacetime establishment of officers and men, and hadn't been equipped. And the president demanded even more. In 3 years, he wanted the American aircraft industry to go from producing 2,000 planes a year to producing 4,000 planes a month. This was, to say the least, ambitious. The quality of fielded aircraft was currently uneven. Fighters like the F-4F Wildcat and P-40 Tomahawk were competitive, if unexciting, especially in comparison to the Japanese Zero. That said, the American fighter aircraft that would eventually win the air war, the F-6F Hellcat, F-4U Corsair, P-38 Lightning, P-47 Thunderbolt, and P-51 Mustang, were already flying in prototype form, or would be shortly. American medium bombers, the A-20 Havoc, B-25 Mitchell, and B-26 Marauder, were uniformly excellent designs. The same was true of American heavy bombers, with the B-17 Flying Fortress and B-24 Liberator already in production, and both destined to be crucial contributors, and the next generation, B-29, moving toward its prototype flight later in 1942. American engine technology was superb, as was the quality of its avionics, communications, and bomb sights. The Americans would have a solid roster of planes. The problem would be producing sufficient numbers quickly enough, along with the pilots to fly them. Only at sea was the U.S. already a first-rate military power in late 1941. With 344 major warships and submarines in commission at the outbreak, only the Royal Navy was larger. Everyone knew it was only a matter of time before American numbers superseded their allies. The Two-Ocean Navy Act, enacted in July 1940, had guaranteed that. Nonetheless, the U.S. Navy was also facing widened responsibilities, and in the near term, it would be short of every kind of warship, in particular specialized anti-submarine escort vessels and aircraft carriers. From a technical standpoint, the U.S. Navy was a leader on many fronts. Its carrier force was second only to Japan's in size, and its flat tops were equivalent in air group size and superior in radar, defensive gunpowder, and damage control. American surface warships were uniformly well-built, well-armed, and good sea boats. Crucially, the USN's move to high-temperature, high-pressure steam plants before the war, coupled with advanced turbines, gave its warships unprecedented fuel efficiency and long legs. American naval logistics were unequaled. The U.S. Navy had pioneered underway refueling, giving it an unmatched ability to keep its ships at sea, traverse long distances, and arrive ready to do battle. In the endless expanses of the Pacific, all these seemingly mundane technical details added up to a priceless advantage. The U.S. Navy had also thought deeply during the interwar period about what would be required to conduct a war against Japan in a theater as large as the Pacific. It was not too surprised by much of what transpired during the war, at least in terms of the general shape of operations and campaigns. In the words of historian Edward Miller, the United States prosecuted the Pacific War largely in conformance with the pre-war strategic formation known as War Plan Orange. The eventual thrust across the Central Pacific, the necessity of amphibious force projection, and the specialized equipment required to undertake it, the centrality of logistics, the need for rapid base and airfield construction, the importance of commerce protection and destruction, all of these had been predicted by American planning. Furthermore, the ubiquity of graduates of the U.S. Naval War College in the higher command ranks of the Navy ensured both a reverence for planning and a willingness to be pragmatic and flexible. By and large, the U.S. Navy was professional and capable. Whether it would be able to simultaneously shoulder outsized burdens in both the Pacific and Atlantic was the question facing it in 1942. Strategy. America went to war with a grand strategy that had taken shape only in the previous year. In late October 1940, with Poland, France, the Low Countries, and Norway, now under the Nazi boot, and the survival of Great Britain in doubt, Admiral Harold Betty Stark, the chief of naval operations, sat down in his study to compose a new document on global U.S. strategy. With war clouds looming, and the Germans currently looking unbeatable on land, Stark had become concerned that the Navy's existing rainbow plans, while they anticipated a multi-front war of some sort, no longer accurately reflected the rapidly changing geopolitical environment in which the U.S. found itself. Hitler's Germany, master of all Europe, posed a unique economic and military threat. Likewise, with Japan's entry into the tripartite agreement with Germany and Italy a month prior, the U.S. was faced with the prospect of a multi-front war against a powerful enemy coalition, with its own traditional allies either already defeated or isolated. In the course of a single day, Stark cranked out a draft of his strategic vision. After gathering his staff's feedback, he sent it to his counterpart, General George Marshall, on 2 November 1940. Marshall quickly approved it, whereupon it made its way to FDR. Roosevelt, having just won an election, partly by promising to keep American boys out of overseas wars, would not and could not formally approve a document that clearly foresaw exactly the opposite. However, the president raised no objections to the 26-page brief, and his tacit approval was good enough for Marshall and Stark. Stark's analysis ranged across the globe, describing in broad terms the situation facing the U.S. He laid out 4 basic strategic stances, labeled A through D, that the United States could adopt in the event of war with multiple parties. Plan A envisioned defending the Western Hemisphere alone. B called for the U.S. to go on the offense in the Pacific while assuming a defensive stance in the Atlantic and Europe. C envisioned equal effort between both theaters. And D called for Europe to receive the bulk of attention while remaining on the defensive in the Pacific. Stark, in a reversal of the Navy's traditional priorities, argued that Plan D, or DOG, was the preferable course of action. Nothing that the U.S. could do in the Pacific would materially increase Britain's odds of survival vis-a-vis Germany, and America, in Stark's opinion, did not have the resources to fight effectively in both theaters simultaneously. Britain's survival, Stark argued, was essential to protecting U.S. interests. All other considerations needed to be subordinated to this central goal. Stark noted, "The present situation of the British Empire is not encouraging. I believe it easily possible, lacking active American military assistance, for that empire to lose this war." Stark felt that the British were over-optimistic as to their chances for ultimate success, a truly depressing statement given the desperate measures the British were already undertaking in their own defense. Not only that, but even if she survived, Stark opined that Britain almost certainly did not have the resources to beat the Reich through blockade or aerial bombardment. Should Britain be defeated by Germany and Italy, and her empire dismembered, the U.S. would find itself alone and at war with the world. In such straits, the problems confronting us would be very great, and while we might not lose everywhere, we might, possibly, not win anywhere. In Stark's eyes, and those of his counterpart Marshall, Germany had catapulted itself ahead of Japan on the list of the nation's potential enemies, and stood at the center of an existential threat to American security. At almost the same time Stark was writing his document, Germany's Grand Admiral, Erich Raeder, was contemplating plans for a massive expansion of the Kriegsmarine. Some staff studies called for as many as 80 battleships, 20 aircraft carriers, 225 cruisers, and 500 U-boats, designed to procure and defend a worldwide German empire. These grandiose ambitions were beyond Germany's means, but they demonstrated the Reich's intentions. Stark contemplated what it might be like to face such a globe-spanning enemy, and one that would directly threaten the security of the Western Hemisphere. The only way to ensure Germany's destruction was to ensure U.S. access to land bases close to the European continent, and then conduct operations there. While Britain lacked the manpower and the material means to master Germany, Stark knew from a logistical standpoint that Britain, with its well-developed ports, roads, air bases, and other facilities, was by far the best springboard for getting back into Europe. He cleverly framed his arguments in a fashion that the U.S. Army would be sure to embrace. Stark explicitly noted that Germany's destruction would most likely require the United States to send large air and land forces to Europe or Africa, or both, and to participate strongly in a land offensive. This matched perfectly with the U.S. Army's viewpoint. By 1940, it was an article of faith in General Marshall's service that the surest way to victory in any war was to place superior ground forces in contact with the enemies and destroy them. Germany's military must be crushed, her economic means of warfare obliterated. That could only be accomplished by landing an army in Northern Europe that was more powerful than the Wehrmacht. The Army believed that with America's manpower and economic resources, it would eventually have the measure of any opponent. However, as mentioned previously, it also believed that speed was essential. If Germany was able to consolidate her holdings in Europe, the Nazi Reich might eventually become unchallengeable. In the Army's view, it was essential that the Allies take the offensive no later than mid-1943. Putting the Army in a position to do that would necessarily require an enormous effort on the part of the U.S. Navy to secure the sea lanes and transport the necessary materiel to the point of engagement. It was believed that 30 million tons of American shipping would be needed to support such a war, more than quadruple what the U.S. currently had available. Writing in late 1940, Stark was certain that America could only do that one ocean at a time. Stark's Plan Dog Memo, as it came to be known, served as the basis for the first in a series of secret discussions, known as ABC-1, between the American, British, and Canadian service chiefs held beginning in January 1941. The ratification of Stark's basic strategic concepts was formalized shortly thereafter and became the basis for what was known as the Germany First strategy. Germany First remained the foundation of American and British strategy throughout 1942. However, as will be seen, both the operational realities in the Pacific and Admiral Stark's successor, Admiral Ernest King, would bring about fundamental alterations in American strategy. These would have to be accommodated, often grudgingly, by the other Allied service chiefs, but would profoundly alter the trajectory of the larger war. The USSR. Other than the attack at Pearl Harbor, perhaps the greatest surprise of December 1941 was that the Soviet Union still existed. In the summer of 1941, most observers gave the USSR just weeks to live. Writing after the war, Lord Allenbrook, Britain's chief of the Imperial General Staff and one of the Allies' sharpest military minds, recalled that when Barbarossa was launched, Russia would not last long, possibly 3 or 4 months. It was, he said, an opinion shared by most people. American military circles were similarly pessimistic. Secretary of War Stimson echoed the views of many senior officers when he predicted that destroying the USSR would take the Germans a minimum of a month, and a possible maximum of 3. Others in the Pentagon likewise thought the task would be as easy as ABC for the vaunted Wehrmacht. That hadn't proven to be the case. But it had taken absolutely everything the Soviets had to stave off defeat. By the time the Germans were halted outside Moscow, the Red Army had lost at least 4.5 million men, 20,500 tanks, 17,900 aircraft, 101,100 guns and mortars, and 6,290,000 small arms. For the remainder of the war, the average monthly butcher's bill for the Red Army would have represented a disaster for any other nation. 180,000 to 237,000 soldiers killed or died of wounds, along with 300,000 small arms, 6,000 guns and mortars, 2,000 tanks, and almost 2,000 aircraft lost. For every Red Army soldier killed, possibly as many as 2 Soviet civilians died. Between 260,000 to 380,000 every month, for nearly 4 years. By the end of the war, the Soviet Union would lose around 27 million people, 13.5% of its pre-war population, 1 person in every 7. The United States would lose 1 in every 300. Military. After such a beating, the fact that the Red Army was still in the field in any capacity was little short of miraculous. Whether the Soviets could continue resisting, let alone launching any kind of successful counteroffensive against the Germans, depleted though the Wehrmacht might be, was an open question by the end of 1941. There were plenty of reasons for skepticism. Despite their undoubted heroism and willingness to shed blood in rivers, the Soviets had yet to demonstrate much military competence. If the coming year were to witness a turnaround of their fortunes, the Red Army would have to improve dramatically. At the beginning of Barbarossa, the Wehrmacht held 2 crucial advantages. First, at the operational level, the Germans were superior. They understood the capabilities of their divisional and corps-sized units and how to maneuver them to achieve maximal positional advantage over their enemies. Time and again, during the summer and fall of 1941, the Red Army found itself reacting too slowly to impending encirclements. It was like trying to play chess against an opponent who got 3 moves for every one of your own. The result was catastrophe after catastrophe. When the Red Army tried counterattacking against the Germans, which they had over and over and over, their efforts were almost inevitably unsuccessful. Even when they had inflicted local reversals on the Germans, the Wehrmacht always reacted quickly to changing conditions, counterattacked, and usually prevailed. At the tactical level, the Wehrmacht was equally superior. The Germans knew how to cover the advance of their infantry using heavy weapons and armor. In conjunction with their tanks, they knew how to bring airborne firepower to bear to reduce strong points and keep an advance moving. The Wehrmacht could react faster, hit harder, and attack in places the Soviets were not expecting. Even if an initial encounter went badly for them, the Germans typically assessed the situation more rapidly, adjusted their tactics, then maneuvered the enemy out of a position of initial strength to ultimate destruction. As discussed previously, these advantages mostly emanated from the superiority of the Wehrmacht's tactical leaders, who were well-trained, aggressive, and unafraid to make quick decisions on the battlefield. By comparison, the Red Army was saddled with wooden tactics, an unwillingness to take initiative, and sclerotic reactions. The Red Army's calamities speak to an absence of leadership, training, and robust command and control C2 systems. A shortage of leadership was hardly surprising, given Stalin's purges of the Red Army's officers. From 1937 to 1941, perhaps 25,000 to 35,000 officers had been purged from both the Army and Air Force, VVS. Upper-level officers, i.e. brigade commanders and up, had suffered disproportionately heavily. The trauma from these events had a huge impact on the Red Army's culture. The ability to remain inconspicuous while also appearing to support the regime was a prized survival characteristic. Personal initiative on the battlefield was very much not. Stalin had also scapegoated several front and army commanders after the debacle on the frontiers in June 1941. As a result, Red Army officers, above all, feared not carrying out their orders, regardless of whether those orders were good, bad, or even worse. Many of the remaining Red Army officers were unprepared for their roles, hastily trained, and promoted too rapidly into commands beyond their current abilities. The Red Army had expanded rapidly, from 930,000 men in 1935 to 4.2 million by 1 January 1941. Yet graduates of the Red Army's military academies and training programs could supply less than half its needs, and few of these men had any real combat experience. They were quite young. More than a quarter of the Army's officers were under 25 years of age. with over half of its most senior commanders younger than 45. Most of the latter had been in their current positions less than 6 months, whereas their German counterparts were mostly seasoned men in their 50s. Like the soldiers they led, the Red Army's commanders were learning on the job. As historian Roger Rees notes, in many instances, soldiers could legitimately question whether their officers were qualified to lead them, although such thoughts obviously had to be kept to oneself. Against an experienced opponent like the Wehrmacht, this was not a recipe for success. Organizationally, the Red Army was also a shambles. In their desperation to accommodate the requirements of a poorly trained officer corps, many of the Red Army's larger units, like its mechanized corps, had been abolished, and its armies were now composed of divisions and brigades, which were easier to command. However, the Soviets currently had no unit on the roster with the flexibility and robustness of a panzer division. As 1942 dawned, the Red Army was in the midst of reimagining its organizational makeup, looking for the right force structure, all while conducting a fighting retreat. The Army also wasn't using its weapons well. Soviet rifle divisions, despite having reasonably large numbers of anti-tank AT guns, were doing a poor job of protecting themselves against German armored attacks. Nor did they have adequate heavy automatic weapons to go face-to-face with German infantry, or artillery wielded competently enough to counterattack effectively. Red Army tank crews were undertrained and no match for the Germans tactically. All of these deficiencies had to be addressed. There were several things that the Soviets could build on, however. The first was their tanks. Both their T-34 medium and KV-1 heavy models had come as a nasty surprise to the advancing Germans. The T-34 was in some ways the most innovative and effective medium tank in use, with better mobility, protection, and firepower than the majority of German armored vehicles, although it did have deficiencies in crew ergonomics, optics, fire control, and radios. The Red Army also fielded high-quality artillery, including a dual-role 76.2 mm field gun, the same weapon carried by the T-34, and good 122 mm and 152 mm guns and howitzers. Here too, though, Soviet fire control and signals, communications, were not the equal of the Germans. But to an extent, all of these shortcomings could be offset with superior numbers, provided the heavy weapons could be adequately manned and supplied with ammunition. That, too, was currently a big if, given the damage that had been done to both Soviet military manpower and its arms industries. In the air, the Soviet Air Force, VVS, had been decimated by the Luftwaffe, and also needed to improve radically and rapidly. Of the trio of main Soviet fighter designs that the VVS began the war with, the Lag-3, MiG-3, and Yak-1, only the Yak was a decent match for the German Bf-109. But quality aircraft were nothing without solid tactics and experienced pilots. In this respect, the VVS was at a real disadvantage against more experienced German aviators, and the Soviets were scrambling to make good the deficit. In terms of delivering ground support, which, besides achieving air superiority over the battlefield, was the VVS's primary mission, things were little better. The Soviets had some solid light and medium bomber designs, and in the Il-2 Sturmovik, the VVS had what would become the most widely produced aircraft of the war, and a fine ground support implement. But the VVS lagged in training, doctrine, and command and control, and its aviators possessed nowhere near the competence of the Luftwaffe's ground attack specialists, meaning the Red Army rarely received effective air support for its attacks. Arguably, the component of the Soviet military system most urgently needing an upgrade was Joseph Stalin himself. The evolution of Stalin as a wartime leader is one of the crucial tales of 1942, because he held so much in his hands. It was a simple fact that for the Western Allies to win the war against Germany, Stalin's USSR had to win too. But for that to happen, his leadership shortcomings had to be overcome. At nearly 63, Stalin was 10 years older than Hitler, The son of a violent, alcoholic cobbler and a semi-literate laundress, his childhood had been filled with poverty and abuse, with a crippling injury to his arm and some smallpox thrown in for good measure. Academically gifted, but perpetually mischievous as a child, he was a passable actor, an amateur poet, and eventually a dropout seminary student. Instead of the church, he was captivated by revolutionary ideas that then drew him into a life of political agitating, racketeering, and robbery, arrests, and eventually exile to Siberia. His inner hardness had by then come to the fore, annealed by the untimely death of his beloved first wife. Fast-forwarding to 1942, Stalin had been supreme leader of the Soviet state for 17 years. He was a man totally consumed by the wielding of power, and it is difficult to imagine a less sympathetic protagonist in the narrative of this or any other conflict. For all of the industrialized genocidal horrors Hitler visited on the world, Stalin could match, and in many cases surpass, his German counterpart. Paranoically suspicious, he trusted no one, and was capable of killing on the slightest pretext, or not at all. Terror, betrayal, and summary executions were merely tools in the kit bag of statecraft to Stalin. He was the definition of a sociopath, a man who regarded human beings as disposable objects. It goes without saying that he was rather difficult to work for. Gruff, sharp, and inquisitive, Stalin had a tremendous memory and grasp of technical details. Deceiving him was difficult, and it was dangerous to try. He suffered fools badly, losers even worse. For the previous 6 months, Stalin had been the head of a state fighting for its very existence. Those same 6 months had demonstrated that Joseph Vissarionovich had a lot to learn as a military leader. His core problem was a lack of higher-level command experience, combined with a mixture of aggression, impatience, incurable optimism, and a bone-deep distrust of anybody's instincts beside his own. Ironically, for a man who ran the world's largest planned economy, Stalin was disinclined toward proper military planning, and often unwilling to spend the time it entailed. He wanted results now, and he was unable to understand why his orders did not immediately translate into victory. When he did achieve success, however limited, his inclination was to push for even more. The price in blood be damned. The results to date had been a string of ill-executed counterattacks, military failures, and millions of his fellow citizens slain to little effect. Only a nation with truly gargantuan resources could withstand this level of grotesque ineptitude in supreme military leadership, but even the USSR couldn't continue in this fashion forever. Economy. If survival of the Red Army was an open question, so was survival of the Soviet economy. Operating from an industrial base that had been entirely disrupted by Operation Barbarossa, would it still be able to keep up with the enormous material requirements of the war? Or would it collapse outright through the failure to feed, clothe, and house its dislocated, starving, demoralized citizens? By the beginning of 1942, the USSR had lost half of its meat and grain supplies, a third of its rail network, and 40% of its pre-war population. The Soviet workforce, the number of warm bodies that could toil on farms and in factories, had plummeted from 86.8 million in 1940 to 54.7 million in 1942. Soviet GDP fell by 24%, leaving the Soviet economy a quarter smaller than Germany, and with far fewer raw materials to draw from. The civilian economy evaporated. Production of normal goods fell by 60%, the construction industry by 70%. And unlike Great Britain and America, whose high per capita income could be tapped for additional funds, the USSR's was $2,150, slightly lower than Japan's, and significantly less than even Italy's. Stalin and the NKVD, the Soviet secret police, were going to have their hands full trying to keep an increasingly cold, hungry, demoralized workforce in the factories and cranking out arms. Taken together, as Mark Harrison points out, the tribulations of the other Allied economies, even Britain under submarine blockade and aerial bombardment, seem almost frivolous in comparison. What the Soviet economy had going for it was that it already had an enormous weapons production infrastructure in place. Unlike the United States, the USSR had been engaged in producing huge quantities of arms for the previous decade. Hence, the industries for supplying the world's largest army had already been substantially bought and paid for. The problem was that by late 1941, much of that industrial base had either been captured, destroyed, blockaded, in the case of Leningrad, or was currently in transit somewhere else. The summer's calamities had convinced the Soviet leadership that fighting a protracted war required moving its most vital production centers out of harm's way into safer eastern regions of the country. Under the guidance of the capable Nikolai Shvernik, the Soviets managed to relocate 1,523 major factories and a total of 2,593 enterprises, along with as many as 25 million workers and their families. This accounted for roughly 8% to 10% of Soviet capital stock and an eighth of its industrial capacity. That may not sound all that impressive on the face of it, but the equipment that had been preserved was overwhelmingly oriented toward military production. The Soviets weren't bothering with things like furniture factories. They were focusing on weapons, engines, machine tools, and other heavy industrial components. The majority went to regions east of Moscow, the Ural Mountains, western Siberia, and Central Asia. The effort required more than 1.5 million railroad carloads and was busily running the nation's rolling stock into the ground. Everything that couldn't be moved, factories, equipment, food, fuel, was supposed to be destroyed. Obviously, production at the translocated factories could not just be magically conjured up upon arriving in the East. There followed a chaotic period of massive economic dislocation. Trains got diverted or ended up in the wrong locations. Families were sometimes separated. Food grew scarce, and when the refugees did arrive, they most often found their new towns utterly overwhelmed by the incoming human flood tide. Factories and housing had to be built, machine tools set back up, and raw materials rationalized, prioritized, and delivered to the new production centers. Somehow, too, food, clothing, and shelter had to be procured for the massive influx of new workers. This process, already underway by late 1941, would take months to complete. In the interim, the Red Army had to be kept in the field by an industrial base that had shrunk dramatically. Coal production had fallen by 50%, and oil by a third, leading to a 40% decrease in electric generation. Aluminum production was down by 60%, and the same was true of copper, tin, and other soft metals. Overall raw material and energy production fell even farther and faster than the USSR's overall decrease in GDP. Steel and iron production was perhaps the most critical industrial commodity of all, in that every weapon contained at least some steel and often weapons-grade, high-tensile varieties. By the beginning of 1942, nearly 70% of iron mining and smelting capacity and nearly 60% of steel forging and rolling capacity had been decommissioned, which is another way of saying it had been either blown up or captured, or was in the process of being hauled out to the hinterlands. From 1941 to 1942, iron ore production fell by 60%, crude steel by 55%, and rolled steel by 58%. High-grade steel output was down 28%, and ordinary rolling steel down 3/4. Metal-cutting tool production, likewise, fell by half. In other vital industries, like ball bearings, production was only 5% of what it had been 6 months prior. The chemicals industry, which was responsible for manufacturing explosives, had fallen by nearly half. Putting it mildly, this was not an auspicious base for keeping the world's largest army in the field. Perhaps most critically, food production had collapsed. The Ukraine had been the USSR's breadbasket, and its loss decreased acreage under tillage by almost 40%. Many of the farmers remaining in the USSR had been drafted into the army, along with their draft animals. Caloric intake plummeted, and there was already a serious danger of widespread famine, which would only grow worse as the year went on. The question was, would the Soviets be able to turn the productive spigots back on in time to stem the German offensives certain to come their way in the spring of 1942? Equally important, could they manage to keep their factory workers sufficiently clothed, housed, and still believing in victory so that they would continue producing? Could Russia's decimated agricultural sector, now increasingly composed of women, the very young and the aged, and using mostly hand tools, somehow manage to turn out enough food? Could they keep the factory workers from starving without starving themselves? Or would the Soviet economy simply disintegrate? Strategy. The Kremlin's strategy at the end of 1941 was focused on three goals: preserving the Soviet Union, procuring as much Lend-Lease aid as possible, and getting the Western Allies to open a second front against Germany. The USSR was not generally an outward-looking entity. It was understandably focused on its own struggle for survival. While it had a keen interest in relations with its immediate neighbors, particularly in the Far East with respect to forestalling potential Japanese aggression, it paid little more than peripheral attention to events occurring in, say, North Africa or the Battle of the Atlantic. The Kremlin did not take a global approach to strategy in the way the Anglo-Americans did. Of immediate concern was rolling back the Wehrmacht from the gates of Moscow and raising the siege of Leningrad. Moscow's safety was paramount, as it housed the apparatus of the state, but also served as the primary communications hub of the Soviet Empire. Many of the capital's administrative functions had been hastily moved 530 miles east to Kuibyshev, now Samara, which was serving as an emergency capital. Likewise, many of Moscow's defense industries had been shipped east as well. But Moscow was still Russia's most populous city and the symbolic heart of the nation. Its defense was paramount. Leningrad, the Soviet Union's second-largest city, a major industrial center, and a naval port, was only slightly less important. It was also facing the most dire immediate circumstances. Almost completely cut off from outside aid, with a large population already starving wholesale. It was obvious to everyone that the Red Army would try to raise the siege if humanly possible. It was likewise obvious that any such effort had to be aimed at the thin salient the Germans had driven north to Lake Ladoga. Unfortunately, the swampy, forested wilderness to be found across the entirety of the front was less than ideal for armored operations, and the Germans were by now well dug in. Finally, the Soviets needed to preserve a quartet of widely separated ports: Sevastopol on the Black Sea, Vladivostok in the Pacific, and Murmansk and Archangel in the north. The first was at this moment besieged by Manstein's 11th Army, and its survival was uncertain. The Soviets wanted badly to retain it, since it dominated the Black Sea. It was also a much superior port to the smaller harbors of Tuapse, Sochi, and Sukhumi on the Black Sea's eastern shore, which were now the final havens of the USSR's beleaguered Black Sea fleet. Murmansk and Archangel were gateways to the readiest source of Lend-Lease military equipment: Arctic convoys coming from the UK and America. The Finnish army had launched a half-hearted effort to capture the single railway line connecting Murmansk with the southern portion of the USSR. Their advance had been curbed when informed by the U.S. that serious diplomatic consequences would result from any interruption of Lend-Lease supplies. Nevertheless, Moscow was keenly aware of the vulnerability of this supply line. Meanwhile, Vladivostok handled a great deal of surface traffic too. The Soviets did not import military equipment via the Pacific out of respect for its delicate relations with the Japanese, but a lot of more mundane cargo. Foodstuffs, metals, and industrial equipment eventually made its way to the USSR via Soviet merchant ships in the Pacific. Lend-Lease aid to the Soviet Union would eventually become a vital component of its victory over Germany. And while that aid would still be ramping up throughout 1942, Lend-Lease promised to provide the Red Army with large quantities of trucks, tanks, planes, explosives, metals, and industrial equipment, and food. These contributions would account for roughly 5% of Soviet GDP in the year ahead, a seemingly small but crucial component in staving off the destruction of the Soviet economy. Beyond mere supplies and sympathetic utterances, though, the dearest wish of the Soviet leadership was for the Western Allies to open a second front against the Germans, and thereby draw some of the Wehrmacht's strength away from the Soviet Union. Stalin could see no real reason why this could not happen in 1942. Soviet military leaders, Stalin included, failed to grasp the complexities of transoceanic warfare and the absolute necessity of controlling the seaways. Given the enormity of the U-boat threat, even procuring local sea control for an amphibious operation anywhere in the Atlantic was far from certain, not to mention the ongoing logistical effort required to supply such an operation. To Stalin and his leadership, though, the Atlantic Ocean was seemingly little more than a rather wide river that needed crossing to insert troops in Western Europe. Given the torrents of blood the Soviets were shedding against the Germans, impatience on their part was probably unavoidable. However, the Kremlin's gap of understanding on these matters would remain a constant point of contention throughout the year. In short, the immediate strategic goal of the Soviet Union was first and foremost survival, followed by resurrecting its own military power, degrading the enemies, recovering vital lost territories, and propping up the economy such that it could sustain a war effort that everybody understood was likely to be years long. China. China is typically ignored entirely or given very short shrift in most accounts of the Second World War, but this neglects its centrality in the conflict, particularly in the early going. It is fair to say that without Japan's aggression against China, the Americans would never have ended up in a war against Japan at all, or certainly not when they did. Japan's inability to resolve its conflict in China through purely military means had induced it to try prying China away from both the U.S. and USSR diplomatically. The latter effort was somewhat successful, the former not at all. Indeed, as mentioned previously, as Barbarossa had proceeded and Russia's situation deteriorated, both FDR and Churchill felt that keeping Japan occupied in China was vital to keeping it from attacking the USSR. As Canadian Prime Minister Mackenzie King put it, a break in Chinese resistance will probably mean a break in Russian resistance. Thus, even before the formal outbreak of the Pacific War, the events in Asia were becoming interconnected with those in Europe. Continued Chinese resistance could hardly be taken for granted. By the close of 1941, China had already been engaged in a major ground war for almost 4 years, a war that had been almost uniformly disastrous. Although Chinese casualties to date cannot be tabulated with any accuracy, perhaps half of its ultimate toll of 15 to 20 million killed, both military and civilian, had already been sustained. Thus, even before the first bomb dropped on Pearl Harbor, China had already lost more people than any of the other major combatants had lost or would lose during the entire war, save the USSR. Yet though Japan occupied most of China's major cities, and essentially all of her important manufacturing centers, the Chinese refused to give up. The remaining nationalist military forces had retreated into the interior. The southwestern provinces of Sichuan, Yunnan, Hunan, and Guizhou had become the nominal hub of the wartime KMT state, with its capital in Chongqing. Meanwhile, in north-central China, Mao Zedong fought a largely guerrilla war against the Japanese from their own base area, while generally adhering to an uneasy truce with the KMT. The man on whom primary responsibility fell for China's resistance was Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. 54 years old, he was a complex individual with an equally complex modern legacy. Highly intelligent, widely read, diversely educated, and possessing formidable political skills, Chiang displayed a mixture of progressiveness and authoritarianism. Many Americans projected on him an image of the liberal, pro-Western China they hoped would eventually emerge on the world stage. Few Westerners possessed even a glimmer of understanding regarding the formidable economic hurdles the KMT regime now faced, nor the Byzantine political, social, and historical contexts Chiang had to navigate just to continue fighting the war, let alone implement any sort of reform agenda. As for Chiang himself, he was neither pro nor anti-West. He was pro-Chinese, and convinced that it was his personal destiny to secure a future for China free of foreign concessions and entanglements. At the outset of the war, Chiang viewed the Americans and his primary benefactor, FDR, with somewhat less suspicion than other white colonial powers like Churchill and the British, who regarded Chiang and the Chinese with lofty condescension. Chiang courted the Americans assiduously, knowing that their aid was key to the KMT's survival. In this, he was aided inestimably by his American-educated Christian wife, Sung Mei Lin. Brilliant and beautiful, glitteringly charismatic, and possessing the same sharp-elbowed political sensibilities as her husband, Madame Chiang was unquestionably the most influential woman in the world in terms of her impact on the war, cultivating American ties in order to keep aid flowing to her husband's regime, even as relations between China and its allies steadily deteriorated throughout the war. Military. The armed forces that Chiang led were the weakest of the major allies, at least in their ability to carry out offensive operations. Although the KMT consistently managed to field between 2.6 and 3 million men in 1942, organized into around 300 divisions, their quality was generally abysmal. Most of the divisions were hardly worthy of the epithet. Bands of 3,000 to 7,000 poorly armed men, a goddamn medieval mob, in the words of one American officer. China had started the war with about 20 German-trained divisions of better quality, but the early fighting, particularly around Shanghai, had destroyed most of these. By late 1941, Chiang was down to just a handful of passable formations, and he reserved these for truly critical battles. Even the best of them would have been judged mediocre by almost any Western army. Most National Revolutionary Army, NRA formations, the military arm of the KMT, were light infantry only, rifles and a smattering of light machine guns. Heavy weapons and air power were extremely scarce, and China manufactured no tanks, artillery, or aircraft of its own. Even small arms were in short supply. At no time during the war did the KMT have enough weapons to equip more than a third of its soldiers. Many guns were of wretched quality. Rifle barrels had a tendency to explode, while 80% of the hand grenades did not. There were only about 800 artillery pieces in the entire army. One estimate from later in the war ventured that there were just 6,000 trucks in all of Free China, a sum that the Americans would have judged insufficient to equip 3 U.S. divisions. Half of these were inoperable due to lack of parts. Most military transport was human or animal. Support services hardly existed in the Western sense. The NRA didn't have a unified command structure either. Military control was distributed on a provincial basis, and there was a welter of competing factional and geographic players, governors and other regional rulers, who had to be navigated and placated in order to wage a war. Thus, the sort of monolithic national command and control systems that the other major powers took for granted did not exist in China. Commanders in charge of the war zones, equivalent to army groups, were often saddled with both military and civilian administrative duties, making it impossible for them to focus on their combat tasks. All in all, as Pacific historian Richard Frank notes, Chiang was less a supreme commander than the presiding coordinator of a loose federation of forces. Merely getting his orders obeyed in the field often took a lot of politicking on the part of the generalissimo. He also frequently bypassed the formal chain of command by personally calling local commanders and issuing verbal orders, which were often in direct conflict with the orders sent by his own staff. Although the KMT had begun setting up military academies to improve the professionalism of its forces, these efforts fell far short in producing the numbers of qualified officers the Army badly needed. As a result, planning and staff work ranged from poor to non-existent. Battlefield communications were lamentable. In sum, while war is inherently chaotic by nature, Chinese operations often brought new meaning to the word. Given all this, it's understandable that the Imperial Japanese Army judged that a single Japanese battalion was a match for most Chinese divisions. Even Chiang's war ministry was of the opinion that one Japanese division was the equivalent of 5 Chinese, and that taking the offensive against the Japanese required odds of 6 or 8 to 1, an appraisal one senior American observer thought was optimistic. Taken together, China did not possess a military capable of vying with its major opponent, and it seemed unlikely it ever would. Economy. If China's military was bad, by late 1941, its economy was hopeless. The KMT oversaw a rural hinterland comprising about half of China's population and 60% of its rice production. That was about it for the positive side of the ledger. The bulk of China's wealth was in its coastal cities, and when the Japanese had ejected the KMT from them, they had also deprived Chiang of 85% of one of his most important revenue streams, customs duties taxes. Salt taxes and the general consolidated tax revenues had evaporated as well, leaving Chiang's government to stagger along on only 20% to 25% of its pre-war income. The nationalists' answer to this problem was printing more money, thus driving up inflation, while simultaneously freezing government wages, an unpopular combination. The result was widespread corruption, as government officials sought to pad their wages in the face of declining purchasing power. In fact, by 1941, the economy was increasingly regressing toward a barter and exchange-in-kind basis. Even taxes were now increasingly accepted in the form of food, a sign of economic devolution if there was one. The NRA, likewise, found that it spent the majority of its time foraging off the land, meaning plundering the same citizens they were ostensibly protecting. Understandably, this did not increase the reservoirs of goodwill that Chiang's cause relied upon. Much like the Soviets in the face of Barbarossa, the KMT had tried moving its industrial plant and equipment out of the way of the Japanese invaders and into the Chinese interior. Yet despite the best efforts of Chiang's capable economics minister, Dr. Weng Hao Weng, it was still a poor man's version of the USSR's titanic effort. The transportation network simply wasn't there, for one thing, or the ruthless organization that the Soviets displayed. Consequently, the bulk of nationalist factories ended up falling into Japanese hands. In the end, only about 400 small plants ever resumed production in what remained of nationalist China. Despite concerted efforts to increase this base, little could be done about the lack of infrastructure and resources. After 1939, Free China had been obliged to rebuild its economy from scratch, facing an endless list of detriments. Nationalist electrical generation capacity stood at 4% of China's total. Iron production was 27% of the pre-war total, and most of low quality. Its industrial production in 1942 was less than 12% of pre-war China's total, which was perhaps commendable, given that the region it was now operating in had previously absorbed only 4% of pre-war China's industrial capital. American Lend-Lease aid to Chiang's government was never more than 4% of the total Lend-Lease pie, and far less than the vast sums that would end up going to the UK and the USSR. This was a sliver of Free China's real needs. Then again, Given the transportation difficulties in reaching Chang, there was little chance of increasing that amount in any case. Add to this mix a shortage of skilled workers and a non-draconian approach to state planning, and the result was an economy more akin to a pre-industrialized feudal state. Strategy. Given its limitations, the primary goal of Chiang Kai-shek and his KMT government was simply the conservation of its remaining military capital and the preservation of the core territory of Free China. In a word, survival. Free China was on the strategic defensive, although the NRA was willing to counterattack when the situation seemed promising. Chiang's underlying calculus was a realistic one, waiting for his new allies to change the overall strategic equation of the war. Even before the onset of war in 1937, Chiang had known that the KMT simply did not by itself possess the power to liberate China. Only the destruction of the Japanese war machine would allow the country to be reclaimed, and the engine of Japan's destruction lay solely in the hands of the Anglo-American alliance. Nonetheless, given its enormous sacrifices, China also understandably expected to be treated as an equal by the Western allies. Chiang felt that despite its structural deficits and setbacks, China deserved credit for having fought as ably and determinedly as it could. But the new alliance was fraught from the outset. In the words of China scholar Rana Miter, the problem was that the Chinese and the Westerners looked at China's role through almost entirely different lenses. To the Western allies, China was a supplicant, but in Chiang's view, and that of many Chinese, their country was the first and most consistent foe of Axis aggression and deserved to be treated as an equal power. Unfortunately for the KMT, the Anglo-American vision of how China fit into their global military strategy was not to sit on the strategic defense, but to participate as an active belligerent, one that would be capable, with Western assistance, of deciding matters on the ground with the Japanese. This was beyond China's means, and Chiang knew it. By 1942, the KMT's real needs lay in rebuilding its core institutions, economy, and governance, rather than fighting a high-intensity offensive war against the Japanese. The latter was nonetheless what the U.S. wanted. Per Mitter again, the Europe First strategy meant that China was to be maintained in the war at minimum cost, and Chiang was repeatedly forced to deploy his troops in ways that served Allied geostrategic interests but undermined China's own aims. Instead of preserving its core civil and military assets, China was forced to expend the latter, which would weaken it as the war went on. Given its weaknesses, merely keeping an army in the field and not losing to the Japanese in 1942 was an ambitious goal. It remained to be seen if it was achievable in the face of Japan's onslaught against China's Western allies, an onslaught that might cut the nationalists off from the outside world. If that happened, whether China and Chiang could survive was anyone's guess. And now, with that brief contextual discussion out of the way, let us proceed to the events of December 1941. 2. December 1941. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people, in their righteous might, will win through to absolute victory. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. There is here an opening for a first-class disaster. South African Prime Minister Jan Smuts. 2 of my battalions have refused to advance any farther. The losses in officers and men have simply become too high. General Heinz Helmick. All day for 9 hours we ran. It was a contagion of bewilderment and fear and ignorance. War Correspondent Alan Moorhead. Grand Strategy / Economic. Preamble and Purpose. This book provides a month-by-month battlefield narrative, divided into tracks corresponding roughly to operational theaters: Eastern Front, Pacific, Mediterranean, and so on. However, it also contains a 6th track, a series of essays dealing with big-picture topics, Strategy, Economics, Diplomacy, Patterns of Wartime Mortality, Home Fronts, etc. It is the book's catch-all. From the standpoint of strategy, the Axis portion deals with the decisions Germany and Japan made during the March-April 1942 timeframe, ultimately leading to two of the year's most significant campaigns, Stalingrad and Guadalcanal. On the Allied side, the focus will be on the Anglo-American quest to hammer out a workable joint strategy. Getting American troops into combat alongside their British allies by year's end was no mean feat, requiring months of conferences, arguments, and then a frenzied effort after July to ready an invasion of North Africa. With respect to economics, a number of issues require examination. A topic on many people's minds in 1942 was how quickly the United States could transition to a wartime economy. There were other key questions as well. Could Germany translate the war-making potential of occupied Europe into hardware for the Wehrmacht? Could Japan, likewise, manage to mobilize whatever territories it captured for a longer war? Could the Soviet Union somehow supply the Red Army and simultaneously keep its home front from collapsing? What production strategies did the combatants devise for tanks, aircraft, and ships, the hard currency of war, and how effective were their various approaches? This track will not provide a comparative look at all the war's major economies or home front activities. Thus, the United Kingdom, Italy, and China received little direct treatment beyond the Shape of War chapter immediately preceding this one. By 1942, Britain's and Italy's economies were completely mobilized, running flat out, with not much room for growth, although in the case of Britain, improved manufacturing efficiencies would spur steadily increasing output. The general composition of their weapons mix was essentially fixed, and manpower and other constraints meant that they had no ability to radically increase production. For its part, nationalist China's economy was already on the ropes, and the coming wider war augured nothing but further economic privation. The best the nationalist government could hope for was simply to survive the ordeal ahead of them. There could be no question of expanding arms manufacturing. Instead, the year's major economic questions revolved around the two largest Allied powers, America and the USSR, and the German and Japanese empires opposing them. Those issues will be explored as the year continues. America declares war. At 12:30 p.m. on 8 December, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt stood before a joint session of the U.S. Congress and gave the most famous speech of his life. With fires still burning in Pearl Harbor and bodies still being pulled from the oily waters, the president acknowledged that the attack had caused severe damage to American naval and military forces, adding, "I regret to tell you that very many American lives have been lost." He pulled no punches regarding the existential crisis now facing the nation. There is no blinking at the fact that our people, our territory, and our interests are in grave danger. Roosevelt then laid out his war aims starkly. No matter how long it may take us to overcome this premeditated invasion, the American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory. Precisely what absolute victory meant had yet to be defined. But the broad intent was clear enough: taking revenge on Japan, crushing its military, and imposing uncompromising peace terms dictated solely by America and its allies. Even now, Roosevelt presaged the 1943 Casablanca's conference's call for the unconditional surrender of the Axis powers. In just 7.5 minutes, he delivered his full case to the American people for a formal declaration of war. Congress promptly gave the president what he asked for. Across America, men stung to fury by Japan's attack flocked to the recruiting posts. One station in New York saw enlistments sextuple. Many stayed open all night to handle the influx. The internal debates that had consumed the country, government versus business, isolationism versus engagement, labor versus management, Democrat versus Republican, seemingly, with an emphasis on seemingly, vanished overnight. Meanwhile, America's military, industrial, and political leadership began grappling with the challenges of rearming and making war. When Winston Churchill heard the news of America's entrance into the war, his relief after 2 years of fear and uncertainty was channeled into a palpable exhalation. A decade later he wrote, "No American will think it wrong of me if I proclaim that to have the United States at our side was to me the greatest joy. I could not foretell the course of events, but England would live, Britain would live, the Commonwealth of Nations and the Empire would live. The fates of Hitler and Mussolini were sealed. The Japanese would be ground to powder. All the rest was merely the proper application of overwhelming force." Churchill recalled going to bed that night almost overcome with emotion, sleeping the sleep of the saved and thankful. When he awoke, though, the existential dangers that shaped the world remained, and his ebullience was tempered by the manner in which the Japanese had entered the war. Germany's threat was now obscured by the smoke over Oahu. Most Americans viewed Japan as the primary enemy. Fair enough, as the U.S. was not yet at war with either Germany or Italy. To Churchill, this threatened to upset the apple cart of grand strategy that he and the Americans had hammered out during a series of secret conferences earlier in the year. Whatever the bereaved mothers of the sailors slain at Pearl Harbor might say, the realpolitik truth remained that Germany was the most dangerous of the three Axis powers. With access to the vast mineral resources of continental Europe and Eurasia, and the economies of occupied France, the Low Countries, Austria, Eastern Europe, and a healthy chunk of Russia now at his call, Hitler presided over a nascent economic superpower. To Churchill, it was imperative that the lion's share of the Allied war effort be aimed at Hitler. The American public's desire for revenge against Japan might derail this. Consequently, on 9 December, the Prime Minister sent a telegram to Roosevelt asking, "Now that we are, as you say, in the same boat, would it not be wise for us to have another conference to review war plans?" FDR accepted, and Churchill boarded the battleship HMS Duke of York just 4 days later with most of his senior military advisors. These included Field Marshal Sir John Dill, the recently retired head of the Imperial General Staff, First Sea Lord Sir Dudley Pound, and Air Chief Marshal Sir Charles Portal. Only General Sir Alan Brooke, Dill's newly named replacement as Chief of the Imperial General Staff, SIGS, was left behind to mind the store. Once at sea, Churchill's party assembled their briefs. This was their chance to seize the initiative in wartime strategy, and they knew it. As Churchill's friend, South African Prime Minister Jan Smuts remarked, "Much of your time will have to be devoted wisely to guiding Washington in its war effort, and not letting vital war direction slip out of our hands." Churchill was certain Smuts was right, and that he knew better than anyone the direction the war ought to go. The time for being cautious and circumspect with America was over, he told his staff. That was the way we talked to her while we were wooing her. Now that she is in the harem, we talk to her quite differently. However, the Prime Minister would have done well to remember that this particular consort was willful, phenomenally powerful, and had a very long memory. While the British might enjoy the upper hand in strategy-making during the first portion of the war, the balance of military power would inevitably tilt toward the Americans later. Germany and Italy declare war. On 11 December, even before the Prime Minister set sail, Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini handed both Roosevelt and Churchill a gift beyond price, a joint declaration of war on America. This neatly solved FDR's political dilemma: how to take Pearl Harbor, and the popular fury it had engendered in America, and somehow extend its warrant to encompass not only Japan, but also the entire Axis coalition. Now, there was no need. The Führer had done it for him. For Churchill, likewise, it helped frame the coming consultations with the Americans on a global basis, rather than forcing him to yank their attention from the Pacific. On the face of it, and in hindsight, Hitler's decision was madness. With Barbarossa's failure, and the Wehrmacht having hit the wall outside Moscow, the last thing Germany needed was to augment its array of enemies by adding America to the mix. As the German official war history points out, the Führer's decision for war was ultimately nothing more than whistling in the dark past a situation Hitler recognized as hopeless. Hitler's perspective at this time was complex, often contradictory, and based on incomplete information. The full extent of the Soviet counterattack outside Moscow was not yet clear, and had only begun generating the attention it deserved at Army headquarters, Oberkommando des Heeres, or OKH, starting about 8 December. At the time Hitler was deliberating whether to declare war against the United States, he and most of the Wehrmacht's senior officers still believed they were facing local counterattacks only, and that the Red Army lacked the capability to launch a major counteroffensive. Hitler was not alone in believing that the Soviet Union, its industrial heart ripped out by Barbarossa's summer campaign, was hopelessly crippled. The Führer's opinion on this matter would likely have been accepted without question by most American and British military experts, and probably quite a few Red Army officers as well. At worst, Hitler thought, the war in Russia was going to be temporarily stalemated over the winter. The spring would surely see the Wehrmacht stamping out the last pockets of Red Army resistance. As for America, the Führer had vacillated for months as to whether it was better to have the U.S. in the war or out of it. He personally regarded America with a mixture of admiration and dread, but he had also long anticipated the need to go to war with the U.S. in order to secure Germany's global dominance, a final opportunity, as it were, for the Old World to forestall the emergence of the New World's coming superpower. Further, the view in Berlin was that FDR was implacably hostile to Hitler, which was quite correct, and was simply awaiting the proper opportunity to enter the war, not far from wrong either. Finally, of course, in Hitler's warped cosmology, FDR himself was nothing more than a frontman for the global Jewish conspiracy, whose relentless antagonism was seen as an immutable constant. For all these reasons, hostilities with America were inevitable. Declaring war on the U.S. was only extending the global struggle against Jewry to which Hitler had already committed himself in the East. That said, as the Führer admitted to Japan's ambassador in early 1942, he had no real idea how to confront American economic power. Whatever his private trepidation, the Führer hadn't reached the apex of power by projecting an aura of weakness. Cynical and ruthless, Hitler possessed an unshakable, pathological faith in his destiny as Germany's Messiah and in the inherent superiority of a racially, culturally pure Reich. In Hitler's mind, factors of race, morale, and willpower always predominated over economics. Viewed through this lens, the United States was a toothless giant, backed by a fractious, indecisive democracy composed of ethnic mongrels. Publicly, Hitler never lost an opportunity to belittle America, deriding it as a half-Judaized and niggerized society, and the stupidest nation imaginable, whose soldiers were all cowards. He held the American military in no esteem whatsoever. Hitler's attachés were telling him that the U.S. military would be unable to intervene in Europe in the near future, believing American rearmament faced a myriad of challenges and wouldn't hit its peak until 1944. When told that the U.S. planned on building 100,000 aircraft annually by then, Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring, the second most powerful man in Germany, snorted that the only thing the Americans could make was cars and refrigerators. Hitler was less sure, having forecast at the end of 1940 that the U.S. would be able to join the war decisively by 1942. As for Germany's own war economy, Hitler was by now getting inklings that it, too, was underperforming. To what extent was not yet clear. Having conquered all of Europe, however, Hitler was disinclined to discount the productive base of his own Reich. Given all this, the Führer's calculus roughly matched that of Japan's leaders. Both nations now possessed a window of opportunity wherein proven martial prowess could triumph over emerging factors of materiel. With war inevitable, it was better to fight sooner rather than later, particularly now that Hitler had an Asian partner with a powerful navy. Indeed, this opportunistic closing window logic precisely mirrored his reasons for having gone to war over Poland in 1939. Since the spring of 1941, Hitler and other high-ranking German officials had been actively encouraging the Japanese to move, first against the British in Malaya, and later against Russia, finding themselves disappointed time and again by Japan's constantly shifting foreign policy. Only in late November did the Germans begin receiving unambiguous signals that the Japanese would stand with them in a war against the Allies. A declaration of war also created opportunities for Germany's Kriegsmarine. American neutrality patrols had essentially placed much of the western Atlantic off limits to German U-boats for the past year, shrinking the area British and Canadian escorts had to cover and making their operations against the U-boats that much easier. A declaration would force the Americans to actually fight for the sea lanes rather than simply claiming them. Taken together, these events help explain why the news of Japan's opening blows sparked surprise, relief, and euphoria among Hitler and his advisors. The Führer was filled with joy and projected a wave of optimism and confidence in victory, wrote Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels in his diary. Hitler immediately ordered the Kriegsmarine to sink any American ships that came across their sights. Returning from eastern Prussia to the Reichstag on the night of 11 December, Hitler delivered a rambling 90-minute invective against the mentally unsound Roosevelt and the circle of Jews surrounding him. The length of his speech was perhaps driven by the necessity of deflecting attention from the Russian front and his failure thus far to deliver victory there. No matter. His party comrades cheered and saluted lustily at the Führer's glad tidings of new war. Meanwhile, standing on his balcony overlooking the Piazza Venezia in Rome, Benito Mussolini had beaten Hitler to the punch by a few hours. With commendable brevity, but to a decidedly less enthusiastic crowd gathered in the wan winter sunlight, Il Duce made his own declarations regarding the formidable power and iron resolve of the tripartite pact and its certainty for victory. It was now up to the dictators to seize this year with both hands and bend it to their will. The Quest for Anglo-American Strategy. The Arcadia Conference. Churchill and his entourage made landfall off Hampton Roads on 22 December. He flew immediately to the White House, leaving his military men to take the train and gather a day later. Arcadia, as the series of meetings came to be known, was vital in creating what ultimately became a highly successful Atlantic partnership. Given the robustly scaled egos of a number of its attendees, it is hardly surprising that some of the meetings were combative. Yet overall, Arcadia set a tone of constructive, albeit competitive, cooperation. Churchill and Roosevelt were a study in contrasts. The Prime Minister remains one of the most complex figures of the 20th century, by turns brilliant, exasperating, uplifting, and unpredictable. He was 67 years old, but possessed the constitution of a man decades younger, despite his prodigious consumption of cigars, rich foods, brandy, and scotch. His experience as an army officer, and later First Lord of the Admiralty, gave him a keen appreciation of the military implements of imperial power. He had enhanced his direct influence over military matters by first creating the post of Minister of Defense, and then making an unprecedented selection to fill it, himself. A human dynamo, he spent his waking hours churning out a whirlwind of memos, signals, and ideas on how the war needed to be run, some well-founded, many not. His military chiefs, in turn, spent many of their waking hours trying to rein in Churchill's centrifugal tendencies, while still somehow running the war. In the words of Admiral Tovey, CNC of the British Home Fleet, "As Prime Minister Churchill is magnificent and unique, but as a strategist and tactician, he is liable to be most dangerous. General Alan Brooke echoed these sentiments, noting, "As I was to find out, planned strategy was not Winston's strong card. He preferred to work by intuition and impulse." Predictably, Churchill spent the war straining at the disciplinary yoke his military men tried foisting on him, by turns prodding, yelling, charming, orating, or storming off as he felt circumstances warranted. It was an exhausting, uneasy working relationship, to say the least. Franklin Roosevelt, about to turn 59, was notably more controlled, and in many ways a more confident operator. Now in his third term, the president was an exceptionally shrewd politician, with an accomplished grip on the levers of American power. Armed with tremendous personal charm, he was adept at using informal settings and conversational banter to first disarm the unwary and then extract information and concessions from them. The same tricks never worked in reverse. Roosevelt possessed a fine appreciation of the political value of being personally opaque and flexible. He had few close friends and never revealed his true motives or intentions until it suited him. Like the Prime Minister, Roosevelt had his own nautical associations, having served as the U.S. Navy's Assistant Secretary, though he was more hands-off in terms of military decision-making than Churchill. But when it came to grand strategy and political questions, Roosevelt ensured that he was always at the nexus of decision-making. While their relationship would chill as the war continued, Churchill and Roosevelt generally got on quite well. They'd begun forging a personal connection in 1939 and would exchange nearly 1,700 letters and telegrams during the next 6 years, an extraordinary correspondence between two of the century's most extraordinary men. In terms of their political outlooks, though, they were poles apart. Churchill, a staunch conservative and colonialist, even by contemporary standards, sought not just the preservation of the British Empire, but its augmentation. Roosevelt, the New Deal visionary, looked forward to the day when colonialism would no longer define the world's geopolitics. Despite these fundamental differences, both men were clear-eyed regarding the bleakly existential nature of the Axis threat, and were determined that their national and personal partnership be constructive and militarily decisive. The two soldiers Roosevelt and Churchill leaned on most heavily were largely impervious to their masters' outsized personalities. General George Marshall, the U.S. Army's Chief of Staff, had been in his job for over 2 years when the war started. Marshall had never led men in combat, having been a planner during the First World War, and set foot on only a handful of battlefields during his career. But his superb organizational skills were perfectly suited to his task of rapidly expanding the U.S. Army and its air forces, along with American military power as a whole. Marshall was unfailingly serious, calm, and measured, always following the same daily schedule. He avoided working late nights, opining that no one ever had an original idea after 3 o'clock. Marshall knew the war would be long and exhausting. He was determined to remain mentally fresh to avoid needless mistakes. Marshall was aware of the president's political gifts and did not want them mixing with military decision-making. He carefully distanced himself from Roosevelt socially, affecting an air of studied formality that politely but firmly forestalled personal intimacy. Marshall was not on a first-name basis with anybody. Perhaps Roosevelt found him fascinating, one of the few men he could not bend to his will. FDR appreciated the fact that Marshall was unflinchingly honest, completely apolitical, and unafraid to give him bad news. Like all men of power, the president had plenty of yes-men surrounding him. To win the war, he needed advisors who would tell him the truth. Churchill's personal foil would become General Brooke. Although not at the December meetings, Brooke would shortly be revealed as the most formidable personality of the British service chiefs. From Northern Irish stock, he had grown up largely in France and was fluent in the language. Brooke was an artilleryman by training, holding various staff and field commands, then performing valiantly as a corps commander in the British Expeditionary Force, BEF, during the fall of France. After that, he had been placed in charge of preparing British defenses against a possible German invasion, then elevated first to head of the British Army, and then chairman of the Intra-Service Chiefs of Staffs Committee, the most important soldier in Britain. He was a man of contrasts, outwardly cold, decisive, quick-tongued, and shockingly abrupt. But to those who knew him well, including his adored wife Benita, he could also display an emotional, even sentimental side. Brooke's most substantial contribution to the war was his ability to stand up to Churchill. The Prime Minister had few equals intellectually or oratorically, but Brooke possessed mental bandwidth, military acumen, and sheer bloody-mindedness. Unlike his predecessor John Dill, Brooke could constructively channel Churchill's better ideas while ruthlessly quashing his profligate, harebrained ones. Churchill found his new SIGs indispensable, for many of the same reasons Roosevelt prized Marshall: demonstrable ability and a willingness to take on the boss without flinching. In the naval arena, the American delegation featured a pair of admirals: Chief of Naval Operations Harold Betty Stark, author of Plan Dog, and Admiral Ernest King. Stark's implied responsibility for the disaster at Pearl Harbor would shortly see him shuffled off to a liaison role in Britain, whereupon King would take center stage as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Navy. A famously difficult individual, King owed his ascendancy to a combination of ambition, competence, intelligence, and relentless effort. King felt himself to be America's finest sailor, and he honestly was better than almost everyone at almost anything naval, and had worked harder at it too. He was just as influential with FDR as Marshall, having known the president for years. King frequently met one-on-one with Roosevelt, although he kept a low profile and never flaunted that personal connection. His main claim to fame throughout the war would be relentlessly defending the U.S. Navy's interests, and what he saw as America's interests more broadly, especially concerning the war in the Pacific. In contrast to King's Promethean drive, his counterpart, Admiral Sir Dudley Pound, was a weary man, despite being only a year older at 64. 2 years of a relentless multi-front war against Germany and Italy, while fighting constant rearguard actions against his own prime minister, coupled with a painful hip condition that made sleeping difficult, all conspired to grind him down. He was already known for bouts of narcolepsy and COS meetings, a trait that would not endear the old dodderer to the famously impatient Brooke. Pound's symptoms may also have been the first harbingers of the brain tumor that would kill him in 1943. The final duo of service chiefs, General Henry Hap Arnold and Air Chief Marshal Sir Charles Portal, had a shared vision of the future of air power. Both believed that strategic bombing was capable of winning the war largely unassisted, and they would spend the duration trying to prove their point, often at the expense of their sister services. Portal had made the jump to the RAF when it had become an independent military arm in 1918. He shared Arnold's sentiments regarding the primacy of air power, and was equally determined to secure the resources necessary to carry out a no-holds-barred bombing campaign against Germany. A comparative stripling at 48 years old, he was generally considered by the Americans as the smartest of the British chiefs. Portal was a shrewd observer and difficult to deceive. As time would show, he was also a much-needed peacemaker between the Americans and British chiefs. For his part, Arnold was gearing up for a post-war bureaucratic fight to secure equal status for his own air service. As head of the Army Air Forces, AAF, Arnold was technically subordinate to General Marshall, but Marshall was largely content to be hands-off in air matters. Arnold's nickname, a contraction of happy, belied his complexity. Amiable and upbeat, he was also driven and impatient. He was determined that his aviators would not only make the largest possible contribution to winning the war, but also publicly receive their just due. A deeply competent technocrat who had taken flight training at the Wright Brothers School, Arnold worked incessantly, traveled extensively, and by the start of the war, his health was already deteriorating as a result. Arcadia's initial discussions were laced with suspicion on both sides. Churchill and his entourage wanted to ensure that the Americans stayed the course strategically by remaining focused on Germany. They needn't have worried, as Roosevelt, Marshall, and even King all viewed Hitler as the most dangerous of America's foes. The devil lay in the details, of course, particularly regarding the amount of materiel that would need to be committed to the Pacific. This was doubly true during the early months of this year, with the Allied position in Asia being torn to pieces. For their part, America's service chiefs were wary of what effects the Prime Minister's charisma might have on the President. Churchill staying at the White House meant the two leaders were in frequent contact, and often out of earshot of even Roosevelt's advisers. Churchill's gifts of oratorical persuasion were legendary, and the American military chiefs were in constant fear of what might happen if the two were left to their own devices for too long. Above all, the Americans wanted to chart a course in this war that wasn't beholden to Britain or that served British colonial interests too overtly. However, in this, the Americans were hampered by their own lack of preparation, as they quickly became aware of how superior their cross-Atlantic cousins were in terms of staff work. The British, having been at war for 2 full years, were by now the beneficiaries of a well-oiled staff machine. Each of the British service chiefs had come to Arcadia with a high-ranking subordinate to prepare their briefs, which were uniformly excellent. Not only that, but the British were well acquainted with working in concert, even when they had disagreements. By contrast, the Americans, with Hawaii's calamities still fresh upon them, had been running like hell for days, with little sleep. Nothing was ready for a conference that would determine Anglo-American strategy for the better part of this year. Not the White House guest rooms, not the catering, and certainly not the policy briefs. The initial Arcadia meetings were held in rooms too small to accommodate the joint staff members, for the simple reason that the American colonel in charge of setting up the conference spaces in the Federal Reserve Building had failed to ask how many people would be attending. The U.S. military chiefs and their president, meanwhile, had no coordinated opinions, and in many cases were simply making things up as they went. This lack of organization started at the very top, with Roosevelt running his own executive matters with, to the British, astonishing informality. A British general recalled that during one Arcadia meeting, the Prime Minister and the various military chiefs simply piled into the Oval Office, sitting on couches and chairs, with no desks to take notes. There wasn't even a secretary or a formal method for recording the minutes. For their part, the British were appalled at this rather slipshod approach to running a war. "They will get all right," one British colonel remarked, "but they have a hell of a lot to learn." Once Arcadia got underway, high-level strategy was the first order of business, affording Churchill the opportunity to hold forth on his conception of what future operations ought to look like. In this, he displayed the mixture of both insight and fantasy so characteristic of the man. The Prime Minister insisted that the first order of business was tightening the ring around Germany, in expectation of eventually making landings on the European continent. Once the Nazis were weakened by prolonged air bombardment and naval blockade, the Allies would put armored and mechanized forces ashore capable of disembarking not at ports, but on beaches, either by landing craft or from ocean-going ships specially adapted, a perceptive foreshadowing of the amphibious capabilities the Allies would go on to develop. However, Churchill expected that arming civilian populations would become the primary implement for throwing off the yoke of German oppression throughout Europe. Churchill thought the total number of American and British combat troops necessary to liberate Europe might amount to only 1.5 million men. Such notions of doing things on the cheap against the vaunted Wehrmacht were farcical. Germany could only be beaten by well-trained, well-equipped ground and air forces, deployed in massive strength. Indeed, one wonders whether the Prime Minister himself actually believed what he was saying, although his fascination for arming the subjugated peoples of occupied Europe would be an ongoing motif of Britain's war effort, ultimately to negligible effect. Nevertheless, the British had succeeded in clearly conveying their most important point to the Americans. Given the very straitened circumstances of British manpower, they were firmly against a direct assault on Germany until the Reich had been sufficiently weakened first, either by strategic bombing or by the Red Army. Until then, the British preferred an indirect strategy. This was understandable, given their experience during the Great War that had left 1 million soldiers, including the cream of an entire generation, lying dead on the muddy battlefields of France and Belgium. Scars like that ran deep, and were within living memory of every British officer in the room. Be that as it may, this strategy was fundamentally at odds with the core tenets of faith held by America's war planners, as set out in Plan Dog. The American approach to winning the European war was as simple and direct as a broadsword through the chest, placing a powerful, well-equipped army in Northern Europe as soon as possible, thrusting straight through Germany's industrial heartland to Berlin and destroying the Reich. One didn't wait for Germany to be weakened. Invasion was the method of weakening it. As events would prove, the American strategic approach was the correct one. Germany could never be defeated without being physically conquered. But it wasn't appropriate to the circumstances of America's first year at war either. This persistent, fundamental difference between British and American strategy was eloquently captured by historian Michael Howard, who wrote that, whereas the British focused on mobilization and deployment of forces, assuming that circumstances would determine where the decisive engagement would occur, the Americans started by deciding where the decisive engagement should occur, worked back from there to their plans for deployment, and from there to mobilization of resources. This difference, rather than a conflict between maneuver and mass, underlay most of the subsequent disputes between the Allies over strategic planning. The combination of Churchill's oratorical skills and the British delegation's superior staff work predominated as Arcadia commenced. As part of the Prime Minister's desire to first cinch tight the ring around Germany, he put forward the notion of Allied operations in North Africa. Codenamed Gymnast, the Allies would capture Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia, thus placing Rommel's Deutsches Afrikakorps, DAK, in a vice and destroying it. Likewise, securing the usage of the Mediterranean again for Allied shipping would save a huge amount of cargo tonnage currently being sent wastefully around the Cape of Good Hope. Gymnast was mainly Churchill's brainchild. His own staffers were not wild about the idea of landing in North Africa either. True, it was less infeasible than the Prime Minister's other recurring fantasy, a landing in northern Norway, which the British chiefs had resisted fiercely every time it was raised, but that was about the best that could be said. Churchill's enthusiasm for some sort of Moroccan and Algerian incursion also did not sway the Americans. They were skeptical of North Africa's worth, as well as their ability to project powers so far abroad in the face of the U-boat threat. In the acerbic words of Major General Joseph Stilwell, he and the Army's staff planners all agree that the means are meager, the transport uncertain, the complications numerous, the main facts unknown, the consequences serious. The Americans, for their part, preferred first building up large forces in Britain, termed Bolero, then launching a full-scale cross-channel invasion, Roundup, in early 1943. If Russia were suddenly to appear on the verge of collapse, a smaller emergency invasion of France, Sledgehammer, would be launched in the fall of 1942. Comprising 6 to 9 divisions, these landings would hopefully draw German forces away from the Eastern Front. By the end of the conference, no agreement had been reached on which option for the European theater made the most sense. Churchill, somewhat huffily, agreed to shelve the notion of Gymnast for the time being. But the battle lines around the central Anglo-American strategic question of this year, to invade or not invade Europe in 1943, had now been drawn. This core dispute would continue bedeviling Allied planning for the next 7 months. Then there was the issue of what to do in the Pacific. Everyone recognized that preserving key Asian-Pacific strategic positions was vital to the prosecution of the war. Hawaii and the Panama Canal were indispensable to the Americans, the former being its main forward fleet anchorage, and the latter allowing warships to transit freely between both oceans. The British, for their part, were focused on retaining their great fleet base at Singapore and holding on to Sumatra, Burma, and Ceylon, all of which shielded Britain's most important colony, India. Finally, with an eye toward the future, all parties acknowledged that Australia and New Zealand had to be held at all costs. Though it would take time and effort to move sufficient logistical muscle down under, both countries were seen as crucial launching pads for any Pacific counteroffensive. It was around this final topic that Admiral King began emerging as the central figure for shaping Pacific strategy throughout the year, and indeed throughout the war. Like all of America's senior military men, he acknowledged and honestly agreed with the soundness of the Germany First strategy. But King also recognized that the bulk of the U.S. Navy would likely be employed in the Pacific for the duration, if for no other reason than that the enormous carrier and battleship force America was building had little direct utility in the Atlantic against Germany. Furthermore, the notion of standing strictly on the defensive in the Pacific was antithetical to King's entire being. He was determined from the outset to fight aggressively in the Pacific. Thus, King somewhat ironically found himself more focused on defending Australia's supply lines than the British, both because he had the assets to do so, which the British lacked, and because Australia fit firmly into his larger vision of how the war must be prosecuted. The relative weighting of Pacific versus Atlantic commitments would become an ongoing point of contention throughout the year. Despite some bumps along the way, especially these opening tugs of war on strategy, Arcadia was exceedingly productive. It ended up resulting in 4 events that were crucial in shaping the broader war and creating the operational mechanics of the Anglo-American alliance. The first was on the level of grand politics. The 1 January declaration by the United Nations, as the Anti-Axis Alliance then called itself, stipulated there would be no separately negotiated peace between the Allies and the Axis. The war was to be fought to a finish, and the post-war world implicitly shaped along Western democratic lines. This meant little to Germany, whose political leadership had always viewed the war in the starkest terms of either triumph or annihilation. But for the Japanese, the message was quite different. In simplest terms, it meant that their foremost political objective, a negotiated settlement to end the war, was now unobtainable. Japan's hopes in war had always been founded on ultimately forcing the Americans to the bargaining table. The Americans had just kicked the table over, declaring that they had the muscle and willpower to wage war across the global stage against multiple foes and in multiple theaters simultaneously. However dubious that proposition might have seemed at the beginning of 1942, there was no questioning America's long-term might or its current fury. Second, Arcadia witnessed the transformation of a man whose career had seemingly just been shelved into a key instrument of Anglo-American cooperation. Field Marshal Sir John Dill had recently been replaced by General Sir Alan Brooke, largely because Dill didn't get along with Churchill. Though a solid soldier, he had neither the mental reflex nor the acidity of tongue to stand up to a dervish like the Prime Minister, earning the moniker Dilly-Dally from Churchill in the process. After using a technicality to decline renewing Dill's appointment to the SIGs, Churchill intended to put him out to pasture as governor of Bombay. Instead, to Brooke's great credit, he persuaded the Prime Minister to bring Dill along as the head of what was to become Britain's military mission in the American capital. It was a role he performed brilliantly. Socially gifted, Dill was also modest, sincere, and completely candid with his opinions. He and Marshall had met the year before and instantly gotten on well. Once Dill and his new wife were installed in Washington, the Marshalls, who held themselves aloof from the capital's socializing, frequently dined, shopped, and went to church with them. In Dill, Marshall knew that he would have an honest sounding board regarding British intentions. Marshall reciprocated in kind, allowing Dill to smooth many of the bumps on the road to fuller Anglo-American cooperation. Dill was the oil that kept the Allied war machine humming in D.C. It is a measure of his worth to the Allied cause that upon his untimely death in late 1944, Dill would be given the honor of being one of the few foreign nationals interred in Arlington Cemetery. Arcadia's third outcome would have a profound impact on joint Anglo-American military operations. Unified Theater Command. This was Marshall's brainchild. His experience in the First World War as General John Pershing's adjutant had left him in no doubt that cooperation between the nation's military services was crucial to their effectiveness. That same principle needed to be extended to coalition warfare at the global level. The Allies would have to act in concert to prevail. That said, in Marshall's view, each theater command and all its forces, land, naval, and air, irrespective of their nationality, also needed to have a single overall commander to ensure their proper coordination. It was a bold vision, and one that rankled many of the senior commanders on both sides of the Atlantic, as well as their political masters. It meant that each nation in the Allied coalition would have to cede some of its autonomy, something that no field commander relished. The British Admiralty kicked like bay steers at the notion, Stimson wrote. Likewise, Brooke was appalled by what he termed a wild and half-baked scheme. Still, he was in no position to contest the matter effectively from London. Marshall, despite his outwardly calm demeanor, was a formidable protagonist when he truly believed in the correctness of his actions, even going so far as to ambush a groggy prime minister one late December morning and lecture him on the matter, while Churchill still lay abed. Marshall not only spoke with enormous authority, but was also willing to offer carrots by way of inducement, signaling that he preferred the overall command of the area of the Pacific, comprising British, Dutch, and Australian holdings, to go to General Sir Archibald Wavell. He had already persuaded an initially skeptical Admiral King, thereby securing a powerful ally and forging a stronger working relationship between the two service chiefs. In the end, Marshall got his way. Fourth, and finally, Arcadia resulted in the creation of an efficient organizational approach to Allied management of the war. Arcadia had already driven home to the Americans that their own staff arrangements were utterly inadequate. Even as the proceedings were closing, one British observer summarized the matter by noting that the Americans had seemed hopelessly disorganized throughout the entire affair. American General Thomas Handy, who would go on to run the U.S. Army's planning organization during the war, agreed. We were more or less babes in the wood on this planning and joint business with the British. All of this had to change, and rapidly. The Americans would respond in February 1942 by simply copying the British Chiefs of Staffs, naming their version the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It would be informally chaired by Admiral William Leahy, who currently served as Chief of Staff to the Commander-in-Chief, i.e., the President, and would preside over weekly Wednesday meetings with King, Marshall, and Arnold. Leahy flew very much under the radar, but wielded power because he was one of the few men on truly intimate terms with the President. He often acted as FDR's vizier, channeling the President's intentions into the Chief's deliberations, or, alternately, using FDR's clout to channel his own. It hardly mattered, as both men's strategic outlooks appear to have been identical. Leahy also proved a skilled mediator between the American service chiefs. The next logical step in forging a functional Anglo-American alliance was creating a merged staff organization to oversee their joint war effort. This would come to be known as the Combined Chiefs of Staff, CCS. Composed of the British Chiefs of Staff Committee and the American Joint Chiefs of Staff, the planning elements of the Combined Chiefs were to be permanently housed in Washington, a decision that dismayed the British as it foreshadowed America's dominance in the partnership. The Joint Chiefs acted as the Allied grand strategic body overseeing the separate strategies of theater commanders like Chester Nimitz, Douglas MacArthur, and Archibald Wavell. As events would prove, they would not be shy about administering corrective measures if they felt things were going astray in the field. Field Marshal Dill would head up the British military mission when the actual British chiefs of staff were not present, which was most of the time. Eventually, thousands of British personnel would be stationed in Washington supporting the joint war effort. The Joint Chiefs also oversaw the Munitions Assignment Board that ostensibly coordinated American and British national production and decided what materiel was allocated to which war theater. Despite its birthing pains, even the skeptical Alan Brooke would later admit that the CCS was the most efficient organization that had ever been evolved for coordinating and correlating the war strategy and effort of two allies. This raises a final point. The Western Allies were already assembling an efficient high-level structure for directing their war efforts. Hitler's Germany, by its totalitarian nature, fondly imagined itself to be much better prepared for conflict from the standpoint of organizational design. Lean, hardened, and unconcerned with superfluities. Yet, ironically, it was the Reich that was inferior in gathering and organizing inputs from multiple sources within the military and civilian spheres. The German official war history noted that British wartime organization was far better adapted to the needs of modern, high-tech warfare. It included permanent civilian and military advisory and decision-making levels, permanent planning sections, and operations research sections to calculate the economic viability of the conduct of the war. By contrast, these same functions were lacking in the German high commands and senior staffs, where those with the relevant knowledge were kept apart, as encouraged by Hitler. The Americans, despite a rocky start, would match Britain's highly organized, analytical, and distributed approach to war-making within the year. By contrast, Germany's over-centralized decision-making body, increasingly personified by Hitler himself, was undergirded by a feuding network of economic fiefdoms, each vying for resources and the attentions of the dictator. In such an environment, rational planning and resource allocation was almost impossible. However, there was one notable Allied loser during Arcadia: China. Chiang Kai-shek had desperately hoped to have a literal seat at the conference table, or at least some Chinese representation in the Allied military planning apparatus that resulted. Neither was forthcoming. British and American leaders found it difficult enough to cede military autonomy to a partner already considered a nominal equal. Despite a recognition of China's critical place in larger Allied strategy, neither of the Western Allies was ready to treat Chiang's government or military as a peer. Further, there were deep Western reservations regarding the security of Chinese communications, raising the specter that if China were made privy to the Joint Chiefs' military secrets, Japan and Germany would shortly thereafter be in the know as well. These fears proved well-founded, because Japan had completely compromised Chinese military and diplomatic codes. Since the British were already concerned about American code security at this time, the idea of bringing the Chinese into the inner circle was out of the question. The net effect was to produce yet another area of mistrust and grievance between Chiang and his primary benefactor, America. Despite this, by the end of Arcadia, the Western Allies had thrown down the gauntlet to their enemies, declaring that the war would be fought with every means at their disposal, and that they would only settle for total victory. Likewise, a framework for joint control over their military services had been created. The issue still in doubt concerned the exact nature of the major operations to be undertaken during 1942. Both the British and the Americans wanted to fight, somewhere. However, the exact somewhere remained to be determined. Air War Europe. Air operations. The story of RAF Bomber Command's December operations perhaps more properly begins on the evening of 7-8 November, when 392 bombers lifted off from their fields in Lincolnshire and headed for a trio of targets in Germany, the most significant being the Nazi capital. After weeks of lousy weather and equally lousy results, a frustrated Air Marshal Sir Richard Pearse, Bomber Command's commander-in-chief was throwing what amounted to the kitchen sink that evening, despite forecasts of poor weather over the North Sea. The portents were bad enough that Air Vice Marshal John Slessor, commander of the experienced No. 5 Group, managed to have his flyers shifted from Berlin to Cologne. It was a fortuitous decision. Of the 169 aircraft sent to Berlin by numbers 1, 3, and 4 groups, only 73 claimed to have made it anywhere near the capital, desultorily scattering bombs hither and yon, which that 11 Berliners before turning for home. Already low on fuel, they flew northwest, left the German coast, and now had about 400 miles left to go, most of it across open water. There, over the North Sea, they ran smack into a towering weather front that rapidly iced up their planes, making them heavier and heavier, causing them to burn more gas, and forcing them ever lower toward the unquiet waves waiting unseen in the inky blackness below. A score of Pierce's bombers ended up in the freezing waters, a sure death sentence within minutes for their crews, even if their plane ditched intact. Of the remainder that did make it back, many landed with tanks almost dry. Meanwhile, Slessor's 5 Group attacked Cologne with 75 aircraft, blowing up 2 houses, killing 5 German citizens, and wounding 5 more. About the best that could be said was that No. 5 Group at least lost no planes. A third formation of 53 medium Wellingtons and a pair of ungainly Sterlings also hit Mannheim. Or, at least they tried to. The Germans recorded no damage whatsoever and were unable to even discover where the bombs had landed. In return for doing even less damage than No. 5 Group, 7 Wellingtons were shot down or crashed. Other roving patrols and mine-laying raids during the night suffered as well. In all, 37 British bombers were lost, 9.4% of the total, most of them with their entire crews. Pierce had thrown away roughly 150 highly trained aviators and 660,000 pounds worth of kit while accomplishing next to nothing. Berlin would not suffer another major raid for more than a year, a tacit admission that the cost of these raids had been out of all proportion to their payoff. Pierce's first report to his boss, Air Chief Marshal Portal, was a classic cover-up attempt, blaming lousy weather forecasting for the fiasco. The sharp-eyed Portal and his staffers were only briefly deceived, correctly noting that Pierce's subordinate Slessor apparently had forecasts in hand that had laid out matters clearly enough. Portal informed Pierce he had declined sending his report on to Churchill because essential information is lacking and because there are certain inconsistencies, which is a polite way of saying, we think you are lying to us. Required to submit a second report, Pierce then blamed inexperienced air crews, a stratagem one staffer found hardly less objectionable than its predecessor, since the training of Bomber Command's air crews was, after all, ultimately the responsibility of somebody named Pierce. That somebody's days as CNC were now numbered. Between Pierce's 2 reports, the Air Ministry on 13 November handed down a directive to Bomber Command to conserve its assets through the winter months and focus on building its strength in anticipation of the spring. Portal was quick to assure Pierce, perhaps disingenuously, that the order was not meant to reflect on his handling of the force. The truth remained that from August to November, Bomber Command had lost 589 aircraft, with lackluster results. Morale was deteriorating, and confidence in Pierce's leadership as well. In the eyes of the ministry, it was essential to preserve what crews were left at the end of this awful run, so they could be transitioned to the better 4-engine aircraft now beginning to come into production. In the words of the RAF histories, the argument against frittering away the Bomber Command crews before these weapons could be put in their hands was overwhelming. Bomber Command's sortie count in December duly deflated. On the night of 30 November, 1st December, 181 aircraft were sent to Hamburg, losing 13 of their number, 7%, while killing 65 Germans, wounding another 176, and rendering 2,500 homeless. A week later, 130 bombers went to Aachen, attempting to hit the Nazi Party headquarters, which was located right downtown. The weather was bad, and only half the planes involved claimed to have been attacked, doing no damage but losing 2 of their number, while bombing mostly farm fields north of town in another miserable display of inaccuracy. A raid against Wilhelmshaven with 83 planes on the 16th-17th produced similar results. This was followed the night after with by far the largest of the 15 bombing missions this month against Brest, with 121 bombers aiming for the shipyards. They lost to Hampden in the process of achieving nothing of note. Bomber Command closed out 1941 with a 132-plane raid against Dusseldorf on the night of 27-28 December, losing 7 aircraft, 5%, as the price for dropping just 32 high-explosive bombs on the city, which caused no casualties. A final effort by 86 Wellingtons against Wilhelmshaven the next night, however, produced very good results and widespread damage to the city's railway station, library, and other buildings, losing only a single bomber in the process. In all, Bomber Command had flown 1,562 sorties, just 40% of what they had been lofting during the summer, while losing 51 aircraft, 3.3%, and their crews. The fate of Bomber Command. The ruinous November Berlin raid, combined with December's ineffective but costly strikes, could not have come at a worse time for Pierce's command, for at the turn of the year, the fate of strategic bombing hung in the balance. During 1941, suspicions had been growing that the results Bomber Command had been claiming were over-optimistic, at least with respect to bombing accuracy. Lord Cherwell, the Prime Minister's scientific advisor, accordingly commissioned D.M. Bensusan Butt to investigate the problem. On 18 August 1941, Butt had dropped his own bomb, in the form of what he described as a very lengthy and also rather badly typed report landing on desks around the Air Ministry. It presented a statistical examination of 650 bomb camera photos taken during 100 night raids against 28 targets, analyzing where the bombs had fallen. The results were alarming. During these raids, a total of 6,103 aircraft had been dispatched, but only 4,065 had actually claimed to have attacked. And of those latter, it was assessed that only 1/3, and thus 1/5 of the total dispatched, had gotten within 5 miles of the objective, which in turn meant that even this accurate minority had only managed placing a bomb somewhere within the 75 square miles surrounding the target. Accomplishing even this much was also broadly variable, depending on the location of the target, the weather, and the intensity of anti-aircraft fire. For instance, over the Ruhr, which was heavily defended and seemingly always covered by smog, the ratio was reduced to 1 in 10. Against general targets under a full moon, 2/5 of the aircraft had gotten within 5 miles. Without moonlight, the proportion fell to 1/15. Given that by August 1941, Bomber Command had already lost 2,000 bombers, these were not glad tidings. Pierce and Portal reacted with understandable defensiveness. As historian Max Hastings points out, Pierce, who had already achieved a reputation for assertive overconfidence about the work of his command, found its conclusions incompatible with the degree of damage he believed had been done to Germany, and thus simply unacceptable. That confident, outward-facing demeanor collided with knowledge of poor results that had already been circulating for months inside Bomber Command itself. In support of attacks against the German oil industry, for instance, a pair of oil facilities at Gelsenkirchen had been targeted 6 times in the latter half of 1940, with one plant receiving the aggregate attentions of an estimated 162 aircraft carrying 103 tons of bombs. Bomber Command assumed that even a small target like an oil plant would be found at night by half the planes dispatched to hit it, and then be disabled for months, by a mere 400 500-pound bombs dropped in 200 sorties. Yet a photographic assessment, done in late December 1940, showed no significant damage to either facility. A damage assessment of Mannheim after the terror raid of 16-17 December had shown similarly poor results, despite Mannheim being a large target that had been attacked during moonlight by the largest force Bomber Command had yet sent aloft, 132 bombers. So, the Butt report shouldn't have been a surprise. In fact, a follow-up study by Bomber Command's own operational research group concluded that Butt was actually being optimistic. The real percentage of aircraft getting within 5 miles was not 20%, but more like 15%. One might have thought that in the wake of the report, the Air Ministry would have used this occasion to demonstrate the steps it was taking toward improving its accuracy, while perhaps recalibrating Bomber Command's demands on the nation's war chest. But no such thing. Barely a month after Butt's missive landed, a new estimate of Bomber Command's needs was cranked out and enthusiastically forwarded by Portal to a wider audience. Its basis was the wartime experience of Coventry, which had been heavily bombed in late 1940. The city's activity index, which the ministry rather nebulously defined as a combination of psychological and material factors, was judged to have fallen by 63% in the immediate aftermath of the attack, whatever that meant, but had largely rebounded within 35 days. This effect had been caused by 1 ton of bombs being dropped for every 800 persons on a city of roughly 250,000 people. It was further assumed that successive attacks would have set the city's rebound to a lower and lower point, with 6 attacks presumably setting the dial permanently at 0. Using this math and extrapolating across the canvas of Germany's larger cities, the ministry judged that with enough bombs dropped, the Reich's 43 largest towns, comprising a population of some 15 million souls, could be destroyed, their activity index set to 0, their populations rendered homeless, and the war won in 6 months. All it would take was a force of 4,000 bombers. At a minimum. In fact, the report pointed out that we certainly cannot do with less bombers, and we may well need more. Given loss rates to date, this would require the production of something like 11,000 heavy aircraft annually. At the height of its powers in 1945, America's 8th Air Force would never be able to field more than about 2,000 heavy bombers on any given day, despite being backed by the world's largest economy, which would then be outproducing even Britain's formidable aircraft industry by more than 3 to 1. The Air Ministry's request was ludicrous. As Hastings points out, it was, in effect, a demand that the RAF should be permitted to take over the British war economy, of which it was already appropriating such an enormous share. What this demonstrates is the fundamental naivete of the air services and the threadbare basis for their war planning efforts. No British admiral would have dreamt of demanding that his service, and his alone, be responsible for winning the entire war against the Axis, and that the entire funding enchilada should be forked over to his service. The Admiralty was capable of placing its actions within a broader strategic context of how naval power worked, what it could and could not do, based on centuries of practice. The Navy understood that it was a component in its country's larger schemes for victory, not the sole source of that victory. Tanks and aircraft and the poor, bloody infantry would all have their part to play. By contrast, the bomber airmen, both British and American, brought an evangelical zeal to their prosecution of air warfare, a zeal that was the product of both their junior status as a military service and the great uncertainties surrounding their real worth. You are never dedicated to something you have complete confidence in, philosopher Robert Pirsig once observed. No one is fanatically shouting that the sun is going to rise tomorrow. They know it's going to rise tomorrow. When people are fanatically dedicated to political or religious faiths or any other kinds of dogmas or goals, it's always because these dogmas or goals are in doubt. In this case, no one questioned that armies or navies could win a major war. They were tried and true commodities. Air warfare, particularly strategic air warfare, whatever that meant, was uncharted territory. Consequently, The airmen pursued their agendas with the bright-eyed, unquestioning, and often willfully obtuse commitment of the freshly converted, convinced that aerial technology was uniquely capable of doing things that had never been done before in the entire history of warfare, which, to be fair, it was, if not to the extent they hoped. For the faithful, just because the results to date hadn't been super great, didn't mean they were wrong, by God. They just needed a few thousand more bombers to prove the point. Of course, it was one thing for Bomber Command to quietly sit on internal reports of decidedly lackluster results. It was quite another to have them fall into the hands of people outside the sanctum. The result of the Butt Report and the Air Ministry's 4,000 bomber plan was an uproar among the government's policymakers, who now called into question Bomber Command's very existence. This debate would continue until May. The British Admiralty and Army already had knives out for the airmen because of the resources being poured into bomber production, when their own services were screaming for air support and receiving it only grudgingly. Now a host of other influential actors joined the chorus. Pat Blackett, an academic who is one of Britain's foremost defense scientists, was to echo some of the Admiralty's concerns in February, stating, "I say emphatically that a calm, dispassionate review of the facts will reveal that the present policy of bombing Germany is wrong, that we must put our maximum effort first into destroying the enemy's sea communications and preserving our own." Archibald Hill, a member of Parliament, MP, who is also one of the inventors of modern radar and therefore intimately familiar with air defense problems, stated, "The idea of bombing a well-defended enemy into submission or seriously affecting his morale, of even doing substantial damage to him, is an illusion." Hill pointed out that most of the bombs hit nothing of importance. The disaster of this policy is not only that it is futile, but that it is extremely wasteful and will become increasingly wasteful as time goes on. Both Blackett and Hill were hardly dispassionate. Blackett's statement overestimated the size of Germany's seaborne communications, while Hill's would be proven wrong as well. The point remained that there was clear skepticism regarding Bomber Command's value. This was capped off by a statement Sir Stafford Cripps would make to Parliament on 25 February, wherein he acknowledged that many MPs had questions regarding continued use of heavy bombers in the bombing of Germany. He reminded the House that this policy was initiated at a time when we were fighting alone against the combined forces of Germany and Italy, and it then seemed that this was the most effective way in which we, acting alone, could take the initiative against the enemy. Now that the USSR and US were allies, Cripps assured them that the government are fully aware of the other uses to which our resources can be put, and the moment they arrive at a decision that the circumstances warrant a change in policy will be made. Cripps's statement pointed to a central truth of the new war. Britain did have other strategic options now that it was part of a broader alliance structure. There was no need to put all its eggs in one basket. This was the last thing Britain's airmen wanted to hear. One of the parties most affected by the brouhaha was Winston Churchill. Up until this point, the Prime Minister had been one of Bomber Command's staunchest advocates, losing no sleep over the destruction being meted out to Germany or its people. But the Butt Report seems to have marked a watershed. The Prime Minister now cast a more jaundiced gaze on Bomber Command's claims. When the 4,000 bomber plan came to his attention, Churchill was openly skeptical in his initial response to Parshall, whose claims about the effects of bombing were very disputable and greatly exaggerated. The most we can say is that bombing will be a heavy and, I trust, increasing annoyance. This was faint praise indeed, because the service inflicting little more than an annoyance was also consuming roughly 40% of the British military budget and demanding yet more. Though the Prime Minister would go on to use the 4,000 bomber figure as a means to spur on his production heads to greater efforts, Churchill himself was increasingly dubious of Bomber Command's ability to win the war outright. The coming months would do little to assuage those very valid concerns. Eastern Front. German misery outside Moscow. Hollywood could scarcely have cast a more Prussian-looking field marshal than Fedor von Bock. Tall and slender, with a hawk-like face, Bock looked like the part of a Prussian military aristocrat, which, in fact, he was. He was also a very unhappy man, because his army had hit the wall. By 4 December, just 3 days before the attack on Pearl Harbor, Bock's Army Group Center lay prostrate, frozen fast in the deepening Russian snow. Any hope of capturing the Soviet capital outright had faded in the previous few days, as the depleted German ranks had simply stopped. The men could go no further. Bock continued hoping the offensive would somehow be renewed after a short respite, despite the fact that continued attacks had little prospect of accomplishing anything meaningful. Yet, if there was one thing that characterized the Wehrmacht, it was attacking. In the words of Eastern Front historian David Stahill, the question of what the German command hoped to achieve is moot, because they were not focused on a goal that we can measure. The principal aim was to remain on the offensive. That alone promised victory. The men on the ground felt otherwise. 2 of my battalions have refused to advance any further, lamented a German infantry division commander on 2 December. The losses in officers and men have simply become too high. Beyond just human losses, temperatures were now routinely dipping to 30 below Fahrenheit. The few remaining tanks could barely be kept running. Their engines had to be warmed for hours before moving an inch. Tracks froze into the ground. Battery cases cracked. Ice crystals formed in fuel lines. Gun recoil hydraulics congealed into uselessness. The infantry discovered that their rifle firing pins were snapping in the cold. Machine gun lubricants had coagulated. The two together, cold and casualties, dictated that the advance was over, whatever the attack-minded ethos of National Socialism might have to say on the matter. The daily routine for the German Frontsoldaten devolved into a primal struggle for survival. There was damned little ammunition and food. Shelter, building materials, and clothing were in short supply. It was not the case that the German army had never considered the need for winter clothing during its campaign. Indeed, there were warehouses stuffed full of it back in Germany and Poland. The problem was not foresight, but transportation. During the desperate final days of Operation Typhoon, there had been only so much space on the limited number of trains heading eastward from the Reich. Given the choice between warm woolies and construction materials on one hand, or ammunition and gasoline on the other, the generals had little real choice but to select the latter, and then pray that Typhoon worked. But the result of that decision was that the German army now had nearly 133,000 frostbite casualties on its hands, and the number was growing daily. Many German soldiers were discovering that stuffing sheets of newspaper under their uniforms made them both warmer and more windproof. Likewise, many were wearing shawls, underwear, or drapery stolen from Soviet civilians, or the coats and boots of dead or captured Red Army troops. What happened to those civilians or prisoners of war, POWs, left stripped in that same weather, requires no explanation. By the end of November, despite evidence of increasingly large Soviet formations lurking to their front, the Wehrmacht doggedly held to the notion that the Russians must have been just as badly depleted as its own units. German intelligence soothsayers predicted, at present, there are no large Soviet reserve formations on any significant scale. In fact, throughout the October-November crisis, the Stavka, the Soviet High Command, had assembled a total of 11 new armies in reserve behind Moscow. 2 of them had been fed by necessity into November's defensive battles, but the remainder were at least nominally available for a counteroffensive. The common wisdom is held that these new forces had been heavily drawn from Siberia, then shipped west at the last moment as a result of Richard Sorga's intelligence reports from Tokyo, Sorga being a German-Russian journalist working for Soviet intelligence that the Japanese were moving south against the Indies and not north against Siberia. In truth, Stalin had begun mobilizing Siberian troops much earlier in the summer. Most of them had already been expended or were now committed to the fighting around Leningrad. Only 2 Siberian divisions would fight in front of Moscow. Siberian troops didn't save the USSR, nor the weather, however helpful. Rather, it was the huge numbers of troops the Soviet Union had conscripted from its central regions and then carefully hoarded as the typhoon crisis played out. The Stavka had scraped up 104 divisional equivalents to throw into the fray. By December, they were ready to deliver a counterblow, at a time when the Heer had essentially nothing left in reserve. That one figure, 104 divisions, points to the central reason the Soviet Union had been able to endure the previous 6 months of disasters: its otherworldly ability to mobilize manpower. Following the German invasion and the calamities shortly suffered by the Red Army, Stalin initially planned on activating 350 new divisions. In fact, the USSR would go on to create, or rebuild, close to 500 during the war. At the end of June 1941, only a week into Barbarossa, the Soviet Union called 5.3 million reservists to the colors, most with at least some military training. The following month, the Red Army established 109 new divisions, a larger total than the U.S. Army mobilized during the entire war. These were only a down payment on more than 250 that were mobilized in the second half of 1941, nearly 100 of which came from the Moscow military region alone. None of these new formations was as large or robust as a U.S. division. Yet, the sheer numbers were impressive. The Red Army had begun the war at 5.4 million men. By December 1941, it had not only managed to replace its enormous losses, nearly 4.5 million men, but had also grown to nearly 8 million. In other words, in just 6 months, the Kremlin had replaced its entire pre-war army. And this was merely the first installment in an effort that would eventually see nearly 29 million Soviet men and women serve in uniform by 1945. The 2 Soviet army groupings directly in front of Moscow, the Kalinin and Western Fronts, were commanded by a pair of the Red Army's most capable generals, Colonel General Ivan Konev and General Georgy Zhukov. Konev was rough, mercurial, somewhat vain, and thus far somewhat unlucky in war. Having barely escaped the debacles around Smolensk and Vyazma, he had been rescued from Stalin's wrath by Zhukov, who felt that Konev was the sort of incisive, aggressive man needed in front command. The Battle of Moscow would mark the beginning of a rise in Konev's fortunes. For his part, Zhukov had been chief of the Red Army's general staff at the outbreak of war, but had been relieved of that post in July 1941 when he'd had the audacity to challenge Stalin regarding the brewing disaster at Kiev. Briefly sidelined, he'd been restored to command after Kiev had duly devolved into a debacle, whereupon he'd engineered the Yelnya counteroffensive that blunted German momentum near Smolensk. Thereafter, Zhukov had been tasked with turning around the defense of Leningrad, which he'd efficiently accomplished, despite leaving the city still besieged. In December, Zhukov found himself the point man in charge of saving the Soviet capital. The son of destitute peasants, Zhukov was a vigorous 44, ruthlessly capable, and prepared to pay whatever blood price was required to win the war. While far from a political innocent, hardly anyone holding high rank in Stalin's twisted empire was, Zhukov was not one of the dictator's debased creatures, like Lavrenti Beria, the head of the Soviet secret police, the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs, or NKVD. He was also one of the few who had the will, verbal skills, and intellectual horsepower to stand up to Stalin. Few then alive could say as much, because those whom the Soviet dictator respected were also those he instinctively feared, distrusted, and often eliminated. The Stavka's original goals for its winter counteroffensive weren't all that ambitious. It was imperative to clear the immediate approaches to Moscow, but that required only modest penetrations to a depth of perhaps 25 to 45 miles. Initially, there were no thoughts of vast encirclements or winning the war outright. Rather, Army Group Center was simply to be bodily shoved backward to gain some breathing room. At a meeting of the Stavka on 29 November, when Zhukov argued for an immediate counterpunch, Stalin demanded, "Are you sure that the enemy is in no position to bring some new large force into action?" "The enemy has been bled white," Zhukov replied, noting the need to strike hard before German reinforcements could be brought in from other sectors of the front. A week later, on 5 December, the Red Army hit back. The Red Army counterattacks. Before diving into the opening days of the Soviet winter counteroffensive, I will admit that there's something inherently dissatisfying in writing about military operations on the Eastern Front for two reasons. First, there is a notable lack of sympathetic characters. One hardly knows who to cheer for: the forces of the bloodthirsty, paranoid mass murderer who had enslaved and oppressed all of Europe, or the forces of the other bloodthirsty, paranoid mass murderer who would go on to enslave and oppress half the continent for the next 45 years or so. Both regimes were horrid. The only recourse is to stay focused on the stolid heroism and unbelievable sacrifices of the average Soviet citizen, who deserved neither to be ruled by one horrific despot nor threatened with genocide by the other. Second, it is almost impossible to describe the vast scope of combat in Russia without resorting to generalities. Descriptions of one army slicing through the defenses of some other army, for instance, fail in describing exactly how much slicing took place, or whether the advance was quite so surgical in nature. In most cases, historians leave it to the imagination of the listener to fill in the details. Logically enough, the listener, having most likely never been engaged in combat on the Russian steppes in winter, often finds it difficult to relate. The underlying cause of this shortcoming is that the number of troops involved in any notable operation on the Eastern Front was enormous, far larger than in any other theater of the war. Fighting this tendency toward generalities runs the risk of unwieldiness at best and inaccuracy at worst. In theaters like the Pacific, actions at the battalion level find meaningful description. But describing the actions of every single Soviet and German battalion on even a single day during Operation Barbarossa would create a tome beyond the abilities of any mortal to even read, let alone one from which to derive meaningful insights. Thus, the level of detail that can routinely be found in accounts of places like Guadalcanal, of Lieutenant Colonel Merritt Edson personally defending his ridge, for instance, are simply infeasible on the Eastern Front in most cases. However, as General Lucien Truscott, one of America's ablest Second World War officers, observed, one of the first lessons that battle impresses upon one is that no matter how large the force engaged, every battle is made up of small actions by individuals and small units. Thus, the reason one army slices through another almost always derives from the superiority of its small unit tactics and leadership, modified by advantages in geographic position, firepower, logistics, the freshness of the troops, morale, the element of surprise, and, of course, the sheer weight of numbers. When armies engage one another, the tip of the spear invariably takes the form of smaller individual units, squads, platoons, and companies, confronting their opposite numbers. A few hundred humans fighting another few hundred humans to secure or deny some local terrain feature, a farm, a village, a hill, or a trench line. Combat is localized, compartmentalized, and largely restricted to the scope of human vision, although the menace of artillery, the great killer, while mostly out of sight, is also ever present. These tactical encounters are replicated across a vast expanse of frontage in the course of a larger battle. Often, several smaller battles will be occurring within sight of each other, their individual outcomes affecting, or perhaps not, the outcome of their neighbors. It is the aggregate outcome of these smaller contests, and their cumulative effect on neighboring contests, that determines the victory or defeat of whole armies. Like a freshening wind, causing a series of tiny wavelets that then builds into a gale, small encounters can have large impacts if the same general outcome happens over and over. Thus, within the grand sweep of the historian's narrative around such and such a campaign, we must recall that these micro-encounters, dozens and hundreds of them, most of them unseen and long forgotten, were what propelled campaigns toward their conclusions. This micro-view of macro events must also be kept in mind to make any sense of the Eastern Front's enormity. Tiny battles were happening in hundreds of places every single day. Even in areas on the Eastern Front considered quiet, there were patrols, skirmishes, probes, ambushes, a constant background noise of killing. There had to be, or 200,000 Soviet and 50,000 German soldiers wouldn't have been dying there every month in this charnel house. And the end result of armies slicing, pushing forward, or holding fast always came down to the same common denominator: endless corpses in olive green and field gray lying bloodied and shattered on the field. Army Group Center's final offensive had pushed a bulging incursion toward Moscow, its northern flank running through an unending patchwork of farmlands divided by drainage ditches and punctuated by coniferous forests, ponds, and small clearings. If the Russian woods had seemed mysterious before, they were rendered even more darkly sinister by the meter-deep snow now shrouding them, muffling all sound of any hidden enemy. The temperatures on 4-5 December had fallen to their by now customary negative 15 degrees Fahrenheit or so. At 0300 on the 5th, after a short bombardment, the massed infantry of Kalinin Front's 29th and 31st Armies burst out of hiding and slammed into the shivering pickets of 9th Army along the northern flank of the German Bulge. Over the next 2 days, more and more of Konev's and Zhukov's armies began unleashing themselves in a ragged volley all along the front. Overhead, the harried but still vigorous VVS made its presence increasingly known against the fast-frozen Luftwaffe. And grudgingly, in the face of Cosadian cold and wind, masses of white-smocked Soviet infantry and the roar of red-starred wings overhead, the exhausted Heer had no choice but to begin giving way. The raggedness of the Soviet onset had much to do with the absence of any real master plan for the counteroffensive, whose initial conception was nothing more than simply shoving back the German panzer groups threatening the capital. The operational plan was hardly more than a sketch on a napkin, a map that Zhukov had sent to Stalin illustrating his intent for Western Army Group. Little detailed staff work appears to have been done. Likewise, its timing was largely driven, as historian Evan Maudsley put it, by the need to hit the Germans once they had reached the point where they could no longer attack, but before they could dig in. In this, it matched the characteristics of many of the other hastily formulated Soviet counterattacks throughout the summer and fall of 1941. And, to the great vexation of Stalin and the Stavka, results were slow in coming. Given the desperate straits of Army Group Center, the question is why such a mass of fresh Soviet troops wasn't able to achieve a swift, overwhelming victory. The answer requires looking beyond just the prodigious numbers of men the Soviets had available to throw into the fray, and considering instead the quality of the forces arrayed against each other. The soldiers of Army Group Center, exhausted as they were nevertheless hardened veterans of a professional military. The Red Army, by contrast, was still staring up from the bottom of a steep learning curve, and hadn't yet grasped the rudiments of proper offensive tactics. Soviet assaults were too often aimed frontally, right down heavily defended roads, across wide-open fields, or straight into German strongpoints. Frequently, they were poorly coordinated with artillery or neighboring units, leading to heavy casualties right out of the gate. One German remembered, mowed down by machine guns, the first wave would be followed by a second attack, which moved forward a short distance over the bodies of the dead before coming to a standstill. This was repeated by as many as 10 waves, until the Russians bogged down from heavy losses and exhaustion, Those Red Army soldiers that managed to live and tell their tale gave similarly harrowing accounts. One man recalled that after its first assault on a village faltered, his company was down to 6 survivors. In the morning, we were given support from a battalion of ski troops, which had 15 machine guns. Yet once again, our attack was repulsed. I remained with 4 Red Army men, but the order to attack had to be fulfilled. This rigidity around fulfilling orders is baffling to Westerners, but was culturally congruent within a society that had only abolished serfdom a few generations prior and was habituated to people living and dying together. In the words of a Russian friend, free thinking in many ways is akin to violating cultural norms. Unthinking military obedience was hardly a Soviet invention. As Richard Overy noted, in the Tsarist army, the readiness of the soldier for self-sacrifice was regarded as a true test of the moral preparation of the force. In this sense, Soviet soldiers exhibited martial tendencies more easily understood by a Japanese counterpart than a German or American. Failure was optional. Carrying out orders wasn't. That said, as early as 9 December, Zhukov was issuing stern orders demanding his forces take more creative, indirect approaches to outflanking and surrounding the enemy. Remedying the shortcomings in troop training and experience couldn't be solved overnight. Given that many of the Red Army's new soldiers were recently called up reservists, their tactical ineptitude was hardly surprising. They'd seen little training since their initial term of service, often many years earlier. You can't take a factory worker and make him a soldier, again, overnight. The same was true for office clerks, postmen, and farmhands. In one recently formed army now participating in its first counterattack, a mere third of the officers were regulars. The remainder were reservists with little combat experience. By 1942, after the previous year's bloodletting, just 8% of the original officer cadre remained. Qualifying for a commission as a Red Army officer now required only 6 years of primary school education and no criminal record. This was not yet a professional force, and wouldn't be for months. The second thing working against the offensive was its reliance on infantry, and poorly armed infantry at that. The Stavka had mobilized a blizzard of new rifle brigades, but many of these units were little more than a bunch of guys with rifles, leavened with a smattering of squad automatics and little in the way of mortars, artillery, or anti-tank weapons. Having a lot of new riflemen was good, as far as it went, but heavy weapons are vital force multipliers for killing the enemy without exposing one's own troops to undue casualties. Unsurprisingly, given the losses of weapons during the summer rout and the ongoing translocation of Russia's armaments industry to the Ural Mountains, there is a serious shortage of all types of arms and ordnance throughout the Red Army, particularly machine guns and artillery. Ammunition was being strictly rationed, with artillery only allotted 1 or 2 rounds per day. Zhukov remembered later that every time he would visit the Stavka, he literally wheedled some 10 to 15 anti-tank rifles, 50 to 100 submachine guns, 10 to 15 anti-tank cannons, and the necessary minimum of artillery and mortar shells, hardly the scale of weaponry needed for an offensive launched across hundreds of miles of front. The timing of the Moscow counteroffensive, in other words, coincided precisely with the 0 point of Soviet weapons production. Without these heavy weapons, and with the Germans in some cases unable to use theirs either because of the cold, combat often boiled down to a near Napoleonic-style contest of rifles, grenades, and knives, fought out in the snow. Armor was the other obvious force multiplier needed here. However, the Red Army's tank force was now at its nadir. The Stavka had scraped up 774 armored fighting vehicles, AFVs, for its counteroffensive. Superficially, this sounds like a lot, but most of these vehicles were older, lighter models. Some were being used in training commands, as well as British Lend-Lease models rather than T-34s or KV-1s. The Moscow counteroffensive, limited as it was in scope in early December 1941, was still being conducted across more than 200 miles of front. The Red Army's tanks were being doled out in company or battalion-sized packets for infantry support, rather than being used for breakthrough operations. Their losses were heavy, too, due to the same sort of clumsy tactics and equally clumsy organization that the infantry would shortly display. Given the lack of tanks, the Red Army often fell back on cavalry to exploit the gaps the infantry were tearing in German lines. Far from viewing them as an anachronism, the Soviets currently possessed more than 80 cavalry divisions and were using a lot of them now. These formations were surprisingly mobile and still useful in pushing deep into the enemy's rear areas. But they were also fragile, and if confronted by determined opposition, they invariably suffered heavy casualties and quickly lost their effectiveness. A German soldier remembered one such attack, calling it unbelievable and rank suicide. He continued, "Those horses were jolly good targets, and how they pranced and shied and galloped, with their riders shot out of the saddle, some of them dangling by one foot in the stirrups, and the maddened animals dragging them in furrows through the snow." Another factor retarding Zhukov's progress was that many of his units were under strength. Soviet divisions had comparatively lean supporting services: signals, medical, intelligence, repair, transport, anti-air, etc., by any standard. Independent brigades were even leaner. One way of measuring this ratio of combat power to supporting services is to count the number of men in a division and add it to the number of rear area support personnel required to keep it in the field. This is often referred to as the divisional slice. A typical late-war U.S. infantry division in Europe had a slice of 43,000 men, with only a third in the division itself, the rest being support. By contrast, in June 1941, a Soviet rifle division's slice was 16,000 men, with more than half of them in the division. As the Red Army lurched through its calamitous fall and winter, the number of men in its rifle divisions dropped precipitously, along with their supporting services. The result was that Soviet formations weren't resilient. They lacked the logistical support to sustain themselves in extended combat. Units were thrown into battle, burned out in days or weeks, and were then pulled completely out of the line to be rebuilt. The net result was that while the Red Army started the winter counteroffensive with numerical advantages, it rapidly lost the ability to exploit its gains, as unit after unit was hollowed out. None of this mattered a whit to the Wehrmacht's exhausted, shivering lancers. Crouching in their icy slit trenches, they were left beating off wave after wave of Soviet attackers. The total number of operational German tanks on the entire Eastern Front was in the neighborhood of 300 vehicles, facing perhaps 2,000 operational Soviet AFVs across that same frontage. Most of the panzer divisions, which would have been the logical fire brigades during the current crisis, were down to between 5 and 15 working tanks, a couple of battalions of motorized infantry, and in some cases, only enough gas to make it 25 kilometers. Nobody did mobile defense better than the Wehrmacht, but without tanks or fuel, the infantry had little choice but to fight it out statically with whatever of their personal weapons still deigned to operate in the Russian freezer. The results were inevitable. In hamlet after hamlet, outpost after outpost, the depleted Germans were simply overwhelmed and forced to give way. Like a rickety house with termites gnawing at the joists, the overall integrity of the German line began crumbling. The Wehrmacht High Command's Olympian detachment from conditions at the front had led to this mess in the first place, and it wasn't weakening now. Even as some local commanders had been inclined to transition to a winter defensive stance, Halder and his boss, Field Marshal Walter von Brauchitsch, CNC of the German Army, were pushing ahead with plans to continue the offensives around both Rostov and Leningrad, on the extreme ends of the line. The Führer had agreed to these moves. Thus, there was no sharp demarcation between the Germans stopping attacking and the Soviets then going over to the counterattack. And even as the center began collapsing, OKH was slow in reacting to the brewing crisis. Sharp fighting and local counterattacks had been part and parcel of Army Group Center's advance all during Typhoon. Indeed, Red Army counterattacks had been a constant feature since day one of Barbarossa. OKH viewed the latest Soviet blows as nothing new. However, within only a few days, the scope and weight of the onslaught against Army Group Center began setting off alarm bells up the chain of command. Bach was becoming increasingly concerned that his superiors were still ignorant of what was actually going on. On 7 December, in the northern pincer, 56 Panzer Corps headquarters was overrun outside Klin. That evening, Hitler gave permission to 3rd and 4th Panzer Armies to straighten their lines, although 2nd Panzer Army wasn't granted the same privilege. Even the hyper-aggressive Heinz Guderian, 2nd Panzer Army's commander, could read the writing on the wall. The bulge he rammed into Soviet lines south of Moscow near Tula was a trap now, and he was already pulling his head back out of the noose without waiting for permission. Within a week of the opening of the Red Army's counterattack, the German front line looked like it had been kicked by a Clydesdale. 3rd and 4th Panzer Armies had been shoved back 60 to 75 miles toward Volokholamsk, nearly their starting positions before November's advance. Another gap had been blasted at Borovsk, leaving a space between 4th and 4th Panzer Armies. The situation was even worse to the south, where an enormous gap had been opened between Kaluga to Belev, pushing 4th and 2nd Panzer Armies apart. Further south, 2nd Army had retreated nearly 150 miles, well past its start point for Typhoon, leaving another vast chasm between itself and Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army. Army Group Center no longer had anything resembling a contiguous front line. The lack of mobility that had plagued Bach's forces during their recent advance played as heavily against it in retreat. With too few operational vehicles for dragging the heavier equipment clear, much of it would have to be abandoned. By the 10th, all 3 German panzer armies were slowly making their way west through heavy snowfall in ragtag fashion. Guderian described his force as little more than a disassociated collection of armed baggage trains. One German recalled the mental pressures, knowing that the Soviets were close behind. When we wanted to join the column on the road, there was frantic activity. Everyone tried to get back fast, but the column only moved slowly. Often, 2 or 3 vehicles were next to one another. That caused the notorious jams. Fearing strafing from prowling Soviet aircraft, many abandoned their vehicles and began walking. Order was beginning to break down. A 3rd Panzer Army diarist noted, "More and more soldiers are heading west on foot without weapons, leading a calf on a rope, or pulling a sled loaded with potatoes." The discipline and cohesiveness of the arrogantly confident army that had invaded the USSR less than 6 months earlier was evaporating before Bach's eyes. Along with 4th Army's Gunther von Kluge and 2nd Panzer Army's Guderian, Bach was frantically sending messages to OKH's Halder and Brauchitsch about how desperate the situation was becoming. If Army Group Center did not receive reinforcements immediately, Bach warned Halder, the Army Group will be kaput. The problem was, there was nothing for Halder to send. Under normal circumstances, the Germans would have solved the crisis at hand by scraping up so-called fire brigade or alarm formations from other points along the front, hustling them onto trains, lateraling them into the threatened sector, counterattacking, and restoring the situation. The problem by the second week in December was that even as things were disintegrating in the center opposite Moscow, the Soviets had sprung several other surprises on the extremities of the German line. In the north, a final effort by 18th Army to cut off Leningrad had culminated in the capture of the historic town of Tikhvin on 8 November. Ivan the Terrible had ordered the construction of a famous monastery there in 1560, but the town's present claims to fame were its railroad juncture leading to Leningrad and its enormous bauxite deposits. The Soviets had already evacuated the aluminum refining equipment from the area. The Germans contented themselves by looting the monastery instead. Though the Germans had captured Tikhvin, their attempts to clear the southern shores of Lake Ladoga and link up with the Finns on the Svir River had been brought short at the town of Volkov. They were a mere dozen miles from the lake and less than 40 from the Finns, yet they could go no further. Just as at Moscow, the weather was awful, and the Germans were at the absolute end of their strength. And just as at Moscow, 5 December had seen the Volkhov front go over to the offensive. Under General Kirill Meretskov, 4th Independent Army hammered in 16th Army's salient at Tikhvin from 3 sides. By the 7th, frozen almost insensate by an overnight blizzard, the Germans were down to 5 tanks, only one of which was still running. On 9 December, the Germans abandoned the town and began slogging their way back to their starting positions on the Volkhov River. Leningrad was still besieged, but at least the ice route across Lake Ladoga would remain open for the winter. About 900 miles south as the carrion crows flew, 1st Panzer Army was still battling the units of the Southern Front that had forced it out of Rostov-on-Don on 29 November. This was bad enough. Then, 2 weeks after the Moscow counteroffensive began, the Soviets judged the time was right to try and relieve the siege of Sevastopol as well. On 26 December, in a howling Force 8 gale, the Transcaucasus Front landed the spearhead of 51st Army, 23,000 men, on the southern shore of the Kerch Peninsula. On the 29th, they landed part of 44th Army, 13,000 men, at the port of Feodosia, close to the neck dividing the Kerch Peninsula from the Crimean Peninsula proper. What the Soviets lacked in amphibious technique and special equipment, which was practically everything, they compensated for in tenacity and improvisation. Temperatures below zero meant that any soldier dumped in the raging waters of the Black Sea, and there were many, was consigned to death either by drowning or hypothermia. The sheer audacity, verging on insanity, of these landings caught 11th Army's General Manstein completely by surprise. By the 31st, the Red Army had managed to land 40,519 men, 236 guns, 43 tanks, and other heavy equipment on the peninsula. The German Army's sole division in the neighborhood, the 46th Infantry, had pulled out against Manstein's direct orders, having never received them. Its radio sets had been disassembled in preparation for to retreat, whereupon it began making its way west through the same howling gale, shedding heavy equipment as it limped back to friendly lines. Not only was Manstein no longer in any position to try one last assault on Sevastopol, he was also in danger of having 11th Army run out of the Crimea altogether. The net effect of these various crises was that Field Marshals Lieb and Reichenau, the commanders of Army Groups North and South respectively, could look Bach squarely in the eye and pull out their own pockets to demonstrate they had nothing to send. Everybody intrinsically knew why this was so, because it struck to the core of how the Germans preferred waging war. Back in June, when Barbarossa was launched, the Wehrmacht had basically bet everything on an all-out, no-reserve kind of offensive. But it hadn't worked, and now Bach and Army Group Center were left to pay the check. Enter the Führer. Hitler, though broadly aware of the happenings on the front during the first part of December, had left his East Prussian headquarters at Wolfschanze for Berlin and was preoccupied with declaring war on the U.S. That done, he returned to Prussia on the night of the 15th. The following morning, the Führer put his foot down, issuing his Haltbefehl, hold-fast order. Larger evasive movements cannot be made. They will lead to a total loss of heavy weapons and equipment. Instead, the troops were to be compelled to offer fanatical resistance in their positions, ignoring whether the enemy had broken through on the flanks or in the rear. Only in this way could time be bought to bring up reinforcements. As part of this, 3rd and 4th Panzer Armies and 4th Army were to complete their current withdrawals to safer immediate lines. 2nd Panzer and 9th Armies, however, were to stay where they were. Hitler's penchant for never wanting to authorize a retreat has been remarked upon endlessly and would go on to become one of his most damning traits as a military leader. But in this particular instance, the Führer's concerns were understandable. There was no natural defensive line anywhere near Moscow. No major river, line of hills, or anything of that nature. Nor would fortifying such a position have been feasible in any case. If there were two things the Germans were missing right now, it was time and construction materials, and the ground was frozen solid anyway. Abandoning forward positions meant abandoning vehicles, heavy weapons, and shelter as well. Bach had waffled on the same topic, posing the question aloud to Brauchitsch whether retreating and arriving at a new position sans heavy weapons was actually preferable to fighting it out in place using what ordnance was at hand. Given this, the Führer was within his rights to fear that an extended retreat would turn into a rout akin to the one Napoleon had experienced back in 1812, which was precisely the mental model Stalin was currently stuck in as well. That said, the Führer's order was completely out of touch with the realities on the ground. Hitler's instincts were always to assume that willpower could master any crisis. The commander on the spot only needed to infuse his troops with the necessary faith to prevail, and they would triumph, which was fine in theory, but led to a host of battlefield negatives. The first, as Field Marshal Erich von Manstein noted after the war, was that such a belief inevitably makes a man impervious to reason and leads him to think that his own will can operate even beyond the limits of hard reality, whether these consist in the presence of far superior enemy forces, in the conditions of space and time, or merely in the fact that the enemy also happens to have a will of his own. In fact, Hitler's obstinacy in this matter was simply symptomatic of his diagnosable malignant narcissism. As Stahl notes, Hitler's concept of will made him infallible. Success at the front proved the virtue of his iron determination, while failure reflected only upon the inadequacies of the men and officers involved. Will, in other words, was the perfect cover for the Führer's own glaring inadequacies as a military leader. The tactical realities at the front, however, defied the Führer's wishes. What was needed were flexible local responses to varied tactical and operational problems. There were cases where standing fast made sense, or faint withdrawal followed by a counterattack. Yet, there were others where pulling back was the only possible option to avoid being overwhelmed and destroyed wholesale. What developed then was a chaotic, desperate time, wherein local troops and commanders were doing what they felt had to be done, and then either trying to cover up their decisions or justify them ex post facto in hopes of gaining the Führer's permission. Division and corps commanders were feuding with their army commanders, begging for permission to react as they thought best, while the army commanders were likewise feuding with Bach. Things were spiraling out of control. Like it or not, in the white expanses of Russia, there were not nearly enough field gray uniforms to shore up the line. Not surprisingly, when the truth of the situation at the front began colliding with Hitler's perception of what the reality ought to be, heads began rolling. Bach was the first to go, cravenly claiming to be in ill health and resigning his position on 16 December. His replacement, Fourth Army's Field Marshal Gunther von Kluge, was both highly intelligent and possessed of considerable political skills, but instantly found himself in an impossible situation. The Führer was demanding absolute obedience to his standfast order, which Kluge knew was absurd. Kluge himself advocated a middle ground, where an army group's center would withdraw, but do so in good order, resisting as stubbornly as possible, and always with a view toward maintaining the cohesion of its various contingent forces. Meanwhile, on the ground, local commanders were simply reacting to the problems in front of them, which in many cases left no choice but withdrawal, authorized or not. Not only was managing the Führer a giant headache, but Kluge's stable of 6 army commanders, each focused on their own local problems, were no longer thinking strategically in terms of preserving the army group as a whole, nor were they playing nice with each other. The 3 Panzer Group commanders, Guderian, Erich Hopner, and Jörg Hans Reinhardt, had all been exposed at the onset of Zhukov's counterblow. By the middle of December, they were managing to pull back to more secure positions, leaving the weight of the crisis to fall more heavily on the infantry formations of 4th and 9th Armies. 9th, in particular, wanted to pull back to a position running roughly from Rzhev through Gatsk, the notional Königsberg Line. Their withdrawal, in turn, would oblige the panzer formations to undertake a second withdrawal, one that none of them wanted. Despite having much shorter sections of front to look after, the armor commanders were loath to relinquish any of their mobile forces to help these adjacent formations. Reinhardt was emblematic, uncharitably grousing in a letter to his wife regarding his bad neighbors, whose positions he was now being expected to shore up. Guderian, commander of 2nd Panzer Army, was the worst of the lot, not only not helping, but also openly insubordinate and habitually making unauthorized withdrawals he had not cleared with Kluge first. In so doing, he was undermining Kluge's ability to keep the army group together and simultaneously manage the Führer. By the end of December, Kluge had had enough. On the 20th, Guderian was obliged to fly to Wolfschanze to explain to Hitler personally why his forces were still retreating, in spite of the Führer's Hauptbefehl. Guderian received a cold reception from the man who once held him in the highest esteem. Returning to the front, Guderian again did as he would, meaning decide for himself, whereupon Kluge informed Halder on Christmas Day 1941 that while he was basically entirely on Guderian's side regarding the operational problems at hand, he must obey and keep me oriented. Guderian having repeatedly and brazenly failed to do so, Kluge presented Halder with an ultimatum: either he or I. Guderian was gone by the end of the day and would never hold another combat command. In his place, 2nd Army's commander, General Rudolf Schmidt, was temporarily dual-hatted to run both his own and Guderian's armies. At the same time, Kluge had taken over Army Group Center. Field Marshal von Brauchitsch, who had suffered a serious heart attack in November, and whom Hitler had recently taken to berating during situation briefings for the failure of Typhoon, resigned as CNC of the Army on the 19th. Hitler personally assumed Brauchitzsch's role and would keep it until the end of the war. To the German public, this was the first real indication that the war in the East was perhaps not going as well as Goebbels' propaganda machine would have them believe. Despite the fact that Brauchitsch was largely a figurehead by the time of his resignation, he was still the head of the vaunted Heer, and in the eyes of the man on the street, his name was synonymous with Germany's early war victories. The graceless fashion in which Hitler announced his assumption of the vacated post, without publicly acknowledging Brauchitsch in any way, soon set tongues all across Germany wagging. It was a self-inflicted public relations debacle that Goebbels found impossible to get out in front of. The Allied press, too, had a field day. As Italian Foreign Minister Galeazzo Ciano noted in his diary, the liquidation of Brauchitsch is on the agenda. English and American radios talk of nothing else. The German embassy is staggered by the news. Ambassador Hans-Georg von Mackensen expressed no opinions, but didn't conceal his concern. Prince Otto Christian Archibald Bismarck didn't conceal his joy, and turning to Filippo Anfuso he said, "We have come to the 5th act of the great tragedy. This goes to show that Hitler is a blundering ass." Any number of Allied press secretaries would certainly have agreed. From a warfighting perspective, Hitler's assuming Brauchitzsch's role as CNC was the culmination of his taking all the reins of command into his own hands. Hitler was already head of state, head of the government, commander-in-chief of the Wehrmacht as a whole, and now commander-in-chief of the army itself. The army no longer had an independent voice in strategy-making. Worse, the Führer had intentionally begun constricting the freedom of his senior field commanders that had been a hallmark of prior German military success. From now on, every tactical disposition, however minor, was subject to the Führer's attention and potential interference. Hitler's instincts for control would ultimately not serve him well. This war was simply too immense for a single man to oversee. The key to effectively managing this conflict was, unsurprisingly, just that: good management. Wartime leaders needed to keep their eyes on the big picture, delegating difficult tasks and staff work to talented subordinates. Hitler denied himself these things, firm in his belief that he was more gifted than everyone around him. The remainder of December witnessed the Stavka committing fresh armies to both the left and right wings of their counteroffensive. On 16 December, Zhukov requested 4 more armies be released from the Stavka Reserve to his western front so that he could continue driving the Germans back. Stalin refused, preferring to spread his reinforcements around. Instead of bolstering Zhukov, he took his 30th Army away from him and lateraled it north to Konev's Kalinin front, along with the fresh 39th Army. An additional army, 61st, was released from the reserve to augment the Bryansk front's 3rd and 13th armies, so that the latter formation could attack from the south. Stalin's new goal was not just rolling Army Group Center back, but cutting it off. By the end of the month, the Germans had been shoved back between 60 and 150 miles from Moscow. The bulk of 6th Corps had been destroyed at Staritsa, southwest of Kalinin, leaving a huge gap in German lines. The road to Rzhev was now wide open. However, though badly battered, the Germans did not disintegrate and were striking back, even in the process of slowly giving ground, and the Soviets were neither strong enough to shatter their enemy completely nor quick and coordinated enough to get substantial forces into the German rear areas, at least not yet. The result was that the Germans managed, barely, to hold their assailants at arm's length as they grudgingly fell back towards Smolensk. The question remained as to whether they would be able to recreate something resembling a contiguous front, or whether Army Group Center would finally fall apart under the Soviet hammer blows. Meanwhile, in the air, things were going as badly for the Luftwaffe. The war against Russia had already been consuming the lion's share of its resources. A complete Luftflotte was supporting each of the 3 German army groups, Luftflotte 1 in the north, Luftflotte 2 in the center, and Luftflotte 4 in the south, with a total of about 3,900 aircraft, of which around 3,000 were operational. These machines had been wildly successful at the outset, destroying thousands of Soviet planes on the frontiers with only negligible losses. But as with the Army, long before Typhoon's final drive against Moscow had been unleashed, the wheels had already been coming off the Luftwaffe's operations too. Both Luftflotte 1 and 4 had been obliged to detach units to support Luftflotte 2 and Army Group Center, despite Luftflotte 2 having started out the year as the most powerful of the 3 air fleets in the theater. Like the Army, the Luftwaffe had begun outrunning its supply lines as early as July, and shortages of fuel and bombs were already limiting its sorties. Despite the slaughter of Soviet VVS aircraft on the frontiers at the beginning of the summer, the Luftwaffe was never able to develop a consistent effort against the Red Air Force itself. The insistent need for ground support missions meant that regaining air superiority was only undertaken when Soviet aircraft became too intrusive to be ignored. Thus, the Luftwaffe found itself ping-ponging back and forth between ground support and air superiority missions, with too few assets to do either one well. By December, the Luftwaffe in the central section of the front found itself crippled. Even before the Soviet counterattack, the weather was so awful that Luftflotte 2 had simply been pulled out and sent to the Mediterranean. The VVS was operating from concrete airstrips and heated hangars near Moscow. The Luftwaffe fields were frozen mud strips, the planes outside, the men in tents. Once the Soviet counterattack started rolling, though, things grew incomparably worse. Luftwaffe ground personnel, even pilots, were formed into ground combat units to defend their bases or even to hold the Army's lines. Given the lack of supplies and the terrible weather, daily sorties plummeted. It was all the Luftwaffe's mechanics could do to keep daily availability rates for the aircraft at 53%. Thus, even as the situation on the ground deteriorated, German air power, heretofore one of the Army's trump cards, became less and less potent. By the end of December 1941, the military situation for the Germans was somewhere between grim and potentially catastrophic, depending on the section of the front in question. Typhoon hadn't just failed, it had been hurled back in the Wehrmacht's face. Just managing to hold things together was about all the Germans could do at this point. The two questions now at hand were how effectively would the Soviets follow up after their initial attacks, and whether the Wehrmacht would hold up when they did. Mediterranean Theater. Operation Crusader hangs in the balance. Beginning this narrative on or around 1 December 1941 presents a reasonably clean start to the tale of 1942, at least in several of the war's major theaters. Not so in the Mediterranean, where the British Eighth Army, the Italians, and Erwin Rommel's Deutsches Afrikakorps, DAK, were in the middle of an epic furball called Operation Crusader. This British offensive had been launched on 18 November by General Claude Auchinleck, Britain's CNC Middle East. His goal was recapturing Cyrenaica and relieving the siege of Tobruk, where British forces had been invested since April. In this, he was being driven by the twin dynamics that would propel most British war-making in North Africa for the coming year, the imperatives of geography and the hectoring of Winston Churchill. For the British, the Middle East was the heart of its empire, with the Suez Canal forming the conduit that, in peacetime, brought supplies from the empire, including the petroleum from Iraqi and Persian oil fields, back to the home islands. Churchill put it aptly. The desert flank was the peg upon which all else hung. Unsurprisingly, given its importance, the Prime Minister was determined to fight to the last inch and ounce for Egypt. By its very nature, incursions into this vital area could come from many directions, not only the Italian and German armies in Libya, but also potentially from Germans coming down from the Caucasus, through Russia, and then Persia or Turkey. It was Auchinleck's responsibility to consider these far-flung threats and do as much as he might, with resources unequal to the task, to secure the northern and eastern flanks of his command. From an operational standpoint, though, the immediate problem centered on controlling the Mediterranean, a matter much in doubt on 1 December. The Middle Sea is aptly named, sitting as it does between Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. And within the very middle of the Middle Sea lay the British island of Malta. Situated 60 miles south of Sicily, Malta sat astride the Axis supply lines running north-south from Italy to Libya. Unless Axis merchantmen were willing to divert their shipping far to the east, convoys heading to Libya's largest port, Tripoli, had to pass on either side of this tiny embattled bastion, whose own forces could strike in any direction. The threat Malta posed to Axis supply runs was directly proportional to how many submarines, aircraft, and surface vessels the British could maintain there. That, in turn, hinged on whether they were able to bring in sufficient planes, petrol, ammunition, and food. Their supply lines, menaced in turn by Italian air and sea power, ran east from Gibraltar or west from Alexandria. The arrival of the Luftwaffe in the theater in 1941 made Malta's position even more dangerous. Ultimately, supplying or subduing Malta hinged on who controlled northern Cyrenaica, the hilly region in eastern Libya that juts into the Mediterranean. Here, in the mountainous Jebel Akhdar region next to the sea, lay a complex of airfields. In British hands, they made supply runs into Malta infinitely easier and offered a base for strikes against the Axis ports of Benghazi, Sirte, and Tripoli lying further west in Libya. In Axis hands, though, those same airfields made Malta's situation doubly dire, helping shield Axis supply lines from air attacks emanating from anywhere but Malta, and simultaneously threatening British air and naval bases in Egypt, as well as the Suez Canal. In November 1941, the Auk, as he was known, found himself sitting on the short end of the Cyrenaican stick. Through no real fault of his own. The British had overrun the area at the end of General O'Connor's brilliant offensive a year earlier in December 1940, threatening the entire Italian position in North Africa. As related earlier, the Germans, desperate to stave off a collapse, sent a small armored force led by Rommel, who had immediately counterattacked. Catching the British by surprise and driving to the very border of Egypt, the newly minted Desert Fox besieged the port of Tobruk in the process. British operations during May and June 1941, aiming to relieve Tobruk and retake the airfields beyond, were both defeated, leading to Auchinleck's predecessor, General Archibald Wavell, being relieved of command. Wavell and Auchinleck essentially swapped CNC jobs, with Auchinleck taking over the Mideast and Wavell moving into the India command. Rommel and Tobruk were now the aux problem. He knew that with Tobruk sitting in Rommel's rear, the Germans could not advance much further without capturing the port first. The British bastion was too dangerous to leave in his rear. After 4 months of build-up on both sides, Auchinleck moved to preempt the strike Rommel was certain to launch. He ordered 8th Army's commander, Lieutenant General Sir Alan Cunningham, to attack. Back in London, this lull in the desert had driven Churchill into near apoplexy. Inaction, no matter how well-founded in the face of tiresome logistical realities, was beyond his comprehension. It is impossible to explain to Parliament and the nation how it is our Middle East armies have had to stand for 4.5 months without engaging the enemy, he wrote in one communiqué to Churchill. Auchinleck's insistence on building up not only combat forces, but also reserves to support them in the battle, smacked of tiredness and defeatism. Generals only enjoy such comforts in heaven, he groused. Crusader had started off auspiciously enough on 18 November. Rommel, his eyes fixed on the prize of Tobruk and his own upcoming assault, ignored his intelligence estimates. "Tell your Major Revetria he's much too nervous," one of Rommel's staff officers had snarked, regarding Italy's North African intelligence chief. "The British aren't going to attack." However, the British did attack. On the 18th, they snuck 475 tanks and 3 armored brigades across the wire, the border dividing Libya from Egypt, enveloping the forward German and Italian positions from the south. The basic plan was simple. In the words of one British tank commander, most of the German and Italian forces were up in the coastal area, and we were to plunk ourselves down on their lines of communication between them and Benghazi. After that, they would destroy the enemy armor when it attacked us. The plonking had gone well enough, at least to start. The British had blown past the frontier and pushed deep into the enemy's rear, with 7th Armored Brigade heading straight toward Sidi Rezegh and its airfield, and from there to break the siege of Tobruk and link up with its garrison. The drive also ended up putting Axis coastal outposts at places like Sollum and Bardia a good 40 miles behind the British thrust, and threatening them with being completely cut off. In the process, however, the British had also allowed their tank brigades to become separated, each attacking whatever groups of the enemy they encountered, and frittering away their strength. The 22nd Armored Brigade was mauled by the Italian Ariete Armored Division at Bir el Gubi before managing to do anything meaningful. Instead of heading like a fist toward Sidi Rezegh with all of their armor, the British had extended themselves more like the fingers of a hand. Rommel only roused himself after German intelligence overheard a BBC broadcast heralding Auchinleck's new general offensive. But when he came with fire. And the results were what they seemingly always were during this phase of the war: German victory and British defeat. Attacked in detail, the British suffered heavily as groups of tanks and guns, dust-wrapped and ignorant of the broader tactical situation, ran headlong into each other. British communications and control began breaking down. The battle quickly devolved into a completely nonlinear affair, with opposing formations thrown down seemingly at random on the sand and then maneuvering across broad stretches of desert in a dizzying collage of formations. Maps of the battle leave one with the impression of spaghetti thrown at a wall. The official British history described the alternating friendly and enemy positions as being sandwiched like the layers of a Neapolitan ice. A sack full of angry cats might have better described it. Either way, the British were out of their element. There was no way to resolve this wild brawl into a tidy system of order, and the Germans were much more comfortable relying on improvisation and initiative, and leaving their flanks to take of themselves. The results told. By 23 November, the British were in desperate straits. 22nd Armored Brigade was down to about 50 tanks. 4th Armored Brigade had precisely that number, 4. Cunningham seriously contemplated breaking off the battle. Auchinleck refused to countenance it for several reasons. He was rather imperturbable by nature, thanks to a difficult childhood. His father had died when he was 8. He was a large, silent man and a bit of loner, though capable of great charm and innate kindness, according to one of the generals who served under him. After graduating from Sandhurst, Great Britain's premier military school, the Auk had left the home islands to make his career in the Indian Army. Service on the frontiers of India had placed a premium on watchfulness. Warring tribesmen were all too happy to take potshots at outsiders. His combination of courage, intelligence, and grit had carried him far. He was not a man to be pushed around, either by Rommel or his own prime minister. Another Sandhurst graduate. He knew how to fight without flinching. The Auk had the wisdom to know that the suffering in battles typically went both ways. If his forces were hurting, so were Rommel's. This was reinforced by another priceless asset. British decrypts of top-secret Axis military signals, Ultra. The breaking of many high-level German and Italian codes by British intelligence gave their commanders an advantage throughout the North African campaign. At this point in the conflict, the code breakers were translating more than 39,000 messages per month. Ultra was telling Auchinleck that Rommel's forces were depleted, overstretched, and suffering from supply difficulties. Given this, he remained confident. Yet these intercepts were not a crystal ball, nor could they buy victory by themselves. In many cases, signals intel could provide perceptive insights on enemy supplies, orders of battle, and dispositions, but they were often blind to enemy intentions. Furthermore, good intelligence still required adequate ability on the ground, air, or sea with which to act upon the information and translate it into victory. Intelligence could be a tremendous force multiplier by allowing the right assets to be put in the right place at the right time. Yet in the end, those assets still had to be tactically capable of fighting the enemy and winning. Herein lies a lesson about military intelligence that echoes throughout 1942. There has been a tendency to exaggerate code-breaking's importance, which has continued to this day. After all, if you know when and where the other guy is going to hit you, surely you ought to be able to win the battle. This overlooks the substantial difficulties in taking good operational-level intelligence and translating it into positive tactical results on the battlefield. Knowing the enemy is coming doesn't do you much good if your army can't fight well enough to beat him. This was an ongoing problem for the British Eighth Army in the desert this year because all the intelligence in the world could not fix its shortcomings with respect to combined arms. And so it proved during the latter portions of Crusader. As if to illustrate Bletchley Park's limitations on prognosticating enemy intentions, on 24 November, Rommel unleashed a new push. Gathering up his tattered divisions into an armored fist, with himself in the lead, he took off directly for Egypt, literally running over a number of British formations along the way. This was precisely the kind of lightning onset the Germans had become so famous for in the early portions of the war, using speed, aggression, and mixed firepower to rout the enemy. The dispersed British brigades found themselves surrounded by a whirlwind of German formations materializing out of the dust. Chaos ensued. "All day for 9 hours we ran," wrote a British reporter, describing how Rommel's onset created a contagion of bewilderment and fear and ignorance. And yet at the end of his so-called drive for the wire, Rommel arrived too weak to accomplish much of anything, except to get General Cunningham sacked as Eighth Army's commander. If the Desert Fox had intended to scare Eighth Army into flight with the sudden onslaught aimed directly at its supply lines, he was destined for disappointment. Auchinleck replaced Cunningham with Major General Neil Ritchie, and ordered 8th Army to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Rommel's fist had loosened. The 21st Panzer Division was now a 70-kilometer-long column. His command car broke down at the Egyptian frontier, and only sheer luck saved him from capture, as he spent the night surrounded by unwitting British troops. Back on the 21st, the British 70th Division, which was locked up inside Tobruk, had begun attacking out of its perimeter against the Italian formations beleaguering the town. On the 25th, a determined punch to the west by the elite 2nd New Zealand Division had captured Sidi Rezegh and was threatening to link up with the 70th Division on El Duda Ridge. The following day, El Duda fell, and the Axis rear began to fall apart with it. For his part, the Desert Fox had discovered that relieving his own encircled frontier outposts was beyond his power, and his army supply situation was turning calamitous. Indeed, even before Auchinleck kicked off Crusader, it hadn't been good. Unrelenting British attacks on the Italian naval convoys plodding across the Mediterranean had sunk 62% of the stores sent across in November. With battle now underway, the RAF was shooting up Rommel's truck convoys on the coastal highway. Rommel didn't know it, but during his mad dash toward the wire, he'd unwittingly driven right past a pair of hefty 8th Army supply bases sitting in the middle of the desert. By now, his forces were down to little more than a single day's gasoline. Rommel may have had better troops, weapons, and doctrine, but the British had better supplies. Auchinleck was also benefiting from reinforcements being rushed in from Egypt. Rommel wheeled around once again and aimed at the New Zealanders, briefly driving them off, recapturing El Duda, and closing the ring around Tobruk once more. All observers agreed that the ring could not be maintained for long against British pressure. By the 30th, Rommel's entire army was down to just 57 running German tanks, while the British were busily replacing their own losses and pressing in from the south and east. A new British thrust at Bir el Gubi by 11th Indian Brigade was thwarted by well-equipped Italian Young Fascist battalions, albeit at a heavy cost. But the British pressure was becoming intolerable, and by 7 December, Rommel was forced to admit that he had to withdraw. The question was where? Cyrenaica wasn't terribly defensible anywhere in its middle. Any position near Tobruk was capable of being bypassed from the south, as Rommel knew all too well. Only at Cyrenaica's eastern and western exits, 350 miles apart at Sollum and El Agheila, respectively, were sure positions to be had, anchored inland by impenetrable salt marshes or sand seas. For Rommel, having failed to get through to Egypt, the only choice now was to abandon the garrisons at Sollum, Bardia, and Helfaya Pass, and retreat all the way back across Cyrenaica. This he did, pausing only occasionally to fight rearguard actions designed to keep the British off the Italian infantry, who were forced to march their way out of trouble. By about 10 January, Rommel was back near El Agheila, basically the same point from which he had launched his original March 1941 offensive. Crusader and the winter fighting in general had been a minor disaster for the Axis, costing them 36,472 casualties, 14,760 Germans and 21,712 Italians, many of them POWs from the subsequent capitulations of Sollum and Bardia, to set against the 17,000 to 22,000 the British had lost. British tank losses had been heavy, but they were in a position to recover and repair their vehicles, whereas the Axis losses, some 340 tanks and 220 guns, were gone forever. Rommel is generally mythologized as a military genius, yet he had been driven back to his starting point, suffering more casualties in the process and losing irreplaceable materiel along the way. If there had been any justice in the world, Auchinleck might have been crowned final victor in the desert at the end of December. The Axis forces to his front appeared at the end of their leash. He was now almost halfway to Tripoli. If he could get there, severing Italy's last supply links to its Libyan colony, the campaign would be over. But it was not to be. The Auk may have been skillful, yet not at picking subordinates, nor at being lucky. Both had roles to play now. Even as British ground forces were bearing down on El Agheila, three circumstances were conspiring to rob the Auk of his victory: the shifting control of the Mediterranean, the wider war, and the physical limitations of his troops. The First Battle of Sirte. Determined to resupply Libya, the Regia Marina had mounted a powerful effort to assert itself in the Mediterranean. On 16 December, a four-ship Italian convoy, covered by a total of 4 battleships, one with the convoy and 3 as distant cover, 6 cruisers and numerous destroyers, began steaming south under the command of Admiral Angelo Iachino. This was an unprecedented show of force and a prodigious expenditure of fuel oil. But desperate times called for desperate measures. Portions of this massive force ran across a tiny British convoy centered on the fast freighter MV Breckenshire, which was disguised as a capital ship, covered by a cruiser-destroyer force. To these had been appended a further group of British light cruisers and destroyers from Malta, Force K. The result was the First Battle of Sirte, fought on 17 December. British convoys had tangled with Axis heavy warships before, and the screen's commander, Rear Admiral Philip Vian, had a well-earned reputation for skill and bravery. Nonetheless, asking a quartet of light cruisers and a dozen destroyers to take on a trio of Italian battleships was honestly a bit much. Iachino made a cautious approach, his aerial scouts having been earlier fooled by Breckenshire's disguise. As soon as he was within visual range, he opened fire at a range of 35,000 yards. With a sound like motor buses going overhead, as one British sailor put it, 15-inch shells began slamming into the water around Vian's ships. Italian shooting was disagreeably good, despite the failing light and long distance, and several British ships were straddled or damaged by splinters, forcing Vian to begin maneuvering wildly. So wildly that for a while he lost track of his own force. Breckenshire, meanwhile, was scooted out of the way to the south, along with some of Force K to put her out of reach. With dusk coming down, though, Iachino grew wary. He had been in overall command at the Battle of Matapan 8 months earlier, when the Regia Marina's unfitness for night combat had been so graphically demonstrated. At 1828, Iachino broke off combat and retired north, placing himself between his convoy and the enemy. Vian wisely declined to engage further, gathering up his scattered ships and focusing on the business at hand, getting Breckenshire safely into port. Both sides hailed this inconclusive action a victory. The British, largely on the basis of having their heavily outgunned forces survive and make it to Malta. The Italians for having pushed their own ships through to Tripoli and Benghazi. On balance, the Italians had more cause for satisfaction, as their need for resupply had been so critical. Not only that, but the knock-on effects from First Sirte turned out to be favorable to the Axis. In Benghazi, on the moonless night of 19 December, the first of Iachino's transports was frantically unloading, depositing 22 Panzer IIIs into Rommel's outstretched hands only days before the port fell to Auchinleck. Near at hand, a British surface force sent out from Malta to intercept Iachino's remaining trio of transports blundered into a freshly laid minefield off Tripoli in the wee hours. Light cruiser Neptune foundered with only a single man saved. A destroyer went down too, and 2 other cruisers were damaged. Malta's surface striking power had been gutted for no gain. Finally, and most crucially, just a few hours later, another group of British ships returning after the battle at Sirte caused the harbor anti-torpedo net at Alexandria to be let down for a few minutes. Using this brief opening, 3 teams of Italian frogmen snuck in aboard small manned torpedoes. They attached limpet mines to the undersides of battleships Queen Elizabeth and Valiant, with the subsequent blasts damaging both severely. Valiant would be out of action for half a year, Queen Elizabeth a year and a half. Had Admiral Cunningham not only been quite senior, but also thus far quite successful, it seems likely he would have been relieved of his command. This was all disastrous, the culmination of a horrific month-long run for the Royal Navy. To this point in the war, the British had projected power throughout the Mediterranean by using two fleets, Force H out of Gibraltar and the Mediterranean Fleet at Alexandria, each built around a carrier and 2 or 3 battleships. These had been augmented in October 1941 by Force K, a group of light cruisers and destroyers raiding out of Malta to contest the middle part of the Middle Sea. The latter in particular proved devastating to Italian convoys as a result of homebrewed tactics and technology, coupled with ultra-code intercepts. By utilizing a system of radar-equipped Wellington scout bombers to guide Force K onto Italian convoys in the dead of night, the British had worsted the Italians in their weakest discipline, night combat. Malta's submarines and torpedo aircraft inflicted an accelerating tempo of losses as well. During the second half of 1941, Malta had sunk 39 Axis merchant ships, more than 85% of total Axis shipping losses in the Mediterranean. Things were much different in late November 1941. Malta's Force K had just been mauled off Benghazi. Force H's carrier Ark Royal had been sunk on 13 November near Gibraltar by U-81, and Gibraltar was now down to a single old battleship, Malaya, and a light cruiser. As for the Mediterranean fleet, battleship Barham had been sunk on 25 November by U-331. With Barham destroyed, Queen Elizabeth and Valiant crippled, and carriers entirely absent, the Eastern Flotilla was essentially kaput. Alexandria hosted nothing more than a trio of light cruisers. That brought the Royal Navy's total losses in the war so far to 3 carriers, 5 battleships and battlecruisers, 9 cruisers, and 43 destroyers. The Regia Marina still had 4 operational battleships and many more cruisers than the British. No matter how you sliced it, naval supremacy in the Mediterranean had passed to the Axis. More broadly speaking, taken together with the American losses at Pearl Harbor, the Allies had lost 38% of their operational capital ships sunk or damaged in a month. Auchinleck stalled. This litany of naval disasters was the first major factor that would rob Auchinleck of a quick decision in Libya. The next was Japan's offensive in the Far East. By the third week of December 1941, it was obvious to all parties that the situation in Malaya was careening out of control. With precious few reinforcements available in India, Auchinleck's forces were the nearest reserves to hand. In short order, the Middle East was stripped of 6 squadrons of aircraft, followed after the new year by 4 infantry divisions, the 18th and 70th Infantry, and the 6th and 7th Australian. The third factor was the fatigue of the British units that had recently fought Crusader. At the end of a month's heavy combat, veteran formations like 7th Armored Division were stumbling around in a stupor, their men exhausted, and their units denuded of equipment. On 26-27 December, with the Axis retreat still in full swing, the British tried using 22nd Armored Brigade to push forward against the Axis formations clustered around Agadir. The British hoped their foes were as exhausted as they were, particularly the footsore Italians. These attacks, though, were sharply checked. The Germans quickly benefited from their recently delivered Panzer IIIs. Noticing that 22nd Armored was separated from the infantry of 22nd Guards Brigade, DAK and the Italian Mobile Corps, CAM, followed up on the 28th and 30th with counterpunches against the British tankers. The British lost 60 vehicles for the cost of 14 panzers and pulled back to gather their strength. This basic pattern, British armor and infantry not working with each other, was to repeat itself constantly throughout this year. In no position to press his temporary advantage, though, Rommel merely used the respite to complete his withdrawal to El Agala. In the air, the RAF was stretched thin, though generally faring well. The British had already made strides toward perfecting a flexible system of ground supply, repair units, and mobile construction forces, though they were still scrambling to stage their aircraft from Egypt into Tobruk and then on to the new forward air bases. The Axis air forces enjoyed no such luxury and were forced to abandon more than 450 aircraft in various states of repair at air bases scattered across Cyrenaica. The Axis in total lost nearly 800 aircraft in a month, compared to the RAF's 300. New aerial challenges were brewing for the RAF. Painfully aware of heavy Italian convoy losses, the Luftwaffe recognized the obvious key to stanching that wound, neutralizing Malta. To lead this effort, as well as exert greater control over a theater that by the end of December 1941 was becoming more important in German eyes, Field Marshal Albert Kesselring had just been installed in November as Commander-in-Chief South of all Axis forces. Kesselring was a remarkable leader. Like Admirals William Halsey and Ernest King between the wars, despite his seniority, he had been determined to carve out a new career for himself in the emerging field of aviation, earning his pilot wings at the ripe old age of 48. Fast forward to December 1941, where he found himself in a role demanding both political acumen and a sense for staff work and logistics. He had no formal training in either, yet excelled at both. Quick, adaptable, and lacking the haughtiness that marked so many senior commanders in the Wehrmacht, Smiling Albert, as the British derisively nicknamed him, had a gift for putting his Italian allies at ease. In addition to his theater command, he was also in operational control of Flieger Corps II, which he had lately brought out of the snows of Russia. The veteran ship killers of Flieger Corps X, which was primarily located in Greece, though it had elements in Sicily and North Africa, and Fliegerführer Africa, the Luftwaffe's Libyan-based command. Kesselring's immediate goal was putting Malta out of business, either by capturing it or crushing it from the air, and he lost no time in enlarging air bases on Sicily, improving their communications, stocking them with fuel and bombs, and preparing for an all-out assault later in the year. It would take him a while to get ready to go, though, due to the need to make good the losses Flieger Corps II had suffered in Russia. Back on the ground, the British Army's logistical situation after its westward drive was now as horrible as Rommel's had been at the other end of Cyrenaica. Whereas Rommel was moving ever closer to his main base at Tripoli, the British were moving ever farther from theirs. Benghazi was comparatively small, already wrecked, and too exposed to Axis air raids to be of much use as a port, meaning everything had to come forward from either Tobruk or Egypt by truck. The journey over the poor roads was brutal on men, machines, and cargo. The British found they were losing as much as 40% of their gasoline seeping from leaky 4-gallon tins. By 26 December, none remained in one forward dump. 2 days later, 8th Army issued a call for 60,000 gallons. Only half arrived. British logistics were better than the Germans and Italians. Still, they were running into their limitations out here in the trackless wastes, where every single thing an army needed in order to fight had to be trucked in 300 miles from the Egyptian frontier. Despite these difficulties, Auchinleck and Ritchie hoped 8th Army could retake the offensive after a short rebuilding period. They were likewise convinced that the Axis forces were just as exhausted and incapable of attacking. Accordingly, the entire veteran 7th Armored Division, the mangled 22nd Armored Brigade included, was withdrawn from the front line and sent back to Tobruk for refitting. In its place, half of the Green 1st Armored Division was pushed forward to man the front, with a small support group sitting behind it in the desert, and 2 brigades of the 4th Indian Division placed near Benghazi. These were not strong forces, but there wasn't much else at hand. Several divisions were still in Syria after the anti-Vichy campaign there earlier in the year, and the losses from Greece and Crete had not yet been made good either. Auchinleck was taking a calculated risk in pulling out his veteran units from the front, but he was banking on his intelligence estimates, which were in turn based on Ultra. Unfortunately for the Auk, the Desert Fox's tea leaves were notoriously difficult to read, because he was impetuous and unpredictable, and often made moves that his own logistics personnel would have told him were far from prudent. Pacific Theater. Japan's plan of campaign. Contrary to the Allies' palliative post-war legend, wherein the Japanese had meticulously planned their Pacific onslaught years in advance, Imperial General Headquarters had not even begun contemplating operations outside China until France's fall in mid-1940. Only in October of that year had certain divisional staffs started studying the notion of a southern offensive to seize the riches of the Dutch East Indies, current Indonesia. That same month, the Navy cautioned the Army that any such undertaking had to take the Americans into account as well. Yet no definite operational plans were made until the summer of 1941, when, as noted, America's oil embargo kicked Japanese preparations into high gear. Months of wrangling then ensued between the Army and Navy regarding where and how to strike, and how to provide naval and air support. The final shape of the overall operational plan was not reached until 29 October 1941, only 5 weeks before the attack on Pearl Harbor. Several of the generals in charge of key formations, such as 16th and 25th Army, did not even receive orders to take over their units until 5 November. This was very much a hurry-up affair. The Imperial military's final offensive plan was dizzyingly complex, intricately timed, and heavily dependent on the weaknesses of its enemies to succeed. Post-war American histories refer to it as either the octopus, for its many rapidly unfolding arms, or the centrifugal offensive. Yet, its basic shape was straightforward. Malaya, British Borneo, and the Philippines were to be rendered powerless as rapidly as possible, and then used as bases for moves aimed further south. These would secure the ultimate prize, the Indies, in just 4 months. The scheme was notable for its audacity, economy of force, and razor-thin margins for error. Attempted against more prepared enemies, it likely would have resulted in disaster. Against a group of weak and uncoordinated allies, it held out the prospects for a victory of stunning proportions. The Pearl Harbor attack was critical to the success of the larger plan. It was the brainchild of Admiral Yamamoto Isoroku, CNC of Japan's combined fleet, who had been contemplating a powerful opening blow against the U.S. Pacific Fleet since the spring of 1940. Yamamoto, 57, was an inveterate gambler and a leading advocate of naval air power. He reasoned that the last thing the Japanese needed in the middle of their pell-mell southward push was the American fleet sortying from Hawaii and hitting Japan with a counterpunch in the flank somewhere in the Central Pacific. If the Americans moved against a bastion like the Marshall or Marianas Islands, with perhaps the Philippines as the ultimate goal, the Imperial Navy might be forced to shift the bulk of its fleet against the incursion, leaving too few to successfully invade Java. Within the context of the larger Japanese campaign, Vice Admiral Nagumo Chuichi's raid against the Pacific Fleet can be seen as tactically offensive, but operationally defensive. Nagumo would secure Japan's eastern flank by leaving the Americans powerless to relieve the Philippines, or come to the aid of the Dutch or British. There was another dimension to Yamamoto's attack. Having lived in the States, Yamamoto understood that weakening American morale from the outset was crucial to maximizing Japan's chances in this war, though he personally assessed those chances as slender indeed. Tactically, he certainly wanted to sink as many American carriers as he could. His primary target was nonetheless the U.S. Navy's battleships, since big gun capital ships were still the contemporary coin of the realm when it came to measuring naval power. The Americans currently had 17 of them. Yamamoto judged that sinking 4 or more would be a staggering blow to the morale of American civilians and politicians. Yamamoto's plan essentially overturned 20 years of Japanese interwar naval thinking, which focused on a decisive naval battle, Kantai-Kessen, between Japan and America's battleship forces somewhere in the Central Pacific. His insistence on Pearl Harbor provoked great unease with his superiors in Tokyo, who judged it both unorthodox and extraordinarily risky, which it was. This wasn't helped by the fact that Yamamoto wasn't personally popular with many of the Navy's higher-ranking officers, having been on the losing end of factional politics during the 1930s and only winning his high position by dint of his considerable political and technical skills. In the end, Yamamoto ran roughshod over Naval GHQ's objections by threatening to resign along with his entire staff unless he got his way, thus inserting institutional blackmail into the mix of how nations apparently ought to go about planning military operations. It was a tactic that would appear again later in the year. Even as Pearl Harbor was being assaulted, the Japanese would launch offensives against both Malaya and the Philippines. Regardless of Nagumo's success or failure, these operations would be carried to completion. Follow-on operations aimed at the Indies, though, would not only have to be launched against more prepared opponents, but were also dependent on the outcome of the strike against Pearl Harbor. Speed meant everything in Japan's plan of campaign. If the U.S. Navy retained the ability to counterattack after Nagumo's raid, the results could be disastrous. Seizing the Philippines at the outset was non-negotiable because it sat directly astride the region's main north-south shipping lanes, along which Japan's newly won resources would have to be shipped back to the home islands. The archipelago would also provide vital bases for continuing operations aimed south. While modern-day history buffs have mulled ad nauseum over the political difficulties Roosevelt might have faced had the Japanese declined invading the Philippines, the imperial military never considered this feasible. For one thing, GHQ's pre-war map exercises and studies had concluded that a war aimed at any one of their three enemies, be it the Dutch, British, or Americans, would inevitably result in a war with all of them. Admiral Yamamoto believed the same. Thus, there was no ultimate benefit to bypassing the Philippines in the short run. More important, no staff officer worth his salt would dream of launching so audacious a campaign while leaving an unreduced enemy bastion sitting astride the nation's economic lifeline. By this point in Japan's authoritarian political trajectory, many of its senior politicians were military men, and the military exercised a stranglehold on domestic political deliberations. Malaya would likewise be invaded immediately, for two reasons. First, Singapore, at the extreme southern tip of the Malayan Peninsula, was the linchpin of Britain's Far East defenses. It controlled the seas in all directions, allowing the Royal Navy to defend not just Malaya, but intercede on behalf of the Americans in the Philippines, or the Dutch in the Indies. Singapore also barred the way to the Indian Ocean, while covering the left flank of the Indies. Second, securing northern Malaya would open Burma to assault at some point, although there were no firm plans in place as to when that would occur. Burma, likewise, was obviously important, not only because of the Burma Road, but also because it was a major regional rice exporter, with significant oil fields as well. Burma was also a potential launching pad for blows aimed at India. Finally, there was the economic prize of the entire exercise, the southern resource area of Borneo, Sumatra, and Java. These colonies possessed abundant oil, bauxite, rubber, coal, cobalt, copper, graphite, iron ore, lead, and nickel. Those translated directly into steel for engines and ships, aluminum for planes, the special alloys vital to creating armor plate, gun barrels, piston heads, superchargers, electronic equipment, and, of course, the energy to manufacture and power them all. All these things Japan had to have to field a modern military. Fortunately for the Japanese, Dutch forces were pathetically weak. If Japan could secure a positional advantage by reducing the Philippines and Malaya, and defeating the Americans and the British in the process, the Dutch could not hope to hold out. Once taken, the Indies would also provide a set of natural barrier islands walling off the new empire from the Indian Ocean. It would be trivial for Japan to extend this barrier eastward, through Bali, Flores, and Timor, and into the enormous but economically insignificant island of New Guinea. Securing the finest harbor in that area, Rabaul on New Britain, might then allow Japan to extend operations further east down the line of the Solomon Islands toward New Caledonia, Espiritu Santo, Fiji, and Samoa. This, in turn, would potentially threaten vital American supply lines running to Australia. Were the Japanese successful in their initial operations, they would be able to strike in any number of directions, west toward India, south toward Australia, or east toward Hawaii. The Japanese accepted that they would be outnumbered. A mere 11 divisions, albeit some of the Army's finest, were slated for the offensive. Under the overall command of Count Terauchi Hisaichi's Southern Expeditionary Army. Pre-war estimates indicated they could be facing as many as 380,000 Allied soldiers, with large quantities of reinforcements available from India, Australia, and New Zealand. Even factoring in support troops and independent regiments, the Imperial Army would be fielding around 300,000 troops. Japanese assault shipping was also in short supply. After hopefully conquering initial objectives like the Philippines, Hong Kong, and Malaya, some divisions would have to be rapidly re-embarked for use in follow-on offensives into the Indies and Burma. Transports would have to be shuttled back and forth under a complex plan with little room for contingencies. The Japanese were depending both on the ferocity and professionalism of their soldiers and superiority in the air and at sea. They estimated that the Allies had around 720 aircraft in Southeast Asia, facing around 1,100 Japanese machines. As the southward advance unfolded, each thrust would capture and quickly reactivate air bases, so that Japanese ground and naval forces would always be under friendly air cover. The entire Imperial Navy would be supporting the advance against Allied naval forces known to be weak. Close cooperation between ground, sea, and air units, something the Army and Navy had not been widely noted for previously, and excellent communications between dispersed formations would be critical. In the words of Japan's war histories, everything had to operate as an elaborate clockwork of gears and cogwheels. The timing of the campaign was made even more daunting by the overwhelming size of the theater. The entire Eastern Front, from Murmansk to Rostov-on-Don, spanned 1,600 miles. That same distance would get you from Tokyo to Guam, but was less than halfway to either Guadalcanal or Singapore. The same obstacles, of course, applied in reverse to the Allies. The distance from Pearl Harbor to Singapore was nearly 7,000 miles, with the Japanese possessing the advantages of a central position, interior lines of communication, and the ability to pick the location and timing of their targets. As General Sugiyama, the Army's chief of staff, noted to the Emperor during his pre-war briefing, the fighting power of the enemy is dispersed over a wide area, and even separated by the sea, which makes it difficult for them to act in conjunction. All parties agreed that the success or failure of Japan's larger campaign hinged on how things went at the outset. Aftermath in Pearl Harbor. Yamamoto's opening blow had indeed been sufficiently heavy to ward off any American naval counterattack for the foreseeable future. When Nagumo's force disappeared back into the chilly wastes of the North Pacific, it left behind a shattered American naval base, an enraged American public, and a sea of controversy that has remained unsettled to this day. Pearl Harbor has generated no fewer than 10 official investigations, mountains of printed material, copious finger-pointing, and not a little conspiracy-mongering. Matters of culpability aside, however, some key points emerge. First, Japan had managed to achieve the magic trifecta of warfare: surprise on the strategic, operational, and tactical levels. At the strategic level, despite the cherry-picked assertions of post-war conspiracy theorists, the pre-war military intelligence picture was exceedingly complex and confusing. Many clues and snippets suggested Japanese moves in many directions, but the bulk pointed toward the Philippines and Southeast Asia, which was understandable because the Japanese were indeed planning a multi-axial offensive of vast scope into these areas. Meanwhile, Nagumo's aircraft carriers had gone silent, while the Japanese were filling the airwaves with radio deception schemes. This further intersected with sharply constrained pre-war staffing levels in American naval intelligence units, which had simultaneously been instructed to focus primarily on Japanese diplomatic signals rather than naval ciphers. Accordingly, sifting out the few kernels of Pearl Harbor wheat from the voluminous Southeast Asia chaff was impossible. In the perceptive words of intelligence historian Roberta Wohlstetter, this left the Americans so busy thinking through some obvious Japanese moves that we neglected to hedge against the choice that they actually made. Operationally, no one in the U.S. Navy at this time imagined that the Imperial Navy was capable of carrying off a raid of this size and sophistication, for two reasons. First, the U.S. Navy had yet to make its own conceptual leap to multi-carrier operations, still preferring to operate flat tops in ones and twos. Second, the capabilities of Nagumo's carrier force, often called Kido Butai, had rapidly metastasized in the fall of 1941. During its intensive training for the raid, the Japanese hammered out the nuts and bolts of how to operate hundreds of planes in concert from multiple flight decks, how to configure their strike packages, launch them, command them in the air, and so forth. Japan's pilots and aircraft were first-rate. They had also developed an unsuspected facility in underway refueling, allowing Nagumo to transit all the way to Hawaii and back, a tremendous logistical feat. No other navy at this time had the ability to carry off an attack as large and sophisticated as Pearl Harbor. In its way, Kido Butai was as revolutionary a development at sea as the Panzer Division had been on land. Finally, at the tactical level, the Japanese had worked out techniques for attacking Battleship Row, using both shallow diving torpedoes and specially modified heavy armor-piercing AP bombs. The Imperial Navy, in other words, had managed a leap in naval aviation beyond the Allies' comprehension. With all these elements of surprise working for Yamamoto, little wonder his opening blow had been nothing short of spectacular. That said, the operation was a failure on two key levels. Tactically, Nagumo left a lot on the table when he retired. 5 American battleships had been sunk, 2 permanently, and American aircraft losses were heavy. Nonetheless, no American carriers had been caught, and the raid itself had been marred by sometimes sloppy execution and poor target selection. Numerous cruisers, destroyers, and submarines had emerged unscathed, the cruisers in particular representing an important oversight. Famously, Pearl Harbor's fuel tank farms and repair facilities were intact, which was wholly unsurprising. Japan's naval doctrine downplayed logistics, viewing warships as the wellspring from which flowed naval supremacy. Accordingly, Pearl Harbor's facilities were dead last on Combined Fleet's target list. Further, despite the post-war falsehoods of Fuchida Mitsuo, the raid's aerial attack leader, there was never any serious discussion on board Nagumo's flagship Akagi regarding the need to go after these installations with a third attack wave. Thus, Pearl Harbor remained in business as a naval base. At the strategic level, Yamamoto's raid was an outright disaster for Japan. While its initial psychological impact was outsized, this was countered almost immediately by universal American outrage at Japan's sneak attack. U.S. public opinion was cemented overnight in favor of total war. Thus, a fundamental underpinning of Japan's decision to go to war, that a sufficiently ferocious onslaught would induce the Americans to negotiate, had been obviated by the very nature of Yamamoto's opening blow. Be that as it may, on 8 December, the picture looked incredibly bleak for the Americans, and more bad news quickly followed. Over the following days, the scope of Japan's onslaught began revealing itself to the shocked Allies, with the Philippines, Malaya, and other points in the Western Pacific all under attack. America's colony on Guam was invaded and captured on the 10th. The island of Wake, after putting up a heroic resistance that cost the Japanese a pair of destroyers, fell on the 23rd. The same day Guam fell, headlines in the New York Times were carrying the president's frank message that serious setbacks had already been suffered and an immensely long, difficult task lay ahead. This was the unholy mess that awaited the incoming commander-in-chief of the Pacific Fleet, SINCPAC, Admiral Chester Nimitz, when he arrived in Hawaii late in December to take over from the disgraced Admiral Husband Kimmel. When Nimitz's flying boat touched down in Pearl Harbor, he was greeted with the harrowing sight of devastated warships and wreckage littering the harbor. Corpses were still occasionally bobbing to the surface, and the stench of fuel oil and fire hung heavy in the air. The new CNC could practically smell the shock, anger, and demoralization of his men. But in the words of Samuel Eliot Morison, no more fortunate appointment to this vital command could have been made. Nimitz was unassuming, level-headed, empathetic, and not given to yelling. He was also gifted at handling subordinates, putting them in positions where their talents could shine, and persuading them to give their all. As a longtime friend of his put it simply, he knew how to deal with people. One of his first acts was retaining Kimmel's entire staff, assuring them that they had his complete confidence, and personally asking for their help in turning things around. Morale at Pearl Harbor immediately began recovering. The new CNC was tough but fair, genuinely collaborative, determined, and a tireless worker. He was also under tremendous pressure. Indeed, no sooner had Nimitz settled into his chair than on 2 January a message arrived from his boss, Admiral King, directing him to undertake some aggressive action for effect on general morale. This began a 6-month period wherein King and Nimitz would grapple over Pacific strategy, with the fire-breathing King urging the equally combative, yet somewhat more realistic Nimitz to hit the Japanese at every opportunity. With his battleships destroyed, the carriers and submarines as yet untested, and a war situation edging toward disaster, SINCPAC was perched on a real hot seat. Not a man to reveal worries to his subordinates, Nimitz would write to his wife, "I will be lucky to last 6 months." Invading Malaya. While Americans traditionally marked the start of the Asia-Pacific War at Pearl Harbor, the Japanese had raised the curtain on proceedings elsewhere about an hour before the first bombs fell on Hawaii. At 0030 hours on 8 December, Japanese forces began landing in Thailand and northern Malaya. The opening moves of one of the most disastrous campaigns in British military history were now underway. But the seeds for the forthcoming catastrophe had been sown in the interwar period, which had been characterized by a toxic mixture of British penny-pinching and wishful thinking. The beating heart of Britain's Asian defenses was its great naval base at Singapore, at the southern tip of the Malayan Peninsula. Unfortunately, because of the parsimonious finances of the interwar period, the installation's defenses had been shortchanged almost from the time its construction was authorized in 1923. In 1924, a certain Chancellor of the Exchequer named Winston Churchill, arguing that he did not believe there was the slightest chance of war with Japan in our lifetime, had succeeded in curtailing the size of the base's anchorage. Likewise, no landward defenses of the island of Singapore had been constructed, with Churchill again opining as late as April 1941 that there is no need at the present time to make further dispositions for the defense of Malaya and Singapore beyond those modest arrangements which are in progress. Thus, the pre-war notion that Singapore was a mighty fortress, the Gibraltar of the East as it was commonly touted in the press, was utter rubbish. Despite that, the basic notion persisted that in a time of unrest, a large Royal Navy squadron would be dispatched to arrive at Singapore within 90 days. The problem was that as the 1930s continued, the gap between when the fleet would likely be dispatched and when it would hypothetically arrive kept widening. And by the time the Pacific War broke out, the whole notion of any substantial Royal Navy squadron being dispatched to the Far East had basically gone out the window. This was Germany's doing. It is no exaggeration to say that the fall of France in some ways doomed Singapore as well, as it completely upended the naval balance in the Mediterranean. The French fleet had always been the natural counterweight to Italian naval power in the Middle Sea. France's surrender completely altered this equation, with the entire burden now falling solely on the Royal Navy. By 1941, it had lost a carrier, a battleship, 7 cruisers, and many smaller combatants in the Mediterranean, and was stretched to the breaking point by its worldwide commitments. Given all that, the likelihood of substantial British naval reinforcements being sent to Asia verged on nil. The British grudgingly admitted as much to the Australians in June 1941, the latter being understandably upset at having committed a division to Malaya that might have been better utilized protecting their own shores. One might question whether defending an empty naval base was even worth the effort, but the notion of ceding Malaya or Singapore to the Japanese in the event of an attack was a complete non-starter. This is not what empires do, after all, and certainly not when threatened by an enemy as undervalued as the Japanese. That said, by the end of 1941, Prime Minister Churchill had begun searching for a credible deterrent of some sort. His answer was straight out of the playbook for any former First Lord of the Admiralty. Send a small but powerful group of warships, a flying squadron in the parlance, to show the flag, intimidate the enemy, and buck up the locals. The Admiralty objected, wishing to assemble a more credible fleet of 7 capital ships in the Indian Ocean instead. Churchill no longer felt he had the luxury of time, arguing that a fast, modern squadron at Singapore might have the same effect on the Japanese that Tirpitz was currently exercising on the home fleet. Churchill overrode Admiral Pound. On 25 October, the new battleship Prince of Wales left Scapa Flow and shaped a course south. Picking up the old battlecruiser Repulse at Ceylon, the squadron, dubbed Force Z, arrived in Singapore on 2 December 1941 to great acclaim. The primary burden of Malaya's defense, in fact, was in the hands of the Royal Air Force and the British Army. Neither of them was ready for a serious fight. The RAF had botched its end of the deal by arrogating to itself the leading role in an upcoming Asian war, while simultaneously failing to back that up with sufficient strength. The airmen reasoned that the best way to prevent a Japanese invasion was using planes to destroy any invasion force at sea before it could be landed. This would have been fine had sufficient modern machines been present. The RAF initially estimated its needs at 336 planes, later revising that upward to 566, and then 582, then back down to 336 again. However, at the inception of the campaign, the British fielded only 155 operational machines, with another 88 held in reserve. These included 112 fighters, none of which were considered modern by European standards. Against these were set more than 540 Japanese aircraft, including 200 mostly modern fighters. Lack of aircraft had not prevented the RAF from building a series of 10 air bases throughout the length of the Malayan Peninsula, without having first consulted with the Army as to whether these locations were defensible. This meant that the Army's dispositions had largely been chosen by default by the Airedales, with the result that British ground forces were now spread across the length of Malaya like a too thin marmalade scraped across a rather over-toasted muffin. To these disadvantages attended several more. Churchill's decision to deploy ground forces to Greece in 1941, followed by their rapid destruction there, meant that the Empire's Far East garrisons were shorted that much more. London's unwise decision right before the outbreak to send 2 Canadian battalions to Hong Kong further subtracted from Malaya's potential strength. This left a polyglot Malayan garrison of about 20,000 British, 15,000 Australian, 37,000 Indian, and 17,000 Malay troops. The Indians were the backbone of the whole affair, but most of their battalions were quite green, and many of their experienced officers had been milked off to stand up new units then mobilizing in India. Furthermore, up until 1940, the Indian Army's primary duties had been internal policing and anti-partisan warfare, rather than stand-up fighting against regular formations which required different training and tactics and heavier equipment. Most of the training they had received for battling conventional forces had been aimed at making them useful not in the jungle, but in the western desert against Rommel, which was where they were ostensibly headed until the Japanese so rudely interceded. None of the British troops in Malaya had any combat experience, and there had been almost nothing in the way of larger unit training beyond the battalion level. Nor had most been put through the kind of realistic conditioning needed to fight effectively in the jungle. Far from being impenetrable or impassable, there was actually a great deal of cultivated forest terrain in Malaya that was perfectly negotiable. Palm and rubber plantations and that sort of thing. It just took training and a different mindset to fight there. Outside the Australian 8th Division and the enterprising 12th Indian Brigade, most Commonwealth troops found the jungle intimidating. Additionally, like the RAF, much of the Army's equipment in country was outdated or of poor quality, with few real tanks, only a handful of armored cars, and not much in the way of field, anti-tank, or anti-aircraft artillery. All in all, the situation in Malaya on the eve of war did not augur well. In fact, as would shortly be shown, it was disastrous. Historian H.P. Wilmot described the pre-war decision-making as representing the nadir of British strategy. For the defense of Malaya, the British had placed their faith in warships. When they realized the bankruptcy of this notion, they turned to air power in order to economize on troops, and in the end, they sent troops to economize on aircraft. A dearth of quality leadership was also apparent. Right before war broke out, the Far East Theater Command was handed to Air Chief Marshal Sir Robert Brooke Popham. Newly unretired and no longer current with military affairs, the new CNC had no direct purview over the Navy and was expected to make the RAF and Army play nice with each other, despite visibly lacking the force of will to do so. Under him, Malaya's ground forces were in the hands of the equally overmatched Lieutenant General Arthur Percival. By all accounts, a bright and diligent staff officer, and well familiar with the theater, he had neither the charisma nor the leadership to hammer a polyglot of colonial battalions into a cohesive army and then take them into battle. Nor were his subordinates necessarily the best and the brightest either, as postings to Malaya had not exactly been sought after by the Army's most promising officers. Yet a lot of what was wrong in Malaya was London's fault, not the local authorities, although incompetence, both civilian and military, at the local level would make a bad situation even worse. The overall strategy for the defense of this vital colony came from the top, as did the military appointments that put relics like Brooke Popham in positions they never ought to have occupied. That was ultimately Air Chief Marshal Portal's call, as was the constant sloughing off of inferior materiel, an example being the outmoded Brewster Buffalo fighter to what was felt to be a subsidiary theater. Taken together, in the words of historian Raymond Callahan, Malaya's local commanders were as much sinned against as sinning when it came to Malaya's readiness to receive a major Japanese assault. None of this boded well, because Percival's opponent, Lieutenant General Yamashita Tomoyuki, was arguably Japan's finest offensive general. Born the son of a village doctor from the sticks in Shikoku, Japan's least populous island, Yamashita was 3 years older than Percival, but seemingly decades younger in terms of personal dynamism. Ferociously aggressive and adaptable, he was the perfect man to head up the Army's most important opening campaign. The man charged with planning 25th Army's operations, and who would feature prominently in several more this year, was Lieutenant Colonel Tsuji Masanobu. During the 1930s, Japan had excelled at producing junior officers whose most notable talents seemed to be radicalizing the military, assassinating insufficiently militaristic politicians, and kicking off operations way above their pay grade. Most armies refer to this as insubordination, and cashier its practitioners, or worse. In the Japanese army, it was referred to more delicately as Gekko Kujo, or leading from below. Tsuji was one of its staunchest practitioners, having been deeply involved in instigating a disastrous and short-lived border war against the Soviets at Nomonhan in 1939. 40 years old, Tsuji was tall and well-built, his bespectacled head smoothly shorn of any trace of morality. He was slippery, ruthless, overtly rude, and possessed a penchant for violence. He'd become infamous in the army after reputedly burning down a geisha house in China to chastise the corrupt army officers enjoying its pleasures, with the offenders still inside. Not surprisingly, he was constantly being kicked from one command to another by superiors who had grown tired of the grating insolence of what one termed this poisonous insect. Tsuji's political connections to Tojo and undeniable gifts for military planning had always saved his career. Starting in mid-summer 1941, his job had been orchestrating Malaya's capture. Japanese intelligence had been gathering information on the southern area since 1935, compiling maps, assessing local terrain and climate conditions, and cataloging the strength of Allied garrisons and fortifications. Using this, Tsuji custom-built 25th Army for its upcoming campaign. Utilizing 3 infantry divisions, 5th, 18th, and the Imperial Guards, the Japanese would eventually deploy some 70,000 troops against what would become more than 120,000 British. The Guards were untested, but 5th and 18th Divisions were experienced China veterans, with amphibious training to boot. The 5th was also an older-style square division, meaning it had an extra infantry regiment. It would need every man and more. Both divisions were some of the most heavily motorized formations in the Imperial Army. That wasn't saying much by American standards, but was crucial for a 500-mile-long campaign down the length of Malaya. Yamashita also had 3 independent tank regiments totaling 228 medium and light AFVs, additional heavy artillery regiments, and 330mm mortar battalions, 3 engineering regiments, and special bridging and river assault units. 25th Army was absolutely brimming with service troops for rapidly restoring bridges, roads, railroads, and airfields, all of which were essential for the aggressive campaign the Imperial Army had in mind. In many ways, 25th Army approximated the Japanese equivalent of a Panzer Corps, lighter on tanks, but still heavily motorized. This is perhaps unsurprising. Yamashita had visited Germany as a military observer just 5 months prior. Malaya's geography dictated an indirect, overland approach to Singapore. The peninsula is divided down the middle by mountains reaching over 7,000 feet in places. Most of the terrain is tropical rainforest, bamboo groves, mangrove swamps, and other dense vegetation, with as much as 260 inches of rainfall annually in some spots. Partly because of its waterlogged nature, the eastern coast was sparsely inhabited. The main north-south railroad and highway, the trunk road in many accounts of the campaign, instead lay in the western coastal plain, along with the major population centers. Given British air and naval power in Singapore, the Japanese planned coming ashore well to the north, near the Thai border, at a trio of beaches at Singora, Patani, and Kota Bharu. Once landed, the Japanese intended to advance overland to the west coast and get astride the trunk road. The textbook plan at that point would have been for 25th Army to consolidate its gains and build up reserves for a deliberate advance to the south. Yamashita wanted none of that. He felt that set-piece battles and a methodical operational tempo favored the British. Instead, he intended immediately thrusting ahead with whatever forces he had at hand, initiating what he termed a driving charge. This supported the Army's larger-scale planning, which emphasized capturing Malaya as quickly as possible. The goal was keeping British forces constantly off balance and moving backwards. Yamashita would basically go through them, over them, and around them, and run like hell for Singapore. Britain wouldn't be able to deliver fresh reinforcements until it was too late. The Japanese hoped the campaign would be over in about 100 days. It had to be, or 25th Army would likely outrun its fragile logistical arrangements. There was a personal subplot underlying Yamashita's need for speed. 25th Army's commander was hardly viewed as a golden boy in Tokyo. In the 1930s, he'd been on the losing side of various factional politics within the Imperial Army, where one of his main opponents had been an up-and-coming Tojo Hideki. Yamashita had been shipped off to various insignificant posts in the hinterlands. Not surprisingly, he loathed Tojo's protege, Tsuji, regarding him as little more than a snitch planted on his staff, which wasn't wrong. Yamashita maintained a similar contempt for Lieutenant General Nishimura Takuma, the insolent commander of the Imperial Guards Division and another member of Tojo's faction. Yamashita was thus possessed of a rather outsized chip on his shoulder and a keen desire to redeem his reputation. Beyond solid planning, 25th Army placed a high degree of trust in the basic quality of its veteran soldiers. The Japanese found the mere notion of Indian troops standing up to them laughable. Indeed, the Imperial Army's scorn for its enemies was not confined to just the Indians, with one training pamphlet describing the Malayan regulars as aborigines and the Australians as a collection of unemployed people, villains, and so on, who were known for their lack of military discipline and morals. Yamashita, too, noted in an address to his men that the bulk of the British forces were of mixed race, have no esprit de corps, and are weak and frail. If one good blow is directed at the center of command and the main white fighting units, the rest will automatically crumble. Racial stereotyping aside, the Japanese anticipated a lack of cohesion between the British, Malayan, Indian, and Australian components of Percival's army. As diplomatic efforts to avert war began to spiral toward doom, British intelligence had not been blind to Japanese assault shipping building up in French Indochina, or to Japanese reconnaissance overflights of Malaya. Japanese transports were sighted in the Gulf of Siam on 6 December, and the following day a British scout plane disappeared there, both ominous signs. The question was, what to do about it? The British had toyed with the notion of occupying the towns of Singora and Patani ahead of any Japanese landings. An operation named Matador, involving a lightning advance to the beaches, had been designed with this very eventuality in mind. However, that required violating Thailand's sovereignty, and when push came to shove, Brooke Popham and London ended up dithering over Matador until it was too late. Yamashita had already begun landing. Despite some hard fighting to get ashore at Kotabaru, by midday on 8 December, the Japanese had nearly 27,000 troops ashore and were moving inland. The destruction of Force Z. The presence of transports approaching Malaya's eastern coast elicited a bold reaction from Vice Admiral Tom Phillips's Force Z. Phillips intended getting in among the enemy's amphibious shipping if he could and destroying them with Prince of Wales and Repulse's heavy guns. One can question the wisdom of his decision, especially knowing he'd have little in the way of air cover. But Phillips did not believe that Japanese land-based air power had the range to reach him from French Indochina. Nor at the end of 1941 did anyone in the Royal Navy know that Japanese medium bombers could carry torpedoes. Regardless of the odds, Phillips felt it unthinkable for the Navy to abandon the Army and RAF to fight alone. Force Z duly put to sea from Singapore on the afternoon of 8 December. Vice Admiral Kondo Nobutake. CNC of 2nd Fleet and the second most prominent admiral in combined fleet after Yamamoto, was in overall command of southern naval operations. He had in hand a pair of older fast battleships, Kongo and Haruna, though the Japanese acknowledged that they were unfit to stand up to Prince of Wales. For his part, Yamamoto declined to send more of his capital ships south. "We can't be so extravagant as to use battleships in the game of chess against the U.S. and Britain," he insisted to his staff. "We have to think about eating the king with a pawn. I think that a daring attack by the torpedo aircraft force will be enough to finish them off." Accordingly, the Kanoya Air Group's bombers, specifically trained in torpedo attack, had been rushed south before the war's outbreak to supplement the Genzan and Mahoro bomber groups already in Indochina. Through the morning of the 9th, Phillips's squadron was shielded from Japanese eyes by bad weather. He was nonetheless sighted by a scout plane during the afternoon and then tracked through the night. The morning of the 10th brought disaster. Force Z was assaulted sequentially by all three Japanese bomber groups. Prince of Wales was almost immediately crippled by a torpedo hit that caused one of her propellers to thrash about wildly, destroying her shaft seals and flooding her port engine rooms. Listing and losing way, she could no longer defend herself. Repulse then tried closing to screen Phillips's flagship. Up to this point, she had been deftly handled by her skipper, Captain William Tennant, who had evaded all but one of Mahoro's bombs, and then a brace of 8 torpedoes from Genzan. Kanoya's specialists initially had no more luck, as Tennant shot down 2 of their number while pirouetting through another 11 torpedoes. Finally, though, she was eviscerated by a quartet of tin fish, capsizing and sinking in less than 15 minutes. Prince of Wales, hit by 4 torpedoes herself, followed Repulse to the bottom an hour later. More than 800 British sailors, including Admiral Phillips, were killed. The Imperial Navy's CNC, Admiral Nagano, shortly sent a cable to his German counterpart, Admiral Erich Raeder, "Bismarck is avenged." Coming on the heels of Pearl Harbor, this was a shocking defeat. No battleship had ever been sunk by air attack while underway, and Prince of Wales was the most modern British capital ship afloat. Far from being deterred by Churchill's flying squadron, the Japanese had annihilated Force Z with contemptuous ease for the price of 3 aircraft. This calamity had an immediate and awful effect on the morale of Percival's soldiers. As H.P. Wilmot noted, the loss of Force Z was like the stone being moved into place over the tomb. There could be no possibility of a seaborne evacuation if all went against the defenders. One of the first questions on everybody's lips after the disaster was why the RAF had not shielded Phillips from attack. Beyond matters of coordination and communication, one of the reasons was that the RAF had been losing the battle over the skies over Malaya from the get-go. Though high-quality information on frontline Japanese aircraft had been filtering back from China well before the outbreak, it had apparently never occurred to the RAF that they would encounter truly first-rate enemy fighters in the Far East. Marshal Sir Brooke Popham's pre-war comment that the Brewster Buffalo would be superior to the Japanese and well-suited for the work in Malaya was representative of the RAF's prevailing mindset that the Japanese were a distinctly second-rate opponent. What the British quickly discovered, however, was that they were the ones who were second-rate. The initial bombing attacks against Singapore, launched clear across the Gulf of Thailand, along with the stunning demolition of Force Z, proved that the Japanese could accomplish attack missions at ranges that would have been considered long by European standards, and had been routinely doing so since 1940. Likewise, fighters like the Japanese Navy's Zero and the Army's Ki-43 Oscar were both formidable opponents, particularly with good pilots, and most of Japan's aviators were. Western pre-war prejudices regarding poor Japanese eyesight and piloting skills were immediately set on their heads as well. Yet simply attributing Japanese success to better planes and better pilots neglects the larger institutional and doctrinal factors at work. In the words of Japanese air expert Justin Pike, Planes and pilots don't exist in a vacuum. Both Japanese air services had benefited from combat experience over China. They were seasoned organizations employing sound organization, capable ground teams, solid formation flying tactics, and a well-honed understanding of how to vie for air superiority and win it. Indeed, even more damning of the RAF was that about two-thirds of the Japanese fighters over Malaya were neither Zeros nor Oscars, but older Nakajima Ki-27 Nates, which had been introduced a year prior to the Buffalo and were obsolescent themselves. That the RAF was bested by such machines says a lot about the relative quality of not just airframes and aviators, but also the opposing air forces. There is also a tendency to attribute early war Allied misfortunes to the use of incorrect fighter tactics against highly maneuverable Japanese aircraft by opting for dogfights that did not favor Allied machines. The truth is more complex, in that both sides' pilots generally preferred using energy tactics, i.e. speed or altitude-based ambushes, that left little opportunity for the opponent to respond. You only got into a dogfight when something went wrong. But attaining an energy advantage was easier said than done and depended on both the technical characteristics of the plane, particularly its speed and climb rate, and the tactical particulars pertaining, including weather, visibility, direction of the sun, relative altitudes, and so on. As the defender, foreknowledge of incoming attacks was critical to buy the time needed to get altitude before facing an enemy that had the luxury of a long transit to reach fighting height themselves. Soft factors also mattered. RAF bases in a backwater like Malaya were poorly stocked with spare engines and other parts. Airstrips were in some cases primitive, leading to higher non-combat losses. There was no interlocking system of radar or coast watchers to provide raid warning, allowing sufficient lead time for fighters to scramble and get to fighting altitude. Less experienced RAF pilots flying Buffaloes, which were slower to climb even than the older Nate, understandably found it difficult to get themselves into a tactically advantageous situation. All too often, British aircraft were caught on the ground or at low altitude, where the Japanese made mincemeat of them. The result was that the RAF was rapidly exterminated in the northern half of Malaya. After just 2 days of combat, Britain's stock of Blenheim bombers was slashed from 50 to 10, only 2 of which were fit to fly. The Buffaloes fared little better. British airfields were subjected to relentless Japanese blows, forcing the RAF to evacuate several of them, sometimes in a disgraceful state of panic, and well before they had been completely demolished. Runways were left undamaged, bomb dumps intact, and drums of high-octane fuel simply stashed in adjoining rubber stands rather than burned. This allowed enemy fighters and light bombers to set up shop almost overnight and extend Japan's air umbrella still further. The daylight skies were shortly dominated by Japanese fighters, which stalked above the roads like hungry hawks, swooping down upon anything in sight. The Battle of Jitra. Having waited around inertly for a matador that never materialized, the main British force in the north of Malaya, 11th Indian Division, belatedly realized that the Japanese would soon be on top of them. Throughout the campaign, the British Army would suffer from a lack of prepared fortifications. The Malayan civilian authorities declined to release laborers for these tasks because Britain's all-important Lend-Lease payments depended on tin and rubber exports, giving the mines and plantations top priority. The local army commanders would have to make do with the sweat of their own troops. The 11th Indian Division's commander, Major General David Murray Lyon, thereupon began digging in at the coastal town of Jitra, just south of the Thai border. Defensive works had been started there some weeks earlier, but many of the trenches were by the first week in December now filled with rainwater, making the work that much harder. Murray Lyon's men were tired and deflated. They managed to scratch out a defensive line stretching 14 miles inland from the coast, manned by only 2 brigades. Yamashita didn't keep the British waiting. The Saeki Detachment, built around the crack 5th Division's Reconnaissance Battalion and a company of light armor, was already on the move. On 11 December, they smashed through a battalion of Punjabis covering the main road just north of Jitra, then gobbled up another battalion of Gurkhas coming to their aid in a pouring rainstorm. Many of 11th Indian's anti-tank guns were overrun while still limbered to their trucks. Shortly thereafter, Sayaki's men crashed into Murray Lyon's main line. The Japanese plan for the upcoming battle was about as subtle as an ice pick between the eyes. The Sayaki detachment numbered only 500 men. Despite this, Sayaki and 25th Army's Colonel Tsuji, who was along for the ride, declined waiting for 5th Division's lead infantry regiment to come up. Instead, they attacked straight off the march, right into the middle of the British position. Sayaki's tanks and infantry quickly found a seam in the defenses just east of the main road. Once wedged in, they could not be dislodged. Meanwhile, Japanese patrols began probing the hills around the British right flank, looking to turn it. By late evening, Murray Lyon was already asking Percival for permission to abandon both Jitra and the airfield at Aller Star. Percival demurred, believing 11th Indian should fight it out where it was. Murray Lyon's troops soon heard the depressing sound of demolition charges to their rear. The facilities at Aller Star were being blown up. Come the 12th, Sayaki detachment began widening its wedge, compensating for lack of numbers with sheer ferocity. Though 28th Indian Brigade was now available as a reserve, Murray Lyon failed to both realize the seriousness of what was brewing as well as the opportunity in front of him. Instead of committing 28th Brigade en masse, he ordered a series of piecemeal counterattacks aimed at shoring up his line, rather than annihilating what was an understrength enemy battalion that had stuck its neck out very far indeed. In fact, Tsuji and Sayaki were both rightly concerned that they were about to be wiped out, leading Tsuji to hop in a car, race to the rear, and urge the Japanese 41st Regiment to march to the sound of the guns with all speed. This they did, and when the 41st reached the front in the late afternoon, adding fresh troops and artillery to the contest, the issue was decided. The British center abruptly collapsed. Almost instantaneously, the tempo of battle accelerated to the point where Murray Lyon could no longer control his forces. Given their limited training and experience, a set-piece battle was the only one 11th Indian was any shape to fight. A fluid contest requiring aggression and initiative was beyond it. Orders for a withdrawal went out that night. Some units didn't receive them in time. Bridges were blown with friendly troops still on the wrong side of the Bata River. Units disintegrated or fled into the bush. The next morning, the retreat became a rout, with 15th Brigade being decimated and much equipment being lost from both brigades as they scurried to the rear. Some appreciation of Sayaki Detachment's bald-faced audacity can be gauged from the fact that a small detachment of Japanese motorcycle troops began crossing one bridge while it was still mobbed by Indian soldiers streaming to the rear. A stunned Murray Lyon personally shot one of them dead with his revolver as they drove past. So ended the Battle of Jitra, deemed by historian Brian Farrell, without a doubt, the most incompetently fought battle by a British Empire division in the Second World War, and the most decisive of the Malayan campaign. The affray proved a number of things, the most important being that the Japanese had the measure of their opponent. One Japanese staff report noted correctly that while British firepower was excellent, its troops were not well trained for combat actions at night and inexperienced in close combat. The remainder of the campaign would see the Japanese taking every opportunity to negate British firepower by maneuvering rapidly, then getting up close to deliver the sort of smash-mouth assaults the British were least able to handle. Beyond its immediate impact on the ground campaign, which was ruinous for Percival, Jitra also marks the precise point where the myth of Japanese invincibility in the jungle began coalescing. Formerly underrated and derided in the most blatantly racist terms by the British, Japan's soldiery rapidly now began developing a reputation as jungle supermen. This is ironic, because the Imperial Army had walked into the Malayan campaign with hardly any jungle fighting experience at all. As recently as 1941, their field service regulations devoted only 2 pages to the topic. The Imperial Army's pre-war training had focused on going mano-a-mano with the Soviets on Manchuria's chilly plains, not slogging around in Malayan rainforests. What Japanese infantry did have was a knack for infiltrating and finding exposed flanks. In Malaya, most of the fighting was done in proximity to roads, railroads, or trails. Few defensive positions extended more than a few hundred meters into the jungle. By probing aggressively, discovering dangling flanks, and maneuvering to hit them from the side or rear, the Japanese were often able to turn British positions. This wasn't jungle wizardry. It was basic tactics, combined with solid fieldcraft and a hard-nosed willingness to traverse difficult terrain. To less seasoned Allied troops, though, placed in an environment they found inimical, the difference was largely academic. Screaming Japanese charging out of the underbrush with fixed bayonets meant the British spent a lot of time looking over their shoulders. The matter of morale is vital for understanding the remainder of the Malayan, Indonesian, and Burma campaigns, and for assessing how the Japanese fought generally. Second World War weaponry obviously allowed killing at a distance, but most of the fighting at Jitra was conducted at practically a stone's throw. The Japanese liked it that way, because it helped negate British superiority in artillery. By staying close to their enemy, it became too dangerous for the British to call in fire support, and the Japanese had the aggressiveness to make their preferences stick. In a fight between 2 forces with roughly equivalent abilities to generate small arms firepower, factors of training, small unit tactics, cohesion, and morale became decisive. The Japanese were much superior to 11th Indian in all these things, and better prepared for the confusion and violence of battle. Confederate cavalry leader and Ku Klux Klan founder Nathan Bedford Forrest had a clear grasp of a key military axiom when he opined that the way to whip an enemy was to get him scared and then keep the skier on him. This is exactly what the Japanese did to 11th Indian Division. We use the phrase killer instinct almost flippantly nowadays to describe someone who is maybe a tad overcompetitive at, say, badminton. In the case of 5th Division, it was a literal description. Like all of Japan's long-service China units, the 5th came wrapped in an aura of casual brutality. Killing the enemy, beheading prisoners, raping women, putting whole villages to the sword. There's no point in pulling any punches here. That's who these guys were. In combat, they were emotional, driven, savage, offering and expecting no quarter, and more than ready to fight hand-to-hand. Locked in combat, hot breath and spittle and straining muscles, swearing, yelling, killing with the bayonet, the Emperor's veterans were steeped in violence and quick to exploit fear and weakness when they found it. There was nothing clinical or detached about a Japanese infantry attack. It was fast and furious, up close and personal, kill or be killed. Precisely none of 11th Indian's troops, explicitly including its 2 white battalions, could withstand these sorts of assaults. The British now found themselves locked in a contest for which they were unprepared, haphazardly trained, under-equipped, and sorely lacking in jungle craft, small unit tactics, and sheer aggression. Commonwealth troops quickly began getting the skeer on them, and fear was infectious. The defeat at Jitra, occurring so early and decisively in the campaign, dealt an irrecoverable blow to the British Army's fighting spirit. In the aftermath of Jitra, Yamashita smelled blood, issuing orders that Imperial Guard Division and the 5th Division shall charge toward Singapore along the west coast, while other forces would advance down the east coast to Kuantan and then turn west toward Kuala Lumpur. The rest of the month saw 11th Indian Division pried out of one position after another and forced southward. The British retreat down the trunk road was constantly imperiled by Japanese forces advancing in parallel through the jungle on side roads, railroad beds, or paths. Though the British Army was much more motorized, the Japanese had issued thousands of bicycles to their troops, allowing them to move quickly along either paved or dirt roads. Likewise, the Japanese began delivering improvised amphibious hooks around Britain's seaward flank using barges and small coastal craft to land behind British defensive lines and unhinge them. Gurun and the naval and air base at Penang were quickly lost. On the 27th, the Japanese forced the line of the River Perak, the widest in Malaya, and captured Ipoh the following day. Yamashita's troops had advanced 125 miles from Jitra in less than 2 weeks. A strong British position at Kampar, which Percival hoped would be held for 10 days, was abandoned after just 4, once enemy troops landed amphibiously behind it. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the mountains, Japanese forces had marched all the way south from Kota Baru to Kuantan. No mean feat, considering there wasn't even a real road down the east coast. They ejected 22nd Indian Brigade from the airfield there and were forcing it back along the road that led west to Kuala Lumpur, the capital of the Federated Malay States. Percival's forces in central Malaya were thus being squeezed between 2 pincers. By New Year's Day, the situation in Malaya wasn't just teetering on the brink of calamity, it was actively sliding down into its gaping maw. Unless something drastic was done, Malaya, and Singapore along with it, were as good as lost. Turning things around required British reinforcements, and there simply weren't enough that could make it to Malaya in time to affect the course of the fighting. Additionally, any fresh troops would need to be landed with sufficient equipment and the necessary time for training and acclimation to Malaya's climate and terrain before going into action. Given that the Japanese were advancing so rapidly, it was likely that any reinforcements would need to be thrown into battle almost immediately. Whether fresh troops could have managed to beat the Japanese is arguable, given how slowly the British adjusted their tactical thinking to the realities of Malaya's terrain and Yamashita's troops. While some of Percival's commanders understood the fundamentals of how the Japanese were besting them, most were still thinking more about holding geographical positions rather than defeating the enemy. 3rd Indian Corps Commander Lieutenant General Lewis Heath correctly divined as early as 15 December that we have got to think out some new tactics for dealing with these Japanese. Static positions are no good. Field Marshal William Slim, shortly to make his debut against the Imperial Army in Burma, echoed this after the war, writing ruefully of his own early experiences against the Japanese that, to adopt a static defense, to try merely to hold ground, is fatal. The only hope is to take the offensive, an opinion shared by the British official histories as well. Pumping new troops into the theater, without first fixing the underlying doctrinal and training issues required to face this particular foe on this particular terrain, wasn't going to change anything. Doctrinal changes take time to implement, however, and Japan's advance was leaving little room for making these adjustments. At this rate, Singapore was going to be under siege before long. This raises the larger issue of whether reinforcing Malaya was simply doubling down on a wager already lost. Particularly for the British, whose manpower reserves were the slimmest of the great powers, this was hardly an academic question. In December 1941, the reality was that Singapore was nothing more than an empty naval base built to support a fleet that everyone acknowledged would never arrive. Force Z had been exterminated. The RAF was being crushed. Officers like Brooke Popham were already raising the question of whether reinforcing made any sense. Here, though, judicious strategic assessments ran smack into the power of symbolism. War is not an entirely rational business. While the keys to victory in the Second World War revolved around establishing supremacy in a complex array of national systems, mobilization, finance, industry, intelligence, and, of course, military performance, matters of civilian morale and political willpower were also supremely important. By the same token, at the tactical level, men typically won't fight to the death over economics or doctrine. But among the many things they will fight for, and often with utmost ferocity, is possession of a unit's symbols, such as a Roman legion's aquila, eagle, or a piece of cloth, like one's regimental colors or national flag. The Star-Spangled Banner wasn't written for nothing. Geographic symbols matter too. Two of the pivotal campaigns of 1942, Stalingrad and Guadalcanal, would ultimately be waged over locales whose intrinsic strategic value was eclipsed by the struggle just to hold them. When things begin taking on a life of their own, it no longer matters precisely why one is fighting over a particular patch of malarial jungle or a ruined city. It only matters who wins and secures the moral ascendancy. Singapore was the same sort of animal in the eyes of the British, a national virility symbol, in the words of Wilmot. Main Fleet to Singapore had been ballyhooed to the British public for so many years that it had become a mantra, a writ of promise to the colonies in the Far East that the mother country would always look out for them. That mantra was now ringing distinctly hollow, and people were getting emotional. For the Australians in particular, if Singapore fell, the Indies and the rest of the Malay barrier couldn't be far behind. If they were lost, the war would be figuratively on Australia's doorstep. Its army had only 4 divisions. One of them now looked likely to be destroyed in Malaya. The situation was grim, and the mother country appeared unable to help. Australian Prime Minister John Curtin had already demanded the return of the Australian Imperial Forces, AIF, 6th and 7th Divisions from the Middle East to meet the crisis, and they were slated to begin transiting the Indian Ocean at the end of January. On 27 December, in response to the rapidly deteriorating situation in Malaya, Curtin took things a step farther, declaring in an editorial in the Melbourne Herald that Australia now looked to America, free of any pangs as to our traditional links with the United Kingdom, for its ultimate defense. This hit Churchill like a spear in his chest, and redoubled his resolve, as he put it, to defend Singapore with the utmost tenacity. While Churchill's determination to fight and fight hard was both laudable and characteristic, what was needed to restore confidence in the British Empire was victory. What few reinforcements were now available might have been better employed in the Indies, or most particularly Burma, which was now exposed to invasion. Holding Burma would have been a consolation prize against the loss of Singapore. However, consolation prizes were a lot better than getting 0 in return for expending irreplaceable imperial forces in a losing struggle in Malaya. At this point, though, Churchill's emotions were overwhelming rational evaluation, and the British chiefs of staff, including Brooke for once, weren't standing up to him. The result was a decision to scrape up whatever could be found and dispatch it to Malaya post-haste. The only available forces that could reach Singapore by the middle of January 1942 were 2 brigades of 17th Indian Division, one of which was already en route, 53rd Brigade of the British 18th Infantry Division, and some replacements for the Australian 8th Division. The remainder of 18th Infantry Division would follow late in January. More than 200 replacement aircraft were also slated to arrive in January, including 99 Hawker Hurricane fighters. There were great hopes that the Hurricanes, which had performed so well in the Battle of Britain, would turn things around in the air against Japan's Oscars and Nates. Churchill's mind was made up. The British would fight for Singapore with everything they had. Defending the Philippines. The second large-scale opening move for the Japanese was in the Philippines, whose capture was the responsibility of Lieutenant General Halma Masaharu's 14th Army. Halma, a tall, burly bear of a man by Japanese standards, was also fluent in English. During his years living abroad as an openly pro-Western military attaché, he met a menagerie of figures, including Churchill, Gandhi, Mussolini, and the mayor of New York City, Fiorello LaGuardia. When it came to matters of making war, however, Halma was not Yamashita's equal. Nor was his army, comprising only 2 divisions, the nondescript 16th and the highly experienced 48th, along with 2 tank regiments and various independent artillery units. Halma would be supported in the air by the Army's 5th Air Group, roughly 250 aircraft. Another 200 aircraft from the Navy's 11th Air Fleet under Vice Admiral Tsukahara Nishizo and the light carrier Ryujo's 30 planes. The problem was that Tsukahara's outfit was responsible for supporting both the Philippine and Malayan operations. This, combined with the commitment of Japan's heavy carriers to the Hawaiian operation, meant that the naval aircraft on hand were less than Hama wished for. All told, the Japanese had about 500 planes available for the Philippines, a bit less than half the total they were committing to the southern operation as a whole. Hama's plan of campaign capitalized on the Philippines being ringed on three sides by imperial bases in Formosa, Japan, and in the Marianas and Caroline Islands. The geography of the archipelago, thousands of islands and a total coastline longer than that of the United States, precluded any defender's ability to protect its entirety. The best that could be hoped for was defending some of the main islands in reasonable strength, Luzon, Mindanao, and Samar being the most important. The limited scale of American naval and air assets in the Philippines guaranteed that the Imperial fleet would be able to assert unchallenged naval supremacy in short order, meaning the Japanese would be able to invade from any direction, picking the time and place of each landing to their advantage. The 25th Army in Malaya had opened hostilities with a surprise multi-division invasion. 14th Army could not do the same. Japan only had enough assault shipping to pull off one such landing at a time, and 25th Army needed to go first. Until both echelons of Yamashita's force were delivered and the transports moved back to Formosa, the Philippines could not be invaded by anything substantial. Likewise, Imperial General Headquarters was concerned by the rapid buildup of American air power on Luzon, particularly the B-17 heavy bombers known to be at Clark Field, north of Manila. So while Hama waited for transportation, the first part of the campaign would be devoted to developing air supremacy over Luzon, as well as making some limited landings to grab advanced air bases. Once this was achieved, a matter of a couple of weeks in Japanese estimates, Hama's main force would be landed on Luzon and begin driving on Manila. The Japanese also intended to capture Davao and Mindanao around the same time. This southern port would be used as a staging base for further operations aimed south toward Borneo and Celebes, and then the Indies. The Japanese hoped to wrap up operations in the Philippines within a month and a half. Given that the Imperial Army's staff officers admitted to an indifferent attitude toward the operation, the Philippines campaign was being waged on a shoestring. Hama was nevertheless allotted only 50 days to capture Manila and bring about an American surrender. Thereafter, the 48th Division and many of the air units would be stripped from Hama's command and assigned to 16th Army for operations aimed at Java. Yet it was felt that 14th Army should have no trouble meeting its objectives in a timely manner, given the quality of opposition they expected to face. Hama and his troops held little regard for the defenders, particularly the Filipino troops. Japanese intelligence regarding the makeup, quality, and whereabouts of American forces was quite good, except in one crucial matter. Hama believed that the Americans would make their final stand on the plains around Manila. Assuming they could be quickly defeated there, a protracted campaign seemed unlikely. It remains unclear whether this outlook was based on a general knowledge of late 1941 American defense plans, which indeed called for an aggressive defense of Luzon, or proceeded from ignorance of the importance of the Bataan Peninsula, which controlled the entrance to Manila Bay and had been a staple of American planning for decades. The latter would be surprising, given that the necessity of capturing Bataan had been recognized by the Japanese in the early Showa period, sometime around 1930. The net effect was to set Hama up for failure from the get-go, at least as far as his timetable for ending the campaign. Hama's opponent would be Lieutenant General Douglas MacArthur. While the American defenders in the Philippines may have labored under some of the same disadvantages as the British in Malaya, serving under a bland commander was not one of them. Opinion on MacArthur remains sharply divergent. Perhaps because it still remains difficult to wade past those aspects of his personality that were artificial constructs and get at the true core of the man, if such even existed. He had an ego that could eclipse the sun and was a gifted PR man as well as a compulsive liar. Perhaps the closest anyone came to encapsulating him was publishing magnate Henry Luce. On the way down from MacArthur's palatial residence atop the Manila Hotel, and having endured a lengthy dinner's conversation dominated by the general, he turned to his glamorous wife, Claire Booth Luce, and remarked that he was trying to puzzle out whether MacArthur was a great fraud or a genius. "Well?" asked Claire. After a further pause, Luce concluded, "He's both." Highly decorated in the First World War, MacArthur became the youngest superintendent of West Point in a century, and then the Army's youngest major general at 44, before being appointed Army Chief of Staff in 1930. 5 years later, MacArthur retired to become the highly compensated military advisor to the government of Philippine President Manuel Quezon, a role he was uniquely qualified for given his long association with the Philippines and his genuinely warm feelings for the Filipino people. Throughout the penurious straits of the late 1930s, he labored to create a Philippine army in anticipation of the territory's upcoming independence in 1946. However, in July 1941, with prospects for war become more imminent, the Philippine Army was placed under direct American control. MacArthur was recalled to active duty as commander of the newly created U.S. Army Forces Far East, USAFE, at the rank of lieutenant general. This made for ticklish command arrangements, as he was chronologically senior to General Marshall, yet was now serving under Marshall, and at a rank lower than the one he held prior to his retirement. MacArthur's assumption of USAFE command also coincided with a volte-face in the proposed defense scheme for the Philippines. Up until 1941, Washington planners believed that the archipelago's geography made defense in the face of any concerted Japanese attack impossible. Against a target whose northern extremities lay only 1,000 miles from its own shores, Japan could generate vastly greater naval and air power than the U.S. could from 7 times that distance. This viewpoint was reinforced by the larger strategic calculus enshrined in Plan Dog, which focused on European concerns at the expense of Asian-Pacific ones. That meant that in the short term, the Philippines could not be held. However, 1941 witnessed an attempt by the Americans to have their strategic cake and eat it too. This was driven by 2 factors: the appearance of the new Boeing B-17 heavy bomber and the ostensible emergence of the Philippine Army as a credible fighting force. The B-17, which would go on to fame in the skies over Europe, was never originally intended for bombing factories or other strategic targets. It was built for coast defense, flying artillery that could smash enemy warships and invasion fleets while they were still hundreds of miles from America's coasts. Though the initial deployment of B-17s in British hands against land targets in 1941 met with mixed results, they had yet to be used for their intended role against ships. Their results in 1942 would demonstrate that high-level bombers were incapable of hitting a maneuvering ship. However, neither the Americans nor the Japanese knew this in 1941. Just as the British had banked on the RAF in Malaya, the Americans were betting that air power would save them in a war against the Japanese in the Philippines. In Washington, Roosevelt, Marshall, and Secretary of War Stimson had all drunk deeply of Boeing's press releases. Thus, when the Americans began flying large contingents, by 1941 standards, of B-17s into the Philippines starting in September, it was seen as a potent symbol of U.S. resolve to deter Japanese aggression. MacArthur was only too happy to accept the aircraft because they were the herald angels for all manner of military equipment MacArthur never would have received otherwise. With these arms, he could step up the training of his nascent army, now being rapidly mobilized. Throughout the summer and fall of 1941, this cycle of self-delusion on the part of MacArthur and Washington played itself out. USAFE's commander sent a steady stream of rosy reports back to the capital, describing how his troops were now mobilizing in a most satisfactory manner, and the whole program is progressing by leaps and bounds. Upbeat reports led to more materiel from the States, which led to yet more upbeat reports, which stoked the flames of optimism in Washington still further. It seemed that the Philippines might somehow yet be retained, even in the face of a geostrategic position that was clearly precarious. The truth on the ground was nothing like what MacArthur depicted. In fact, the Philippine Army's list of deficiencies defies description. None of its 10 divisions was remotely at full strength. Automatic weapons, artillery, and transport were mostly non-existent or antiquated. Ammunition was scarce, and often so faulty as to be useless. The First World War-era 3-inch mortars used by most regiments had a dud rate of 70%. Uniforms, blankets, tents, shoes, and trenching tools, even steel helmets, were in short supply. If the equipment situation was dire, the Philippine Army's manpower was more so. The majority of the troops had received little training. Many had literally never fired a shot before going into combat. The bulk of the troops was illiterate and spoke neither English nor, in many cases, the dialects of their own Filipino officers. Whether this last issue was detrimental is unclear. Most of the officers were just as ill-trained and semi-literate. As the British were being taught in Malaya without lengthy training, no unit could hope to go up against the well-seasoned Japanese. Whether MacArthur was deliberately lying to Washington about his army's fitness to get his hands on more equipment is unclear. Given that MacArthur clearly did know a thing or two about training soldiers, he ought to have had grave misgivings regarding his army's true capabilities. On the other hand, at this point in his ego's ascendance, MacArthur may simply have been residing behind what one historian has termed a self-generated wall of mist. Throughout the fall of 1941, as hopes of peace faded fast, Washington played catch-up. USAF's arms-long list of materiel needs was unrealistic and far beyond the ability of American factories to supply. MacArthur wasn't alone in wanting more of everything, and right away, but he judged the needs of his command the most critical in the entire U.S. military. But as Wellmont noted, the sheer scale of MacArthur's reinforcement requirements pointed to the inescapable conclusion that the Philippines were as good as lost, and that there was very little to be gained by trying to sustain the U.S. Army forces in the Far East. Dislocating America's wartime strategy for the sake of retaining an archipelago that produced nothing much in the way of raw materials or real warfighting potential didn't make a lick of sense. Much of the equipment MacArthur demanded didn't exist at the time, was critical for training in the U.S., or was slated for Lend-Lease aid to Britain. What was allocated for MacArthur, hardly insubstantial, lacked shipping to move it. By November 1941, more than 1 million tons of supplies earmarked for the Philippines were sitting in American ports, waiting transshipment. Getting aircraft into the Philippines was hampered by the lack of large fields. On Luzon, only Clark and Nichols fields were decent bases, and only the former was large enough for bombers. Plans were in hand for increasing the number of strips, but little work had been done. Despite this, the Americans were rushing aircraft into the archipelago. By December 1941, a total of 277 planes were there under the command of the newly arrived Major General Louis Brereton. These included 35 B-17s, the largest group of flying fortresses currently to be found outside the continental United States, about 100 modern fighters, and various odds and ends, including some aging P-35s and 48 impounded Swedish fighters originally headed for Thailand. The final component of the Philippines' defense was Admiral Thomas Hart's Asiatic Fleet. Hart's squadron consisted of heavy cruiser Houston, 2 light cruisers, Boise and the ancient Marblehead, 13 First World War-era 4-stacker destroyers, and 29 submarines of various types. Only the submarines actually mattered, as Hart wisely intended to sail his surface ships south to reinforce the Dutch squadrons in Java at the outbreak. Given the disparity of naval forces the Japanese could bring to bear against the Philippines, Hart understood that his surface units could be better used in conjunction with other Allied forces elsewhere. Thus, the Navy shared none of MacArthur's optimism regarding the upcoming campaign. This led to a strained, dysfunctional relationship with MacArthur, who viewed Hart as defeatist. Hart had been a good friend of MacArthur's now-deceased older brother and viewed his grandiose younger sibling as either a liar or mentally unbalanced. Regardless, he hoped that the Navy's submarines would play their part in denying the approaches to any potential landing sites. Throughout the 1920s and 1930s, the American defense plan for Luzon involved retreating to the mountainous Bataan Peninsula west of Manila Bay. Once safely ensconced in its redoubt, the garrison would hold the enemy off, interdict Manila Bay, and wait for an American naval force to fight its way across the Pacific and raise the siege. Retreating into Bataan acknowledged the fact that the sole armed force on Luzon during this time, the regular U.S. Army's Philippine Division, could never hope to mount an effective defense of the entire island. This equation changed as the Philippine Army began coming into being. With more troops now at hand, of whatever quality, the Americans started contemplating more aggressive defensive schemes that involved not retreating to Bataan and instead defeating an actual invasion. Doing that hinged on defending Lingayen Gulf. Although there were many places on Luzon where an enemy could land, Lingayen was the obvious location for anything large-scale, with extensive beaches giving way directly to the central plain leading to Manila. MacArthur's predecessor, Major General George Grunnert, had put together War Plan Orange III anticipating an initial defense of the Lingayen beaches using the Army's veteran Philippine Division. Once the Philippine Army was fully mobilized at the beginning of a war, their divisions would relieve the Philippine Division to act as a mobile reserve. Only if the beach defenses were overwhelmed would the garrison make its way back to Bataan. MacArthur liked the sound of a more active defense. It wasn't defeatist. So after taking over USAFE, he adopted Grunnert's plan as his own and summarily shipped Grunnert back to the States. In his own words, "My concept was to defeat the enemy on the beaches, where he would be at his weakest in any amphibious landing." However, MacArthur made a critical modification to Grunnert's appreciation by assigning the Philippine Army, rather than the U.S. Philippine Division, primary responsibility for defending the beaches. MacArthur has taken his share of criticism over this move, which ended up pitting ill-trained Philippine levies against war-hardened Japanese infantry at the water's edge. Yet, this was probably the only way his Green Divisions really could contribute to the defense of Luzon, being unfit for anything besides a static role. Placing them on the beaches gave them the opportunity to inflict some losses on the Japanese when they would be most vulnerable. The more important question was how to back them up. MacArthur could read the field manuals, the latest of which, FM 100-5, stated flatly that given the difficulties in statically holding a defensive position, the counterattack is the decisive element of defensive action. There could be little question that his beach defenses would be breached somewhere. When that happened, somebody would need to step in and deliver a proper counterattack. This wasn't high-level theory, it was military science 101. MacArthur needed a powerful mobile reserve somewhere close at hand. Optimally, it would be positioned near the southeast corner of Lingayen Gulf, poised to either slash north along Route 3 or west toward the town of Lingayen, depending on where the Japanese landed. It also had to be concentrated. Given the impossibility of being strong everywhere on Luzon, MacArthur had to place his bets and roll the dice. If Hama pulled something really crazy out of his hat, like landing his main force in Vigan or Legazpi and unleashing a long overland march, MacArthur would have to pivot into an entirely different campaign, one that he would likely lose. But if the main landings did come ashore, where everybody had been anticipating for 20 years, then the safest bet available was to have a haymaker lined up right there, ready to go. This was particularly true against an enemy that wasn't terribly good at making forced landings against contested beaches. The Philippine Division was the obvious candidate for the job. It comprised 3 understrength regiments: 31st, 45th, Philippine Scout, PS, and 57th, PS. The 31st was a completely American outfit. The latter two were composed of white officers and Philippine Scouts, about half of which were long-service professionals. In addition to the Philippine Division, there was the equally professional 26th Cavalry Regiment, PS, along with 2 newly landed tank battalions comprising 108 M3 Stuart light tanks, as well as some 75mm anti-tank guns mounted on half-tracks. The possibility existed, therefore, to place a small but well-trained division, or at least a couple regimental-sized combat teams, complete with armor, mobile artillery, and all the fixings, directly behind Lingayen. By this point in the war, any German panzer leader could do this in his sleep. Granted, the Philippine Division almost certainly could not have done proper combined arms. There hadn't been time for integrating the tanks or training with them. Nonetheless, by Pacific War standards, 108 tanks, even M3 Stuarts, was a massive armored force, particularly if wielded on open terrain, like, say, behind a beach. Those tanks could have been backed by not only credible infantry and AT guns, but also the division's most potent arm, its artillery. America's Caesar, as MacArthur would later be called, apparently hadn't read FM 100-5. Nor did he understand combined arms. For all the lip service MacArthur paid to an aggressive confrontation at the water's edge, he failed to put his manpower where his mouth was. Only the 26th Cavalry, PS, and a single battalion of the 45th Infantry, PS, were anywhere near Lingayen. The 192nd and part of the 194th Tank Battalions were manning the first defensive line some 20 miles behind the beaches. The 31st and 57th Infantry PS regiments were near Fort Stotzenburg, next to Clark Field, 65 miles from Lingayen. In other words, the Philippine Division and the tanks were scattered. If MacArthur honestly believed his Philippine Army divisions capable of stopping the Japanese at the water's edge by themselves, he was badly overestimating their capabilities and underestimating Hama's. Even as the threat of war grew more difficult to ignore in mid-1941, MacArthur continued predicting that the Japanese would strike no sooner than April 1942. As late as 27 November, with a memo from the War Department in hand informing him that negotiations with Japan had broken down and that hostilities could be expected at a moment's notice, MacArthur was still reassuring Admiral Hart and the American ambassador to the Philippines that war wouldn't come before the spring. Hart was skeptical. USAF's commander shortly reported to Marshall that his command was ready for any eventuality, and that I have every confidence that we can hold our own. To perceptive observers, war signs were increasingly apparent. A Japanese plane was sighted over Clark Field on 2 December. It left unchallenged. Radar on Luzon's west coast caught glimpses of further aerial incursions on the 5th and 6th. American aircraft also spotted enemy transports heading toward Malaya. On the last day of peace in the Philippines, Admiral Hart's chief of staff remarked to his opposite number, Brigadier General Richard Sutherland, MacArthur's right-hand man, that it was only a question of days or perhaps hours until the shooting started. The debacle begins. At 03:30 on the morning of 8 December, 7 December Hawaiian time, the duty operator at the Navy station intercepted the Air Raid Pearl Harbor message, marking the opening of hostilities. MacArthur and Admiral Hart were alerted shortly thereafter, and American forces in the Philippines moved to a war footing. Though no one in Manila understood it at the time, the verdict on the Philippine survival had already been handed down at Pearl Harbor. With the destruction of the American battle line, there could be no rescue mission making its way across the Pacific to succor MacArthur's troops, nor any hope of breaking the iron ring the Imperial fleet would shortly throw around the archipelago. Dawn was only a couple hours off. And the Japanese planned on hitting Luzon's airfields then with not only bombers but long-ranged fighters. Admiral Sukahara's aviators had worked out the technical details, including using drop tanks, to give their lightweight Zeros an unprecedented range of some 550 miles, far longer than that of any other fighter in the world. However, heavy fog over Japan's air bases on Formosa thwarted a morning launch. Moreover, the unwelcome appearance of Force Z in Singapore had drawn away a good part of Sukahara's air power originally slated for assaulting the Philippines. This whittled down the Navy's contingent for winning the skies over Luzon to 117 bombers and 90 fighters. The morning fog, then, seemed to almost doom the initial raids at a stroke and hand the enemy the initiative. However, it turned out to be a blessing. The fog provided the Americans sufficient time to botch their end of the air battle. General Brereton's plans centered on hitting Japan's Formosan airfields, and on the morning of 8 December he requested permission to attack. However, in a series of miscues, whose details remain obscure to this day, MacArthur's Chief of Staff, General Sutherland, told Brereton on 3 separate occasions throughout the morning to wait. Aware that the Japanese might hit him in the interim, Brereton sent his bombers and pursuit planes aloft at about 0800 to prevent their being struck on the ground. At 10:15, MacArthur finally authorized a strike against the Formosan bases. With no Japanese strike having materialized and fuel now running low, the American aircraft began returning to Clark at 11:30 to begin arming and refueling for the afternoon mission. It was at this moment, just after noon, that the first radar reports of a large formation of inbound enemy aircraft materialized. A raid warning was transmitted to Clark Field, but for reasons unknown, never acted on. The result was that when a huge wedge of Japanese bombers arrived overhead at 12:35, the American aircraft were lined up beneath them in parade formation, with many of their pilots at lunch. Almost no fighters were aloft. The majority had inexplicably been called away to cover Manila, leaving Clark Field totally exposed. Nearly simultaneously, a second Japanese formation of 103 planes began shellacking Iba Field. What followed was a 90-minute orgy of bombing and strafing at both bases. Clark alone was hit with over 600 bombs. As they began slamming home, in sticks of a dozen at a time, they created the image in one American serviceman's mind of a big giant stepping down the line, wiping out the rows of neatly parked aircraft below. By the end, nearly 100 American planes lay destroyed. 12 of the B-17s were gone, another trio damaged, and 53 of the 91 total P-40s in the archipelago had been destroyed, including all but 3 of those at Clark. Personnel losses were relatively light, but damage to facilities and radar installations was severe. MacArthur's Air Force had been very heavily hit, for the price of only 9 Japanese planes. Culpability for the disaster has never accurately been assigned, for the simple reason that those responsible started lying about it almost immediately, resulting in a welter of conflicting accounts from MacArthur, Sutherland, and Brereton. A furious Hap Arnold, commander of the U.S. AAF, called Brereton demanding an explanation. He received nothing convincing in return, and even after the official reports had been filed on the matter, Arnold would remark that he was never able to get the real story of what happened in the Philippines. MacArthur provided no more lucid justification, offering instead the first instance of what would become his standard trope for explaining defeat, that overwhelming superiority of enemy forces was responsible for the disaster, an explanation that was, in fact, a blatant lie. Whatever happened during those crucial morning hours, it is clear that there was some sort of paralysis among upper-level command, for which only MacArthur can ultimately shoulder blame. Indeed, there is at least some evidence to support the notion that he suffered a nervous breakdown on the 8th, with Sutherland covering for him for the war's first 6 hours and failing to give the necessary orders to Brereton in the process. Whatever the truth, the result was an avoidable catastrophe. No matter what had happened at Clark, the Americans in both Manila and Washington were eventually going to be disabused of betting on air power to secure the defense of the Philippines. But to have that air power crippled from the outset was a gut punch. Meanwhile, the Japanese were stunned by their success, with one Japanese aviator remarking, "We were bewildered, for it seemed almost as if the enemy did not know the war had started." From here on out, the contest for air superiority spiraled downward to disaster for the Americans. On the 10th of December, the Japanese clobbered Manila and the Del Carmen and Nichols airfields, leaving Brereton just 48 serviceable planes. By the 13th, American air power had been almost exterminated, the Japanese losing only 25 aircraft in the process. They were understandably elated by the outstandingly superior performance of their Zeros against American fighters like the P-40. The Americans were demoralized and also using improper tactics. As would be demonstrated later, a properly flown P-40 was capable of taking on a Zero, provided it fought it at the right altitude and with the right tactics. Inexperienced American pilots did not yet know how to take advantage of those factors. On the 10th, Admiral Sukahara's bombers launched a raid against the Cavite Bay Naval Base. The fuel storage area and torpedo warehouse were racked with heavy explosions and inextinguishable fires, casting a gloomy pall of oily black smoke over Manila for days. After surveying the wreckage on the 11th, Admiral Hart ordered the few remaining surface vessels to sail south out of harm's way. The burden of defending the archipelago's coasts now fell to his submarines. Without torpedo reloads, however, their tenure in the area was clearly numbered as well. This marked the beginning of MacArthur's sense of abandonment by the U.S. Navy, as his private universe struggled, and failed, to accept the new power dynamics in the theater. Until the end, MacArthur remained convinced that supplies and reinforcements could have reached his beleaguered command, and that a defeatist navy didn't dare make the attempt. Hart and his colleagues were simply quicker to acknowledge the perilous state of the seaways between the Philippines and Australia, as Japanese forces started barreling south. The fate of Prince of Wales and Repulse gave mute testimony. Japanese air power was lethal. For the foreseeable future, there was nothing that could alter that reality. With American air power already largely muzzled, on 10 December, the Japanese began putting small groups of troops ashore on Luzon. First came landings at Vigan, Apari, and Camiguin Island in the north, all of which had valuable airfields where Japanese aircraft could be moved up to cinch the air noose ever tighter. 2 days later, a Japanese flotilla from Palau deposited a regimental battle group at Legazpi, near the southern tip of Luzon. Landing unopposed, they began pushing up Route 1 toward Manila, brushing aside opposition from the Philippine 51st Division. The capital was still 250 miles worth of hard marching away, however. With these tertiary Japanese landings now in the books, the main affair could not be long in coming. By mid-December, MacArthur had approximately 110,000 soldiers mobilized on Luzon. Near Lingayen Gulf, things were in disarray. One of the senior American advisors to the Philippine 21st Division, Colonel Richard Maloney, recalled that his newly raised formation almost headed off to war without a sufficient load of ammunition, because every officer's bedroll, trunk, and personal belongings had been loaded on the trucks instead. Having corrected these issues, the division arrived at the southern end of the Lingayen Gulf. Maloney, who had served previously on Luzon, argued that 21st Division should now avail itself of the extensive operational information on potential landing sites that the Philippine Division had accumulated before the war. Instead, after 20 years of continuing and unhurried reconnaissance and study, we were to occupy positions selected during a 48-hour trip over 120 kilometers of front by a major of constabulary and a reserve captain of limited experience. Nothing better describes the quality of the forces in which MacArthur was vesting his hopes. Even before Hama came ashore, it would seem that MacArthur was rethinking his position that the beaches were to be held at all costs. On 12 December, He alerted President Quezon that he should be prepared to move to Corregidor, in the middle of Manila Bay, on 4 hours' notice. A shocked Quezon asked the reasons for such a move, to which MacArthur replied that there was no immediate cause for concern, but that he was preparing for the worst in case the Japanese should land in great force at different places. Colonel Maloney recalled the conversation on the 13th with a colonel from MacArthur's staff, advising him that his division's artillery ammunition was in no position to be saved in case of a withdrawal. When Maloney protested that there were no plans to withdraw, the staffer replied cryptically, "Don't believe everything you hear." Meanwhile, the Japanese were massing their invasion forces in Formosa and the Pescadores. 3 separate convoys sailed on 17 and 18 December carrying Hama, the 48th Division, a regiment from the 16th Division, the 4th and 7th Tank Regiments, and 3 independent artillery units, altogether about 35,000 troops. They were escorted by 2 light cruisers, 16 destroyers, and a plethora of smaller vessels. A covering force of 2 fast battleships, 4 heavy cruisers, and the usual coterie of escorts under Admiral Kondo was also operating nearby. On the morning of 22 December, Hama's invasion fleet rounded into Lingayen Gulf. He planned to deposit his troops on the east side of the Gulf, where there were fewer roads allowing an American counterattack. This would also facilitate linking up with the Vigan invasion force, which was hurrying down Route 3 from northern Luzon. The 22nd of December would have been a perfect time for Hart's submarines to have made their presence felt. Hama's convoy had been detected late on the 21st by the submarine Stingray, which sent in a sighting report and then spent the next 14 hours sitting on the bottom without attacking. Overhead, 85 Japanese transports now rode at anchor, strung out in a 15-mile line down the east shore of the Gulf, the sort of target that ought to have put a gleam in the eye of any American submariner. Though 6 more boats were dispatched immediately to the area and several made attacks, only old S-38 sent a transport to the bottom. There were many reasons for this lack of success. Lingayen's waters were shallow, making operations difficult and the risk of aerial detection high. Japanese escorts were also alert, walling off the Gulf from any possible incursions. There were a lot of them, too. 16 destroyers, 15 sub-chasers, and a host of minesweepers and other auxiliaries. American torpedoes were unreliable, though no one was yet aware of that. And many U.S. sub-skippers, as Stingray's soon-to-be-relieved commander demonstrated, were too timid, and in some cases too old for their jobs. U.S. submarine doctrine at this time emphasized cautious approaches designed to avoid detection, based on a belief in the efficiency and lethality of ASW weaponry of the day. Even with all these handicaps, the U.S. boats ought to have given a better showing than they did. With the submarines having failed, all that hindered the Japanese coming ashore was poor weather and a high surf. Only at Baoang did they face any serious resistance. Here, a single 50-caliber heavy machine gun caused heavy casualties among the invaders before the Filipinos manning it were run off. Elsewhere, the Japanese came ashore essentially unopposed. Nevertheless, quite a few of their landing craft had been smashed about by the waves, and a number of the radios were soaked and inoperative. By the afternoon of 22 December, half of Hama's tanks had been landed, but the majority of his field artillery was still on board his transports. The Japanese would never be more vulnerable than they were right now, strung out on a narrow frontage along the east side of the bay and with little heavy firepower at hand. Indeed, as Hama's chief of staff later recalled, had the Americans attacked us then, we would have had to surrender. Hyperbolic or not, the Imperial Army would never become widely known for its surrendering skills. It was a fair summation of Hama's vulnerability. It was at this point that the 26th Cavalry, Philippine Scouts, made its appearance. Their mission was not counterattacking against the landings, but holding the town of Damortis, on the beach south of Agu and Boang. They succeeded only briefly, as the Japanese began pushing down from the north. The services of the 192nd Tank Battalion were then called for. Only 5 of its tanks managed to get into action before being driven off by the 4th Tank Regiment. That was pretty much it, as far as the fight for Lingayen was concerned. It is difficult not to glance heavenward at this juncture, contemplating what might have been had the Japanese been confronted by a properly positioned and competently led mobile reserve. What the Americans needed at this juncture was a ruthless, lights-out counterattack, led by an appropriately bloodthirsty son of a bitch, whose aim was not holding this or that, but destroying the enemy at the water's edge and grinding their bones beneath his tank treads. Right here, right now, there was a glittering opportunity. Hama would never be more vulnerable. But MacArthur apparently had no idea how to put together a credible counterpunch worthy of the name. In the long term, nothing could alter the larger military and geographical realities of Japan's opening campaign, which was rapidly isolating the archipelago. The Philippines were ultimately doomed. Had MacArthur deployed his forces more aggressively, though, he might have crippled 48th Division, Hama's best outfit, and given Hama a real punch in the face at the outset, not to mention imparting a shot in the arm to fill American morale. Hama might have been forced to fight a slower, more deliberate campaign once ashore. That, in turn, could have upset Japan's delicate shipping arrangements for its culminating Indies operations, which also depended on the services of 48th Division. Instead, the 26th Cavalry, as good as it was simply wasted on a tepid holding action that had no chance of altering anything on the ground. This was a pathetic way to run a defense. With Hama ashore and in no danger of being ejected, the ground campaign had been decided in Japan's favor. MacArthur recognized as much, signaling his ground commander, Major General Jonathan Wainwright, on the evening of 23 December that WPO3 is in effect, meaning MacArthur's defense plan was now out the window and the Army's traditional defensive plan back in effect. Bataan was now the final destination of all forces on Luzon. That same night, MacArthur persuaded President Quezon to evacuate the capital, saying that his capture would mean the end of the Philippine Commonwealth. In the back of MacArthur's mind lurked the possibility that Quezon, who had a reputation for volatility, needed to be kept away from the Japanese lest he surrender or collaborate. On Christmas Eve, the president and his immediate family were bundled aboard the steamer Mayone and transported to the island fortress of Corregidor. Yusafi's headquarters staff followed soon after. MacArthur, after retrieving a few belongings from his penthouse suite at the Manila Hotel, turned to Sutherland and said simply, "Well, Dick, I guess it's time to go. There isn't anything left to do here." Only then did MacArthur's quartermaster, Brigadier General Charles Drake, receive orders to begin the movement of food, fuel, ammunition, and other supplies into Bataan. He was dumbfounded. At the outbreak of war, Drake had estimated that it would take him at least 2 weeks to stock the peninsula to sustain 40,000 troops for 180 days, the amount called for in WPO3. MacArthur had refused his requests to begin the task, instead ordering Drake to send almost 18,000 tons of supplies north to Tarlac in support of the battle that had just been tossed away. Those stocks were irretrievably lost in the face of the advancing Japanese. Now, having wasted 2 precious weeks, MacArthur informed Drake he had just 8 days to get everything needed into the redoubt. Worse still, while WPO3 called for a 40,000-man garrison on Bataan, the number of Allied personnel currently converging on the peninsula was more than 100,000, including as many as 25,000 Filipino civilians fleeing Hama's army. MacArthur's headquarters apparently neglected to inform Drake of the much larger number of combatants that would be showing up on Bataan's doorstep. With the Japanese in command of the air, the railroad running from Tarlac back toward Bataan and Manila was abandoned on Christmas Day. Motor transport was almost impossible to come by, much of it having been hijacked by troops who didn't care much who it belonged to. As a result, an astonishing amount of materiel ended up being lost. nearly 50 million bushels of rice, enough to feed the garrison for 5 years, was captured by the Japanese at Cabanatuan on MacArthur's explicit orders, knowing its removal would imperil the Filipino civilian population. Huge stores of food, clothing, and sidearms were left behind at Fort Stotzenburg, other than what retreating troops managed to stuff in their pockets. 300,000 gallons of gas was simply burned to avoid its capture. In the end, despite the superhuman efforts of Drake's quartermasters to shovel everything possible into the peninsula by truck, tug, barge, or whatever else could float or drive, there was simply too little time and far too much to move. To make matters worse, on 24 December, the day that Drake was handed his Herculean task, the Japanese deposited another pair of regiments at Lamon Bay, some 70 miles southeast of Manila. Manila was now in the sights of 2 different enemy formations advancing along 2 opposite axes. MacArthur had to act quickly to retrieve the tactical situation and allow his forces to get into Bataan. If either his northern or southern wings were overrun, the other wing would find the enemy in its rear. MacArthur proved far more skillful at withdrawing than he had been at counterattacking. As mentioned, as good as Japanese pre-war intelligence had been, it had missed the key fact that MacArthur had no intention of fighting for Manila. WPO-3 never envisioned a spirited defense of the capital. It would have allowed U.S. troops to be quickly crushed out in the open. MacArthur, again to his credit, also wanted to spare Manila's civilian population from the horrors of urban fighting. The Japanese, however, expected that the defense of the capital would see the bulk of Yusafi's remaining forces committed to battle, and retained this perception almost until the moment Manila actually fell. The result was that while 48th Division was charging headlong toward the capital, the Americans were stepping out of the way and heading back to Bataan. All the same, the evacuation was an exercise in entropy. On the roads heading west, civilian foot traffic and their animals were intermingled with honking buses full of Filipino troops, and trucks stuffed with whatever supplies Drake's quartermasters had managed to drag clear. There was no central direction, no semblance of a movement plan. Epical traffic jams, miles long, were strung out on single roads or across narrow one-lane bridges. The withdrawal was shockingly apparent to any aerial observer, with one American remembering being enveloped in a winding cloud of dust, ever reaching higher and higher, followed the curves of the road. Anti-aircraft weapons were practically non-existent. All the ingredients were there for a catastrophe, except that the Japanese never bothered taking advantage of the mess. Hama's aircraft, on uncounted occasions, sailed over packed roadways without attacking. Contrary to the conventional wisdom, this oversight was not the fault of 14th Army's air officer, Colonel Akiyama Manjiro. He had advocated going after the bridges leading toward Bataan, but was ignored by headquarters, which was focused on the thrust toward Manila. Meanwhile, on the ground, the result was to leave the vulnerable Americans incredulous at their unexpected luck. Not attacking these retreating columns, in the words of the leading historian of Bataan, was probably the most significant and far-reaching tactical mistake the Japanese made during the entire Philippine campaign. It also points to some possible gaps in Japanese air doctrine, although, given the dearth of English-language source materials on the topic, particularly the Imperial Army's air doctrine, such observations are perilous. IJN and IJA air units were highly skilled in attacking both enemy aircraft and the bases from which they operated. They certainly knew how to gain air superiority. Interdiction and ground support weren't their strength. It wasn't that the Japanese didn't fly these sorts of missions, but they seemed to have been lower priority, as the unmolested Americans would attest. Either that, or possibly, Colonel Akiyama had too many things that needed doing and not enough aircraft. Likewise, 14th Army missed its own opportunity to annihilate MacArthur's troops before they got away. By Christmas, the Japanese were not unaware of their enemy's retrograde movements. Imperial GHQ's orders, however, were to focus on taking Manila and Manila is where 14th Army went. Hama had far less of Yamashita's aggression, or his ability to sense and seize new opportunities. Both generals were aiming at securing important geographic objectives, yet throughout Yamashita's brilliant campaign, he was focused on destroying the enemy's field forces whenever possible. Hama, meanwhile, was content with conforming to his orders and hoping that MacArthur's army would simply melt away. No one in Tokyo apparently saw anything wrong with that, either. In the conventional calculus, capturing capitals was how one won wars. Manila now waited mutely for the Japanese. Despite its having been declared an open city on 26 December, Tsukahara's bombers wrought destruction there on 2 more occasions. By New Year's Day, a pall of smoke still lay over the capital from the burning naval base, along with the fuel stores being torched at Fort McKinley and Nichols Field. The waterfront was wrecked, the funnels of sunken steamers poking sadly above the oil-slicked water. On the normally bustling thoroughfares of the business district, nothing moved. Mobs of panicked civilians were cramming every available vehicle and heading out of town. On 2 January, concerned that the fires in the city would destroy it, 48th Division swept in to take control. The main Manila newspaper promptly carried a warning that anyone attempting to inflict injury on Japanese soldiers or civilians shall be shot to death. A new era of forced inclusion in the greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere had begun for the Philippine capital. For his part, Hama had less reason for satisfaction than he otherwise might have. Manila's occupation fulfilled the letter of his obligations under Imperial GHQ's battle plan. But until MacArthur's army was destroyed, Corregidor captured, and Manila Bay made usable once again, his mission was incomplete. It was to these tasks that Hama turned his attention. Hong Kong and the Third Battle of Changsha. The final major battle that occurred in December 1941 in Asia was not the capture of Hong Kong, although the fall of that great port and trading center was obviously humiliating to the British government and generated a lot of press. However, given its diminutive size, as well as being surrounded by Japanese holdings, there should never have been the slightest doubt that anything more than an abbreviated defense was possible. Despite these realities, the colony's garrison had recently been beefed up to nearly a division, demonstrating yet again British strategic dysfunction. After the setbacks of 1940 and early 41, it should have been clear to all parties that the empire could no longer be strong everywhere, and Hong Kong's needs ought to have been placed low on what was already a long list. In the words of Wilmot, the city did not need 10,000 men. All that was required was a company, bugler, a flag corporal, and a suave governor with a knighthood, double-barreled name, stiff upper lip, and a tie from one of the lesser public schools. This was the position the British chiefs of staff took up until early 1941, when 2 happenings collided. The first was a wildly over-optimistic report from the colony's departing CNC indicating that Hong Kong might be defensible after all. The second, 3 months later, was the German invasion of the USSR. Keeping China fighting, and thereby tying down Japanese troops that might otherwise invade the USSR from the east, now became even more crucial. Even though Hong Kong was isolated to landward, Chinese junks were smuggling as much as 6,000 tons of supplies monthly to the nationalists. That made the colony a symbol for Chiang, which in turn led to the decision to ship in 2 Canadian battalions to Hong Kong in September. Yet the British pointedly did not take up Chiang Kai-shek's offer to send 200,000 nationalist troops to defend the port. The image of Britain having to stoop to asking for help in defending its holdings outweighed military concerns. The result was a garrison hardly stronger, while subtracting troops that might have been better used in Malaya. Major General Sano Tadayoshi's elite 38th Division opened its assault on the colony a mere 8 hours after the war's start on 8 December. Western accounts portrayed the garrison as heavily outnumbered by the Japanese. In fact, the 38th Division kicked things off with only 6 of its battalions on the line against 3 British, many of whom were in concrete fortifications. Then again, Sano was backed by engineering, anti-tank, heavy artillery, and generous air support. The Japanese quickly penetrated the aptly named Gin Drinkers Line, capturing the pivotal Shingmun redoubt on the 10th, which effectively decided the campaign. The British retreated to Hong Kong Island on the 13th, rebuffing a Japanese call for surrender, which was followed by the invasion of the island on the 18th. Although the Japanese found the initial going difficult, the outcome could not be in doubt, with the final surrender coming on what came to be known as Black Christmas. Atrocities against prisoners of war and the Chinese civilian population duly followed. The British lost 2,113 dead, 2,300 wounded, and 9,500 men marched into captivity. The Japanese officially stated their casualties at between 1,200 and 2,754. With the Commonwealth garrison's inability to defend itself never really in doubt, the campaign's success or failure instead hinged on whether the Chinese Nationalist Army could, or would, intercede. The Japanese held only a relatively small sliver of land betwixt Hong Kong and KMT territory to the north and west, and Chinese forces belonging to the 4th War Area Army were little more than 75 miles north of the British colony's border. As such, Japan's 23rd Army was aware that it had to capture the colony with a minimum of force, while also defending itself from a surprise blow from the rear should the KMT decide to wade into the fray. However, Imperial GHQ discounted this risk. A post-war Japanese history notes that at this point in the war, the Chinese did not dare attack the Imperial Army's forces. As all of this was going on, some 400 miles north of Hong Kong, Lieutenant General Anami Korochika, the combative commander of the Japanese 11th Army, was cooling his heels. Anami was a member of Tojo's clique and destined for greater things in this war, eventually becoming the public face for the Army's irrational intractability, even in the face of atomic attack. With the outbreak of the wider Pacific War, increased activity by Chinese forces, and Japan's campaign unfolding without him, Japan's official histories note that Anami apparently saw the necessity for assuming the offensive in the zones south of the Yangtze River in order to give effective support to the operations of the 23rd Army and the Southern Expeditionary Army in its assault on Hong Kong. His solution was to assault the city of Changsha. The capital of Hunan Province, Changsha was a communications hub lying on the Canton-Hankow railway line. The Japanese had tried taking it unsuccessfully in 1939, and Anami himself had failed in the same exercise only 3 months earlier. In both cases, the Imperial Army had been driven back by the forces of General Shu Yu, among the best of Chiang Kai-shek's field commanders. The timing of Anami's insight regarding 23rd Army's needs smacks of the opportunism that so frequently colored Japanese operations in China. Anami floated a proposal to China Expeditionary Army HQ whereby his forces would halt on the banks of the Kushui River, some 35 miles short of Changsha, thereby relieving pressure on 23rd Army. Given that the Hong Kong offensive was already culminating, relieving the non-existent pressure on 23rd Army made 0 sense. But Anami got the go-ahead anyway, and on 13 December, the same day Hong Kong's defenders retreated to their final island bastion, he ordered the 3rd, 6th, and 40th Divisions to concentrate in the town of Yoyang on the Yangtze River and prepare for battle. 11th Army launched its hastily convened assault on 24 December, with both 6th and 40th Divisions advancing south, and 3rd Division following a day later. At first, everything went smoothly. Anami's forces brushed aside the Chinese 20th Army, advanced to the Kushui River, and began crossing it on the 29th, batting back the Chinese 37th Army in the process. Chinese resistance had been so weak up to this point that 6th and 40th Divisions decided to continue the offensive, with 3rd Division crossing the river and joining in too. Emboldened by their success, 3rd Division's commander apparently began putting notions in Anami's head, and Anami wasn't one to ignore opportunity's knock. Thus, on the same day the Ku Shui was bridged, 11th Army's mission changed. The goal was no longer merely taking offensive action to cover the Hong Kong campaign, which had in fact already ended. Now it was capturing Changsha. Not everyone was happy about this. Both Imperial GHQ and China Expeditionary Army opposed a further advance. 11th Army's Vice Chief of Staff, who was in charge of logistics, labeled Anami's actions desperate and reckless. The weather had turned snowy, and the original supply plan, which was already an improvised affair, only called for making it as far as the Ku Shui. To Anami's way of thinking, none of the Chinese formations to his front seemed capable of stopping his troops, and logistics were never high on the Imperial Army's list of priorities in any case. However, no sooner had 11th Army crossed the Ku Shui than the going became harder. The mostly flat terrain continued here, except that 11th Army's route of advance was now bisected by a clot of misty, heavily forested hills, rising 1,000 feet above the plain. Through a valley in the midst of these marched 6th and 3rd Divisions, while 40th looped around to the east. The western flank of 11th Army's advance had thus far been shielded by the swollen waters of Dongting Lake and Shangchang River. The eastern flank was mostly plains, giving way to rougher terrain beyond, a perfect place for Chinese armies to mass. Anami's flank, dangling all the way back to Yoyang, was now being held by a thin screen of battalion-sized formations. That was the price of doing business in a theater as large as China. The Japanese had demonstrated consistently that their forces could advance almost at will, but they never had enough men to consolidate and control the territory they'd taken and effectively guard their flanks. Any German panzer leader in Russia would have nodded in grim commiseration on that point. With the fall of Hong Kong, the Chinese troops sent south to Canton, that is, the alleged threat to 23rd Army that 11th Army was trying to dissuade, now began moving back into 11th Army's sector instead. It didn't take long for them to make their presence known. The 40th Division shortly found itself embroiled in a stiff fight near the town of Qinqing, about 20 miles northeast of Changsha. Mired in a constant series of Chinese counterattacks, the division could no longer advance. Meanwhile, 3rd Division and elements of the 6th battled their way to the eastern outskirts of Changsha, encountering determined resistance from the Chinese forces of the 4th and 10th war areas. The struggle devolved into house-to-house fighting around the city's old fortress. Nevertheless, the Imperial Army had managed to occupy most of the key points in the city by 4 January, at which point they promptly turned around and marched away. Japanese accounts written shortly after the war offered the bland justification that since 11th Army had achieved its primary mission of supporting the operation of the 23rd Army by diverting the attention of the enemy to Changsha and driving the enemy out of the major part of Changsha City, on 4 January it was decided to withdraw. The truth was anything but bland. Anami's 11th Army was in danger of being destroyed. In early January, the Chinese 9th War Area began counterattacking across the Lao Tao River, aiming to cut off Anami's entire force. Out on the plains, 40th Division was engaged in heavy fighting, where Chinese forces massing in the hills both in front and behind the division were assailing it. Anami quickly issued orders to both the 9th Independent Mixed Brigade, IMB, and the battalion-sized Sawa Detachment to march south to 40th Division's sector in order to support the Army's withdrawal. The truth was that Chinese counterattacks were now erupting all around 11th Army's overextended flanks. Both 9th IMB and the Sawa Detachment were assaulted on the 2nd by the Chinese 51st Army while they were still north of the Ku Shui River. 9th IMB was nearly annihilated. Anami's march home turned into a nightmare. As 3rd and 6th Divisions began threading the narrow pass through the hills north of the Changsha, they were assaulted by no fewer than 7 Chinese armies, some of whom forded the Shangcheng River and were flanking an army from the west. Maps in the Japanese Official War History series make it clear that the Chinese launched attack after attack on Anami's retreating forces. Units were cut off. At least one Japanese detachment was wiped out to a man. Anami's logistics completely collapsed, and his units were desperately short of ammunition. Xu Yu's forces hounded the Japanese to the Kushui River, then crossed it themselves to continue harrying 11th Army almost all the way back to Yoyang. Japanese soldiers falling into Chinese hands were unlikely to meet happy ends. Neither side was much inclined toward taking prisoners, nor keeping captives alive. The laconic words of one Japanese officer summarized the matter. "We understand the Chinese. If they catch you, they cut off your heads, and if you catch them, you cut off their heads. There is a certain understanding between us." By 15 January, Anami's forces were back in their starting positions. Xu Yu sent a triumphant radio message to Chongqing claiming a great victory that had left tens of thousands of Japanese dead on the field. Subsequent claims by the KMT totaled 33,941 Japanese killed in action, KIA, and another 23,003 severely wounded. These figures cannot be correct because they would include essentially every soldier of 11th Army that participated in the operation. And yet, we know that these formations retreated more or less intact back to Yoyang. The 3rd and 40th Divisions would be back in combat by May, which would have been impossible had they been completely destroyed at Changsha. On the other hand, the official Japanese casualty figures of 1,591 killed and 4,412 seriously wounded do not seem credible either. Most modern Chinese observers discredit Xu Yu's claims as mere propaganda, as Chang suspected as well. However, they likewise feel that the Japanese understated their own casualties by a factor of 2 or more. The truth is unknowable. More important than the body count was the outcome, which needs to be placed within the context of the first month's fighting in the broader Asia-Pacific War. There has been a tendency in Western histories to denigrate the fighting qualities of the Chinese soldier and to overlook the contributions and suffering of China during the conflict. In the American collective consciousness, the Asia-Pacific War has instead become the Pacific War alone, one that started on 7 December, that America fought, and that America won. Nonetheless, this interpretation is at odds with the larger scope of combat occurring in Asia throughout the war. During December 1941, there were precisely 3 multi-divisional campaigns underway in Asia: Malaya, the Philippines, and Changsha. Xu Yu must be given credit for being the only Allied general in Asia who managed to win in this month, and the only Allied commander to win any credible victory until May 1942. Chinese forces had obliged Anami to retreat. They demonstrated that when properly led, they might not be able to defend against a set-piece Japanese assault. They were, however, perfectly capable of counterattacking effectively. There won't be much more coverage of the fighting in China in the remainder of this book, for the simple reason that aside from 2 other isolated instances in 1942, there was little of significance occurring from an operational standpoint. That doesn't mean there wasn't plenty of fighting and dying. Skirmishing, banditry, punitive expeditions, rape, torching, hunger, all the normal trappings of Japan's China incident up to this point would remain a bloody backdrop throughout the year. China continued enduring its agony as it had since 1937, largely in obscurity. But by refusing to be beaten, it tied down large numbers of Japanese troops that might have been used elsewhere in the Pacific. China's conflict also served as a constant, galling reminder to Japan that its intention of trying to solve one unwinnable war by launching a still wider conflict was sheer folly. 3. January 1942. Here's to 1942. Here's to a year of toil, a year of struggle and peril, and a long step forward toward victory. Winston Churchill. Should the enemy's submarines operate off this coast, this command has no force available to take action against them. Admiral Adolphus Andrews. The Führer realizes the necessity of pulling back, but makes no decision. This kind of leadership can only lead to the annihilation of the army. General Franz Halder. After all the assurances we have been given, the evacuation of Singapore would be regarded here and elsewhere as an inexcusable betrayal. Australian Prime Minister John Curtin. Grand Strategy, Economic. The War Production Board versus the imaginary Victory Plan. On Monday morning, 5 January 1942, William Knudsen, head of America's Office of Production Management, OPM, walked through the birchwood doors of the Snow Room, the large fifth-floor conference space in Washington, D.C.'s Social Security Building. Ahead of him, he could see the large landscape mural painted by the McGaffin twins that gave the room its name. Milling about below it with coffee cups in hand was an assortment of dark-suited business executives and labor representatives from Detroit. Knudsen was kicking off a 3-day conference on the urgent conversion of the American auto industry to war production. During an interlude in the proceedings, he read off a list of needed weapons and war materiel and asked for volunteers who could produce them. By the end of the conference, Detroit had landed $5 billion worth of war contracts to ladle on top of the $4 billion it had already received before Pearl Harbor. It is unsurprising that the nation's major industrial corporations would end up becoming its major defense contractors. America's 100 biggest businesses, and Detroit's automakers were some of the biggest of the big, would end up securing 80% of Pentagon contracts during the war. But calling this an informal approach to government contracting is being charitable. This wasn't really Knudsen's fault. In fact, he must be given credit for doing what was needed to get the automotive industry ready to make its contribution to Allied victory. That said, handling procurement by asking for volunteers at a conference was an amateurish way to run a war. Neither the Army or the Navy was coordinating its purchasing with any sort of a national strategy. Nor was there a central authority, military or civilian, overseeing what was being ordered by the military, or checking on whether the contracts could actually be fulfilled. Knudsen didn't know it yet, but he was about to be sidelined. On 16 January, President Roosevelt announced the establishment of the War Production Board, WPB. This new superagency replaced the OPM and the Supply Priorities and Allocation Board, SPAB, which had each been ineffective, largely because they didn't have sufficient clout. Knudsen was somewhat gracelessly shuffled over to the War Department, promoted to lieutenant general, no small thing, and given the job of troubleshooting production problems at war plants, where he would do yeoman's work for the duration. Meanwhile, the new WPB was vested by Roosevelt with the power to determine policies, plans, procedures, and methods for all government agencies involved in war production. Its chairman would have the authority to implement these policies as he saw fit, and his decisions were final. For Roosevelt, whose own administrative style was opaque, chaotic, and prone to keeping as many of the reins of power gathered in his own hands as possible, this represented a stunning level of delegation and offered the possibility of effective centralized control over production. Or rather, it would have, had the man the President and his advisor Harry Hopkins designated as chairman, Donald Nelson, been a real firebrand. Shambling and slow-moving, Nelson, who looked like a bemused owl with his bald head, prominent eyebrows, and round spectacles, was no hard charger. What recommended Nelson to FDR was that he was a steady known commodity in the American business community. He had been the SPAB's executive director during its 5-month lifespan, and before that, chairman of Sears and Roebuck. The daunting supply chain and logistical challenges inherent in running the nation's largest department store chain in some ways mirrored what the military was now facing. As events would prove, though, Nelson was simply too genial for the job, which consisted of making American industrialists and generals play nice with each other in the middle of a war over resources. He was a consensus builder, tossed into a herd of bull moose, or, in the words of one senior bureaucrat, a good policy man without the ability to execute. Secretary of War Henry Stimson was more blunt, a weak man who can't face the troubled situation he has. The other major problem with the WPB had less to do with its chairman than with the uncertain breadth of its mandate. Despite ostensibly being the governmental superagency responsible for all national war production, the WPB had no control over the nation's manpower. That authority would shortly reside in Paul McNutt's new War Manpower Commission, set up in April 1942. Similarly, the power to control pricing was still the purview of Leon Henderson's Office of Price Administration, OPA. Most critically, the question left unanswered was, who would have ultimate authority over issuing war contracts, the civilian WPB or the Army and Navy themselves? Nelson proved unwilling to vest the authority in the WPB, thus tacitly confirming, in the words of the U.S. Army's history, the military's traditional functioning of determining its own requirements and procuring end items directly from private industry. The words traditional function say everything one needs to know about how the military viewed the matter. They were loath to cede any oversight of these issues to a civilian administration. Nelson, being Nelson, didn't push it. Although he subsequently argued that his decision was made to avoid disrupting the flow of contracts then pouring forth. In hindsight, it seems more a tactic designed to avoid a showdown at the outset of a war, a showdown alien to Nelson's persuasion-based methods of management. The result was a visible disorganization pervading the American war economy throughout 1942 as the WPB, industry, and the military played a three-way tug-of-war. For all that the generals tended to be skeptical of civilian competence in overseeing military contracts, the armed forces themselves had only the vaguest notions regarding what sort of military was required to fight and win a global conflict. The Army Air Forces, AWPD-1, had laid out its vision for strategic air power. But there was no master plan to fit it into that also encompassed how many soldiers, sailors, ships, tanks, trucks, and so on would be required to do the rest of the job. And without those numbers, it would likewise be impossible to gauge how much steel, aluminum, energy, and machine tools would be needed, along with the factory labor for production. History has often given credit to Lieutenant General Albert Wiedemeyer, who as a young major in 1941 supposedly laid out a victory program that guided the size and composition of what would become the U.S. Army's contribution to the war. Recent scholarship on the matter indicates that the historical importance of Wiedemeyer's plan was more a function of his lifelong marketing effort to secure his place in history, as historian Jim Lacey put it, rather than any real impact on American production. From the WPB's perspective, there was actually a palpable absence of military planning. Whenever they asked the military what they thought would be needed should the country find itself at war, typically all they got in reply were vagaries and non-answers. If Wiedemeyer's victory program was all that important, there didn't seem to be a lot of people within the Army who had heard anything about it. Instead, generals and admirals alike were rather hesitant to sketch out a force structure based on assumptions that might or might not be accurate if a war broke out. The one production plan that the Army-Navy Munitions Board delivered to the WPB before the war's outbreak not only didn't reference Wiedemeyer's work at all, but was also so rudimentary that it might as well have been sketched on a napkin. All in all, as Major General Breon Somervell, who would figure prominently in these matters, remarked in 1948, it wasn't until the United States was well into the war that the size of the forces we expected to employ was determined. Given this, the WPB decided to work out a preliminary plan itself, one that would also include British Lend-Lease needs. Among other things, it was based on a requirement for a 2 million-man American army by 1942, which provided both a production target and a needed-by date. Based on these and other snippets, the WPB's economists sent a briefing to Nelson 4 days before the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. In it, they predicted that the maximum amount of military spending the nation could sustain would be $45 billion in 1942 and $65 billion in 1943, an aggregate of $110 billion over 2 years. Civilian consumption would be $60 billion annually, a figure representing a bit of a cutback, but still roughly on par with the years 1935 to 1939. It certainly would not require unprecedented sacrifices from America's home front. With that plan in Nelson's hands, the logical next step would have been to get the Army and Navy's leadership together and work out a more detailed agreement. Japan's stunning onslaught, followed quickly by Germany and Italy's declarations, upset everybody's planning apple cart. The natural human reaction to uncertainty and danger is to hedge bets and hoard. The U.S. military was no different. The nation was plunged into a vast new war, and things were not going well. America's top brass may not have known exactly what was needed to win this thing, but no one doubted that it would be a long, grueling conflict, requiring an immense amount of materiel. So when war did break out, the military started issuing contracts for everything under the sun, and in gargantuan quantities. Nor was it just the military that was setting weapons production targets. Western accounts of World War II often deride Adolf Hitler for meddling excessively in German weapons procurement, while missing the point that this is what national leaders typically do. Churchill was overly solicitous of the Royal Air Force, Mussolini likewise when it came to the Regia Aeronautica. As for Hirohito, the Japanese honestly would probably have been better off if the emperor had been a little more hands-on and forced the Imperial Army and Navy to better coordinate their production. The Americans were not immune from this sort of thing, having a president who had been Assistant Secretary of the Navy for 7 years and who knew a thing or two about military procurement. FDR kept a constantly changing list of war materiel that he termed must items. These had a tendency to increase capriciously and without input from his military advisors, based on the numbers the president seemingly pulled out of thin air, concocted for reasons of politics, bolstering home front morale, or awing the Axis with the overwhelming scale of the looming American juggernaut. All these factors were in play when, on 3 January, FDR announced that the war effort needed to produce 60,000 airplanes in 1942 and 125,000 in 1943, 45,000 tanks in 1942, and 75,000 in 1943. 8 million deadweight tons of merchant shipping in 1942, and 10 million in 1943, and a blizzard of other items. Neither the military nor Nelson's WPB greeted these outsized figures with any great enthusiasm. They hadn't been consulted, and the president's directive stepped on multiple sets of toes regarding who was ultimately in charge of setting production priorities. But as Commander-in-Chief, FDR wielded a great deal of clout. Sorting this all out was going to be an ongoing challenge throughout the year. Overall, the picture that emerges of America's production landscape during 1942 is one of chaotic scrambling. American post-war accounts have tended to focus on the positive aspects of America's mobilization. This is understandable, given the Promethean productive effort America ultimately made in support of the Allied cause and the scope, quantity, and quality of its eventual output. None of this came easily. Indeed, Maury Klein's magisterial study of the U.S. war effort terms 1942 the year of despair. The advent of war did not magically dissipate the political and social tensions already present in American society. The captains of industry, mostly Republican, and not a few of the nation's generals and admirals mistrusted Roosevelt's New Deal visions. Labor mistrusted management. The military mistrusted civilians. Social norms would be challenged as women began working in huge numbers in industries that had traditionally been reserved for men, while those men were now being called to arms in unprecedented quantities. Meanwhile, significant influxes of black workers into the nation's war factories would lead to racial friction. Strikes, price gouging, greed, hoarding, and black market profiteering could and did happen. The result was that the productive miracles taking place in 1942 were underlain by a fractious, largely improvised backstory. The quest for an American atomic weapon. In October 1939, a Wall Street economist named Alexander Sachs used all of his brownie points to arrange a meeting with his old friend Franklin Delano Roosevelt. During the 1932 presidential campaign, Sachs had helped write some of FDR's speeches. Given his previous contact with the president, Sachs had been selected by atomic physicists Albert Einstein and Leo Szilard to follow up on a letter Einstein had sent FDR earlier in August 1939. It took a while for Sachs to get on the president's calendar, and in the intervening months, Germany had crushed Poland and plunged the world into war. Sachs knew the president was a busy man and didn't have time for technical niceties. So he prepared an 800-word summation of Einstein's lengthier brief, phrased mostly in layman's terms, regarding the potential of uranium-235 for commercial power, medical research, and bombs of hitherto unenvisaged potency and scope. Accounts of the meetings and Sachs' initial persuasiveness vary. But the final paragraph of his brief ultimately drove home to FDR the high stakes of America falling behind in this vital scientific field. Sachs noted that subatomic energy would be available all around us, and eventually someone was going to figure out how to control its almost infinite power. Once that happened, there would be nothing preventing that same someone from blowing up his next-door neighbor. "Alex," the president interjected, "what you are after is to see that the Nazis don't blow us up." "Precisely," Sachs replied. Roosevelt immediately called in his personal aide, Edwin Pa Watson, handed him the brief and said, "This requires action." The American quest for the bomb thus started as a national insurance policy, an act of prudence to safeguard against a future calamity should the Germans produce the bomb as well. It was the first instance in history of classic atomic deterrence policy. Roosevelt authorized the establishment of a uranium committee to explore the issues Sachs had raised, and followed that up in June 1940 by establishing the National Defense Research Committee, naming the president of the Carnegie Foundation, Vannevar Bush, as its head. Bush began pushing things ahead more aggressively, but funding in frugal times before the war was strictly limited. By mid-1941, though, three things became clear. First, the British were actually ahead of the Americans in atomic research. Second, theoretically, a powerful weapon could be developed and could probably be made small enough to drop from an airplane. And third, nuclear fission had been discovered 3 years prior by the Nazis, and much of Berlin's Kaiser Wilhelm Institute was now devoted to uranium research. If the Americans were going to get into the game, real money was now required. The cost of a single centrifugal diffusion plant for enriching uranium-235 was estimated at $100 million. Securing that level of funding from a nation not yet at war was daunting. Nevertheless, on 9 November 1941, Bush sent a detailed report to the president asking to push things ahead swiftly. Matters were once again interrupted when Pearl Harbor was attacked a month later. Finally, in January 1942, with America now at war against the entire Axis, FDR sent the report back to Bush with his handwritten acceptance. Jan 19, VBOK, returned. The Americans were now officially going after the bomb. Battle of the Atlantic. U-boats arrive off America. The clocks in New York had recently struck midnight. It was now the early hours of Wednesday, 14 January. Off Montauk Point, at the extreme end of Long Island, Kapitän-Leutnant Reinhard Hartigan of U-123 could clearly make out the glow of the city lights on the western horizon. The temperature, which had hit 47 degrees Fahrenheit in the Big Apple that afternoon, had now dipped to the mid-20s. Hartigan took in the sight, then turned to the business at hand, finding something worth sinking. Hartigan had sortied from Lorient, France, 2 days before Christmas and had been in transit ever since, crawling 3,400 nautical miles, NM, across the Atlantic at 6 knots to conserve precious fuel. U-123 was part of a lead group of 5 Type 9 U-boats that Admiral Karl Dönitz, the commander-in-chief of the Kriegsmarine's submarine fleet, had lately dispatched. His goal was to bring Germany's proven brand of undersea warfare to American and Canadian shores. Poor American readiness was then augmented by bad luck as well. Britain's U-boat tracking room was led by Commander Roger Wynne, a barrister in peacetime who had volunteered for service and, despite having no formal naval training, had quickly proven himself clairvoyant when it came to divining Dönitz's deployments. Wynne's team had tried to track Hartigan's quintet across the Atlantic, along with a large group of Type 7s heading Canada's way. But the initial warnings passed along to their U.S. allies had been full of ambiguities. Situation in Western Atlantic is vague and obscure, mentioned one report on 27 December, adding that the present position of the U-boats was unknown. 2 days later, Wynne opined, there are indications of an inconclusive character that several U-boats may be moving to the Western Atlantic, possibly to operate in the Caribbean or off Halifax. Operations against the United States weren't even mentioned. By 12 January, though, Wynne correctly noted that the situation is now somewhat clearer, and the most striking feature is a heavy concentration off the North American seaboard from New York to Cape Race. This gave the Americans scant time to formulate a response before Hartigan made his presence emphatically known the following night. Shortly after dawn on the 14th, U-123's lookouts sighted a large vessel making its way northeast up Long Island's coast. Fully lit and making no attempts to zigzag, she was plodding along at 10 knots. Soon enough, the form of a large tanker revealed itself. The 2-year-old, 9,500-ton, Norwegian-flagged Norness. Firing 2 torpedoes from 800 yards, U-123 hit her with 1 torpedo that blew a flaming column of fuel high into the air. Tankers are hard to put down, and Hartigan would end up expending 5 torpedoes before the blazing wreck finally sank. Settling on the shallow bottom, she left 100 feet of her bow sticking out of the water. Her crew of 41 Norwegians abandoned ship as soon as Hartigan's first fish struck home. 2 sailors drowned when a lifeboat overturned, including a 17-year-old engineer, but the rest were rescued. Norness's sinking made the front page of the New York Times the next day. Dönitz's Operation Paukenschlag, Drumbeat, had been formally inaugurated. It had also been a long in coming. Dönitz and his boss, Grand Admiral Erich Raeder, CNC of the German Navy, had been chomping at the bit for the better part of a year to attack the Americans. During the lead-up to the war, FDR had done everything in his power to ensure the flow of supplies to Britain remained open. In the process, he had been playing close to the foul lines of American neutrality, and everybody knew it. As the German naval staff noted, the United States, which is in fact an active participant in the war, receives more considerate treatment than a country which is actually neutral. Raeder and his submarine commanders had understandably been unhappy with Hitler's instructions to avoid confrontations with American warships. The Fuhrer clearly had his reasons. Provoking America was a much different proposition than irritating Venezuela. Neutral or not, with the U.S. Navy operating on the high seas in the middle of a shooting war, more frequent encounters with U-boats were as inevitable as the tides, and toward the end of 1941, the Germans and Americans had begun taking occasional potshots at each other. The destroyer Kearney depth-charged a German submarine in mid-October and received a torpedo in the engine room for her troubles. This was followed 2 weeks later by the sinking of the destroyer Reuben James while it was guarding convoy HX-156. A torpedo blew her bow off, and she'd sunk in 5 minutes, taking 100 American sailors with her. FDR hadn't wanted to push the matter, and neither did the Führer. With matters in the USSR heading toward a climax, Germany's leader wanted to be in control of events as much as possible, and it wouldn't help to drag the U.S. into things prematurely. Japan settled matters for him. Hitler's declaration of war against the U.S. gave the Kriegsmarine an opportunity to start shooting at an enemy it was already itching to hit. It also handed Raeder and Dönitz an opening to yank the German dictator's attention back to the Atlantic. The Führer wasn't much interested in naval warfare, and given his scattershot approach to strategy, what little attention he did pay to naval affairs tended to be directed along unhelpful vectors. Of late, Dönitz's principal point of ire was the Führer's insistence on sending large numbers of U-boats, along with some of his most experienced skippers, into Mediterranean and Norwegian waters, where they could do little to run up the score on Britain's merchant marine. Hard-hearted, ruthless, and a committed Nazi, Dönitz's approach to warfare centered on using analysis to drive optimized attrition in the prosecution of a successful tonnage war against Great Britain. He was a numbers guy. In his calculus, merchant ships were fungible. It didn't honestly matter where they were found, where they were going, or what they were hauling. What mattered was sinking them quickly and efficiently, with as little risk to his submarines as possible. By Dönitz's calculation, if he could sink 800,000 tons per month of Allied shipping, he could bring Britain to its knees. The war for the Atlantic sea lanes also had another dimension, with historian Phillips Payson O'Brien pointing out that this theater was the only one that allowed the Germans to destroy British and American production before it reached the field of battle. Sinking raw materials headed for Britain denied British factories their productive inputs to crank out weapons, and did so far more efficiently than had those same weapons been destroyed on an actual battlefield somewhere. The same was true, of course, for finished products. Dönitz's boats would in effect inflict heavy damage on Allied ground forces this year by sending billions of dollars worth of Allied hardware to the bottom of the sea. Effectively prosecuting this sort of warfare required selecting the most productive naval arena possible in which to apply these attritional effects. Dönitz conceptualized the campaign in this way as well, noting that the U-boat is the only weapon with which we can conduct naval warfare against England on the offensive. If one considers the battle against Britain as decisive for the outcome of the war, then the U-boats must be given no tasks which divert them from the main theaters of this battle. In comparison with the heavily traveled North Atlantic routes, the Mediterranean offered slimmer pickings, shallower water, and heavier enemy patrols, all factors that decreased the efficiency of Germany's submarines by increasing their risks. Norwegian waters were an even worse operational cul-de-sac. The weather was often dreadful, and the pickings almost non-existent, except for the occasional Murmansk-bound convoy. However, Hitler had lately become obsessed with the possibility of a British invasion of Norway, even going so far as to refer to it as the Zone of Destiny. He had demanded that the Kriegsmarine send submarines to forestall this threat, prophesizing with his usual lack of intuition for naval operations that every ship which is not stationed in Norway is in the wrong place. Both the Mediterranean and Norway, therefore, subtracted boats from Dönitz's available roster and only increased the admiral's ardor for attacking America. Dönitz knew a good thing when he saw it. A golden opportunity beckoned off the East Coast. He recognized that there could scarcely be any question of practiced patrols in the American coastal area, at least of patrols used to U-boats. Here existed the possibility of assaulting enemy trade in conditions which have been absent for a long time, that is to say, devoid of any protection. Not only that, but operations in these Allied soft spots would let him season some of his newer crews. If Paukenschlag was a rousing success, Dönitz would have created the pretext for removing boats from both the Mediterranean and Norway and employing them to greater effect elsewhere. Furthermore, by widening the conflict to Canadian and American waters, Dönitz hoped to force the Allies to extend their already overstretched convoy system to other waters, diminishing the number of escorts available in the North Atlantic and making convoys there easier targets. If it also decreased overall Allied shipping throughput, so much the better. In American football parlance, Dönitz was spreading the field, creating more opportunities to operate in the seams of the defense and score kills. This was vital for the German campaign because 1941 had been a difficult year for Dönitz's force. The British and Canadians, having settled on convoys as their weapon of choice for defeating submarines, were getting quite proficient at it. This had not rendered Dönitz's Wolfpack tactics ineffective, far from it. But the days of easy pickings that prevailed in 1940 were over, and it was now much more dangerous to approach convoys than it had been. Günther Prien, one of Dönitz's top aces, had died under mysterious circumstances in early March while attacking North America-bound OB-293. This was followed a week later by the death of Joachim Schepke, whose boat was rammed and sunk by the escorts of HX-112, led by the capable commander Donald McIntyre. The U-Boot-Waffe's top skipper, Otto Kretschmer, had been captured the very same day by McIntyre's own HMS Walker while attacking the very same convoy. Fritz Julius Lemp, an up-and-coming ace, perished in May, followed in December by Prien's protégé and another ace, Engelbert Endres, while stalking a heavily defended Gibraltar convoy. Many other undersea veterans had perished during 1941 as well, and, just like fighter pilots, aces accounted for the majority of the kills. The new U-boat crews were younger and less experienced. Thus, anything Dönitz could do to create easier pickings by stretching the enemy's defenses would be helpful. As it happened, Lemp was at the center of one of the greatest intelligence coups of the war. He had tangled with Captain Joe Baker Creswell's experienced escort group B-3 and come off worst, with Lemp's battered U-110 blown to the surface by depth charges. He and his crew abandoned ship, only for Lemp to realize that she wasn't sinking. Lemp disappeared while trying to swim back to her, by drowning or suicide, no one can say. U-110 was captured for long enough that her codebooks and Enigma machine could be brought off intact, before sinking under tow on the way back to Iceland. Bletchley Park's codebreakers feasted on these spoils with understandable relish, and were shortly reading at least some portion of U-boat message traffic. This allowed the British to suss out the location of Dönitz's patrol lines in the middle of the Atlantic. A convoy's best defense against a submarine was simply not being where the submarine was. The Admiralty's U-boat tracking room had evolved into a well-oiled machine for accomplishing that goal, fed by ultra messages from Bletchley Park that were often only a couple days old. Even in cases where U-boats were already in contact with a convoy, decoded messages could be used to help the convoy make radical maneuvers, often after dark, that might allow that contact to be broken. Taken together, the compromise of Enigma certainly saved dozens and perhaps hundreds of Allied ships. Post-war German calculations indicate that Ultra may have reduced German submarine sinkings in the second half of 1941 by as much as 65%, cutting British losses from 3.5 million tons to a more manageable 2 million for the year as a whole. What the British didn't know was that the German Navy's B-Dienst radio intelligence section had broken the British